2475 Invitation to invest. 2. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Even though he did not know much about football, as Zhou Leiyun's friend, he had an impression of the acquisition. Brother Zhou, if I remember correctly, you only have about 50% of the shares in that team, right? Zhao asked. That's right. We spent more than 60 million euros and got about 54% of the shares. Zhou Leiyun said with a smile. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but ask, that's just past the holding line. If you give some of your shares away, you won't be able to have absolute control of the company, right? Don't tell me that Glory World Corporation is short of money. This isn't funny at all. For the scale of Xingshi Group, tens of millions of euros was nothing. If the group was in financial difficulties, even if they sold all of the Spanish shares, it would not be enough. Zhou Leiyun chuckled. We're all on the same side. What's the difference between giving the shares to you and keeping them in my hands? Besides, we can sign an agreement to act together. If you trust me, you can just give me the voting rights. I can still have absolute control. That's true, Zhao Yongjun shrugged, but I'm not interested in that. I don't know much about football, and after investing in Paradise Club, my funds are a little tight, so I'll forget about investing in a football club. You can ask Ruofei, this guy is also a small nouveau riche. Zhou Leiyun himself did not put this small investment project in his heart. He made this suggestion only because he wanted to get closer to Zhao Yongjun and Xia Ruofei, and at the same time, he wanted to mend the rift created by Zhou Yuan. Hence, Zhou Leiyun replied without hesitation, it doesn't matter if you don't have money for now. I'll give you some dry shares, Don T. Zhao Yongjun waved his hand and said, Brother Zhou, I've never done something that's not worth it. I'm really not interested. Although Zhao Yongjun didn't really watch football, he knew that investing in football was slow and that it needed to continue burning money. Besides, it didn't conform to his principles to take dry shares without investing money, so he firmly rejected it. Xia Ruofei did not show much interest, but since Zhou Leiyun was so enthusiastic, he could not reject him directly. He asked, Director Zhou, how many shares do you plan to sell? Zhou Leiyun smiled and said, that will depend on how interested you are, CEO Xia. Since Brave Army is not interested, we can split it equally. Of course, if you want less, that's fine too. Anyway, we're just throwing in some money to play. Xia Ruofei looked pensive. He did not want to reject Zhou Leiyun's suggestion so quickly. He also needed to think about what to say to reject Zhou Leiyun's suggestion. At that moment, Zhou Leiyun revealed a mysterious look and said, President Xia, it's not a bad idea to invest in RCD Español now. We're going to make a big move in the transfer market soon. Oh? Xia Ruofei was also curious. He smiled and asked, Director Zhou, have you taken a fancy to some world-class star player? Could it be that the Spaniards are planning to do something big at the winter window? Zhou Leiyun chuckled and said, I don't have any world-class star players. My philosophy in running this team is not the kind of money burning. I still want to play steadily and the water flows slowly. However, for China, this transfer might cause as much of a stir as buying a superstar. Is that so? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, so CEO Zhou is getting our Chinese players to join the team? Since it was not one of those hot superstars who could cause a sensation in China at the same time, the answer was obvious. They were most likely going to bring in a Chinese player. It must be known that China's football had just experienced the dark age, and it could be said that its vitality had been greatly damaged in the past few years, because some big companies had entered the circle and started a money-burning mode. The popularity of the China League had begun to slowly return. The broadcasting rights of the China Super League had also become more and more hyped up, and everyone's attention to football had naturally increased. However, those dark years had a long-term impact on Chinese football. The problem of a shortage of football talents was very serious. In recent years, the ability of Chinese players was obviously not as good as the group of players who had entered the World Cup in 2002. It had been a long time since Chinese players had a firm foothold in the 5 major leagues, not counting those who looked at water bottles and sold cars. If they could bring in a capable Chinese player and maintain a certain number of appearances, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. China's football market was quite huge, and the fan base was also coveted by teams in small European countries. If a Chinese player really joined the Spanish team, then the Spanish team could undoubtedly become the LA Liga team with Chinese fans, second only to Barcelona and Real Madrid. They might even surpass Barcelona and Real Madrid to become the most popular team in La Liga. It would be a great boost to the team's popularity and subsequent commercial development. Zhou Leiyun smiled and said, "Director Xia, you're really quick-witted. I guessed the main point at once. Director Zhou, can you tell us which Chinese player you're going to bring in?" Xia Ruofei asked with great interest. Before the transfer was completed, everything would be kept a secret. However, Zhou Leiyun did not plan to hide it. He said, "You should know about Wu Lei, right?" Xia Ruofei nodded. "Of course. He's the best shooter in the Chinese Super League." Zhou Leiyun laughed and said, "It seems that Director Xia has not been watching the Chinese Premier League for a long time. This season, you can remove the word local. It should not be a problem for him to win the title of best shooter in the Chinese Premier League." "Oh? Is that so?" Xia Ruofei looked surprised. "He's in such a good state? Even those big-named foreign players can't beat him?" After the Chinese Football Super League started burning money, many of the big star players in their prime changed teams and came to China. Because of the limited foreign aid quota, teams generally gave priority to bringing in mid- and front-field players. The efficiency of these players' scoring was much higher than that of the local Chinese players. This also led to many domestic strikers slowly beginning to change their positions. They were either pulled to the side to become assaulters or simply changed to playing in the backfield. Wu Lei's physical condition was not particularly outstanding, but he was able to stand firm in the front field of a strong player like Lin. This was not easy in itself. No one expected him to be able to beat so many popular star players with an annual salary of more than 10 million euros this season and become the best striker in the entire league. "Yeah," Zhou Leiyun said with a smile. Wu Lei's characteristics were very distinct. He was very agile in running and had a very sensitive sense of smell in front of the door. With so many excellent foreign players feeding him the ball, his scoring efficiency will definitely be much higher. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. His positioning is top-notch, but his last kick seems to be lacking something. Wu Lei was often criticized for missing a single-handed ball, especially when he was in the national team. The support from the backfield was not as good as the club's, so the efficiency of scoring was reduced. Zhou Leiyun also knew that Xia Ruofei was teasing Wu Lei about how he often missed a knife ball. He gave a bitter smile and said, "No one is perfect. Even Messi could not guarantee that he would score with a single knife. Besides, the fact that he could lose so many single-blade attacks meant that his running was amazing. He also has a very keen sense of smell in front of the door. Otherwise, why haven't I seen other people get so many chances to fight alone?" "That's true," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "regardless of whether Wu Lei is a solo player or not, at least among the domestic players, he is really good. Moreover, his characteristics are quite suitable for playing in La Liga. After all, La Liga is more technical. It's not a big problem to be a little worse in physical confrontation. Great minds think alike," Zhou Leiyun said happily. When Xia Ruofei heard that Wu Lei might join RCD Espanyol, he had originally planned to reject Zhou Leiyun, but now he was a little tempted. "Director Zhou," Xia Ruofei asked, "can you tell me what's the possibility of this transfer?" 2476 Reaching an agreement. 1. Zhou Leiyun revealed a confident smile and said, "President Xia, you're not an outsider, so I don't have to hide anything from you. In fact, this transfer is infinitely close to success." Zhou Leiyun paused for a moment, then continued, "This season, the Shenzhen club, where Wu Lei is, should have no problem winning the league title." The Shenzhen club had shown great sincerity to Wu Lei's decision to stay abroad. They were very supportive of it. As for Wu Lei himself, I'm sure he's willing to go to a higher level platform to show off and pursue his dreams. "Oh?" Xia Ruofei said, "If the club doesn't set up any obstacles, it won't be a big problem." "Yes, I am." Zhou Leiyun nodded and said, "In fact, Shenzhen club is indeed very generous. They have also made a lot of concessions in terms of the transfer fee. You know, the transfer fees for domestic players are very high. If we follow the domestic market, no European club will buy our players. In addition, Wu Lei's salary in China was too high. A player of his level would definitely not be able to get that much money in Europe. And if he were to be paid such a high salary, the rest of the team would definitely ask for a raise, and the financial balance that I've been working hard to achieve for the past 2 years would be broken in an instant." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "The Central Super League is a little prosperous now. The transfer fees and the players' salaries are all unreasonably high. No wonder so many big-name star players come to China to make money." Zhou Leiyun nodded and said, "This time, Wu Lei himself is also very eager to facilitate this transfer. He took the initiative to offer a salary reduction. In addition, Shenzhen club will subsidize Wu Lei's salary. The only condition is that if Wu Lei chooses to return to play after his contract with us expires, Shenzhen club will have priority under the same conditions." "This is very sincere." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then I'll have to congratulate you in advance, General Manager Zhou. If you can't even sign him, then your team can have a change of manager." Zhou Leiyun laughed. "We've basically reached an agreement now. There are still some details that are waiting to be finalized. Next, we'll have to announce it." Zhou Leiyun then asked, "How is it? President Xia, are you interested in playing football together?" Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "I'm actually quite interested. Is General Manager Zhou really willing to part with her?" "Of course." Zhou Leiyun said happily, "Director Xia, I'll give you 25% of the shares. I'll just keep about 30% for myself." "No problem." Xia Ruofei said, "Just calculated according to the current valuation. I'll transfer the amount. As soon as possible. Zhou Leiyun said nonchalantly, the Spanish club has not been very popular in the past 2 years. And their market value has not changed much. You can just give them 30 million euros. There's no need to calculate so clearly. Xia Ruofei nodded and smiled. No problem, then I'll take advantage of you. Xia Ruofei knew that Zhou Leiyun would not play any tricks on such an issue. 30 million euros for 25% of the shares was definitely a profit. Moreover, once the news of Wu Lei joining RCD Español was officially announced, RCD Español's market value would be affected by the huge Chinese market. With such a huge positive factor, it would definitely rise. Even Zhou Leiyun's Glory World Group stock price would probably rise. At this time, even if they bought RCD Español shares at market price, it would definitely be a big profit. Xia Ruofei was very clear that Zhou Leiyun was trying to be friendly. If he did not take advantage of the situation and insisted on evaluating the market value of the Spanish club and then buying the shares at the actual price, it would seem a little unreasonable. Moreover, the money from the difference was not a big deal to Xia Ruofei or Zhou Leiyun. Hence, Xia Ruofei agreed to Zhou Leiyun's plan without much hesitation. By the way, Director Zhou, have you sold the team's breast advertisement for the new season? Xia Ruofei asked. There were still about 15 rounds left before the end of La Liga. This season's chest advertisement must have been decided long ago and could not be changed halfway. Xia Ruofei was interested in next season's chest advertisement. I haven't tea. Zhou Leiyun smiled and said, now the sponsor wants to renew the contract with us, but considering that the team's brand value will be greatly improved after bringing in Wu Lei, we have decided not to talk about the sponsorship contract for the chest advertisement for the time being. Why? Are you interested in it, President Xia? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, of course. If Wu Lei could successfully enter La Liga, it could be imagined that there would be a wave of enthusiasm in China. At that time, the Spanish team's chest advertisement would be very popular. Especially if there's a Chinese advertisement, it will definitely attract the attention of the Chinese audience. No problem. Since you're interested, I'll leave it to you. Zhou Leiyun smiled and said, the price will be the same as the current sponsorship price. Our sponsorship contract for the chest advertisement had just expired this season. It was signed for 5 years and a total of 10 million euros, which is equivalent to 2 million euros a year. How does President Xia want to sign it? It's fine to sign for a year, or a few more years. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, let's sign a contract for a season first. After Wu Lei joined, the team's influence will definitely increase greatly. I can't take advantage of this. Besides, 2 million euros was definitely low. 3 million euros a season, and we have the priority to renew the contract. 2477 reaching an agreement, too, Director Xia, there's no need for that, really, Zhou Leiyun said after some hesitation. Director Zhou, if we're working together, please follow my plan. Otherwise, I don't want this chest advertisement anymore. Xia Ruofei said. This was a matter of principle. Xia Ruofei did not want to go against his principles just to save some money. The advertisement on the chest of the jersey was a little different from the previous share transfer. Those shares were all owned by Zhou Leiyun's Glory World Corporation. Even if he gave it to his friends for free, no one would say anything about it, let alone giving it to them at a cheaper price. However, it was different for the jersey breast advertisement. Zhou Leiyun only had 54% of the shares in the club, and the other 40% was owned by others. If Zhou Leiyun sold the jersey breast advertisement at a low price, the other shareholders would also have some objections. Although Zhou Leiyun's Xingshi group had absolute control over the Spanish clubs and had absolute authority, it was not a good thing to leave a bad impression. Besides, Xia Ruofei felt that it was worth it to spend 3 million euros on the chest advertisement for a season. There were 30 to 40 games in a season. Every game would be broadcast live in China and would attract a large number of Chinese viewers. Once again, there were Chinese people in the LA Liga. The Chinese advertisement on the chest of the LA Liga team's jersey was very eye-catching. The effect of the advertisement was definitely worth 3 million euros. Seeing Xia Ruofei's firm attitude, Zhou Leiyun could only say helplessly, "All right then. We'll do as you say, President Xia." Zhou Leiyun could not help but say, "Actually, even if Wu Lei joins, RCD Español is only a mid-tier team in the league after all. A 50% increase in the chest advertisement is still a bit too high. It's not worth it." The seller kept pushing the price down, which was a wonder. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's only 3 million euros. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it, Director Zhou. Moreover, if Wu Lei performs well in the next few rounds of the league tournament, or if we are a little bolder and Spain enters the European League this season, wouldn't I make a big profit?" Zhou Leiyun forced a smile and said, "European war? We can't even dream of it. Our team is still struggling to avoid relegation." "So miserable?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "In fact, the ranking is not bad. There are still 5 teams behind us. It's just that this year's La Liga is polarized and the points gap between the last dozen teams is very small. Although we are ranked 6th from the bottom, we are only 2 points away from the relegation zone. It's only a matter of 1 game." Zhou Leiyun laughed bitterly. "And we still have Atletico Madrid, and Sevilla as our opponents. So this season is very dangerous. If we really get demoted, your 3 million euros will be wasted." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Then let's take a gamble. Wasn't the Marshall Ball King joining? The Español will definitely rush up in the last dozen rounds and it's impossible to be relegated. Then I'll count on your blessings." "Of course. I'm going to be a shareholder of Spain soon. And he's a major shareholder," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. That's true," Zhou Leiyun could not help but laugh. Zhao Yongjun saw the two of them talking and laughing, and he couldn't help but feel envious. He said, "You two nouveau riche, can't you keep a low profile? A poor man like me is right next to you. Can't you consider the feelings of a pauper? Director Zhou said he'd bring you out to play. But you didn't want to," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Yongjun is sticking to his principles." Zhou Leiyun smiled and said, "He's always been like this. This is what I admire most about him." "Don't flatter me," Zhao Yongjun said. "Now that your business is done, shouldn't you treat me, the witness, to a meal?" "Sure. There's a ready-made place to eat in our Taoyuan club. Ling's private kitchen. Just eat and order whatever you want, just put it on my tab," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "You're really good at saving money." Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but laugh. The three of them chatted and laughed as they left the lounge. Xia Ruofei went to look for Ling, Qingxue, Song Wei, and the rest. Zhou Leiyun did not leave either. Instead, he gave a call to the person in charge of the legal department in his corporation and ordered them to quickly draft up the contract for the transfer of shares. At the same time, he immediately made an overseas call to Spain, asked the manager of the Spanish team to prepare a chest advertising contract for next season and send it over by email. When the manager heard that a Chinese company had bought a season's chest advertisement for €3 million, he was both surprised and happy. This was 50% more than the previous sponsorship contract. He quickly agreed. At this time, the Spain team had just started work. The club had a dedicated legal counsel, and the template of the sponsorship contract was ready, made. The contract was drafted very quickly and sent to Zhou Leiyun's email. On Glory World Corporation's side, the legal department had also completed the share transfer contract at the fastest speed possible and had even sent an experienced lawyer to the Paradise Society, Paradise Club's mini golf course. Xia Ruofei and the rest were there to experience golf. Song Ruofei stood in front of the golf ball with the club. After a few strokes, he swung the club high. With a clang, the white golf ball immediately flew high up. However, Song Ruofei didn't control his strength very well. What was worse was that his judgment of the wind direction and wind power had a big deviation. After he threw the pole, he knew that he had missed it, and it was a little too far off. Sure enough, the white golf ball eventually landed in a sand pit on the side. It was the complete opposite of Song Ruofei's original plan. In the end, it took Song Ruofei 7 golf balls to put the 4 holes in the hole. Xia Ruofei walked to the starting point and looked at the hole from afar. He raised the cue and closed one eye as if he was aiming. After looking for a while, he extended his thumb to measure the distance. Song Ruofei, who was depressed, couldn't help but say, "Are you still fighting?" "Of course, how can we not fight?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, "By the way, how many shots have you lost to me?" Song Ruofei couldn't help but sneer and said, "Song Wei is calculating. You won't be left out. 10,000 yuan for one?" Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Let me confirm. $10,000. Song Ruofei's face turned even uglier. He felt his heart ache at the thought of the number of poles he was behind. How long had it been? He was already so far behind. Xia Ruofei even said that he had never played golf before and that his swing posture at the start was not very standard. However, after a few shots, he became like a professional athlete. No. He was even more perverted than a professional golf player. No matter how he played, he would get it. "I don't believe you." He actually thought that he was a rookie. "This bad old man is really evil." Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, "By the way, Xia Ruofei, I really don't know much about golf. I made the 3-hole hole in one go." "You said it was called an eagle ball?" "This was a hole in 4, but what about a hole in 1? What should it be called?" "You're thinking too much, aren't you?" Song Ruofei said with an exaggerated expression. "You want to get a hole in 1 after 4 holes? Do you really think you're a god?" Xia Ruofei smiled and swung the club. With a bang, the golf ball flew high into the air and accurately flew toward the small hole in the distance where the flag was inserted. After landing, it jumped a few times on the grass and then slowly rolled toward the hole. The return point for the level 4 hole was actually quite far from the hole. It was impossible to see it clearly from where they were standing. However, Song Ruofei could roughly see that the golf ball landed quite accurately. Even if it was not a hole-in-one, with Xia Ruofei's fiery hand, he could easily push the golf ball in with a push rod. Song Ruofei could not help but feel speechless. 2478 Signing the contract. 1. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei came to play golf for leisure. So after hitting the ball, they chatted as they walked towards the hole. Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and Zhui Yi were also with them. With the blue sky and white clouds that were rare in the capital above his head and the green grass beneath his feet, Xia Ruofei was naturally in a very pleasant mood with 3 beautiful women by his side. Song Ruofei, on the other hand, was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. He was still counting how many shots he had lost after this hole. After a while, the group arrived at the ball hole. Song Ruofei still looked around with a trace of hope and muttered to himself, "Where's the ball?" Xia Ruofei went straight to the hole and pointed at the golf ball lying quietly in the hole. He said, "Xia Ruofei, can you tell me what a hole in 1 for a 4 hole is called now?" Song Ruofei's face was full of disbelief. He took a few quick steps to the ball hole. When he saw the golf ball in the hole, he could not help but mumble, "You really didn't cheat?" Xia Ruofei shrugged. "You were right beside me when I hit the ball. How could I cheat?" Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Song Ruofei didn't understand the situation, but Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who were also cultivators, knew what was going on. With Xia Ruofei's cultivation at refined Qi level 9, his control of his strength had long reached the level of fine control. In addition to the help of his mental power, the golf ball he hit was like a precisely guided missile, hitting wherever he pointed. If Xia Ruofei had not mastered the key movements of golf at the beginning, there would be some deviations when he struck the ball. However, after a few rounds of adjustment, he would still be able to hit the ball. Not to mention that Song Ruofei's level was only relatively good. Among the amateurs, even a professional golf would lose to Xia Ruofei. Song Ruofei could not figure it out. However, he had seen Xia Ruofei hit the ball violently and then made a hole-in-one with his own eyes. He had to believe it. In the end, Song Ruofei looked bitter and said unwillingly, "The hole-in-one of the 4 holes is called albatross." At this moment, Zhui Yi came forward and teased, "Song Ruofei, where's my Swarovski?" During the visit to the Paradise Gathering in the morning, Song Ruofei had bragged that he would compete with Xia Ruofei in golf. If he won the money, he would buy a crystal necklace for Zhui Yi. He even claimed that he would split the land with the rich. He didn't expect that he would be smacked by the tycoon instead. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Xia Ruofei is about to go bankrupt. I don't think the crystal necklace is going to work anymore. I won quite a lot today, so why don't I give you one? Hey! A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Song Ruofei called out from the side. What if I write off today's gambling debt? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Then you can insult me however you want. Song Ruofei said without thinking. He closed his eyes and let Xia Ruofei humiliate him. Ling Qingxue and the other 2 couldn't help but laugh. They knew that Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei were not really gambling. Even if Song Ruofei was not as rich as Xia Ruofei, tens of thousands of yuan was not a big sum. Song Ruofei was just playing around. At this moment, an electric car drove over from afar. Zhao Yongjun jumped out and said, "Ruofei, Director Zhou's legal counsel is here. He's asking you to sign the contract." Xia Ruofei smiled. Brother Zhao, you can just make a phone call. Why did you have to come personally? Zhao Yongjun laughed. I also wanted to come out for some fresh air. It's so tiring to entertain people in the club. That was what Zhao Yongjun said, but he was actually happy to do so. On the first day of the club's opening, the members who were not short of money were already spending all kinds of things, and the momentum was quite good. Even the Ling's private kitchen was extremely busy. The northern market of the Ling's private kitchen was basically still empty. The famous Buddha jumps over the wall in the southeast was basically the first time it entered the sights of the upper-class circle in Beijing. After everyone had tried it, they were full of praise. Therefore, even though they had just finished lunch, there were still many members who went to order Buddha jumps over the wall and prepared to pack it back. There were also people who made reservations for tonight's dinner and were prepared to invite their friends there. It was a good thing that Ling Qingxue had asked senior brother Wu to prepare enough ingredients in advance. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have been able to handle it. The steadily rising sales volume meant high profits. The Paradise Club, which mainly focused on high-end products, had a shocking price tag. Whether it was food or entertainment, the profit margin was shockingly large. Profits were one thing, but what made Zhao Yongjun even more pleased was the connections that the Paradise Club had gathered. With their high-quality service and Zhao Yongjun's background, people in the upper-class circle would definitely go after them like ducks. After a long time, it would form a virtuous cycle, and the influence of the Paradise Club would naturally rise day by day. Everything was going according to everyone's initial expectations. In fact, it had even exceeded everyone's expectations. So even though Zhao Yongjun and the others said they were tired, they were actually very happy. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Director Zhou is so efficient. Could it be that he's afraid that I'll go back? On my word? Brother Zhou is also trying to make friends with you, Zhao Yongjun said. He's very sincere. Regarding Zhou Yuan's matter, I should let him off the hook. It's not easy for Brother Zhou to have such a good-for-nothing nephew. 2479 Signing the contract, 2, Ruofei, am not that stingy. Ha ha ha. That's good. Zhao Yongjun laughed. Zhao Yongjun and Zhou Leiyun had a very good personal relationship. If Xia Ruofei were to have a conflict with Zhou Leiyun because of Zhou Yuan's offense, it would be very difficult for him to be caught in the middle. After Song Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but say, in my opinion, this little brat Zhou Yuan really needs to be taught a lesson. If I was there, I would have given him a good slap. He had already heard from Zhui Yi about what had happened before the cold dinner party. Hitting on a beautiful lady was nothing, as everyone loved beauty. However, that kind of blatant use of money was very disgusting, especially when Zhou Yuan's target of money was Song Wei. This kind of behavior was extremely laughable, and it also made Song Ruofei feel that this was an insult to the Song family. After all, Song Wei was also considered a member of the Song family. Zhao Yongjun said nonchalantly, Zhou Yuan is always like this. This time, Brother Zhou will definitely teach him a good lesson. In fact, Zhao Yongjun was only a few years older than Zhou Yuan, but he was of the same generation as Zhou Leiyun, and his status was much higher than Zhou Yuan's, so his words did not sound like he was speaking like an old man. Zhao Yongjun continued, Ruofei, you can take the battery-powered cart there. I'm also itching to play a few more rounds with Xiao Ruofei. Song Ruofei was speechless. He waved his hand and said, I don't want to play anymore. You can play by yourself. What's wrong? Zhao Yongjun asked, surprised. Big brother Zhao. Shui chuckled, Song Xiaoruofei must be scared of being tortured. I don't think he'll play golf anymore, hey. Which side are you from? Song Ruofei called out in dissatisfaction. Shui blinked her eyes and said, I'm just stating a fact. Zhao Yongjun saw this, and couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect Ruofei to be an expert. If there's a chance, I'll have a taste of it. Song Ruofei's eyes lit up, and he said, don't get a chance. Let's see it now. Zhou Leiyun can just wait for a while. What's the rush in signing the contract? Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xia Ruofei, he said. Do you really want to drag someone down with? You? Zhao Yongjun also laughed, stop it. We're the hosts of the Peach Blossom Gathering, it's not good to make them wait too long. Ruofei, don't listen to Xia Ruofei's jesting. Hurry over first. Alright. Xia Ruofei said, you guys have fun. I'll go over first. Xia Ruofei returned to the main building of the Peach Blossom Association in his electric car. He quickly met Zhou Leiyun and the legal counsel of Glory World Corporation in the guest room. Director Xia. I've already prepared the contract. Zhou Leiyun said enthusiastically. All right. I'll take a look. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Zhou Leiyun gestured for the legal counsel to hand the printed draft of the contract to Xia Ruofei. There were 2 copies in total. One was Glory World Corporation's transfer of shares to Espanyol, and the other was the sponsorship contract for the advertisements on the Espanyol club's chest. President Xia, do you want to get your company's legal staff to come over and take a look? Zhou Leiyun asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, how can I not trust you? I'll just look at the terms myself. He knew very well that Zhou Leiyun would definitely not dare to play any tricks on the contract. Even if Zhou Leiyun really did plot against Xia Ruofei had absolute confidence that he would make Zhou Leiyun pay 100 times the price. Xia Ruofei was confident of his absolute strength. He quickly read through the 2 contracts, then nodded and said, no problem, it's very rigorous. If Director Zhou doesn't have any more questions, we can sign the contract now. Although Xia Ruofei could read very quickly and looked like he had only skimmed through it once, in reality, with his current cultivation, even if he did not have a photographic memory, he could basically read the entire page with just a glance. He could even read it better than an ordinary person who read it word by word. Even if Xia Ruofei was not a law major, he could still see the obvious problems in the contract. That's great. Zhou Leiyun said happily. He turned around and instructed his legal counsel to print out the formal contract on the spot. Xia Ruofei said, Director Zhou, I'll transfer the 30 million euros for the shares to your company's account later today. The sponsorship fee for the chest advertisement has to be transferred from my company's account to the club's account. It will be a little later, but it will be received by tomorrow at the latest. Also, this sponsorship contract will be signed with my company's seal, so you have to leave me 2 copies after you sign it. Xia Ruofei did not intend to use his own savings to sponsor the chest advertisement. He just had to use the company's account. 3 million euros was equivalent to more than 30 million Chinese dollars. Paradise Corporation had abundant cash flow now, so this amount was not considered too big. Moreover, the advertising sponsorship fee was signed in the name of the Paradise Corporation and the Spanish Football Club. The company's official seal must be in the Sanshong Corporation, and Xia Ruofei could not possibly travel around the world with the company's official seal. As for the transfer of shares, it was simple because these shares were owned by Xia Ruofei. He only needed to sign and seal it. No problem. No problem, Zhou Leiyun said. Soon, the contract was printed out. There were 2 contracts, and each one was in 2 copies. Xia Ruofei quickly flipped through it and signed his name. In just a short while, a business that was equivalent to more than 300 million Chinese dollars was completed in a low-profile manner in this reception room of the Paradise Gathering. Zhou Leiyun and Xia Ruofei did not plan to hold any press conference or hold a public signing ceremony. Zhou Leiyun did not want the outside world to interpret his dumping of Spanish club shares in any way, or even affect Glory World Corporation's stock price. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei simply didn't want to cause any trouble or increase his exposure. After signing the contract, Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun signed the agreement to act as one. He promised that he would not interfere with the club's operations and would follow Zhou Leiyun's opinion on the matters of the club. In fact, Xia Ruofei was afraid of trouble. He did not even care about his own company's affairs. If he could, he was happy to be a hands-off manager. Investing in a football club was just for fun. Why would he interfere with the club's operation for no reason? Xia Ruofei shook Zhou Leiyun's hand and smiled. President Zhou, I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation, Zhou Leiyun said happily. Wu Lei's contract should be finalized within a week. He will be able to go to Spain within 10 days at the earliest. If there are no problems with the medical examination, we will hold a signing ceremony at our home stadium, El Prat. President Xia, if you have time, we can go to Spain for a few days. If Wu Lei is in good form, he might be able to play in the next round of the league. Xia Ruofei had never watched a game live before. He did not have the financial ability to do so in the past, and he did not have the conditions to go out to watch a game when he was in the army. Later, after the Peach Blossom Company was established, the number of times he watched the live broadcast on TV was very few, let alone taking time to watch the game live. He had no time at all. After hearing Zhou Leiyun's words, Xia Ruofei was slightly tempted. He said, "We'll see when the time comes. If you have time, it's not a bad idea to go to Spain. I heard that the weather there is not bad." "All right. I'll let you know the progress of the transfer as soon as possible." Zhou Leiyun said, "You're a major shareholder of the club now." "Ha ha ha, shouldn't we have a drink at this time?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "I think this is a good suggestion." Zhou Leiyun chuckled and said, "I heard that the Paradise Gathering has a lot of good wine. 2480, when the water flows, the canal is formed, one white wine and opened it." This was naturally the wine he had brewed in the space. Although the wine from West Winery was not as well known as Lafite and Mathus, this bottle of Semillon had made Zhou Leiyun, who had tasted countless famous wines, praise it endlessly. This was not just a courtesy. Zhou Leiyun was truly amazed by the unique taste of this bottle of Semillon. He could not help but ask Xia Ruofei about this bottle of wine. When Zhou Leiyun found out that Xia Ruofei had bought these from a winery in Australia, he immediately expressed his desire to order a batch. Even though Xia Ruofei had said that the bottle he had just opened was a small amount of premium quality and that the Quality of the semelon sold by the West Winery was not that high. Zhou Leiyun still did not change his mind and insisted on placing an order. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to give Zhou Leiyun the contact information of West Winery. After signing the contract, the busy Zhou Leiyun left. Before he left, he once again sent an invitation to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also said that if time allowed, he would definitely go to Spain before Wu Lei's signing ceremony. After all, there were some procedures to be completed for the change of shares. After Zhou Leiyun left, Xia Ruofei didn't stay in Taoyuan Club for long. He found Zhao Yongjun and the others who were still playing golf at the mini golf course and bade them farewell as he prepared to return to the courtyard house. Ling Qingxue said, "Ruofei, you can go back first. It'll be very busy at the private restaurant at night, so I have to help senior brother Wu keep an eye on it." The Ling's private kitchen in Paradise Club was the first step for Ling's restaurant to enter the northern market. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue both placed a lot of importance on it. The members of Paradise Club were all outstanding people in the upper-class circle of the capital city. They could be said to be rich and noble. If they could create a good reputation here, it would have a very positive effect on the layout of Ling's restaurant in the northern market. It was the first day of business, and they had already received a lot of reservations, so Ling Qingxue was a little worried and wanted to keep an eye on it personally. After a period of operation, everything would be on the right track, and the staff would gradually adapt. She would not need to be so tired then. Xia Ruofei nodded and agreed. "When I get home, I'll ask Wu Chang to drive the car over and wait for you. I'll pick you up then." Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Ruofei, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Did the club still lack cars? Don't worry, sister-in-law won't suffer here. No matter how late it is. We'll arrange a car to send her back." "That's right." Song Rui also said. "You can just go." "That works too." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, Xiao Rui, please take care of Qingxue here. If anything happens, call me immediately." Xia Ruofei was mainly worried that a beauty like Ling Qingxue would attract a lot of men. After all, those who could spend money in the Paradise Club were definitely not weak. Ling Qingxue might not be able to handle it. Zhao Yongjin laughed and said, "Don't worry. Who would dare to cause trouble in the Peach Blossom Association? Unless he's tired of living." Song Rui immediately added, "That's true." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Ruofei, I'll stay here with Qingxue." Song Wei said. Ling Qingxue immediately replied, "Wei Wei, I don't need your company. You can go back with Ruofei. I might be working late." As soon as Ling Qingxue finished speaking, Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and Zhui Yi's gazes fell on Xia Ruofei and Song Wei, all of them looking thoughtful. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Don't get the wrong idea. Wei Wei came over with Qingxue. Her luggage is still at my house. Before she goes back to school, she has to come to my place first." "I understand. I understand," Song Rui said with a smile. He looked at Xia Ruofei with a hint of mockery and deep envy. Xia Ruofei felt a little guilty. He knew that it would only make things worse if he tried to explain. It would be easier to avoid suspicion if he remained calm. After all, Ling Qingxue, his girlfriend, was also present. Hence, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I can't be bothered to talk to you people with impure thoughts. I'm leaving. Wei Wei, come back with me." Didn't you say that you like the environment of Sihiyuan? Then stay for a few more days before going to school. After that, Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Ruofei and pretended to be nonchalant. Song Ruofei and Zhuyi looked at each other. They were a little shaken. Actually, they could feel that Song Wei was looking at Xia Ruofei with an unusual gaze. As Song Wei's best friend, Zhuyi knew Song Wei quite well, so she was more sensitive. However, Xia Ruofei looked as if he had a clear conscience. Most importantly, Ling Qingxue was also present. After thinking about it, he felt that his guess was too ridiculous. Song Wei's heart was beating like a deer in the headlights. She was so embarrassed that she did not even dare to look at everyone. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she made up her mind and quickly nodded her head. Then, she followed Xia Ruofei and left. Song Ruofei looked at their backs and then at Ling Qingxue. He shrugged and said, "Brother Zhao, let's continue. I've only won 2 rounds. It's not enough." Zhao Yongjun laughed and scolded, "You lost to Ruofei by a large margin, and now you're trying to get back your presents on me. This bro is not going to serve you. Let's go, I'm going to take a look at the club too." 2481 When the water flows, a channel is formed. 2. Xiao Ruofei, you can play with E for a while longer, Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Zhuyi rolled her eyes at Song Ruofei and said, "I don't want to play with him. Sister Qingxue, I'll go with you to the private restaurant." Therefore, in the blink of an eye, everyone left, leaving Song Ruofei holding the cue stick in a mess. Song Ruofei was stunned for a while before he shouted, "Hey! Wait for me. If all of them leave, I'm not playing with air. Don't be so heartless as to leave me behind." The Alpha van was driving smoothly on the road back to the urban area. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei sat in the most comfortable seats in the middle row. Song Wei's face was still red. At this time, the glass partition had already been raised, so Wu Chang, who was in the front driving area, could not hear their conversation. "Ruofei, do you think Brother Zhao and Uncle Song Ruofei have noticed something?" Song Wei asked nervously. Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, "You really think they're super detectives? And even if they did see something, they would definitely not go out and gossip. They knew the severity of this." "Don't worry. Song Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun were Xia Ruofei's best friends. Even if they knew that Xia Ruofei had an affair with Song Wei, they would not spread the news. Instead, they would help Xia Ruofei keep this secret." "That means they really found out?" Song Wei asked, worried. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Wei, it's just an assumption. Don't worry. By the way, did you just say Brother Zhao and Uncle Song Ruofei? The seniority is really messy." Song Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "It's true. You're with me, so you should call Song Ruofei uncle. In his dreams." Xia Ruofei immediately said, "Let's see if Xiao Ruofei dares to let me call him uncle when we really publicize our relationship in the future. I dare to call him, but he doesn't dare to answer. Do you believe me?" Song Wei's eyes were a little dazed as she mumbled, "Will our relationship really be made public one day?" Xia Ruofei went over and hugged Song Wei's shoulder. He said softly, "There must be. We are cultivators. What kind of danger can stop us?" "Yeah." Song Wei nodded. "I believe you," Xia Ruofei smiled. "Let's not talk about this. Qingxue reminded me yesterday. We should find a suitable martial art for Uncle Song as soon as possible." "Ah?" Song Wei turned to look at Xia Ruofei in surprise. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's a blessing in disguise for Uncle Song. His body is more suitable for cultivation now. We can't waste it. Moreover, regardless of how much he could achieve if he started cultivating at this age, at least his body would be better after cultivating. Isn't it good to live a long life? Of course it's good, Song Wei said, but it's not that easy to find a cultivation technique. Right? Xia Ruofei chuckled. To other cultivators, martial arts techniques might be more precious than anything else, but I'm different. I know quite a few cultivation techniques, but the problem now is that I don't know which one is the most suitable for Uncle Song. I'm just having a problem with choosing. You're bragging. Song Wei laughed. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue did not know the secret of the spirit map space, nor did they know that Xia Ruofei was not lying. He had obtained a lot of techniques from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. Although these techniques could not be compared to the Great Tao technique, and were even slightly inferior to the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra, any one of them could cause a crazy fight in the current cultivation world of Huaxia. After all, the world of cultivation had declined, and cultivation resources were scarce. Most of the cultivation techniques that Xia Ruofei had obtained from the Inheritance Talisman could be used to maintain his cultivation to the nascent soul stage or even higher. These kinds of cultivation techniques were very rare in the cultivation world of Huaxia. Even if there were, most of them were incomplete. Xia Ruofei didn't explain much and just said, anyway, I'll choose a cultivation technique that suits Uncle Song the most. However, how to tell him about it is still a problem. Song Qiming had received a materialistic education since he was young. He was now a high-ranking official in the system. It was not easy to make him believe in cultivation. Xia Ruofei continued, let's not think too much. Anyway, there would always be a way out when they reached the mountain. If I can I'll show you the magical means of a cultivator on the spot. My dad will definitely think that it's a magic trick. Song Wei laughed. Xia Ruofei leaned back in his chair, dejectedly, and smiled bitterly. That's possible. Forget it, I'll just take it one step at a time. Uncle Song must be able to feel the spiritual qi in the air now. It's just that he doesn't have a cultivation technique, so he can't absorb spiritual qi on his own. When the time comes, I'll help him, guide him, and let him experience that magical feeling for himself. He won't think that it's a smokescreen, right? N. Song Wei nodded her head and said, thank you, Ruofei. Silly girl. You're not allowed to be so formal between us, Xia Ruofei said as he flicked Song Wei's nose lovingly. After the car returned to the courtyard house, Wu Chang asked Xia Ruofei if she wanted to go back to Taoyuan Association to wait for Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, no need. The club will send a car to send Qingxue back. Wu Chang, you've also been tired for most of the day, go and rest first. I'll call you if I need anything. In addition, if there's nothing particularly important, no one is allowed to enter my courtyard in the afternoon. Okay, boss. Wu Chang bowed and replied. Wu Chang kept his mouth shut. He would never ask about things that he should not ask. He would always carry out Xia Ruofei's orders without hesitation. Xia Ruofei brought Song Wei back to the master's courtyard. They each went back to their rooms to take a shower. Then, the two of them spent the afternoon cultivating in Xia Ruofei's room. Song Wei had just broken through, and her main task now was to consolidate her cultivation. They didn't cultivate for a long time. After 2 days in the time formation, they stopped. When they left the array, only 20 to 30 minutes had passed in the outside world. Song Wei strode out and prepared to return to her guest room. Xia Ruofei gently held her hand and said, "Wei Wei, don't go back." Song Wei's delicate body trembled slightly. She turned around and saw Xia Ruofei's passionate eyes. She could not help but tremble. She avoided Xia Ruofei's gaze and lowered her head. "Are you Fei, Qingxue, and I have already made a promise." Qingxue has already accepted it completely. Xia Ruofei said, "And she broke your promise first. You knew about it, didn't you?" In the morning, when Ling Qingxue sneaked back to her room, Song Wei had already seen it, but she pretended not to know. But how could Xia Ruofei not know? His mental power was enough to cover the entire courtyard house. Song Wei's eyes became even more flustered. Her breathing became rapid as she said, "She's different, she's your girlfriend, there's nothing different." Xia Ruofei said, "Wei Wei, since we're already together, why do you have to suppress your true feelings?" In fact, when Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were cultivating the spirit body, they had already experienced love. This kind of experience was even more intense than the intimate contact in the outside world. It was a feeling that made one's soul tremble. However, Xia Ruofei still felt that he had to give Song Wei a proper explanation. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to her. Of course, this was all based on Song Wei's own willingness to do so. It would be a matter of time. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to get to that point. Song Wei's current situation was obviously not like that. She was just feeling a little depressed because of Ling Qingxue. After Xia Ruofei finished his sentence, he pulled Song Wei into his arms before she could say anything. 2482 Another piece of good news. 1. Song Wei felt as if she was floating in the clouds, or in a dream. However, the strange feeling that remained in his body was very real. This was different from the previous spirit and body combined cultivation. Although the contact between the soul and the body during the spirit and body combined cultivation was hard to erase, this intimate contact was different. Song Wei touched her burning face and unconsciously, a bright smile bloomed on her face. She had been hiding in her guest room and did not even go out for dinner. Now that she saw Xia Ruofei, she could not help but blush and her heart beat faster. In the end, it was Xia Ruofei who asked Wu Cheng's girlfriend, Xia Xiaolan, to send dinner to Song Wei's room. Even when Ling Qingxue returned to the courtyard house at night, Song Wei did not leave her room. When Ling Qingxue returned, it was around 10 o'clock. She went to Xia Ruofei's room first, lay down on the sofa, and said, "I'm so tired today. Ruofei, get me some water." Xia Ruofei chuckled as he walked to the water dispenser, filled a cup of water, and handed it to Ling Qingxue. He said, "Did today go smoothly? How's the situation at Ling Ji's private kitchen?" Ling Qingxue took a few sips of water and said, "At least nothing went wrong. All the private rooms in the private restaurant are full tonight. Senior brother Wu did his best. Fortunately, we prepared enough ingredients in advance. In general, the guests are very satisfied and are full of praise for our signature dishes." "That's good. Everything is difficult at the beginning, so the first shot has already been fired." Ling's reputation in Beijing's upper class circle is slowly rising. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It will be much easier for Ling Ji to enter the northern market in the future." But The more you do this, the busier you'll be. I really don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, Are you hoping that our family's business won't do well? Of course, it was a good thing. In our company, my dad is also looking for a suitable professional manager. In addition, he's also focusing on training a few senior brothers. In the future, I don't have to do things by myself like now. Then, Ling Qingxue looked out the window at the courtyard and asked in surprise, Wei Wei, you're going to bed so early? Xia Ruofei said unnaturally. She went back to her room after dinner. Maybe she's a little tired. Ling Qingxue didn't think too much about it. She stretched and said, I'm tired too. No, I need to take a bath here and relax. Help me fill the tub. I'll go back to my room and get my clothes. Yes, sir. Xia Ruofei replied with a smile. He filled the jacuzzi in the bathroom and tested the water temperature. Ling Qingxue quickly came in with her loungewear and went straight to the bathroom to take a bath. The two of them chatted idly through the bathroom door. Ling Qingxue kept talking about what had happened at the Paradise gathering today. It was obvious that she was in a good mood because Ling Ji's private kitchen had gotten off to a good start. After Ling Qingxue was done with her bath, she did not wait for Xia Ruofei to speak and said, Don't even think about it. You've caused me so much trouble yesterday. I'll go back to my room to sleep tonight. I haven't even said anything. Xia Ruofei said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. So, you don't need to say anything, Ling Qingxue chuckled. Then, without waiting for Xia Ruofei to react, she carried the clothes she had changed out of and ran out of Xia Ruofei's house. I didn't plan to let you stay the night, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself with a bitter smile. I've exhausted myself in the afternoon. I'd better rest and conserve my energy tonight. After that, Xia Ruofei went to the bathroom and took a hot bath in the bathtub that still had a faint fragrance. Then, he went straight to the bedroom to rest. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei stayed at home except for one follow-up visit to Elder Liu. Ling Qingxue would still go to the Taoyuan club every day. But she didn't stay there until 10 p.m. like the first day. She would basically have lunch at the Taoyuan club, then stay for a while before returning to the courtyard house in the afternoon. Song Wei did not mention that she wanted to go back to school. The three of them lived in the master's courtyard in the middle of Luhai Lane, maintaining their own tacit understanding. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei both knew that Xia Ruofei and the other were not just cultivating in the house. However, they did not point it out. The three of them maintained a delicate balance. On the fifth day, Ling Qingxue decided to return to the Three Mountains. The Ling's private kitchen of the Xuanji Peach Blossom Gathering was basically on the right track. With the experienced senior brother Wu here, she could basically rest easy. When she heard that Ling Qingxue was leaving, Song Wei immediately told her that she should return to school. Xia Ruofei was already mentally prepared for this. This was probably a tacit understanding between Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Hence, he informed the flight crew to apply for a flight route one day in advance. The next morning, he and Song Wei sent Ling Qingxue to the public jet named Paradise. On the way back, they sent Song Wei to Capital University. When they returned to the courtyard in Luhai Lane, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. For the past few days, he had been accompanied by two beautiful women. His ears were also filled with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue's crisp laughter. Now that the two of them had left, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that the courtyard was too quiet. 2483 Another piece of good news, too, asked Wu Chang to drive him to the Paradise Gathering. Xia Ruofei's Toyota Alpha was very recognizable. The security guards of the Paradise Association were very familiar with it. Hence, when the car arrived at the entrance of the association, the security guards immediately let it through. Zhao Yongjun wasn't in the club today. Song Ruofei and Ho Liang had been staying in the club for the past few days. The environment here was very good, and there was a formation to gather spirit chi. It was quite comfortable to stay in the club. Zhao Yongjun also had other businesses, but he would come to the Paradise Society whenever he had time. The shareholders had reserved rooms that were not open to the public. No matter when they came, they would have a place to stay. As for the small villa by the lake, it was reserved for Xia Ruofei. No one was allowed to enter it. As soon as Xia Ruofei walked into the main hall of the Peach Blossom Society's main building, Song Ruofei and the others, who had been informed by the security guard at the entrance, came out to welcome him. What a rare guest. President Xia, how come you're so free today to take care of my business? Song Ruofei exclaimed exaggeratedly. Xia Ruofei glanced at him and said, "Stop mocking me. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you for your gambling debt. Or let's play a few more rounds of golf." Song Ruofei immediately shrank his neck and said, "You can't do this." Ho Liang, Su Zixuan, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Ho Liang stepped forward and asked, "Brother Xia, what do you want to play today?" "So you have everything here?" Xia Ruofei teased. "Although it's not too accurate, it's about the same." Su Zixuan grinned and said, "Although our Paradise Club has only been open for 5 to 6 days, it has already spread in the circle. Our reputation is simply explosive. Look at you guys." Song Ruofei said, "This is just the beginning, okay? You're already so excited over such a small situation. What about the future?" Su Zixuan said weakly, "Brother Ruofei, who was the one who looked at the Paradise Gathering's single-day flowing water and couldn't stop smiling, Xia Ruofei burst into laughter. He patted Song Ruofei's shoulder and said, "The pot calling the kettle black. That's you, Xia Ruofei." After being exposed by Su Zixuan, Song Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. He said, "Xianzi, you're cutting yourself off from the people. Is this the attitude a small shareholder should have?" "Ah?" Su Zixuan hurriedly raised his hands and begged for mercy, "Brother Ruofei, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Even if you drool at flowing water, I won't dare to go out and say anything." Ha ha ha. Everyone was convulsing with laughter. After some small talk, Xia Ruofei and the rest went upstairs to book a private room. They asked the waiter to bring some peanuts, melon seeds, and a plate of fruit over. Then, they took a few bottles of beer. The few of them drank and chatted. The atmosphere was quite lively. Xia Ruofei clinked his bottle with Song Ruofei's and took a big gulp of beer. Then, he said, "Xia Ruofei, Liangzi, I still have to give you a warning. Our Paradise Society's current momentum is very good, so you must not make a wrong decision in a moment of hot-headedness." Who knew how many pairs of eyes were staring at this place? If something goes wrong, it won't just be a loss of money, it might even affect the family. "Ruofei, don't worry." It was rare that Song Ruofei did not argue with Xia Ruofei. He said seriously, "I can still distinguish right from wrong. In the Paradise Gathering, there are a lot of entertainment items, but there are two things that we absolutely don't touch. One is women's lust, and the other is drugs. Those young models and internet celebrities, if they have the ability, they can come in with the members. We don't care, but we definitely won't provide such services ourselves. Xia Ruofei paused for a moment before he continued, and then there's drugs. We definitely won't get involved in this business. Not only that, but the entire club is also under strict surveillance. We definitely won't allow members to bring those things in. Whether it's ice cream or weed, they can do whatever they want outside. In any case, once they enter the door of Paradise Club, these things must be put an end to. Xia Ruofei nodded approvingly and said, "Well done. This rule should be established." He couldn't leave any room for gossip. The conditions of the Peach Garden Party are unique, and we don't need those crooked ways. We can already have a very good development by relying on the upright business. Xia Ruofei, Ho Liang, Su Zixuan, and the others all nodded in agreement. In fact, before the opening of the Paradise Gathering, everyone had already formed a consensus and thought so. However, Xia Ruofei saw that the Paradise Gathering was doing well these days. Xia Ruofei, Su Zixuan, and the others were even a little out of it, so he couldn't help but remind them. Pulling up his sleeves at the critical moment was what a true friend should do. Everyone was drinking, chatting, and singing. It was very lively. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's phone on the coffee table vibrated. He glanced at it and saw that it was Feng Jing calling. He immediately stood up and took his phone out of the private room. After drinking some wine, the few of them were roaring and singing rock and roll. It was like a group of demons dancing around. He could not hear their voices and could not pick up the call. Xia Ruofei walked out of the private room. When the thick door closed, the ghostly wails and howls of the singing in the room were suddenly cut off. He swiped the screen and answered the call. "Sister Che. Is there something you need?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "Are you a little too happy to return home?" "My dear chairman," Feng Jing asked with some resentment. Xia Ruofei was becoming more and more ridiculous. He used to go out often but would come back in a few days. Now, he would go out for 10 to 20 days, even for a month or two. He did not care about the company's affairs in between. He could really rest assured. If it was a more ambitious general manager, he might be more than happy to do it. However, Feng Jing had put all her heart and soul into the company's operations and had no interest in it at all. It was also because she was more serious and responsible that she would not make decisions on her own when Xia Ruofei was not around. Instead, she would report to Xia Ruofei over the phone. After hearing Feng Jing's words, Xia Ruofei laughed dryly and said, "Sister Che, I still have some things to deal with in Beijing. Aren't you helping me to keep an eye on the company?" "I'm not worried. By the way, did you call me today for something at the company?" Feng Jing was helpless against Xia Ruofei's shamelessness. Every time Xia Ruofei praised her, saying that the capable do more work, the resentment in her heart would disappear. Feng Rao grumbled in her heart, "This guy really has me in his palm." She said, "We've already completed the deal with Miles Pharmaceutical Group in Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province. President Dong asked me to ask you when you'll have to go and inspect it. Also, the next step is the transformation of the production line and the adjustment of the pharmaceutical company's structure. You have to make the final decision." Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up and he said, sure. Dong Yan's actions were very fast. It's worthy of praise. It's mainly because of the pharmaceutical group. They've suddenly become very cooperative during this period of time. Otherwise, for such a large group, the workload of just checking the accounts would be terrifying. Feng Jing said, President Dong has worked hard this time. Don't forget to reward him. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no problem. Give a big red packet to everyone in the handover team. Speaking of money, Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Sister Che, have you transferred the 3 million euros I asked you to transfer? A few days ago? A few days ago, after Xia Ruofei signed the contract with Zhou Leiyun, he transferred 30 million euros from his overseas bank account to Glory World Corporation's account. As for the 3 million euros that sponsored the chest advertisement, he had called Feng Jing and asked the company's finance to transfer it directly to the Spanish football club. I've already arranged for the financial department to transfer the money. It should have been transferred. Feng Ku said. That's good. That's good. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, oh right, I've thought of a better reward plan. 2484, flying to the Qiantang, 1, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, we're going to take over the pharmaceutical group's team. Didn't you say that they've worked hard and achieved great merits? I also agree that it's not enough to give them a big red packet. I've decided to arrange for this team to go to Spain a few days. The company will cover all the expenses. Feng Rao finally reacted and said with a smile, sure. How generous. Then do I get a share? Of course you can go. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, if we're talking about hard work, my dear sister, Ran is the one who has worked the hardest in the entire company. You're more qualified to enjoy this benefit than anyone else. Feng Rao's face couldn't help but heat up as she said in a low voice, you're treating me like a child again. Don't think that you can make me work like a horse for the company. You capitalists, none of you are good. I don't think I'll go, Feng Jing continued, you're not in the company, and there's a lot of work going on in every department. Someone has to be in charge of the company. However, the team led by Director Dong had indeed worked very hard this time, so it was necessary to reward them. I won't tell them about this for now. When the time comes, you can announce it yourself and give them a surprise. Thank you, Sister Che. Xia Ruofei said sincerely. After ending the call with Feng Jing, Xia Ruofei immediately called Qin Yanan. Yanan, help me book a ticket to Qiantang in Jiangsu and Zhejiang for tomorrow morning. Xia Ruofei said. Paradise had just flown from the capital to the Three Mountains to send Ling Qingxue back. Xia Ruofei didn't want to bring the crew back from the Three Mountains. He wasn't a person who paid too much attention to the enjoyment of life. It was only a total of 2 hours to fly from the capital to Qiantang. Even if he took economy class, it was no big deal, so he simply asked Qin Yanan to book a ticket for him to fly directly. Yes, Chairman. Qin Yanan immediately said. When Xia Ruofei returned to the private room, Song Rui and the rest were still singing Fake Monk. He happily opened a can of beer and sat on the sofa alone to drink. Xia Ruofei finished his dinner at the Peach Blossom Banquet and bade farewell to Song Rui and the rest. He returned to the courtyard at Luhai Lane. The next morning, after he had his breakfast, he took Wu Chang's car to the airport. Qin Yanan had booked a flight at around 10 a.m. She had already Sent the flight details to Xia Ruofei via WeChat yesterday. When they arrived at the airport, Xia Ruofei asked Wu Chang to go back. He dragged the small boarding case to the VIP counter to change his boarding pass. Then, he went through the security check and went to the VIP lounge to rest. Qin Yanan had booked him a first-class ticket. The traffic at the airport was normal. Xia Ruofei's flight took off on time and landed in Chantang City, the provincial capital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, at a little past 12. When Xia Ruofei dragged his boarding box and walked out of the corridor, he saw Qin Yanan and Yu standing in the crowd of people who were waiting to receive him. Dong Yun was beside them and they were waving at him. The three of them were all good looking and could be noticed at a glance in the crowd. As soon as Xia Ruofei walked past the yellow no-go line, Dong Yun and the others who had already come up to him snatched his login case. Xia Ruofei wanted to decline. After all, the luggage was not heavy. It was just for show and there was nothing in it. As a man, how could he let a girl help him with his luggage? However, when he saw Dong Yun pass her luggage to a tall and strong young man beside her, he retracted his hand. As long as it wasn't a lady who helped with the luggage, it was still acceptable. Dong Yun did not introduce the tall and strong young man to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei guessed that he was the driver of the insurance company, so he did not ask further. Yanan, Yu, why are you here? He asked. Qin Yanan deliberately showed an aggrieved expression and said, Chairman, we're responsible for your safety. But you've only been in the company for a few days, and we've been doing nothing every day. We're afraid that people will say we're idle. In fact, Qin Yanan was exaggerating a little. Even if they stayed in the headquarters of the Three Mountains, they still had a lot of work to do, including the maintenance of Xia Ruofei's social media account and remote reporting to Xia Ruofei for instructions. At the same time, they also participated in some of the daily work in the president's office. Even if they were not too busy every day, they were not idle every day. Isn't it good to have some free time? Xia Ruofei laughed. He was just asking casually. Since Qin Yanan's enthusiasm for work was so high, how could he dampen their enthusiasm? It wasn't like the company couldn't afford the travel expenses. President Dong, you've all worked hard these days. Xia Ruofei continued. Dong Yun did look haggard. It seemed that it was really hard on her to take over the pharmaceutical group at Chantang. Chairman, although the work here is a bit tiring, we're all full of energy, Dong Yun said with a smile. When they thought that such a big pharmaceutical group would be under our company, everyone was so excited. Are you exaggerating? Xia Ruofei laughed. It's true. It's not an exaggeration at all. Dong Yun said seriously, CEO Xue from the pharmaceutical factory still has a renovation project to monitor at San Shan, so he's been running from one end to the other. He doesn't even rest for more than 3 hours a day. I think he's lost a bit of weight, but he's still quite energetic. 2513 CHSADD 2485 flying to the Chantang, too, at work, he had to ensure that he had enough time to rest. Wasn't this overdrawing his life? I didn't set a time limit for you guys, I was afraid you guys would try too hard. This Xue Jinshan. I'll have to teach him a good lesson later. Chairman, although you didn't set a time limit for everyone, everyone's still anxious. Dong Yun said with a smile. Our pharmaceutical factories' products have always been in short supply, and the netizens are about to blow up our official Weibo. Now, no matter what the pharmaceutical factory's Weibo posts, the bottom is full of messages urging us to start selling the jaded skin cream. After taking over the pharmaceutical company, we still have to upgrade the production line and train the technical workers. Everyone feels that time can't wait. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now that we're done, everyone should take a good rest. This time, I'll give your temporary team a great merit. I've also prepared some benefits for everyone, so I'll announce it in front of everyone later. Dong Yin laughed and said, the chairman's benefits have always been generous. Then I'll thank you on everyone's behalf. I should be the one to thank everyone. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. The group of them chatted as they walked and soon walked out of the airport and arrived at the parking lot. The tall and strong young man who was helping to carry the luggage was indeed the driver that Dong Yin had brought over. They drove a black Mercedes-Benz, and the driver opened the trunk to put the luggage. Dong Yin pointed at the car and said with a smile, this is one of the assets of the pharmaceutical group, and it now belongs to us. Not bad, not bad. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The group got into the car. Dong Yun naturally accompanied Xia Ruofei to sit in the most comfortable seat in the middle row. Qin Yanan sat in the front seat, so he could only sit in the last row. Fortunately, the Mercedes-Benz car had a longer wheel drive, so the space in the last row was not cramped. Moreover, Hiyu's figure was petite and dainty, so she did not feel uncomfortable sitting there. As the car drove toward the pharmaceutical group, Dong Yin said, Chairman, I'll arrange for you to stay in the pharmaceutical group's guest house this time. Please don't complain about the simple conditions. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. I'm not picky about these things. Do you all live there? N. Dong Yun nodded. We've been living in that guest house since we entered the pharmaceutical group. But we're already the owners of that place. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, if you guys can live here, of course. I can too. It's pretty good to stay in a guest house, and it's also convenient to communicate with everyone. After chatting for a while, Dong Yun began to report on the team's work. In fact, it was not complicated to take over the pharmaceutical group, and it was very smooth at the beginning. However, the original management team of the pharmaceutical group began to be a little uncooperative. Some of the accounts, creditors' rights, and debt relations were not clear, and many of the assets were not clear. After that, Xia Ruofei personally got involved in this matter. At the same time, he borrowed a few people from the Song family who were familiar with the situation to strengthen the team. The progress of the handover was accelerated. Now, the entire pharmaceutical group's accounts had been checked. The group's assets, including the plant, equipment, and some land, had been checked. Originally, there was still a lot of money outside, but this time, with the cooperation of the Liu family, it was quickly collected. Some of the supply contracts signed by the pharmaceutical group had also been terminated in advance. After all, after the Paradise Corporation took over the pharmaceutical group, they would basically not produce the previous drugs. As far as the current situation was concerned, in the future, the pharmaceutical group would only produce two products, the jade skin cream and the heart nourishing soup. Therefore, the next step would be to modify the production line and train workers. The production line had already been ordered Germany in advance. In the past 2 years, Paradise Corporation had been continuously expanding the production scale of their pharmaceutical factory and had ordered production lines from German manufacturers many times. Therefore, the German manufacturers had also listed Paradise Corporation as their priority customer. As soon as this order was placed, they immediately began organizing production. Now that the first batch of production line equipment had arrived in Hong Kong, they could basically connect seamlessly. It could be said that Paradise Corporation's professional technical team, financial team, and administrative team had put in a lot of effort into this handover. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and asked, President Dong, are there any other questions? There's basically no problem, said Dong Yun. According to the law, Peach Blossom Company owns 100% of the pharmaceutical group's shares, so the pharmaceutical group is now our wholly owned subsidiary. However, some of the original management team of the pharmaceutical group wanted to stay and continue working here. We can't make the decision, so we didn't give them a clear answer. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and asked, are there many people who want to stay? About half. Dong Yun said, I mean the management level above the department manager. The business backbone and the bottom-level workers are even more willing to stay. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, have you found out about the background of these people? There were a few people from the Song family in the receiving team. They had a better understanding of the overall situation. Dong Yun also paid attention to asking them for advice. Hence, she was prepared for Xia Ruofei's question. She nodded and said, I've done some research. The people who want to stay are basically professionals or management talents. They don't have the Liu family's background. They just entered the pharmaceutical group through normal employment. Dong Yun knew what Xia Ruofei was concerned about, so she went straight to the point. Then, with their academic qualifications and experience, it shouldn't be difficult for them to find a similar job. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Dong Yun revealed a proud expression and said with a smile, that's right. However, when they heard that it was the Paradise Corporation that had acquired the pharmaceutical group, and that the pharmaceutical group would mainly produce jade skin cream and heart-nourishing soup in the future, they immediately lost interest in other jobs. They all expressed their desire to stay and work, even if the pay was lower than before. Woof. There's already such a huge brand effect, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he muttered to himself for a while before saying, in principle, I agree that these people should stay, but they need to be screened further. Forget it. Leave this job to me. Today, you can gather these people and I'll meet them separately. By the way, are there many people? Xia Ruofei had a lazy personality. If there were hundreds of people, he would be in trouble. Moreover, he would definitely use some hypnosis techniques. If there were too many people, it would consume a lot of mental strength. Not too many, Dong Yun said with a smile, there are only about 20 people in the group's headquarters. In any case, there won't be more than 30 people. Xia Ruofei hesitated and said, all right. There are too many people. Let's make arrangements for tomorrow. Call them all to the guest house tomorrow, I'll meet them one by one. Understood, Dong Yun said. By the way, make it clear to them in advance. If they stay, they might not have their previous positions. They used to be a big group, but now it's just a branch of our Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. Moreover, our production line is highly automated, so we don't need to invest too much manpower in sales. As for storage, it doesn't seem necessary either, so some people in certain positions might need to transfer. Xia Ruofei said, if they can accept it, then they can come and meet me tomorrow. If they can then don't waste everyone's time. All right, Dong Yun said. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz van drove into the pharmaceutical group's factory and stopped at the foot of an 8-story building with red tiles on the outside. Xue Jinshan and the others were waiting in front of the guest house. Beside Xue Jinshan, there were a few people Xia Ruofei did not know at all. They were all smiling warmly and greeted him before the car even came to a stop. 2486 Reward 1 slowly opened with a beep. Xue Jinshan took a step forward and said with a smile, "Chairman, you've had a long journey." Xia Ruofei got out of the car and looked at Xue Jinshan up and down. He saw that Xue Jinshan had indeed lost a lot of weight. The dark circles under his eyes were very obvious, and he looked very haggard. Xia Ruofei patted Xue Jinshan's shoulder and said, "It's you guys who have worked hard." He continued, "On the way here, Director Dong told me that you've been going back and forth these days. You've been working day and night. This can't do." "Chairman, it's fine. I'm still young, my body can handle it." Xue Jinshan laughed. Xia Ruofei said seriously, "I don't want people to say that I'm abusing my employees. I don't want our company to die from overwork. It's not wrong to work hard and it's worth encouraging, but I've never encouraged my employees to overwork, and I don't want the company to have such a corporate culture. Yes, I'll pay more attention in the future," Xue Jinshan said with a smile. Xia Ruofei could tell that Xue Jinshan did not take it to heart. He frowned and said, "I'm almost done here. You can start taking a break in 2 days. You need to adjust yourself. How can you do it in your current state?" Xia Ruofei's Chinese medicine skills were quite advanced. Although he did not give Xue Jinshan a detailed examination, he could tell from his complexion that Xue Jinshan's body was very exhausted. He was relying on his young age to bear the burden, but in fact, his body was already showing signs of warning. "That won't do." Xue Jinshan immediately said, "Chairman, after the handover here, we will immediately carry out the transformation of the factory, followed by the installation and debugging of the production line, as well as the recruitment and training of workers. A lot of things are waiting for me to do. How can I take a break at this time?" Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm not discussing this with you. This was an order. You just have to execute it. You're not allowed to negotiate with me." This, Xue Jinshan could not help but be dumbfounded. However, he did not dare to go against Xia Ruofei's will. In the end, he could only say dejectedly, "All right. I'll do as you say." Xia Ruofei's tone softened and said, "Jinshan, it's not just you. All the employees who are involved in the handover of the pharmaceutical group will have to take a break in a few days. I'll tell you the specific arrangements later." Xia Ruofei patted Xue Jinshan's shoulder and said earnestly, "Kanayama, I have to say a few more words. As the main leader of the pharmaceutical factory, you should change your work mindset sometimes. A leader doesn't have to do everything by himself. Just like the handover here, since you are busy with the expansion of the factory in Sanshan, you can send a deputy director over. As a leader, the most important thing is to be able to relax at will, so that you can better play the role of your subordinates. This is the embodiment of the level of a leader, and not to do everything by yourself. How are you going to give your subordinates the opportunity to perform like this?" Xue Jinshan finally understood. He lowered his head and said, "I understand, Chairman." Xue Jinshan had joined the company in the early stages of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. At that time, he was mainly responsible for the drug testing of the heart. Nourishing soup. After Taoyuan Company acquired the pharmaceutical factory, he began to transform into a management position. However, the pharmaceutical factory was not very large. Although he was the factory director, Xue Jinshan was still used to handling everything himself. To put it bluntly, he had not yet gotten used to the change in his role. There were many people waiting to welcome them, so Xia Ruofei did not talk much with Xue Jinshan. Dong Yin had already gotten out of the car. Seeing that Xia Ruofei and Xue Jinshan had finished their conversation, she immediately pointed to a middle-aged man who was balding and said, "Chairman, let me introduce you. This is the former general manager of the pharmaceutical group, Wang Jian, President Wang." Wang Jian was in his early 40s. Although his eyes were a little small, they were very bright and he looked very shrewd. After hearing Dong Yan's introduction, Wang Jian quickly stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "President Xia, welcome, welcome." Xia Ruofei glanced at Wang Jian and said indifferently, "President Wang, you've all worked hard." Wang Jian was the head of the pharmaceutical group, so he was naturally from the Lu family. Moreover, there had been various obstacles during the handover process some time ago, so Wang Jian was definitely involved. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not give him a good look. Wang Jian wryly smiled and quickly said, "Director Xia, there have been some small problems during the handover process. It's mainly because we were not prepared in all aspects and it was a little rushed. We can't do it well, so please forgive us, Director Xia." Wang Jian had no other choice. As the saying goes, when the gods fight, the little devil suffers. He was only carrying out Lu Lifeng's orders. Now, Zhu Beiji was looking at himself in the mirror, feeling extremely embarrassed. Some time ago, Xia Ruofei had heard from Dong Yun that there had been a series of problems during the handover process. He had given the Lu family a warning. The Lu family reacted quickly. Lu Chuanfeng even took away his sister's power and left her at home. Then, Lu Chuanfeng sent his confidants to Qiantang and directly fired a few of the most aggressive pharmaceutical group executives. 2487 Reward. 2. Corporate legal person and the head of the company. During the handover process, Wang Jian would not have been able to escape the fate of being fired. Wang Jian also felt very aggrieved. It was Lu Lifeng who gave the order. As a high-ranking employee who could only be regarded as an outer member of the Lu family, how could he dare to disobey the order? Later, when a problem occurred, he could only take the blame. He didn't even have a place to explain. The Lu family became well-behaved after Xia Ruofei's words, but Wang Jian had to face Xia Ruofei directly. He was indeed in a difficult situation. "Mr. Wang, you're too serious," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. With that, Xia Ruofei nodded at Dong Yun and walked in. As he walked, he nodded at the staff who had welcomed him. Most of the people who came to welcome Xia Ruofei were employees of Paradise Corporation, and a few were sent by the Song family to support him. Only Wang Jian and the former director of the General Manager Office, Lu Weifeng, came to welcome Xia Ruofei. In fact, Wang Jian's current status was very awkward. The entire pharmaceutical group had been given to Paradise Corporation, and all the transfer of debts had been settled. Therefore, Paradise Corporation was the owner of this place now, and they were outsiders. However, Wang Jian had no choice. As the spokesperson of the Lu family in the pharmaceutical group, he couldn't just run away without a word. It didn't make sense in terms of etiquette. Hence, even though he could imagine that Xia Ruofei would not give him a good look, he still had to brace himself and come over to welcome him. Xia Ruofei's cold attitude was within Wang Jian's expectations. He was even a little glad that Xia Ruofei did not give him a harsh scolding as soon as he got out of the car. If that were the case, he could only accept it and did not even dare to express his dissatisfaction. Xia Ruofei walked straight in, and Shui Jinshan quickly led the way. Dong Yin ordered the chauffeur to put Xia Ruofei's luggage into the suite that had been prepared and quickly followed behind. "Chairman, what's the next arrangement?" Dong Yin asked. "Do you want to go back to your room and rest?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Let's find a meeting room. I'd better meet the staff. Who will be taking over the team first?" "Yes, Chairman," Dong Yin said. After she finished speaking, she gave her assistant a look. The assistant nodded in understanding and quickly ran to the second floor of the guest house. In fact, Dong Yin was already prepared. Everything was ready in the meeting room. She just asked her assistant to quickly check in advance to see if there were any mistakes. Xia Ruofei's group quickly arrived on the second floor. Behind Xia Ruofei were the staff who were taking over the team, as well as Wang Jian and Lu Weifeng, who looked embarrassed. Arriving at the spotless conference room, Xia Ruofei walked straight to the middle of the long conference table and sat down. Then, he smiled and gestured for everyone to lower their hands. "Find your own seats and sit down." The employees filed in, including a few people from the Song family, Wang Jian, and Lu Weifeng. However, Wang Jian and Lu Weifeng both chose seats at the back. After sitting down, they drooped their heads, trying to keep a low profile. In contrast, although the employees of Paradise Company more or less had a trace of fatigue on their faces, at the same time, everyone's face was brimming with the pride and joy of success. After everyone sat down, Dong Yin, who was sitting on the right side of Xia Ruofei, leaned over and asked softly, "Chairman, shall we start?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's begin. I won't say much. Everyone, please report what you are responsible for and focus on the main points." "All right," Dong Yin said. Then, she sat up straight, cleared her throat, and said, "Everyone, stop talking. Let's have a meeting." Today, the chairman flew from Beijing to Chantang to check on everyone's in-progress results. He will give instructions later, so let's all report on the work that we're responsible for. Dong Yin was in charge of the handover team, but she was also divided into several teams. One of them was a financial review team made up of mainly financial staff, who were responsible for reviewing the pharmaceutical group's accounts and other matters involving money transactions. There was also a professional technical group. Their job was to inspect the pharmaceutical group's existing machinery and equipment, test technical indicators, and register. In addition, there were some administrative teams, logistics teams, and so on. In short, everyone had a clear division of labor and each had their own role. Every small team also had a corresponding person in charge, and today, it was mainly these people in charge who came to report. Everyone had been fighting for so many days, especially since the people in charge had led a team to fight. So they were very familiar with the situation. In addition, they had made some preparations last night, so everyone's report was very smooth. Besides, everyone understood Xia Ruofei's style, so there were no empty words when he reported. He used all kinds of data as support and could be said to be full of solid information. After all the leaders of the small team, including Shui Jinshan, had finished their reports, Dong Yin gave a brief report on the overall Work. It was mainly a summary and supplement to the previous leaders' reports. Xia Ruofei listened attentively. He was much friendlier to his employees. He always had a smile on his face, giving people a feeling that he was easy to approach. Dong Yun had already given a simple report on the way here, so she did not read it from the script. The content of the report was also more concise. That's the general situation, Chairman, said Dong Yun. As of today, we can already announce that the acquisition of the pharmaceutical group has been completed, and the pharmaceutical group is now under our complete control. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, very good. I'll seriously consider the questions you've raised, including the employment of the original workers and management, and give you a clear answer in the shortest time possible. All right, Dong Yun said. Then, Dong Yun looked around and said, next, let's welcome the chairman's instructions with a warm round of applause. Thunderous applause suddenly rang out in the conference room. Although there were not many people, everyone was clapping with all their might, so it sounded quite loud. With a smile on his face, Xia Ruofei gestured for the crowd to lower their hands. The applause in the meeting room gradually died down. Xia Ruofei said, everyone, including the brothers from the Song family who have come to help us, thank you for your hard work. After listening to everyone's report, I feel that you have done a good job during your time at Qiantang. Everyone has a strong sense of responsibility and a sense of ownership. You have completed this complicated and difficult task very well. Xia Ruofei said, if there's a weakness, it's that everyone works too hard and doesn't pay attention to their bodies. Especially Xue Jinshan. As a middle-ranking leader, he didn't lead everyone well and instead took the lead to exhaust his body. I'm here to criticize you. The meeting room burst into laughter. Xue Jinshan quickly said, Chairman, I'll humbly accept the criticism and will firmly correct it in the future. Even though Xia Ruofei said that he was criticizing Xue Jinshan, he was not really dissatisfied. He smiled and said, the work is done, and it was done very well and perfectly. Our Paradise Corporation has always been fair in reward and punishment. This time, we will give recognition and rewards to everyone's hard work. I've already instructed the finance department to give everyone a special bonus. I won't say the exact amount, but you'll know when you see the salary slip in the middle of the month. That's great. Long live the Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ha ha ha, the employees knew Xia Ruofei's personality and knew that he was always generous. So even if he kept them in suspense, they knew that the bonus would not be small. Xia Ruofei pressed his hands down and said, don't get so excited, I'm not done yet. Just a little bonus, and you're already so happy, look at you guys. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. Chairman, are there other rewards? A bold employee asked. Of course. Xia Ruofei said, not only will there be rewards, but the rewards will also let everyone feel the value of their efforts. This time, the company will arrange for all the employees to travel to Spain. All the expenses will be covered by the company. However, considering that there is still some follow-up work at the pharmaceutical group, we may have to split into 2 or 3 groups. 2488 Screening 1 Meeting room almost blew the ceiling off. The employees who were taking over the team were all smiling. Although everyone knew that Xia Ruofei had always been generous, the reward that Xia Ruofei gave this time was beyond their expectations. Xia Ruofei looked around and said with a smile, brothers of the Song family, this time, you should go to Spain with the employees of our Paradise Corporation and have fun for a few days. Relax, relax. The Song family support staff also showed joy when they heard this. They were all professionals working in the Song family's group company. The leader was an outer disciple of the Song family, named Song Yong. He knew more about the family affairs. His main task was to prevent the Liu family from leaving any hidden hands in the handover process. Thank you, Director Xia. Song Yong replied respectfully. However, we don't need it. After the mission here is over, we have to go back and report. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, time doesn't conflict. We won't be leaving so soon. Go back to the capital first and wait for our notice. No declining. I'll let the Song family know. Song Yong knew about Xia Ruofei's close relationship with the Song family. He knew that Xia Ruofei only needed to say the word to give them a few approvals. Song Yong did not dare to disobey Xia Ruofei's arrangement. Besides, this was a good thing. Even if he did not care about traveling abroad, it was a very attractive benefit for his employees. Besides, he could also make friends with Xia Ruofei. Even for Song Yong, it was very attractive. Therefore, Song Yong no longer hesitated. He stood up and bowed slightly, then we'll thank you, President Xia. The few people sent by the Song family also thanked Xia Ruofei happily. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, you're welcome. You've helped us a lot this time. I should be the one to thank you. Wang Jian and Lu Weifeng felt awkward in the conference room that was full of laughter. Xia Ruofei was giving them a big bonus, but of course, the Liu family would not get a share. Even if he gave it to the security guards at the door, he would not give them a single cent as a reward. However, they could not leave. They could only sit in their seats awkwardly and look at the people around them smiling. Xia Ruofei turned his head and said, Yanan, please register everyone's passport information. There's no need to contact the travel agency for the time being. Everyone just needs to be prepared. Yes, Chairman. Qin Yanan immediately replied. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Xue Jinshan, you're going to Kanayama. 2. You're not allowed to take leave. He could take this opportunity to relax and recuperate. Hurry up and assign your work to the others. I see, Chairman, said Xue Jinshan with a forced smile. Xue Jinshan could tell that Xia Ruofei was insistent on letting him rest for a while. Although he still could not let go of the work at hand and was a little resistant, he felt warm inside. Then, Xue Jinshan couldn't help but ask, Chairman, why? Are you traveling to Spain this season? Is there any special arrangement? Xia Ruofei chuckled. I might as well reveal to everyone here that we have yet to make other arrangements for this trip to Spain. However, we will definitely be going to Barcelona. If everything goes well, we will also arrange for everyone to visit the Spanish football club. If any of you are fans, you will be in luck. Xue Jinshan loved to watch and play football in university. But he had almost no time to pay attention to it after he started working. But at least he knew about football. Hence, Xue Jinshan could not help but ask, Spanish? Chairman, if you're going to Barcelona to visit the football club, shouldn't you go to Barcelona? The world-famous Barcelona's home ground, No Camp Stadium, was not as unattainable as everyone thought. When the fans were open, everyone could buy tickets to visit. Normally, if one wanted to visit a stadium or a football club in Barcelona, the first choice would definitely be No Camp. As for the RCD Espanyol and their home stadium, El Prat, one might not have even heard of it if one was not a Senior La Liga fan. Many people did not even know that the RCD Español was also in Barcelona. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "There must be a reason for choosing a Spanish club. I'll keep you in suspense for now, but I'm sure everyone won't be disappointed." After listening to the report and announcing the benefits, Dong Yun invited Xia Ruofei to have a meal in the canteen of the pharmaceutical company. After the meal, Xia Ruofei inspected the entire pharmaceutical company with Dong Yun and the others. The group of people accompanied Xia Ruofei on the Toyota coaster of the pharmaceutical group. They looked around the entire factory area. Although it was just a cursory view, Xia Ruofei still had a deep impression of it. After returning to the company's guest house, Xia Ruofei said to Dong Yun and Xue Jinshan, "I can see that the conditions of this pharmaceutical group are very good, and the infrastructure is also very good. There are still 2 sub-factories that I haven't visited, but after listening to your report, I can see that the conditions there are also very good. You must make good use of these unique conditions, and speed up the pace of development." "Understood." Dong Yun and Xue Jinshan replied in unison. Xia Ruofei then pointed at Xue Jinshan and said, "Of course. Speeding up the pace of development does not require you to risk your life. It is still the same sentence. You must be a qualified leader, not an old yellow cow who works hard. Do you understand?" 2489 Screening, 2, I'll remember that, Chairman. Xue Jinshan laughed. Following that, Xue Jinshan immediately asked, "Chairman, the work here has temporarily come to an end. I want to fly back to Sanshan tonight, what's wrong?" Xia Ruofei frowned slightly and said, "Didn't I say to strike a balance between work and rest? Why are you in such a hurry?" Xue Jinshan quickly explained, "The factory construction in Chongping is also in progress. Didn't you arrange for me to go to Spain for a vacation? I have to hurry back and hand over some work. In addition, we need to send some capable people to Qiantang to preside over the subsequent modification and debugging work." In fact, Xue Jinshan just wanted to rush back to Sanshan as soon as possible. This way, he could personally keep an eye on the Chongping construction site for a few days. Of course, the factors that he had mentioned were also present. He had personally handled a lot of work in the past, and now he had to carefully select capable subordinates to take over. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment. "You can go back if you want, but you have to rest for one night." "We'll go back tomorrow." "Chairman, it's decided then." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he ignored Xue Jinshan and turned to Dong Yun. "Director Dong, hurry up and arrange the team's rotation. Try not to affect your work. In addition, I'll meet with the middle management and technical backbone who want to stay tomorrow. You organize the personnel." "Yes, Chairman." Dong Yun replied. After the arrangements were made, Xia Ruofei returned to the guest house that Dong Yun had arranged for him to rest. Dong Yun, Xue Jinshan, and the rest went their separate ways. Wang Jian and Lu Weifeng also left the pharmaceutical group as if they had been pardoned. Xia Ruofei did not plan to hold a grand handover ceremony, and the Lu family naturally did not want to publicize this matter. Hence, after the handover of the entire pharmaceutical group was completed, Xia Ruofei's arrival today marked the completion of the handover. After dealing with the last scene, Wang Jian and Lu Weifeng left the pharmaceutical group and went directly to the airport. If there were no special circumstances, they would not come back again. However, they did not know how their new work arrangements would be when they returned to Beijing this time. Thinking of how they had secretly obstructed the handover work according To Lu Lifeng's instructions some time ago and how things had gotten out of hand, Wang Jian felt that his future would be bleak when he returned to Beijing. Xia Ruofei politely declined Dong Yun's suggestion to have someone bring him to Chantang for a tour. In the afternoon, he rested in the best suite in the guest house. In the evening, after having dinner at the group's restaurant, he took a walk in the factory area and returned to the guest house. At night, Xia Ruofei didn't cultivate. After all, he wasn't at home. He didn't want to enter the spirit map space here. Cultivating outside would consume spiritual crystals or origin crystals, and Xia Ruofei felt that it was a waste. He watched TV in his room for a while and went to bed early. The next morning, Xia Ruofei met with the middle-level leaders and technical backbones of the former pharmaceutical group who clearly wanted to stay in the conference room of the guest house. As for the top management of the corporation, almost 100% of them were from the Lu family. Naturally, they would not stay. Even if they wanted to stay, Xia Ruofei would not want them. Xia Ruofei had also considered that in such a large pharmaceutical group, if the middle management and technical backbone were all gone, it would not be easy to fill the vacancy. These people were originally working here. If there were no problems, he would welcome them to stay. What he did was naturally to screen for people with ulterior motives. As for the professionals and management skills, Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and Shui Jinshan would be in charge of them. Only those who could pass him would be qualified to accept the professional interview. There were a total of 26 people who had come for Xia Ruofei's interview today. Everyone was gathered in one room waiting. Qin Yanan took the name list and called them to Xia Ruofei's side for the interview. Everyone was a little apprehensive and worried about their personal gains and losses. Since they were able to come here, they naturally wanted to stay and work. Today was the personal interview of the boss of Paradise Corporation. They were not sure if they would be able to catch Xia Ruofei's eye. When someone came out of the meeting room and returned to the room, the people waiting immediately surrounded them and asked nervously about the interview. They were all colleagues, and in theory, there was no competition in this interview. If they passed, they could all stay, so there was no need to worry. However, those who had been interviewed were also dumbfounded. Because Xia Ruofei only asked a few simple questions, as if they were having a casual conversation, and then they ended the interview in a daze. They did not even know if they passed or not. A few people returned to the waiting room in a row, and the situation was the same. Those who had not been interviewed were even more uncertain. Actually, Xia Ruofei's method was very simple. He just used his spiritual power to hypnotize the interviewees. This kind of hypnosis was not as strong as the one he used to extort a confession from them. There was no need to use that kind of strength to deal with ordinary people. However, the hypnotized person would have no impression of what happened during the hypnosis process. Their memory would be blank. However, Xia Ruofei's questioning time was very short and the questions were very simple. He also used some small tricks. These interviewees did not even realize that they had been hypnotized. In fact, some powerful hypnotists could also achieve the same effect. However, with the help of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, it was easier. He did not need to choose an easy target to hypnotize. As long as the target was an ordinary person and not a cultivator of spiritual power, he would not fail. Hence, Xia Ruofei's interview speed was very fast. In less than an hour, all 26 people had been tested by him. Dong Yin asked the interviewees to go back and wait for the news. Xia Ruofei had not made it clear who would stay and who would leave. She did not know if Xia Ruofei would make a decision immediately, so she asked the interviewees to go back. When Dong Yin knocked on the door and entered the meeting room, she saw Xia Ruofei scribbling on the interview list with a pencil. Xia Ruofei raised his head and saw Dong Yin walking in. He smiled and waved, "President Dong, come, come, come." Dong Yun walked to Xia Ruofei's side. Xia Ruofei handed the list to Dong Yun and said, this, and this. I don't want these 3 people. As for the remaining 23 people, you can go through the professional ability interview as soon as possible. If they meet the requirements, let them stay." Seeing that Xia Ruofei had made up his mind, Dong Yin did not ask any further. She nodded and said, "All right. You've worked hard, Chairman. Leave the rest of the work to us." Xia Ruofei smiled. "I'm going back to Sanshan in the afternoon. I'll leave it to you to arrange the work here. In addition, the employees of our handover team should also arrange their follow-up work and leave as soon as possible. The company will organize them to get their visas in the next 2 days. You have to go too." Dong Yin was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "Chairman, I think I'll pass," I said, "not a single one less." Xia Ruofei said, "You're the leader of this team. How can we leave you out? I'll put aside the company's work for a week at most, so I'll still be able to free myself." "All right. Thank you, Chairman." Dong Yun nodded and said. Xia Ruofei returned to his room. After handing the list to Dong Yun, he was very satisfied with the interview because it turned out that such a screening was necessary. Didn't he find 3 problematic people? Xia Ruofei's eyes glinted coldly when he thought about the interview process. However, he quickly hid it and mumbled to himself, "I'll let them go this time. If they still don't give up, then I won't be polite anymore." 2490 Sneaking back to the sect. 1. If anyone had ulterior motives, they would not be able to escape Xia Ruofei's hypnosis. During the interview, Xia Ruofei had found 3 problematic people. One of them was eliminated on the first question after the hypnosis. He admitted that his PhD was fake and that his master's thesis had academic misconduct. This was a matter of character, so Xia Ruofei naturally put him on the elimination list without thinking. As for the other 2 people, they made Xia Ruofei even angrier. The 2 of them had genuine academic qualifications, but they had proposed to stay and work because they knew that Qiantang would also produce Yusher cream and heart-nourishing soup in the future. They had the idea of stealing the formulas of these 2 products. Except for these 3 people, the other 23 people did not have any major problems. Most of them did stay because of the Yusher cream and Yangxin soup. However, they stayed because of the fame and wanted to make a business here, so they had no covetous thoughts. So, as long as the 23 people's abilities met the requirements, Xia Ruofei would naturally welcome them to stay and work. Although there was 1 student who faked his academic qualifications and 2 who tried to steal the formula, Xia Ruofei was still a little annoyed. However, Xia Ruofei was satisfied that the Lu family did not send anyone to hide. This was actually the main reason why Xia Ruofei personally went to screen the 26 people. If the Lu family really had a hidden hand, they would not be able to escape Xia Ruofei's inspection. By then, Xia Ruofei would really not be polite to the Lu family. Now it seemed that the Lu family had given up on the idea of dealing with Xia Ruofei. At least, they did not dare to have any evil thoughts about handing over the pharmaceutical group. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei, Qin Yanan, and Yu flew back to Sanshan from Qiantang. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei stayed in Sanshan to deal with the company's affairs. He even made a special trip back to Taoyuan Farm to add some spirit heart flower petal solution to the farm and the water tower of the Pomfret's cultivation workshop. He also went to the farm's expansion and pharmaceutical factory's construction site to inspect. At the same time, Xia Ruofei had also handed over a batch of Drunken Eight Immortals wine to the winery. These few days, Xia Ruofei had been very fulfilling. It was rare for him to go to work for a few days in a row. He dealt with some documents that needed the chairman's signature, and even took time to visit Hu Zi's mother. He brought a lot of nutrition for his godmother and even left a bottle of diluted spiritual heart flower petal solution. He also added a certain amount of medicinal wine in it to remind Hu Zi's mother of her serious uremia. Although she had recovered and her body was stronger, Xia Ruofei did not forget that Hu Zi's mother had been poisoned. However, Xia Ruofei still hoped that she would be in better health. Xia Ruofei specifically told Hu Zi's mother to keep this bottle of medicinal wine in the refrigerator. If she felt a headache, fever, or pain in her back and legs, she could take it out and drink a sip or two. After having dinner with Hu Zi's mother, Xia Ruofei returned to his house by the river. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei drove away from the villa area alone. However, he did not go to the office. Instead, he drove directly to a relatively remote section of the road near Jianbin Park. After making sure that there were no surveillance cameras around and no one was spying on him, he used his mind, and a person suddenly appeared in the front passenger seat. This man was the first soul slave that Xia Ruofei had ever taken in. He was a true, blue cultivator, Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng, who had reappeared in the outside world, was circulating his energy. He had broken through to the 8th level of the qi refining realm, and his cultivation was very stable. It was obvious that he had been cultivating for a long time after the breakthrough. As soon as Lu Chengfeng appeared, he quickly turned to the side and knelt down in front of Xia Ruofei. Fortunately, the front row of the Night 15 was very spacious. Otherwise, he would not have had a place to kneel. Lu Chengfeng's face was full of gratitude as he said, "Thank you, Master, for teaching me." "Get up," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "Chengfeng, now that you have broken through to refined Qi level 8, more than 10 days have passed in the outside world. It's time for you to return to the sect." "Yes. This subordinate will do as you command," Lu Chengfeng said respectfully, and then got up to return to his seat. However, he only sat on half of his butt and kept his side facing Xia Ruofei. He was very respectful. Because of the soul seal, Lu Chengfeng's obedience and worship to Xia Ruofei came from the bottom of his heart. Besides, after cultivating for so long in the spirit map space, he felt that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. The endless supply of spiritual qi was almost unlimited. Since he had started cultivating, he had never been able to cultivate to such an extent. Hence, Lu Chengfeng was even more grateful to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei instructed, "After you return to the sect, you don't have to collect information. Just note down the valuable information that you can come into contact with. I don't need you to risk your life. For me, safety should be the most important." "Yes, Master," Lu Chengfeng said gratefully. Even if Xia Ruofei asked Lu Chengfeng to die now, he would not hesitate to do it because of the soul seal. However, he was still very touched that Xia Ruofei put his safety first. When you return, if someone asks you about your breakthrough, do you know what to say? Xia Ruofei asked. 2491, sneaking back to the sect, too, I know. Lu Chengfeng replied respectfully, I had an epiphany after returning to my hometown. I only broke through after 20 days of closed-door cultivation. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and said, now that you're a Qi level 8 cultivator, you'll probably be put in an important position when you return to the sect. You have to seize this opportunity. Only when your position in the sect is high will you be able to help me in the future. Understood? Yes. Lu Chengfeng replied, as long as Master gives the order, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Of course I don't doubt your loyalty, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then he took out a bag from the spirit map space and handed it to Lu Chengfeng. This is for you. There's a cell phone inside that's used to contact us. In addition, there's a spirit crystal and some cash. The spirit crystal can support your daily cultivation expenses, but you must remember to avoid people's eyes and ears. Once they find out that you have a spirit crystal, you'll definitely cause trouble. Although Xia Ruofei and Lu Chengfeng could sense each other's location from a long distance due to the soul seal, and Xia Ruofei could even communicate telepathically with Lu Chengfeng, if the distance was too far, the sense would become more or less blurry, and it would be much more convenient with a mobile phone. As for spiritual crystals, Xia Ruofei no longer needed them. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue would definitely use higher quality origin crystals for cultivation. Hence, he did not mind giving one to Lu Chengfeng. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, the value of spiritual crystals had been greatly reduced, but in Lu Chengfeng's eyes, they were priceless treasures. After he heard Xia Ruofei's words, his hands couldn't help but shake. He said in a trembling voice, Master. Thank you. This subordinate will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to raise my cultivation to the next level so that I can serve Master better in the future. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Go. We're in Sanshan City right now. If you go straight along this road, you'll be able to get a taxi at the intersection. You can go directly to the airport. Yes. Lu Chengfeng said. Then, he knelt down in front of Xia Ruofei and kowed out a few times. Master, this subordinate will take his leave. Master, take care. After Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, he opened the door and jumped out of the Night 15 SUV. After he closed the door, he bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and turned around to walk towards the intersection. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Chengfeng's back with a complicated expression. He had finally planted a nail in the modern cultivation world, but he did not want to use this nail one day. If the people in the world of cultivators did not provoke him, he would not go against them for no reason. After all, due to the poor cultivation environment on Earth, the number of cultivators was decreasing. As a fellow cultivator, Xia Ruofei did not want to fight with his family. However, a rational voice was telling him that was just an unrealistic wish of his. The world of cultivation had always been the survival of the fittest. Sooner or later, he would have to cross paths with those cultivators, and it was likely that a conflict would break out. After all, an ordinary man's possession of a jade was a crime. If even a little of Xia Ruofei's cultivation resources were leaked, the cultivators would probably gather like sharks that smelled blood. Xia Ruofei sat in the car and watched Lu Chengfeng flag down a taxi at a distant intersection. Soon, the car disappeared from his sight. Only then did he start the car, drive to the intersection, make a turn, and drive towards the headquarters of the Peach Blossom Company in the city. After returning to the company, Xia Ruofei took the private elevator to the top floor. It was Hiyu's turn to be on duty today. She was sitting at the work desk next to the chairman's office door, typing materials on the computer. Seeing Xia Ruofei come in, Hiyu quickly put down her work and stood up to greet Xia Ruofei with a slight bow. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Do you have any important things to do today?" Hiyu didn't even need to flip through the notebook and directly said, "Chairman, I don't have any special schedule today, but President Dong called a few minutes ago to report to you. She didn't come because she heard that you weren't in the company." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "President Dong is back from Qiantang? Then give her a call. Tell her I'm back at the company." "Yes, Chairman," Hiyu replied. Xia Ruofei pushed open the door and walked into his large office, which was exclusive to the chairman. Hiyu picked up the phone and dialed an internal short number. After receiving the notification, she said with a trace of respect, "Hello, President Dong. I'm Hiyu. The chairman has returned to his office. He said that if you need to report to him, you can come over at any time." "Thank you, Hiyu, I'll head over now," Dong Yun said from the other end of the phone. After informing Dong Yun, Hiyu knocked on the door and entered Xia Ruofei's office. She reported to Xia Ruofei that Dong Yun was coming over. Xia Ruofei nodded. "Yes. Just let her in. When President Dong is here, there's no need to inform her." "Understood," Hiyu replied. She filled Xia Ruofei's glass with hot water and left the office. After a while, Xia Ruofei heard a knock on the door. "Please enter," Xia Ruofei said loudly. The office door opened, and Hiyu stood at the door and made a gesture of invitation. Dong Yun nodded slightly to Hiyu to thank her and then walked in. "Chairman." Dong Yun greeted Xia Ruofei with a slight bow. Xia Ruofei laughed and pointed at the chair in front of his desk. "President Dong, please sit." After Dong Yun sat down, Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, "Has everything been arranged at the money pond?" Dong Yun came here to report the situation of the pharmaceutical group, so she immediately said, "It's all been arranged. I left half of the team members at Qiantang. We'll split into 2 groups and take turns to go to Spain for a vacation. Do you have enough manpower?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Do you need the headquarters to send some people over?" "No need, Chairman." Dong Yun said, "The pharmaceutical group has not started production yet. The next stage of work is mainly the installation and debugging of the production line, as well as the screening and training of the personnel. Half of the staff is enough, so I brought the other half back to Sanshan this time. I'm just waiting for you to fulfill your promise." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Sure. However, if there's a shortage of manpower, you can't force yourself. There's still a lot of manpower in the headquarters, so it's definitely not a problem to send a few people over." "I'll ask the chairman if I need anything," said Dong Yun with a nod. Yain inside has already registered everyone's passport information for this trip to Spain. A few employees who don't have a passport have also gone to apply for one in the past few days. I wanted to ask you if we should contact a few travel agencies in advance to compare the price or something?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "Not for now. You guys stay put and wait for my news." Yes, Chairman, Dong Yun said. Following this, Dong Yun began to report on her work at the Qian Tang over the past few days, as well as her plans for the future. Although Xia Ruofei didn't want to care about the details, he could only sit in his seat and listen to Dong Yun's serious report. Just then, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. Dong Yun, who was reporting, immediately shut her mouth. Xia Ruofei gestured for Dong Yun to take a seat and not to leave. He glanced at the caller ID on the screen. The call was from Zhou Leiyun. The moment the call connected, he chuckled and said, "President Xia, are you in the office?" "I just arrived at the office." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Director Zhou, you look so happy. You must have good news." Ha ha ha. Zhou Leiyun did not hide his happiness at all. "CEO Xia, you can just go on Weibo. It's currently being broadcast live." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He quickly asked, "You're announcing it already?" 2492 Official Transfer Announcement 1. Zhou Leiyun chuckled and said, "Yeah. We have reached an agreement with the Xinjiang Club. As long as there is no problem with the physical examination, Spain, Wu Lei will be a player of our club." Xia Ruofei opened Weibo on his computer and asked, "How much is the transfer fee?" 2 million euros. Zhou Leiyun said, with a smile. Xia Ruofei easily found the link to the live broadcast of the press conference. He clicked on the live broadcast page and said in surprise, "So cheap?" It seems that the Xinjiang team is very supportive of Wu Lei's decision to stay abroad. Wu Lei was the best shooter in the Chinese Super League this season. So many big-name foreign players were trampled under his feet. Although he had the support of the entire Xinjiang system and strong foreign players, it also fully showed that Wu Lei's own strength was not ordinary. In the Chinese Super League, if a striker of Wu Lei's level were to transfer, according to the current domestic market, it would cost at least 100 million yuan. 2 million euros was not even 1/5 of the price. Of course, the Chinese Super League had been burning money in recent years. The price of a Chinese player was falsely high. Moreover, transferring from the Chinese Super League to one of the 5 major leagues, La Liga, was in a sense a higher social ladder. Even so, 2 million euros was really too cheap. Zhou Leiyun laughed and said, "They've indeed made a huge concession." Although the Xinjiang club's reputation in the country has not been very good for the past 2 years, there is nothing wrong with supporting the players to stay abroad. Xinjiang club was also a mid-tier Super Nouveau Riche. They had spent a lot of money to bring in 2 super foreign players. They were strong contenders for the championship every season, but they were a little stingy in some things. For example, in Shinhong's home game against Tianjin, the Tianjin team had a defender who was good at throwing the ball with great strength. The out-of-bounds balls near the end line were directly thrown into the penalty area by him. In order to prevent his hands from slipping when he threw the ball, the defender would wipe the ball with a towel every time he served the out-of-bounds ball. Therefore, the Tianjin team placed towels on both sides near the bottom line in advance. However, during the game, the ball boy from Xinjiang took the towel away and had a conflict with the assistant coach of the Tianjin team. In addition, the Xinjiang team was also very familiar with many of the common means used at home, such as a lot of watering before the game and deliberately delaying time with the ball boy. In addition, the Xinjiang team was a team from the Xinjiang area and belonged to the state-owned Xinjiang Port Authority Group. Therefore, some fans called the Xinjiang team "Dock Team, Little Men." team, tal team, and so on. Of course, these were all not very pleasant to hear. Xia Ruofei had not watched much football for the past 2 years. However, during this period of time, because he had invested in a Spanish club and there was news of Wu Lei's transfer, he had taken advantage of his break to understand the situation of the two clubs. He had even watched a live broadcast of Xinjiang team's game last weekend. Thus, he had some understanding of the deeds of the Xinjiang team. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's why I said nothing is absolute." From this incident, it also shows that this club is still generous. My impression of them has changed a lot. That's true, but this transfer isn't that simple. Zhou Leiyun laughed and said, "Let's say we have the same ownership of Wu Lei as the Xinjiang club. If Wu Lei were to transfer to another club in the future, a part of the transfer fee would be given to Xinjiang club. Also, if Wu Lei transfers back to the Chinese Super League, Xinjiang club will have priority." Zhou Leiyun continued, "Of course, the Xinjiang club is not without effort. Other than the concession on the transfer fee, because Wu Lei only has an annual salary of 1 million euros in our RCD Español, which is almost half of his income in the Chinese Super League. The Xinjiang club also gave Wu Lei some compensation on the annual salary. It is still very humane. With Wu Lei's current value and the fact that he had never proven his strength in the 5 major leagues, the Spanish club certainly could not offer a high salary. Even if the boss was Chinese, they could not act recklessly. After all, the club had 20 to 30 players in the first team alone. If Wu Lei was paid a high salary, what would the other players think? How could the changing room be stable? What if everyone demanded a pay raise? Do you still want the club's financial balance? In order to realize his football dream, Wu Lei was willing to reduce his salary by 50% to play in La Liga. This was him paying for his dream and feelings. The Xinjiang club gave Wu Lei a certain subsidy on his annual salary to try not to make him lose too much of his income. This was indeed a very humane approach. Although Xinjiang did this so that Wu Lei would be willing to return to Xinjiang to play football unconditionally in the future, this practice still made Xia Ruofei's impression of the club improve. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have to give this club's leader a thumbs up. By the way, CEO Zhou, when is Wu Lei going to Spain?" "It should be within these 2 days." Zhou Leiyun said, "It's either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. He has to go to Spain for a medical examination. If there are no problems, he can officially sign the contract. In addition, his shoulder injury can't be delayed any longer. If everything goes well, we'll arrange for him to go to Germany for surgery after signing the contract, and then return to Barcelona to recuperate. This way, he can also have some time to adapt to life Spain and the team's environment." 2493 Official transfer announcement. 2. You're quite thoughtful. Xia Ruofei laughed and said. Then, he asked worriedly, "Is his shoulder injury that serious?" Wu Lei's shoulder was injured in the AFC Asian Cup, but he still participated in the Asian Cup. After that, so the outside world had always thought that his injury was not serious. Zhou Leiyun said, "Yes, the dislocation of the scapular joint and the tearing of the ligament are still quite serious. It's just that it's not a lower limb injury, so he can still continue to play. However, if he were to suffer a second injury during the confrontation, his injury may become more serious. Therefore, the doctor recommended immediate surgery. He is still considering it. After all, there are not many rounds left in La Liga. If he were to undergo surgery, he will definitely be eliminated for this season. It's also unknown whether he can fit into the team next season. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat, but he did not say anything about Wu Lei's shoulder injury. Director Xia, are you sure you can go to Spain? Zhou Leiyun asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I was just about to tell you about this. I'm going to reward a group of outstanding employees and let them go to Spain for a holiday in 2 groups. I'll go to Spain with the first group of employees. Please arrange for the club to send out an invitation for a business inspection. We'll apply for a business contract. No problem. Zhou Leiyun said, I'll send you the contact information of the Chinese person in charge of the club later. At the same time, I'll contact him. If you have any specific requests, your company can contact him directly. All right. Xia Ruofei said, General Manager Zhou, let's meet in Spain. Ha ha ha. I'll see you in Spain. Zhou Leiyun laughed heartily. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei saw that the news conference was still playing on the computer screen. It was mainly about Xingang Club's announcement of the transfer and answering the reporters' questions. Wu Lei was not present. The news conference was filled with official news. The actual content was definitely not as much as what Zhou Leiyun had said in his chat with Xia Ruofei. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not continue to watch the live broadcast and directly closed the live broadcast page. Dong Yun was still in Xia Ruofei's office. Xia Ruofei had told her not to leave, so Dong Yun had heard the conversation between Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun. If Dong Yun could not guess what had happened just by listening to the phone call, then Xia Ruofei's computer had been on speaker just now. Combined with the information revealed at the press conference, how could Dong Yun not know what had happened? After Xia Ruofei hung up, Dong Yun could not help but ask, Chairman, is it Wu Lei from Xingang Club who transferred to RCD Español? Xia Ruofei looked at Dong Yun in surprise and said with a smile, I didn't expect President Dong to be a fan. There aren't many girls who watch football nowadays. Why can't girls watch the game? Dong Yun asked, somewhat unconvinced. There are a lot of female fans now. Okay? When I was studying abroad, I often went to the stadium to watch the game. Chairman, I know why. You arranged for everyone to visit the Spanish club. Dong Yun said with a smile. You must have known about Wu Lei's transfer, didn't you? Xia Ruofei didn't deny it. He nodded and said, yup. I've talked about this with Director Zhou from Glory World Corporation in private, and he invited me to Spain for a few days. Then, I was just about to go to Qiantang, and I thought that since everyone worked so hard, other than the monetary reward, I should also let everyone relax, so I decided to arrange for everyone to go to Spain for a few days. Dong Yun gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up and said, you're indeed a good leader, who empathizes with your subordinates. But I'm a fan, what should I do? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you can choose not to visit the Español club. Or if you want to visit No Capu is no problem. I'll get someone to make the arrangements. But I also like Wu Lei a lot. Why did he choose to join Barca's arch enemy? Dong Yun asked, feeling a little conflicted. Dong Yun's current appearance did not look like a strong woman at all. She looked like a loyal Barca. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, he does want to join Barca. But Barca doesn't like her either. That's true, Dong Yun agreed. This was an objective fact, and it wasn't to disrespect Wu Lei. But his strength was indeed not enough compared to the overall requirements of the universe team. Forget it. Dong Yun continued. He was no longer conflicted. I'll just go to Nokapu first and then visit Wu Lei. That's the way, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. At this time, Zhou Leiyun had already sent the contact information of the Chinese representative from the Spanish club to Xia Ruofei via WeChat. At the same time, he said in a voice message, President Xia, I've already spoken to him. You can ask him for anything at any time. In addition, he will arrange everyone's food and accommodation during your stay in Spain. In short, after you get your visas, buy your tickets and fly directly to Barcelona. You don't have to worry about anything else. Thank you, Xia Ruofei replied to Zhou Leiyun's message and forwarded Zhou Leiyun's contact information to Dong Yun. Xia Ruofei said to Dong Yun, CEO Dong, this is the contact information of the Chinese person in charge of the Spanish club. You'll be in charge of the liaison. We'll get the other party to send an invitation first. Also, after we've decided on our members, we can also get him to arrange for our accommodation in advance. Chief Zhou has already informed us. All right, Dong Yun replied. Then, she hesitated for a moment and said, Chairman, can factory manager Shui follow the second batch of employees to Spain? Xia Ruofei frowned and asked, is there something that he can't leave for this period of time? Didn't I tell him to rest for a while? Not really, but he does have a lot of work on hand. Even if he hands it all over to someone else, he has to do it well. Dong Yun said, also, factory manager Shui's main consideration is that you and I will be in the first batch. There won't be any company leaders in the second batch. He can also play a leading role in the second batch. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, we're not kids anymore. Do we still need someone to lead us? I think he just can't let go of the pile of things in his hands. Forget it. He couldn't attack their enthusiasm. Since he had suggested it, then he would do it. However, tell him that he's not allowed to work overtime and stay up late. If I find out about this again, I'll force him to take a leave. All right. Dong Yin smiled and said, Chairman, if there's nothing else, I'll go and make the arrangements first. You go. You've worked hard, Xia Ruofei said. It's not hard this time. I don't feel tired at all when I think of going for a vacation, going to Nokapu, and maybe meeting Messi, Dong Yin said with a smile. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, then I wish you good luck. I can arrange for you to meet Wu Lei, but Messi? No way. Ha ha ha. Dong Yun was very efficient. Very soon, the Spanish club's invitation letter was faxed over. Then, Xia Ruofei, Dong Yun, and the first batch of staff to Spain began to process their visas. Qin Yanan's team was very professional in handling such matters. After they helped everyone prepare the information, they contacted the Spain consulate in Guangzhou and suggested that everyone go to Guangzhou together because they needed to be there in person to record their fingerprints. Hence, Xia Ruofei flew to Guangzhou with the first batch of employees who were going to Spain and handed in the visa materials at the consulate. Since there was nothing urgent this time, Xia Ruofei did not ask his friends in the capital to help him. After handing in the information, he entered his fingerprint and verified the photo. Then, there was nothing else. They didn't stay in Yangqing and took a plane back to Sanshan that day. The embassy's website stated that it would take 5 to 10 working days. Initially, Xia Ruofei and the rest thought that they would have to wait for a while. They did not expect to receive a call from the embassy the next day. This batch of Visas had been approved, and their passports had been mailed back to Sanshan through ERMS. The embassy had given them a month's time. It was more than enough. 2494, playing with the lucky draw. 1. On the third day, Xia Ruofei received his passport and visa. Moreover, Spain. A Shenzhen. Within the effective period of the visa, Xia Ruofei could easily enter and leave more than 20 Shenzhen countries, including most of the European countries. After Xia Ruofei received the passport that Qin Yanan had given him, he sat in his office and pondered for a long time. Then, he took out his phone and called Luan, the captain of the public jet who was on standby at Sanshan. "Hello, Mr. Xia," Luan said respectfully. Xia Ruofei asked, "Captain Lu, I'd like to ask if your flight crew can enter European countries? Spain, Italy, and so on." "Mr. Xia," Luan replied immediately, "we have an United States passport. We don't have to go to Shenzhen." Xia Ruofei held his forehead and smiled bitterly. He had really forgotten that although the crew members were all Chinese, they were all United States citizens. It was just that Li Yifu had specially selected Chinese who could speak Chinese to form this crew for the convenience of serving Xia Ruofei. At the same time, Xia Ruofei could not help but complain that the treatment of the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation was really good. But Xia Ruofei immediately said to himself in his heart, no matter how good their treatment is, don't they still have to work for me? Is it okay for Paradise to fly to Europe? Xia Ruofei continued. Of course, Luan said, as long as it's within the range of the flight, it can fly anywhere. Okay, Xia Ruofei said, then you guys can apply for the route. First, I'm going to fly to Barcelona, Spain, the day after tomorrow. Can I make it in time? There's more than enough time to request for a flight route, Luan said, as long as the airport at the destination meets the landing conditions, there will be no problem. All right. Let's apply for a flight route first. Xia Ruofei said, we'll take off at Sanshan the day after tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Xia, Luan said. Oh, that's right. Xia Ruofei thought of something and immediately asked, how many passengers can Paradise carry at most? The Gulfstream G650 can carry a maximum of 18 passengers, Luan said without thinking. However, Mr. Li paid more attention to the comfort of the plane back then. So, according to the current cabin layout, in addition to 2 pilots and 2 crew members, it can carry 8 more passengers. All right, I got it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, if nothing goes wrong, we should take off the day after tomorrow with a full load. You have to take this into account when you make the flight plan. Understood, Luan replied briefly. After the call with Luan, Xia Ruofei raised his wrist and looked at the time. There were about 20 minutes left before he got off work. He thought for a while, picked up the phone on his desk, and dialed an internal number. President Dong, you're still working, right? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, do you have time now? I have something to discuss with you. Okay, I'll wait for you in the office. After a few minutes, someone knocked on Xia Ruofei's office door. Please enter, Xia Ruofei shouted. Dong Yun, who was dressed professionally, pushed the door open and walked in. She came to Xia Ruofei's desk and asked, Chairman, you were looking for me? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, come. Sit down and talk. After Dong Yun sat down, Xia Ruofei asked, how many people will be in the first group to Spain? Including you and me, there are 12 of us, Dong Yun said without hesitation. That means there are 10 more employees? Xia Ruofei nodded. Yes, I am. Dong Yun said. She then asked, Chairman, when do we plan to leave? As a loyal fan of Barcelona, Dong Yun was looking forward to this trip to Spain. I really can't, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. What? Dong Yun asked. Oh. It's nothing. Xia Ruofei said, President Dong, why don't you create a WeChat group and add the first batch of people to Spain? Including me. Dong Yun didn't think much about it. Usually, when a team went on a trip, they would create a WeChat group. If there was anything, they could just call out in the group and it would be more convenient for everyone to communicate. Therefore, Dong Yun immediately took out her phone and created a WeChat group. There were a few employees that Dong Yun did not add as friends on WeChat, so she asked the other employees to pull each other in. Soon, all 12 people were in the WeChat group. As soon as the group called Spain Freshman was created, Dong Yun sent an emoji in. Soon, the employees started to talk at the same time. There's a group. Are we going to spend too much? I'm looking forward to it. Wah. The chairman was also in the group. Chairman, we're all taking turns today. We're not playing with our phones during working hours. Yes, yes, yes. President Dong gave us a few days off. Dong Yun couldn't help but laugh at everyone's comments. She glanced at Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei rarely appeared in the company, he had a high prestige among the lower-level employees. Xia Ruofei didn't say anything. Instead, he sent a red packet in the group. After he sent it, he immediately said, President Dong, don't order it. A total of 10 copies were distributed. Dong Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. And said, don't worry. I won't fight with my employee for benefits. In fact, Dong Yun did not know Xia Ruofei's intention at all. She thought that Xia Ruofei was just sending a red packet to liven up the atmosphere in the group. Under such circumstances, she would not snatch the red packet from the employees. Unless Xia Ruofei sent a red packet to everyone, she would only count it at the end. 2495, playing with the lucky draw. 2. When the employees in the group saw that the chairman had directly sent red packets without saying a word, they all hurriedly opened the red packets. Everyone thought that the chairman's red packet would definitely not be small. He didn't expect that one by one, he would get 1 or 2 yuan at the most, a few cents at the least, and even a penny at the most. Xia Ruofei was usually more easy going, and this was not a formal work group, so a bold employee could not help but complain, Chairman, you're too stingy. He only sent 10 yuan and strongly requested the chairman to issue it again. This guy was the unlucky guy who only got 1 cent. It is. That's right. Another employee jumped out and said, although I'm the luckiest, it's only 2.30 yuan. Refire. Additional discussion. Plus 10086 reissues. Dong Yun opened the red packet curiously and looked at the amount that everyone had received. Then, she looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile. She wanted to see how Xia Ruofei would respond to his employees. Xia Ruofei was busy typing on his phone. Soon, a message from Xia Ruofei popped up in the group. Instead of focusing on the amount of red packets, why don't you focus on your own ranking? Because I'm going to Spain this time, there are still 6 seats left in my plane. The red packet snatching was just a lucky draw, so I've already decided to give these 6 seats to the 6 people who received the least amount of red packets. As for the 4 people who are more lucky, I'll have to trouble you to take the commercial plane. After Xia Ruofei said that, the group suddenly quieted down. Everyone hurriedly opened their red packet records to check their ranking, especially those who had a moderate amount of money. They were extremely anxious. Only the unlucky guy who had only managed to get a penny was very confident. He sent a laughing emoji and said, "Thanks for letting me win. Thanks for letting me win." As for the one with the best luck, he didn't even need to look to know that he had no chance, so he immediately sent a crying emoji. "Chairman, you're really going all out." Dong Yun couldn't help but say, "It's not cheap to fly in official jet to Spain, right? Since we're going out to play, of course, it's more important to be happy." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's a pity that there are too many people. The plane is too small to fit." At this time everyone had already checked their own rankings. Those in the bottom 6 were naturally ecstatic. For these ordinary employees, having public expenses for a vacation was already a super good benefit, and to be able to travel by public jet was an even bigger surprise. Some people were happy, while others were disappointed. The 4 people who got the highest amount of money all sent a crying emoji. At this moment, Xia Ruofei sent a message. It seemed that someone had just suggested publishing it, right? At the same time, he also tagged the girl named Shi Wen Jianjia, who had snatched a penny. She was the first one who jumped out to ask Xia Ruofei to send a big red packet. Don T. Sherwin quickly sent out a message. Very quickly, the group chat was filled with messages. Those who managed to get a spot in the official jet naturally begged for it, while the other 4 were the loudest and actively responded to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but send a laughing emoji, followed by another message. What a joke, this was the final result. However, don't be discouraged if you didn't get it. We'll draw again on our way back, and it'll still be 6 spots. In addition, although you didn't get to board the Paradise business plane, the company will book you a business class ticket, so the comfort is still guaranteed. After Xia Ruofei's message, the employees in the group finally stopped and expressed their support. The 4 employees who didn't get the spots thought that they still had a chance to come back. The probability of 3 in 5 was still very high. In addition, the chairman had even booked expensive business class tickets for the 4 of them. How could they still complain? Dong Yun, who had been silent all this while, saw this message and could not help but give Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. The chairman is really generous. I can't say for sure about other things, but at the very least, this batch of employees will have a much stronger sense of belonging to the company. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'll leave the rest to you. By the way, the second batch of employees will definitely know the news soon. Why don't you tell everyone that there will be 7 slots for the public jet, and they will be drawn out using the same method as today. Paradise could carry 8 passengers. This time, Xia Ruofei and Dong Yun would have to take a seat each, so there were still 6 seats left. In the second batch, Shui Jinshan would definitely take the public transport as well, so there were only 7 spots left. Chairman, there's no need for the next batch, right? Dong Yun asked in surprise. Now, commercial planes are also very convenient. There's a direct flight to Barcelona from Beijing, and the flight is about 11 hours. There's no need to waste money on a commercial plane to fly again. Dong Yun felt that it was reasonable for Xia Ruofei to use the plane, since he wanted to go on his own. However, the next time, other than Xue Jinshan, who was part of the company's management, the rest were all ordinary employees. There was no need to use the plane. In her opinion, it was a waste. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. It won't cost much. The most important thing is to be fair. The second batch of employees are still staying at Qiantang. Speaking of which, they're working harder. We can't let them be disappointed. It's not that bad, Dong Yun hurriedly said. It's decided then. Xia Ruofei said, by the way, I've decided to leave the day after tomorrow. Arrange for the remaining 4 employees to book their tickets in advance. Since there's a direct flight to Beijing, then let's fly from Beijing. All right. Dong Yun stood up and said. By the way, is the Spain team done with the docking? Xia Ruofei asked. Dong Yun nodded and said, the RCD Español has made very thorough arrangements. They have arranged everything after we landed in Barcelona. We don't have to worry about the hotel, transportation, food, and even the tour in Barcelona. That's good. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, President Dong, you can go and do your work. By the way, I won't be coming to the company tomorrow if I don't have anything to do. I'll come to the company early in the morning the day after tomorrow to go to the airport with everyone. All right. Dong Yun said. When Xia Ruofei returned home from work in the evening, he specially asked Ling Qingxue out for dinner. Ling Qingxue knew that Xia Ruofei was going to Spain, so she stayed behind to accompany Xia Ruofei. Now, Ling Qingxue was no longer as resistant as when Xia Ruofei had first revealed his relationship with Song Wei. In reality, both Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were well aware that their agreement had long been in name only. The next day, Ling Qingxue even took a day off and did not go to the office. She accompanied Xia Ruofei at the Jiangbin villa. The two of them chatted, cooked together, cultivated together, and happily rolled in the sheets together. On the morning of the third day, after Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei had breakfast together at the Jiangbin villa, Xia Ruofei picked up the small registration case and was ready to leave. The two of them went to the courtyard. After Xia Ruofei placed the box into the trunk of the night 15 off-road vehicle, Ling Qingxue carefully helped Xia Ruofei tidy up his clothes and said softly, be careful when you go out. Xia Ruofei grinned and said, wife, don't you worry. Don't forget that I'm a cultivator of refined qi. Level 9. Ordinary people are not my opponent at all. Even if someone wanted to take advantage of me, it wouldn't be easy to kill me. Pay. Ling Qingxue quickly said, can you not talk about this kind of toxic healer in the future? It's very inauspicious. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but rub Ling Qingxue's face. He smiled and said, I didn't expect my wife to be so superstitious. All right. I won't say any more, don't worry. I'll be careful. Go. Don't let your staff wait too long. Ling Qingxue said, I'll help you clean up the villa. Xia Ruofei kissed Ling Qingxue's pretty face and said, then I'll have to trouble my wife. I'll bring you a present. With that, Xia Ruofei opened the car door and got in. He waved at Ling Qingxue and drove the night 15 out of the Jiangbin Villa district, heading in the direction of the Taoyuan building. 2496, flying to Spain, 1, when Xia Ruofei parked his car in the underground parking lot of the Peach Blossom Mansion and took the elevator to the first floor, he found the coaster arranged by the company waiting in front of the building. Although Xia Ruofei had arrived earlier than the agreed time, the other employees who were on the Same flight as him to Spain were earlier than him. Dong Yun was already waiting in front of the building. Xia Ruofei was the last one. Xia Ruofei dragged the computer case and walked faster. He smiled at the employees. And said, "I'm sorry. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Chairman, it was us who were so excited that we didn't sleep last night. They've all come to the company this morning." A girl with a ponytail said. This girl was sure. Wen, who had only managed to grab a penny from the red envelope in the group the day before yesterday. She had a lively personality and was usually the joy of the team. Besides, Xia Ruofei, the chairman, did not put on any airs, so she would not be submissive in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "So, I'm the one who harmed everyone. If I had known earlier, I would have let everyone take the commercial plane there." "I didn't say that," Sherwin quickly said. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, "Look at your useless faces. Get in the car." With that, Xia Ruofei took the lead and got into the car with the boarding machine. Dong Yun and the employees also got into the car one by one. The electric door of the Toyota coaster slowly closed. With a beep, the car started smoothly and drove out of the city. Sancheon City's airport was located in Chongping County. From the city to the airport, one had to take the winding highway and then the airport highway. The whole journey took about 40 to 50 minutes. Most of the people in the team were young people. It was their first time traveling abroad, and they were going to take the legendary Gulfstream plane this time, so they were all excited. The whole journey was full of laughter and laughter. Xia Ruofei and Dong Yun were sitting side by side. He felt very relaxed when he saw the young employees talking and laughing happily. In fact, he was about the same age as these employees, and some of them were even a few years older than him. However, his experience over the past few years had made him more mature than these young employees who had just entered the workforce a few years ago. "President Dong, have you arranged for the 4 employees?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Don't worry." Dong Yun smiled and nodded. "Everything has been arranged according to your instructions. They set off for the capital city yesterday. The direct flight from the capital to Barcelona is about 3 a.m. this morning. It's just that the time is a little unfriendly, but they will definitely arrive in Barcelona before us. Moreover, from Sancheon to Jing City and from Jing City to Barcelona, the 2 shipping companies have booked business class for them. The comfort level of the long distance flight is still guaranteed." "That's good," Xia Ruofei said. "By the way, they arrived early. Did someone pick them up in Barcelona?" "It's all arranged." Dong Yun smiled and said, "You're a big boss, so you don't have to worry about these small things. A few days ago, you were criticizing factory manager Xue for being so detailed. How come when it comes to you, you seem to be even better?" Xia Ruofei chuckled. "You're right, President Dong. I'll humbly accept your criticism. I'm just joking with you. I know you care about your employees," Dong Yun said with a smile. About 40 minutes later, Xia Ruofei's coaster arrived at the airport in Chongping County and stopped in front of the private jet building. Luan was already waiting for Xia Ruofei in front of the private plane building. He knew that there would be more passengers this time, and it was an overseas trip, so he had brought the crew to the airport in advance to prepare. He asked the second captain, Jing Daming, to make the final flight preparations. While he came to the private plane building to wait for Xia Ruofei and the others. With Luan's help, Xia Ruofei and the others quickly completed the security check, border inspection, customs inspection, and other inspection procedures. They successfully entered the restricted area of the airport. Paradise was parked in the parking lot next to the private jet building. So after the group left the private jet building and walked a short distance, they could see the public jet Paradise, glistening in the sun. The paint coating of the peach blossom was very distinctive. In addition to the big logo of the Peach Blossom Company, the body of the plane was also covered with fresh and green peach blossom, vegetables and delicious peach fruits. When the employees saw the distinctive features of the Peach Blossom Company on the plane, they could not help but feel a sense of pride. They were all young people, so they didn't deliberately suppress their emotions. Seeing this, they all shouted and quickened their pace, and in the end, they basically all jogged. After arriving at the plane, the employees took out their mobile phones and took pictures of Paradise. Of course, a few girls who loved to look pretty also took selfies. When Xia Ruofei, Dong Yun, and Luan arrived at the plane, Sherwin could not help but exclaim, "Chairman, let's take a group photo. The sky was so blue today. It'll definitely look great if you take a picture in front of the plane." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Sure. Captain Liu, call Captain Jing and the others down as well. Everyone, let's take a family photo." The blue sky, white clouds, streamlined business planes, a group of young employees brimming with youth, and the crew members wearing flight uniforms. Everything was so beautiful under the sun. One of the employees had brought a tripod. He fixed his phone on the tripod, set the delay setting, and then ran to everyone. With the sound of the shutter clicking, this beautiful moment was captured. 2497, flying to Spain, 2, the employee named Jiang Xiaoming didn't even have time to take his phone off the tripod before everyone gathered around him impatiently and said, "Quick, take a look at how good the photos are." The group of young people quickly picked a photo from the series of photos that everyone had a very good expression on, and then urged Jiang Xiaoming to send the original photo to the WeChat group. Xia Ruofei clapped his hands and laughed. "Handsome guys and beautiful girls. If there's anything, we'll talk about it after we get on the plane. Just now, Captain Liu said that the airport forecast is that there will be a thunderstorm in about 40 minutes, so we must take off as soon as possible." Dong Yin looked up at the sky and said, "The weather today is very good. It doesn't look like it's going to rain." Xia Ruofei laughed. "The weather radar at the airport is very accurate. Besides, you know the weather in the Three Mountains. Thunderstorms come at will." "That's true." Dong Yin said, "Everyone, hurry up and get on the plane." As usual, Xia Ruofei was the first to board the peach garden, followed by Dong Yun. Then, the employees stepped onto the accommodation ladder and entered the interior of the Peach Essence. This was their first time taking a public jet and seeing the interior of the Peach Source. Everyone gasped when they saw the luxurious interior. Sherwin even patted her chest cutely and said, "Am I dreaming? This is too luxurious." Some of the employees rarely even took a plane, let alone a private plane like this. Although the employees had checked the Gulfstream G650 plane's pictures at home after knowing that they were about to take a private plane, pictures were still pictures. The shock of seeing it with their own eyes was still very big. Moreover, Li Yifu had bought the Gulfstream G650 as a gift to Xia Ruofei. The interior design was naturally extremely luxurious. It was much more luxurious than some Gulfstream G650 passenger cabins that could be found on the internet. Hence, the moment the employees entered the cabin, they were all stunned. Xia Ruofei could see that everyone was a little nervous, so he laughed and said, "Don't. Just stand there. Hurry up and find a place to sit. Put on your seatbelt, I don't need to remind you, do I?" Xia Ruofei then pointed at two individual sofa seats that were placed opposite each other and said, "Leave these two seats for me and President Dong. You can choose any of the other seats." The two single-seater sofas were the most comfortable seats on the plane. They were located in the middle and back of the cabin, and further back was the separate bedroom. In front of this pair of seats, there were two seats placed side by side, separated by a small table. Opposite them were also two seats placed side by side. Further in front, there were two seats placed side by side. These 6 seats were basically arranged in this order. In terms of comfort, of course, it was a little worse than the two single-seat sofas at the back. However, it was just relative. Each seat in the public service airplane was much more comfortable than the public service cabin seats in civil aviation aircraft in terms of comfort and space. Additionally, each seat could be adjusted to a flat position. Further ahead of these 6 seats, there was a small control room between the cockpit and the control room. There were 2 retractable seats on the side of the control room. Those were the flight attendant seats, which were similar to the flight attendant seats in civil aviation planes. Beside Xia Ruofei's seat, there was a 3-seater leather sofa. However, the 3 seats did not have seat belts. The sofa and the bedroom in the back cabin could only be used during level flight. During take-off and landing, passengers had to sit in the seats and fasten their seat belts. After Xia Ruofei and Dong Yun sat down, the staff also found their seats. The flight attendants retracted the accommodation ladder and locked the cabin door. The employees inside the plane couldn't help but take photos. Not long after the door was closed, the plane started to move backward and taxied. It didn't stop until it reached the runway. A Boeing 777 landed on the other side of the runway. Then, an Airbus A330, which was in front of Paradise, entered the runway first. It quickly taxied on the runway and took off. Then, Paradise was allowed to enter the runway and take off. The plane made a beautiful turn at the end of the runway, and the nose of the plane was aimed at the center of the runway. Then, the plane began to accelerate rapidly, and everyone could feel an obvious push on their backs. After sliding for a distance, the plane's speed became faster and faster. Finally, it leaped up and flew up lightly. Through the porthole, they could see that the ground was getting further and further away, and the buildings on the ground were getting smaller and smaller. The plane was climbing rapidly. The Gulfstream plane's cruising altitude was higher than the general commercial aircraft, but the climbing time was almost the same. It only took about 20 minutes before the seatbelt indicator light went out. At this time, the cockpit door opened, and Lewin, who was wearing the captain's uniform, walked out. He picked up the cabin speaker from the side of the control room and said with a smile, "President Xia and all the other distinguished guests, I'm Liu N, the captain of the Peach Garden. Welcome to the Paradise. Please allow me to introduce the route from the Triplet Mountains to Barcelona." Lewin turned to look at Xia Ruofei. After seeing Xia Ruofei nod with a smile, he continued, "We just took off from the Sancheon. In the next 11 hours, we'll cross the Eurasian continent, then fly over the Mediterranean Sea, and finally arrive at Barcelona in Spain. Along the way, we'll pass through the airspace of Myanmar, India, Oman, United Arab Emirates, and other countries. It needs to be specifically stated here that although the Gulfstream G650's designed flight range is enough to guarantee that we can fly directly from the Triplet Mountains to Barcelona when it is full of fuel, we do not intend to do so for safety reasons. Therefore, in the middle of this journey, we will land in Dubai and stop for a short while. After filling up the fuel, we will continue to take off and head to Barcelona. Lewin had asked Xia Ruofei about this flight plan. Although there was enough fuel to support the flight to Barcelona, Lewin did not recommend such extreme flight. If the destination airport could not land due to weather or other reasons, Paradise, which was almost out of fuel, would be very passive and would have fewer options for landing. We can see a lot of beautiful scenery along the way, Lewin continued. I'll remind everyone to enjoy it through the captain's broadcast. I'll be returning to work now, and my colleagues will serve you with all they have. After that, Lewin hung the cabin radio microphone back and bowed slightly to everyone. Sherwin was the first to clap, followed by the other employees. After Lewin returned to the cockpit, the two flight attendants got busy, bringing the menu and preparing meals for everyone. Xia Ruofei unbuckled his seat belt and asked the staff to get up and take a look at the cabin. After obtaining the permission of the captain, Lewin, Xia Ruofei even arranged for the staff to enter the cockpit in batches. If they were on a passenger airliner, it would definitely not be allowed. However, there were not so many rules on a private plane, and everyone knew each other. Besides, Xia Ruofei was standing at the door of the cockpit, so there was no need to worry about any safety issues. After having some desserts with the employees and chatting on the sofa for a while, Xia Ruofei went back to the bedroom in the back cabin to rest for a while. He knew that even though he was not arrogant, he was still the chairman. The employees would feel more or less uncomfortable if he sat there. Although Dong Yun was also a company leader, they had fought side by side in Qiantang for a long time. In addition, Dong Yun was a beautiful woman, so she had a natural advantage. Thus, the employees felt more at ease in front of her. Xia Ruofei had thought about this as well, so he decided to sleep on the soft bed for a while. When he woke up, he leaned on the bed and played on his phone for a while. There was Wi-Fi in the plane. Although the internet speed was slower than on the ground, it was not a problem to browse the internet and read the news. The plane landed in Dubai to refuel. Xia Ruofei treated the employees to a meal at Dubai's airport. Then, the plane quickly took off from Dubai and continued to Barcelona. 2498 on the hot search again. 1. When the plane took off again, there were about 5 hours left on the flight. Xia Ruofei did not return to the bedroom in the back cabin to rest. He sat in his seat with Dong Yun and the other staff, enjoying the red wine that was prepared on the plane and chatting casually. The employees had been on the plane for 5 to 6 hours, but they didn't feel tired at all. However, everyone had passed the initial stage of novelty and no longer looked around like they were visiting a grand view garden. The bravest of them all, Sherwin, was sitting on the long sofa beside Xia Ruofei. She blinked her big eyes and said, "Chairman, your performance in life to look forward to was great. Especially the magic show, it was simply too magical. A lot of people on the internet said that it was edited for the show's effect. But Teacher He, Teacher Huang, and Pung Pung all vouched for it with their integrity. The magic show's process was not cut at all, and now the internet is in an uproar." "Has the show started broadcasting?" Xia Ruofei asked, surprised. "You didn't see it yourself?" Sherwin asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei laughed dryly. "No one told me." I guess the G group has forgotten about me. That's not right. Sherwin said, I even saw you interacting with the festival group on Weibo yesterday. Xia Ruofei was even more embarrassed. At this moment, Dong Yin turned to him and said, the chairman's account is maintained by Qin Yanan and the others. I guess the chairman hasn't logged into his Weibo for a long time. Xia Ruofei nodded unnaturally and said, it's true that I don't really use social media. Chairman, please take a look now. Sherwin quickly said. The topic of your magic show has even made it to the top search on Weibo. By the way, I just posted a photo with Paradise and tagged you. Please forward it or reply to it. This way, I can also gain some fans. Sure, Xia Ruofei said with a half smile, the latter part is your main purpose, right? It's just by the way, Sherwin pursed her lips and smiled. Xia Ruofei stretched and said, all right. I'm free anyway. After saying that, he took out his phone and opened the Weibo app. Although the Wi-Fi speed on the plane was not as fast as the 4G network on the ground, as long as he was not watching videos, the average page could be opened after loading for a short while. Xia Ruofei took a look. As expected, there were so many messages that he couldn't count them. The red corner sign no longer showed the specific number. He checked his Weibo first and found that he had indeed reposted the news released by the Life I'm Looking Forward to the night before. He also had an interaction with Peng Peng about how Peng Chang kept pestering him to learn magic. And the topic, President Xia's magic show, had actually reached the third most searched spot on Weibo. Xia Ruofei clicked on the topic page and saw that it was indeed in full swing. There were thousands of Weibo posts about this topic today. Both sides had their own arguments. Everyone had their own reasons. They analyzed the magic technique, the principle of the three immortals return to cave, and so on. In the end, they came to opposite conclusions. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mumble to himself, how free are people these days? Such a small thing actually made it to the hot search. I've realized that anything related to the chairman can easily get on the hot search list. Is the chairman the legendary hot search physique? Dong Yin said with a smile. Sherwin pursed her lips and smiled. Chairman, your words will attract hatred. I don't know how many celebrities have tried to stir up scandals just for the last trending search, but it's extremely difficult. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, you're too concerned about gains and losses. It's not a good result. What was this called? The flowers planted with a heart did not bloom, but the willows planted without a heart grew into shade. Ha ha ha. Look at how proud our chairman is. Dong Yin said with a smile. Dong Yan's words made the staff in the cabin burst into laughter. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and sent a Weibo message on his phone. The content was very simple. I saw everyone discussing the little magic trick I performed on the show. Actually, there's really no editing. In a few days, when I have time, I can post the full video of this magic trick. I also welcome everyone to watch and see if it can be disclosed. The Weibo post was filled with the topic President Xia's magic show, and the life I'm looking forward to was tagged along with the festival team, He Jiong, Huang Lei, Peng Chang, and the others. After sending the message, Xia Ruofei didn't bother about it anymore. Instead, he looked at Sherwin and asked, Sure, what's your Weibo ID? There are too many people tagging me backstage, it's really hard to find, I'll just search directly. Sherwin said. A little embarrassed, My ID is Refined Little Field Flower, Xia Ruofei raised her eyebrows and asked, the flower of the factory? It's not a factory. It's a farm. Sherwin hurriedly reminded him, her small face also blushing. This idea clearly implied that she wanted to be the most beautiful girl on Peach Blossom Farm. Saying it in front of so many people was really too embarrassing. Oh, Xia Ruofei dragged out his words. Siwen isn't the word in my name, it's Siwen, Sherwin quickly reminded him. Refined beast. Am I right? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Sherwin stomped her feet in embarrassment and said coyly, Chairman. 24.99 on the hot search again, _2 Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shiver and said, Xiaosher, please don't speak in such a tone. I'm getting goosebumps. Dong Yun and the other 5 staff members who were watching the show laughed so hard that their bodies convulsed. The cabin was filled with everyone's laughter. Xia Ruofei quickly found Sherwin's Weibo and clicked on her main page. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw that Sherwin had indeed posted 2 Weibo posts related to Taoyuan. The first post was about the blue sky and white clouds at the airport, the appearance of Peach Origin, and the group photos taken in front of Paradise. There was a short sentence attached. Immediately fly to Spain. And we'll be taking the chairman's private plane. With such benefits, I just want to ask, who else was there? The second Weibo post was obviously just posted, and it was accompanied by photos of Paradise's interior. There were exquisite leather aviation seats, shiny crystal lights, soft wool carpets, and a high-tech display screen. In this Weibo post, Sherwin wrote, we just landed in Dubai to refuel, and now we are taking off again. Barcelona, we are here. Sherwin had tagged the official Weibo account of Taoyuan Company and Xia Ruofei's Weibo account in both Weibo posts. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and reposted Sherwin's first Weibo post with a short paragraph of text. A small team from the company recently completed a beautiful siege battle. In order to reward them, and since I'm going to Spain for business, I'll take everyone on a vacation. It seemed that the girls and boys were already having fun before they even reached Barcelona. Sherwin had been staring at her own Weibo. Once Xia Ruofei's post was posted, she received news that someone had tagged her. She didn't have many Weibo fans, and usually didn't have any news backstage, so she saw it the moment Xia Ruofei reposted it. Sherwin opened the platform and saw that Xia Ruofei had indeed reposted it. She said excitedly, Chairman. Thank you. I'm sure I'll have a big wave of fans this time. Only one fan? Xia Ruofei teased, my influence can't be that bad, right? Not one, I mean a big, Sherwin corrected. At this point, Sherwin suddenly reacted and her face heated up. Chairman, you're too evil. Xia Ruofei also felt that it was inappropriate to make such a perverted joke with a young lady. In fact, he had blurted it out without thinking too much. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, Sherwin's reaction was so fast. Xia Ruofei awkwardly scratched his head and said, I must have heard it wrong. The engine must have been too loud. It seems that the Gulfstream G650's sound insulation is not very good. Dong Yun and the other employees knew that Xia Ruofei was driving, so they all smiled knowingly. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had his authority as the chairman, so no one exposed his explanation. As for Sherwin herself, her attention was not on this at all. In less than a minute after Xia Ruofei reposted her Weibo, the number of views on her Weibo account was increasing rapidly. The comments below were also popping up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Moreover, there were constant notifications of new fans appearing in the background. It was too much for her to take in. Awesome. Sherwin said excitedly, Chairman, it's only been a minute or two, but I've already gained hundreds of fans. Look at you. What's the big deal with 100 fans? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. No. It had just been forwarded. The number of fans increased so quickly. Sherwin said, it's still rising. And it's even faster. Now, there's no way to stop it. Sherwin's eyes did not leave the phone screen for even a second, as she kept refreshing the background news. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, take your time. I really don't understand. So what if I have a lot of fans? Can it be eaten as food? You're a verified user. With millions of fans, don't attract hatred here. Sherwin said without raising her head. Chairman, this wave of publicity is pretty good. Dong Yin said with a smile. I think it's very likely that it'll make it to the hot search again. We've saved so much advertising fees this way. After all, Dong Yin was a senior executive in the company. Naturally, her perspective was different from that of a young lady like Sherwin. Although it was just a simple interaction with Xia Ruofei, she keenly felt that this kind of down-to-earth content might be what the netizens would like to see the most. Let's not talk about Xia Ruofei's previous Weibo post about magic. After all, the topic of Ran Ran was already ranked third on the hot search. It was already very popular. Just Sherwin's Weibo post alone would definitely have a different effect if Xia Ruofei reposted it. It was a simple Weibo post, but it revealed a lot of information. First, the Paradise Company's benefits were very good. They would reward their employees with an overseas trip and even use the boss's private plane to send them there. Second, Xia Ruofei was a friendly boss and had good interaction with the ordinary employees. Third, the private jet was really beautiful and luxurious. Different people would have different interpretations of this Weibo post. It was just that this Weibo post had just been posted, and it would take time for it to make it to the hot search. However, with the popularity of the magic show, Xia Ruofei's Weibo post would definitely be more well-known than usual. In addition, Xia Ruofei's hot search physique made thousands of celebrities envious. It wouldn't be long before he made it to the hot search list. Sherwin was completely immersed in the joy of the rapid growth of her fans. The other employees also joined in the fun and started to scroll through Weibo and TikTok. Although the in-flight Wi-Fi speed was not very fast, it was much faster than some commercial airplanes that were equipped with Wi-Fi. After all, commercial airplanes often had hundreds of people sharing the same Wi-Fi, and there would never be so many people sharing the same Wi-Fi on the Peach Source. Xia Ruofei sat with him, sipping red wine and chatting. More than 5 hours passed by quickly. Finally, the Peach Origin landed smoothly at the Barcelona airport and slowly glided to the private jet parking spot. Due to the time difference, it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Spain. Xia Ruofei and the staff expressed their gratitude to the two captains for the long flight that lasted for 11 to 12 hours. It was a great test of the pilot's physical strength. The two pilots, Luan and Jing Daming, personally sent Xia Ruofei and the others off the plane. Xia Ruofei took his login case from Jing Daming's hands and said, Captain Lu, Captain Jing, after you're done with the follow-up matters, you should also go to the hotel to rest as soon as possible. We shouldn't be returning so soon. You can have fun in Barcelona and wait for further notice. Alright, President Xia. We'll be on standby. Luan nodded and said. At this time a warm voice came from not far away, President Xia. You've had a long journey. Xia Ruofei looked up and realized that Zhou Leiyun had come to the tarmac personally. There were two Mercedes-Benz MPVs parked not far away. It was obvious that Zhou Leiyun had brought them over. Xia Ruofei quickly walked up to him and said, Chief Zhou, why did you come to the airport in person? How can I accept this? Zhou Leiyun laughed heartily and said, President Xia, a friend from afar has come. Of course, I have to welcome him personally. Then, he frowned and looked at the young man beside him who had his head lowered. Aren't you going to greet the guest? The young man then raised his head somewhat unnaturally. Only then did Xia Ruofei see that the person who had his head buried in his chest was Zhou Leiyun's nephew, Zhou Yuan. This kid had probably been taught a lesson by Zhou Leiyun recently. He no longer had the high-spirited attitude he had at the Peach Blossom Association. Instead, he was a little submissive. Good day, President Xia. Zhou Yuan looked at Xia Ruofei in fear and stuttered. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Zhou Leiyun was a little resentful towards this nephew of his for failing to live up to his expectations, and Zhou Yuan was obviously very afraid of Zhou Leiyun. Under such pressure, how could Zhou Yuan be successful? The only result was that he was like this now. He was like a grandson in front of Zhou Leiyun, but once he went out, he would be arrogant and domineering, afraid that people would not know that he was rich. This emotion was like a spring. The more tightly it was suppressed by Zhou Leiyun, the stronger the rebound after leaving Zhou Leiyun's side. Xia Ruofei could even somewhat understand this for nothing second-generation Zhou Yuan. However, this was Zhou Leiyun's family matter, so Xia Ruofei naturally would not meddle in it. He only lightly greeted Zhou Yuan. 2500 Arrival at Barcelona. 1. Zhou Leiyun also knew that Xia Ruofei did not like Zhou Yuan very much. He had brought him to pick him up today to express his attitude. Thus, after greeting him, Zhou Leiyun warmly welcomed everyone to board the car. When the employees saw that Zhou Leiyun, one of the richest men in the country, had personally come to pick them up, they could not help but feel flattered. Even Dong Yun could not help but take a few more glances at Xia Ruofei. Dong Yun knew that Xia Ruofei's trip to Spain was an invitation from Zhou Leiyun. However, she did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so close to Zhou Leiyun. In the entire China, there were not many people who could make Zhou Leiyun come to the airport to pick them up. Xia Ruofei introduced Dong Yun to Zhou Leiyun as they walked side by side towards the car. When Zhou Leiyun heard that Dong Yun was the managing director of Paradise Corporation, he was very friendly. He did not act arrogantly. Just because Paradise Corporation was much smaller than Glory World Corporation. Since she was going overseas with Xia Ruofei, she must be a trusted subordinate. How could Zhou Leiyun neglect her? Xia Ruofei, Dong Yun, and Zhou Leiyun sat in the car in front. Sherwin sat in the back of the car while the other 5 sat in another Mercedes-Benz. After the 2 cars left the parking ground, they went around to the other side. Zhou Leiyun personally led Xia Ruofei and the rest to complete the immigration procedures. Then, everyone got into the car again and left the airport, heading in the direction of the hotel. Barcelona, a southern European resort, had warm sunshine, beautiful beaches, and enthusiastic bikini girls all year round. Along the way, it was full of exotic scenery. Xia Ruofei asked, by the Wei, Director Zhou, there are 2 other employees from our company who took the Huaxia Airlines flight. They should have arrived earlier than us. Have you picked them up? Don't worry. Your 2 employees have already arrived at the hotel. Zhou Leiyun chuckled and said, I arranged for Jiang Xiaochen to personally pick us up. Jiang Xiaochen was Zhou Leiyun's Chinese agent in the Spanish club and had been working there for several years. Thanks. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Zhou Yuan sat upright in the front passenger seat, not even daring to breathe loudly. Zhou Leiyun and Xia Ruofei sat in the middle row, while Dong Yun and Shi Wen sat in the back row. The Mercedes-Benz business car had a longer wheel length, and there were 3 seats in the back, so it was not crowded with 2 petite girls sitting in the back. Zhou Leiyun was in high spirits and introduced the scenery to Xia Ruofei along the way. The city of Barcelona had a long history, and there were many historical sites. In the city, the old buildings in Europe were well preserved, and medieval-looking buildings could be seen standing on both sides of the road. After Zhou Leiyun had acquired the Espagnol Club, he had frequently traveled between China and Spain. He was already quite familiar with the city of Barcelona and had no problem being Xia Ruofei's tour guide. The car drove through the streets of Barcelona and finally arrived at the Grand Central Hotel in the Lauching district. The hotel was located in a building from the early 20th century. The furnishings were elegant, and the exterior was filled with a sense of historical heaviness. However, the interior was very luxurious. Zhou Leiyun asked Zhou Yuan to bring Dong Yun and the rest to handle the check-in procedures. Xia Ruofei's passport was also handed over to Zhou Yuan to handle while he and Xia Ruofei sat on the sofa in the lobby and waited. Zhou Leiyun smiled. Director Xia, this hotel doesn't have a presidential suite. I've asked them to book a luxurious suite for you. I'll have to trouble you for a while. Zhou Leiyun owned a mansion in the wealthy district of Barcelona. He had originally wanted to invite Xia Ruofei to stay at his house, but Xia Ruofei had used the excuse of bringing his employees along as an excuse to reject him. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, a luxury suite? I say, even a standard room would do. I'm not that spoiled. When I was in the army, I lived in a row of rooms that could accommodate more than 10 people. Didn't I eat and sleep well? Zhou Leiyun sighed and said, that's right. Sometimes, it was not necessarily a good thing to have superior living conditions. President Xia's experience in the military will be very beneficial to your future career development. Xia Ruofei knew that Zhou Leiyun was thinking about his good-for-nothing nephew, Zhou Yuan, so he smiled and said, everyone wants to live a more refined life. I have no choice. I was born with a silver spoon. Zhou Leiyun laughed and said, Chief Xia, the conditions of this hotel are quite good. The local food here was very authentic, and the fitness center was also great. I'm sure President Xia will like it there. By the way, there's also an endless pool on the roof. In our country's words, it's an internet-famous attraction. Some of our wealthy compatriots who come to Barcelona for a vacation like to choose this hotel because of the endless pool on the roof. Is that so? Xia Ruofei said, I'll find time to experience it. I must go and experience it. Zhou Leiyun smiled and said, there are many pretty girls in bikinis there too. Zhou Leiyun continued, that's right. Wu Lei has also been arranged to stay in this hotel for the time being. However, once he has settled down, he should be going to rent or buy a house. After all, He will be staying here for a few seasons. Wu Lei should be at the training base now, right? Xia Ruofei nodded. 2501 arrival at Barcelona, 2. Wu Lei had successfully passed the physical examination of the Spanish club a few days ago and officially joined the club. Perhaps it was because of the club owner's Chinese background or the huge Chinese market behind Wu Lei. The Spanish club held a special press conference for Wu Lei's joining and also organized a grand joining ceremony. Many Chinese people in Spain rushed to Barcelona from afar to attend Wu Lei's joining ceremony. Wu Lei also showed off his footwork on the court as usual. His performance could be said to be average, or at least he did not make a fool of himself. That's right. He usually rests in the club at noon. After a day of training, there's a car that will send him back to the hotel. Zhou Leiyun nodded. This treatment is not bad. Xia Ruofei grinned. Director Zhou, find a time for me to meet Wu Lei. I want to talk to him. No problem. Zhou Leiyun promised. The two of them chatted for a while and soon, the check-in procedures were completed. Zhou Leiyun personally sent Xia Ruofei upstairs. This time, Zhou Leiyun had shown his sincerity. And the reception was also very high. Xia Ruofei was staying in a luxurious suite, while the other employees were staying in the king-sized rooms. At first, Zhou Leiyun did not know that there was a higher up from Paradise Corporation in Xia Ruofei's group. After knowing Dong Yan's identity, he immediately ordered Zhou Yuan to change Dong Yan's room to a suite, and it was on the same floor as Xia Ruofei's room. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest while Zhou Leiyun accompanied Xia Ruofei to the luxurious suite. As for Zhou Yuan, Zhou Leiyun was annoyed when he saw his cautious and submissive appearance, so he simply sent him away. The luxury suite had a spacious living room, a dining room, a small kitchen, and a large bathroom with a high-end jacuzzi. The view of the suite was also the best of all the rooms. Standing in front of the bay window in the bedroom, one could have a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery of Gort, and the main Cathedral of Barcelona was close by. Zhou Leiyun chatted with Xia Ruofei about the upcoming arrangements, then got up and left. Xia Ruofei and the rest had been on the plane for more than 10 hours. Now that they had arrived at the hotel, they definitely had to rest. Zhou Leiyun did not want to disturb them. Earlier on, Zhou Leiyun had already discussed with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei and the rest would be resting in the hotel that afternoon to recover their energy. The next day, Zhou Leiyun would arrange for someone to accompany Dong Yun and the rest on a tour around Barcelona. Xia Ruofei would follow Zhou Leiyun to the Espanyol Club and make a trip to the club. Although Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun had signed the share transfer agreement, there were still some procedures that could only be completed in Spain. However, Xia Ruofei had underestimated the enthusiasm of Dong Yun and the others. As soon as Zhou Leiyun left, Dong Yun asked in the group, "Chairman, what are our plans for the afternoon? Is it a group activity or a free activity?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but send a message in the group. He didn't have any plans for the afternoon. Everyone had been on the plane for such a long time, were they not tired? "I think it's better to rest in the hotel and go out tomorrow." Dong Yun directly sent a voice message. "Over, I'm not tired at all." "Sure when, not tired +1, Jiang Zhou, not tired +2. The employees replied that they were not tired. Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Hence, he gave Zhou Leiyun a call and asked him to arrange for someone to bring Dong Yun and the others out for a trip. "No. problem? Zhou Leiyun said with a smile. President Xia, I'll get someone to show President Dong and the others around the Liaoqing district, and we can try the local specialties tonight. I've caused you trouble. Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly. These employees have been too tense for a while. Now that they're on vacation, they look like they've been revived. Ha ha ha. It's no trouble at all. Zhou Leiyun said candidly, Director Xia, aren't you going out for a walk? I'm not going. Xia Ruofei said, I can't rest well on the plane. I think I'll catch up on sleep. That works too. I'll come and find you for dinner tonight, and I'll call Wu Lei along. Zhou Leiyun said readily, let's have a meal at the hotel today. The main thing is to have a good chat. I'll follow your arrangements. Xia Ruofei said. Then, Xia Ruofei suddenly thought of something. After hesitating for a while, he asked, Director Zhou, is it convenient to arrange for everyone to visit No Capu tomorrow? The Espanyol and Barcelona clubs were not on the same level at all, but they were still arch enemies in the same city. Even Xia Ruofei felt that it was a little too much to ask the Espanyol club owner to send someone to take everyone to visit Barcelona's home ground, No Capu Stadium. Zulayan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly and asked, they all want to visit No Capu? Not really. But President Dong is a die-hard fan of Barcelona. Since she's in Barcelona this time, she's definitely going to make a pilgrimage to No Cape. Xia Ruofei said. A few other employees also expressed similar opposite opinions. They are not loyal to Barcelona, but when their friends in China learned that they were on vacation in Barcelona, fans would ask them to bring some Barcelona souvenirs, authentic jerseys, and so on. It would be even better if they could get Messi's autograph, I understand. Zhou Leiyun said with a bitter smile, but on non-match days, I won't be able to see those star players in No Capu. To be honest, Zhou Leiyun felt a little bitter in his heart. As the owner of the Spanish club, how could he be willing to let his club live in the shadow of Bar, eh? However, this was the cruel reality for now. Even with Wu Lei, the fans from China would obviously like Bar, more at the club level. If they were given a choice between visiting Barcelona's home ground and visiting Spain's home ground, everyone would probably choose the former without thinking. The two of them chatted for a while more before Zhou Leiyun hung up. He wanted to arrange for someone to be Dong Yun's tour guide. As for visiting No Capu, that would be tomorrow at least, and the premise was that No Capu would be open tomorrow. Xia Ruofei took a bath in the bathroom, changed into a bathrobe in the closet, and lay down on the bed in the bedroom. Because China and Spain had a 6-hour time difference, it was almost time to sleep in China, so Xia Ruofei fell asleep very quickly after lying down. When his phone on the bedside table vibrated, the sky outside had already turned dark. Xia Ruofei reached for his phone and glanced at it. It was Zhou Leiyun. He picked it up and said, General Manager Zhou, President Xia, are you still sleeping? Zhou Leiyun said apologetically, I'm sorry. I've disturbed your rest. Xia Ruofei yawned and said, it's fine, I should get up too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get over the time difference. General Manager Zhou, have you arrived at the hotel? I just arrived. I'm at the bar on the second floor. Zhou Leiyun chuckled and said, it's fine. You can take your time to pack. Wu Lei has just returned from training. We'll meet on the second floor later. All right. Xia Ruofei said. He rolled out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Then, he changed out of his pajamas and took out a casual suit from the space After that, he left the room and took the elevator to the second floor. As Xia Ruofei walked into the bar on the second floor, he saw Zhou Leiyun waving at him from a distance. Opposite Zhou Leiyun sat a young man in the Spanish team's yellow sportswear. Xia Ruofei walked over. Zhou Leiyun did not choose a private room. Instead, he asked for a booth by the window, where he could enjoy the night view of the Liaoqing district. Director Zhou, sorry to keep you waiting. Xia Ruofei walked over and said with a smile, I've only just arrived. Zhou Leiyun smiled and said, President Xia, let me introduce you. There's no need for an introduction. Wu Lei is a famous star player in our country. Who doesn't know him? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Hello. I'm Xia Ruofei. Hello, President Xia. Wu Lei quickly said. Let's sit down and talk. Zhou Leiyun beckoned him over. Wu Lei, don't be so reserved. Have a seat. 2502 First time meeting. 1. Wu Lei looked the same as he did on TV and in photos, but in reality, he looked more innocent and shy. His small eyes, short hair, and somewhat honest appearance made it difficult for people to have any bad feelings about him. However, Wu Lei was clearly a little reserved in front of his big boss, Zhou Leiyun. Zhou Leiyun was not only the chairman of the RCD Español club, but this club was just a playful investment by him. The scale of his assets was one of the best among the private enterprises in the country. Usually, Zhou Leiyun had a lot of things to do, so he did not come to the RCD Español club often. He would appear on the podium for some key games, or he would attend when the club had a big event. Throughout Wu Lei's entire transfer process, including his arrival in Spain this time, he was mostly in contact with the interpreter that the Spanish clubs had arranged for him. He did not even meet Zhou Leiyun's agent, Jiang Shaochen, often. Now that he was sitting in front of the big boss, Zhou Leiyun, how could Wu Lei not be nervous? Don't be so reserved, Wu Lei, Zhou Leiyun chuckled. We're all fellow countrymen overseas. Oh right, I haven't introduced you to the one beside you. He is, Director Zhou. Director Xia is a famous internet celebrity. In China, as long as you're on the internet, there's probably no one who doesn't know him. Wu Lei said with a smile. Do you guys go online often? Xia Ruofei asked, surprised. Wu Lei smiled shyly and said, in addition to competitions and training, my spare time is also very simple. I spend time with my family. When I have time, I go online to watch videos, play games, and browse Weibo. I'm also a Weibo fan of yours. Is that so? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, then I'll pay attention to you too. Xia Ruofei took out his phone. He thought for a while and said, come on. Let's take a selfie first. General Manager Zhou, come over and sit. Come sit over here. Zhou Leiyun was slightly older than Zhao Yongjun. He wasn't very interested in the things that young people played, but since Xia Ruofei had invited him, he still had to show his support. Hence, Zhou Leiyun stood up and walked to the seat opposite him with a smile. Wu Lei quickly squeezed in. The three of them sat side by side in the booth. Xia Ruofei raised his phone and took a few selfies. Then, Xia Ruofei opened the Weibo app and followed Wu Lei's post. Then, he posted another post, I've met director in Barcelona. I'm looking forward to Wu Lei's performance in the top league. The accompanying picture on Weibo was selected from the few selfies he had just taken. Both Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun's attitudes were friendly and approachable. Wu Lei's nervousness was reduced by a lot. He smiled and said, President Xia, you're still on the hot search list. This time, I can ride on your popularity. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you still need to ride on my popularity. You're the most popular person in the domestic football world these days. Everyone is very concerned about your every move. If we're talking about freeloading, at most, we're freeloading each other. Ha ha ha. Zhou Leiyun had already returned to his seat and sat down. He smiled and said, Wu Lei, although you're more familiar with President Xia, I can guarantee that you don't know about his other identity. Oh? Wu Lei was stunned for a moment before he said, Director Zhou, then can you tell me what other identity Director Xia has? Zhou Leiyun laughed and said, a shareholder of the Real Español Club. And he was the second largest shareholder. You don't know about this, do you? Ah? Wu Lei was really shocked this time. Why? Haven't I heard of it before? He had done a lot of research before coming to Spain. He had some understanding of the Spanish club's equity structure, especially the big boss Zhou opposite him. He was the club's absolute controlling shareholder and the club chairman. He was clear about all these, but he did not know that Xia Ruofei was also a shareholder of the club. Zhou Leiyun chuckled and said, it's not just you. The number of people who know about this can be counted on 10 fingers. Because the transfer of shares has just been completed, there is no time to change it in Spain. Wu Lei, General Manager Zhou, transferred a portion of his shares to me. Xia Ruofei explained with a smile. Oh. So that's how it is. Wu Lei obviously had not recovered from this shocking news. But don't worry. I reduced my holdings not because I was not optimistic about the RCD Español. On the contrary, I was very optimistic about the future of our club, so I gave part of my shares to President Xia. We are friends. Zhou Leiyun said, therefore, we will continue to support the club's development. We will also increase our investment when necessary to strengthen the club's strength. Zhou Leiyun's investment in the Spanish clubs was indeed for fun. But it was also because he was optimistic about China's huge football market, especially after the introduction of Wu Lei. These days, Wu Lei had not officially appeared, but the influence of the Spanish clubs in China had risen sharply. Even the stock price of Glory World Group had risen because of the stimulation of this good news. With Glory World Corporation's huge size, a slight rise in the stock price would bring huge wealth. Moreover, Zhou Leiyun had already joined hands with Xia Ruofei to invest in the Spanish football club. Just based on this point alone, it was even more impossible for him to give up. Even if it meant that he would lose money in the long run, he would continue to invest. 2503 First Time Meeting 2. Zhou Leiyun's words were like a calming pill for Wu Lei. He nodded and said, I understand. Xia Ruofei smiled. I've signed an agreement with Director Zhou. I won't interfere with the club's management. So, for you, everything will be the same as before. Nothing will change. For you personally, you just have to focus on training for the game. The domestic fans are looking forward to seeing you in La Liga as soon as possible. I understand. Thank you, President Xia. Wu Lei said, I will definitely work hard. Come on. For the sake of our fate. Let's drink. Zhou Leiyun raised his glass and smiled. Cheers. The three of them clinked their glasses. As an active soccer player, Wu Lei was very self-disciplined, so he only drank fruit juice while Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun drank red wine. Eat something. Zhou Leiyun said, President Xia, try the local delicacies. Zhou Leiyun ordered a lot of Catalan food, such as salted cod, cold, cured meat, roasted snails, and so on. However, Wu Lei could not eat high-calorie food, so he ordered a steak and a chicken breast. The Barcelonan cuisines were a little different from traditional Western cuisines, or rather, it was somewhere in between Chinese and Western cuisines. There was even a dish called carnalden that looked a little like Beijing roasted duck. It was made with duck filling wrapped in pasta and some sauce. Xia Ruofei felt that the taste was not bad. For a southerner like him who did not have strong tastes, the taste was just right. Eating the local delicacies and admiring the old buildings outside the window, it really had a rich exotic atmosphere. The three of them chatted in low voices as they ate, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Xia Ruofei clinked his glass with Zhou Leiyun's and took a sip. He put down his glass and turned to Wu Lei. Wu Lei, how many days have you been in Spain? Are you used to it? Wu Lei pursed his lips and said with a shy smile, I'm feeling pretty good. The sun is shining brightly here, and the scenery is pleasant. The club's facilities were excellent, and they were more professional than the local clubs in all aspects. It's just that I can't have in-depth communication with my teammates for the time being. In addition, I'm not used to not having my wife and children by my side. Xia Ruofei had seen some news about Wu Lei and knew that he was a man from the Gu family. Unlike many domestic football stars, Wu Lei rarely had any news outside of the stadium, and he had never had any negative news. After the popularity of the Chinese Super League, the income of players had also increased greatly, so it was common for players to buy luxury cars. Wu Lei's car was very ordinary. The only time it was photographed by the media was actually accompanying his wife on the subway, which was jokingly called a luxury car worth more than 20 million each by the netizens. In fact, Wu Lei's income was one of the top among the Chinese Super League players. After all, he was the local player who broke the foreign aid monopoly and won the best striker. He could be said to be the best local striker, but he never squandered. Instead, he supported the training of the young players and was willing to take out tens of thousands of yuan to buy nutrition for the young players. In addition, Wu Lei was almost the only player in the Chinese Super League who did not have any tattoos. It was because of this positive image that Xia Ruofei had a good impression of Wu Lei. After he heard Wu Lei's words, he smiled and said, everything is difficult in the beginning. Since you've already taken the first step, the next step is to find a firm foothold. I think it's one thing to work hard during training, but it's also very important to master Spanish as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to really integrate into the team. Although President Zhou and I are the major shareholders of the club, we can't interfere with the manager's lineup. You have to fight for everything yourself. I understand. Wu Lei quickly said, Director Xia, the club has arranged for me to have a Western language teacher. I'm now cramming for this lesson. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, it's good that you've realized this. I believe you'll be able to integrate into the team very soon. Wu Lei was 27 years old this year, the same age as Xia Ruofei. However, his words did not sound like an old man's words to anyone who heard them. It felt very natural. Thank you for your encouragement, President Xia. Wu Lei said. Oh right, how's your shoulder injury? Xia Ruofei continued. The team doctor has done a preliminary examination. He needs to undergo surgery. Wu Lei said with some frustration, although this operation doesn't need to be done immediately, and this injury won't affect my participation in the competition too much, it may cause serious consequences if I hurt the same place again in the competition. But I don't want to miss the games during this time. After all, more than half of the season has passed. Once I get operated on, I'll miss all the games this season, Zhou Leiyun also said. Director Xia Ruofei has to make his own decision. The club can only give suggestions. His injury doesn't affect the training and competition, but there are some risks. It seems like I'll have to weigh the pros and cons myself, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Zhou Leiyun nodded, then looked at Wu Lei and said, "You have to make this decision yourself. I've already told you that no matter what decision you make, the club will support you unconditionally. It was also fine if you wanted conservative treatment to ensure training and competition. If you want to have surgery immediately, we'll contact the best sports surgery experts for you. I'll seriously consider it." Director Zhou Wu Lei nodded and said, "If it's a surgery, how long will it take for him to recover?" Xia Ruofei asked. "The doctor estimates that it will take 2 to 3 months for me to recover from the surgery and be able to participate in team training as usual," Wu Lei said. "By then, I'll have finished talking about La Liga for this season. I can only wait for next season." Xia Ruofei nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Director Zhou, if Wu Lei is to be operated on immediately, how long will it take for the doctor to arrange it?" Zhou Leiyun looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise, then said, "Dr. Havamir is a world-renowned expert in upper limb surgery. He has operated on some world-class star players, and we're going to ask him to be the chief surgeon for Wu Lei. As for the exact time, we'll only know after the club contacts him, but it usually doesn't take too long." Such an authoritative sports surgeon's surgery fees were very high, and ordinary patients could not afford it at all. He mainly operated on professional athletes, so his schedule was not as tight as ordinary surgeons. Xia Ruofei nodded. He looked at Wu Lei and asked seriously, "Wu Lei, if there's a way for you to recover within a week after the surgery, would you be willing to have the surgery immediately?" "What?" Wu Lei could not help but cry out. He immediately realized that they were in a restaurant. He covered his mouth subconsciously and lowered his voice. "President Xia, are you joking with me?" "Why would I joke about this?" Xia Ruofei said seriously. "This is not in line with medical laws." Wu Lei hesitated and said. This was related to his development in the RCD Español club. Wu Lei had to be careful. He did not even care about Xia Ruofei's identity as the boss. He had to question it when it was time to. He had always considered the recovery period to be 2 to 3 months. If he could persist until the end of the season before he had surgery, then he could use his vacation to complete his postoperative recovery. It would not affect his preparation for the new season. And if they could perform well in the remaining games of the season, their situation next season would naturally be much better. If he were to go for surgery directly, by the time he recovered to the point where he could participate in training, the season would be over again and the team would be on vacation. It would be somewhat disadvantageous for his recovery. This was directly related to whether he could occupy a main force or standing substitute position on the team next season. Xia Ruofei's 1 week to recover sounded like a fantasy to Wu Lei. It would be great if it was true, but he was afraid that Xia Ruofei was just bragging. If that happened, it would have a huge impact on him. At that moment, Zhou Leiyun suddenly said, Wu Lei, since CEO Xia said a week, he must be confident. Don't you know President Xia very well? When Wu Lei heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then his eyes immediately lit up and his face revealed a trace of joy. 2504 New shareholders, new atmosphere. 1. The joy on Wu Lei's face disappeared in an instant. He then hesitated and said, there's a saying on the internet that the jaded skin cream and heart-nourishing soup were both developed by President Xia. Some people say that President Xia's Chinese medicine skills are very high. However, there are also many people who have opposite opinions. After all, President Xia is so young. In fact, the rumors on the internet were not groundless. After all, Xia Ruofei had treated many people and many people knew about his medical skills. Although this kind of news was mostly spread among the upper-class circle, it was inevitable that some people would spread it on the internet. Zhou Leiyun was on good terms with Zhao Yongjun. Although he didn't know that Xia Ruofei could cure cancer, he at least knew that Xia Ruofei was highly skilled in Chinese medicine. He was also very sure that Xia Ruofei was the main person who developed the heart-nourishing soup and the jaded skin ointment. Therefore, after hearing Wu Lei's words, Zhou Leiyun laughed and said, Wu Lei, I can tell you responsibly that President Xia's Chinese medicine skills are very high. Since he said so, he must have a certain level of confidence. You can consider President Xia's suggestion. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, General Manager Zhou, are you that confident in me? What if I was just bragging? Wu Lei won't be able to play this season. It'll be a great loss for you and the club. You're also one of the club's shareholders, aren't you? Zhou Leiyun shrugged. I'm not the only one who lost it. Wu Lei could not help but be speechless. In fact, after listening to Zhou Leiyun's words, he was already tempted. After all, he had only missed one round of the league tournament in a week. After the league tournament ended, he still had at least 7 or 8 chances. Moreover, if he could completely solve the problem of his shoulder joint injury, it would be good for his form. After all, even though he could play football now, he was always worried about hurting his shoulder joint again. There would be a certain psychological shadow, and it was naturally impossible to fully play his technical movements. However, the moment Zhou Leiyun finished speaking, he immediately started to joke with Xia Ruofei. For the two big bosses, this loss was nothing, but it was different for him. He was already 27 years old this year, and every game he played was precious to him. If he could not play this season, he would have to wait until the new league season in September to start playing. In this case, Wu Lei was more inclined to go for surgery at the end of the season. Xia Ruofei saw Wu Lei's conflicted expression and smiled. Wu Lei, since I made this suggestion, of course I have some confidence. I'm also a shareholder of the club. I can't sacrifice the interests of the players for no reason, right? Besides, you're already a benchmark for Chinese football. Your influence is very important to the club. I won't joke about this kind of thing. At this point, Xia Ruofei paused and continued, of course, the final decision is still up to you. Wu Lei nodded gratefully and said, I understand. I will consider it seriously. Thank you, Director Xia. I still need to discuss it with my family, so I can't give you an answer immediately. I understand. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Come. Drink another one. After that, they did not talk about any more sad things. they ate and chatted. In a foreign country, there was a special sense of intimacy between fellow countrymen. Although Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun were Wu Lei's bosses, they did not put on any airs. Wu Lei gradually let go of his reservations and the atmosphere became more and more harmonious. After dinner, Zhou Leiyun made an appointment with Xia Ruofei to go to the Spanish club the next day to handle the relevant documents for the transfer of shares. Then, he bid farewell and went back to convince Xia Ruofei to buy a manor in Barcelona. He could stay there for about a month and a year. Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei went back to their rooms to rest. After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he took a shower in the bathroom. After changing into a loose bathrobe, he sat on the sofa in the living room and turned on his phone. He asked about everyone's situation in the WeChat group. After all, this was a foreign country and he was unfamiliar with the people and place. Since he had brought these employees out, he had to be responsible for them. Dong Yun replied to Xia Ruofei in the group. She was still out with her employees. The nightlife in Barcelona was very rich. To the young girls and boys, everything here was very fresh. Xia Ruofei didn't ask for too much. He just reminded everyone to be careful. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any problems with the company of Zhou Leiyun's men. Although the security in Europe was not as good as in China, it was still pretty good in Barcelona. The next day, Xia Ruofei and his staff split into two groups. Zhou Leiyun sent two subordinates who were familiar with the situation in Barcelona to accompany Dong Yun and the rest on a trip, while Xia Ruofei went to Espanyol. It just so happened that Wu Lei also had to go for training, so the two of them left the hotel in the business car sent by the club. The hotel wasn't too far from the club's training base. It was about 7 or 8 kilometers away, a 10-minute drive. Soon, Xia Ruofei could see the blue outer wall of the Espanyol club training base from afar. The wall was inlaid with a huge white team emblem and the words Real Espanyol Football Club in Spanish. Wu Lei was sitting beside Xia Ruofei. He introduced, Director Xia, this training base is called Danny Halk Base. It's named in memory of the Spanish legendary captain, Danny Halk, who passed away in 2009. 2505 New shareholders, new atmosphere. 2. Xia Ruofei looked at the bronze statue of Danny Halk and nodded. I heard that the fans still maintain the tradition of applauding in the 21st minute of the game, just to commemorate the legendary captain? Yep. Danny Halk wore the number 21 jersey when he was in Espanyol. Wu Lei said, CEO Xia, the football atmosphere here is really great. I like to play football here. Xia Ruofei smiled. Then train hard. I hope you can be a main player soon. I'll take your blessings. Wu Lei said. The car drove into the training base. Xia Ruofei sat in the car and looked around. He realized that the Danny Halk base was a little small. Although the facilities were more professional, it was a little small for a top-league team. Wu Lei had strength training in the morning, so he got out of the car when they arrived at the training room. Xia Ruofei sat in front of a small building and took a look at the Espanyol Club's office building. Zhou Leiyun was already waiting in front of the building. There was a man in his 30s standing beside him. This was Zhou Leiyun's spokesperson in the Spanish club, Jian Shaochen. In addition to Zhou Leiyun and Jian Shaochen, the Spanish club's management also came to welcome them. These managers and directors had received Zhou Leiyun's notice yesterday and knew that some of Zhou Leiyun's shares had been transferred to a boss who also came from China. They were a little nervous. After all, RCD Espanyol was a team that had been hovering near the relegation line for a long time. Zhou Leiyun had suddenly reduced his shares. They did not know if there would be any changes in the club's future. Business thinking. The LA Liga rankings were very chaotic this season. Although RCD Espanyol was currently in the middle, they were not far from the European zone. At the same time, they were not far from the relegation zone. A slight mistake could lead to a relegation was not impossible. If the boss reduced his investment and caused people to be tempted, the team might collapse at the end of the season. When the club management saw the young Xia Ruofei get out of the car alone, they were still thinking about the transfer of shares worth tens of millions of euros. This new shareholder of the club did not even bring a legal counsel. However, while they were still in a daze, Zhou Leiyun had already walked up to them and greeted them with great enthusiasm. When the management saw that this rich Chinese boss's attitude was so polite, they naturally didn't dare to neglect and also went forward to welcome him. After Zhou Leiyun exchanged a few pleasantries with Xia Ruofei, he introduced him to the management of the Espanyol club, while Jiang Shaochen had studied in Spain in his early years and obtained a master's degree in sports management. He had worked in many Spanish clubs before. It was only after Zhou Leiyun acquired the Spanish club that he recruited Jiang Shaochen through a headhunting company. Jiang Shaochen had another advantage working here. He had studied in Catalonia in Spain, so he had no problem in listening, speaking, reading, and writing Catalan. Catalan was also the official language of Spain. Compared to standard Spanish, it was like Chinese and Cantonese. People who only knew Spanish could understand some of the meaning of Catalan, but there were still some obstacles in normal communication. The Spanish club was a long-standing club in Catalonia. Many of its staff, including many players, were actually from Catalonia, and the language they communicated with was Catalonian. Jiang Shaochen's ability to use Catalan was naturally of great help to his work. Xia Ruofei had a polite and reserved smile on his face. He shook hands with the management of the clubs one by one, then walked into the office with Zhou Leiyun. The club's management had all returned to their respective positions and only participated in the welcome to show the importance of the club. Zhou Leiyun and Jiang Shaochen accompanied Xia Ruofei to an office. The legal advisor had already prepared all the documents that needed to be signed. He had also made a few copies of Xia Ruofei's passport. After Xia Ruofei signed the document, he handed it to the legal counsel along with a copy of his passport. He did not need to attend to the rest of the matters personally. The professionals would go to the officials to register and file the records. Espanyol clubs were not listed, so the transfer of shares was relatively simple. However, with the efficiency of work in Europe, it was estimated that it would take at least 5 days to a week. But in reality, Xia Ruofei was now a shareholder of the Espanyol club. As the person who transferred the shares to him was Zhou Leiyun, there could not be any changes in the whole process. Then, Zhou Leiyun asked Jiang Shaochen to gather the club's shareholders and management in the meeting room, including the first team's head coach, Ruby. Ruby was also a very important part of the club. He naturally could not be absent from such a big event as the change in the club's shares. After everyone had arrived, Zhou Leiyun accompanied Xia Ruofei into the meeting room. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face. He looked around and felt that everyone's expressions were different. They were probably nervous. After the two of them sat down, Zhou Leiyun said, I believe everyone knows that I've transferred about half of my shares to Mr. Xia Ruofei. From today on, Mr. Xia Ruofei will become a shareholder of the Real Español Club and hold 25% of the club's shares. Next, let's invite President Xia to speak. After Jiang Shaochen translated Zhou Leiyun's words, there was a rather warm round of applause in the meeting room. Everyone looked at the young new shareholder of the club. Xia Ruofei waited for the applause to die down before he smiled and said, Thank you for your enthusiasm. I need to make it clear that this is only one of my many investments, and I don't have much energy to pay attention to the daily operation of the club. Therefore, when I transferred the shares, I also signed a collaborative action agreement with General Manager Zhou and gave him full voting rights to my shares. Xia Ruofei paused for a moment and waited for Jiang Shaochen to finish translating his words before he continued, So, Mr. Zhou Leiyun will still be the chairman of the Real Español Club. The club's daily operations will continue as usual, and you don't have to worry about any major changes. The shareholders, management, and head coach Ruby in the meeting room were relieved after hearing Xia Ruofei's words. They were worried that the club would undergo drastic changes. If it led to the team's relegation, it would be a disaster. The number of Barcelona fans was not as many as Barcelona's. If they were demoted to La Liga, it would be worse. Xia Ruofei continued, Before I came, I learned about the situation of the Spanish clubs and also paid attention to this season's points ranking. They are currently ranked 15th, 11 points more than the relegation zone, but only 12 points away from the European region. It can be said that one step to heaven, one step to hell. However, the following schedule is still more advantageous for us. We haven't encountered too many strong teams. If they performed well, it would be impossible for them to charge into the European battle zone. This would require the joint efforts of everyone present. What we can do is to do our best to guarantee everyone's safety. President Zhou and I have a consensus, and that is to hope that the Real Español Club will return to the European tournament as soon as possible. I think there is hope this season. If the team can make it into the UEFA Europa League this season, even if it's only the qualifiers, the bonus will definitely satisfy everyone. We'll also increase our signing efforts next season to keep the team competitive. After Xia Ruofei's words were translated by Jiang Shaochen, everyone in the meeting room had a strange look on their faces. Even Zhou Leiyun looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise. 2506 Bold and ambitious words. 1. In fact, for Zhou Leiyun, although investing in the Español Club was just for fun, he also had the intention of increasing his influence and popularity. Therefore, he did not fully acquire the entire club. Instead, he held the shares that had just reached the holding line and did not increase his shares. Zhou Leiyun naturally did not care about the little profit from running a football club, not to mention that many football clubs were operating at a loss. When he invested in the club, the most important thing was still the brand effect. In fact, the introduction of Wu Lei this time could be said to be of good quality and cheap, with a high price-performance ratio. After the news of Wu Lei joining Español was announced to the public, even Glory World Group's stock price rose a little. In the future, if Wu Lei could play in the game or continue to score in La Liga, the brand effect would be even more obvious. It was also because of this that Zhou Leiyun's philosophy in running the club was to maintain the status quo. He had no strong desire to invest large amounts of money. As long as the club could stay in La Liga, coupled with Wu Lei's advertising effect, he would have already made a lot of money and did not need to invest without restraint. Although Zhou Leiyun was not short of money, a businessman's calculations were always the best. He would not spend a single cent that he did not need to spend. Therefore, when Xia Ruofei announced that he hoped the team would work hard to get into the European zone, and even promised to give a huge bonus, as well as a large investment to bring in strong players next season, Zhou Leiyun was a little surprised. However, Zhou Leiyun was very clear about what was more important. Since Xia Ruofei had already said it, he naturally would not jump out and undermine her. Moreover, for the Spanish team, investing tens of millions of euros to recruit was already a big deal. As long as Xia Ruofei was happy, he did not mind investing another tens of millions of euros into the club. This way, he could also get the other shareholders to invest as well. If the other shareholders were not willing to invest, Zhou Leiyun would be happy to see their shares be diluted and his own share ratio increase a little. Hence, the strange look on Zhou Leiyun's face only lasted for a moment. He quickly put on a kind smile and nodded his head lightly, making others feel that he had already reached an agreement with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's words fell into the head coach Ruby's ears. He could not help but smile bitterly. As the team's manager, Ruby knew the situation of his team the best. Xia Ruofei was right that the Espanyol club was only 12 points away from the European zone, which seemed to be a difference of 4 games. With more than 10 rounds left in the league, it was completely possible to catch up. However, the actual situation was that the gap between the last 10 teams in the league was very small. If they were not careful, they could even fall into the relegation zone. Therefore, Ruby had always believed that staying in the league was the most important thing. In the next few rounds of the league tournament, when they encountered opponents who could theoretically stay in the league, they must fight to the death. As for the traditional strong teams such as Barça, Atletico Madrid, and Sevilla, it would be best to get points, but not getting any points was expected. There was no need to fight hard. After all, fighting head-on with the opponent might get more red and yellow cards, and even an increase in injuries, which would affect the number of games that should really get points. Goose. Alright. Barca should be excluded. Even though Barça was a strong team in the universe, the Spaniards did not have to give up when facing them. They had to fight to the death. It was because they were mortal enemies from the same city. Ruby couldn't help but say, "Mr. Xia, I think the team's goal should still be to play steadily and prioritize staying in the league." The smile on Xia Ruofei's face didn't fade. He didn't feel that the other party had offended him. He smiled and said, "Mr. Ruby, whether it's to avoid relegation or to fight in Europe, the team has to get as many points as possible." I don't think the two are contradictory, do they? Of course. However, in some competitions, where the gap in strength is too big, it's not worth it to fight hard. Ruby said. This could only be said internally. It could not be admitted to cowardice in front of outsiders. Even in front of the players, it could not be said clearly. Xia Ruofei smiled. I used to be a soldier. The word give up doesn't exist in my dictionary. In my opinion, we must give it our all in any competition. Then, Xia Ruofei changed the topic and said, "Of course, I'm just setting a big goal. I don't want to interfere with the coach's arrangement. Everything will go according to your established arrangement." Xia Ruofei did not expect the manager to be so stubborn. He insisted on his point of view even in front of the club's major shareholders. He thought To himself, it seems that Wu Lei can't get any preferential treatment with his Chinese identity. If he wants to get stable playing time, he still has to show his strength in training. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not interfere with all this as long as the manager did not discriminate against them. It was fair to rely on one's ability to make a living. Moreover, if he really wanted to help Wu Lei, he had a way to improve Wu Lei's strength. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Ruby replied in a neutral tone, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Xia. We'll definitely work hard." After the short meeting, Xia Ruofei visited Danny Hauck training base with Zhou Leiyun and the others. He even saw Wu Lei in the training room, who was doing strength training with his teammates under the guidance of the physical coach. 2507 Bold and ambitious words, too, in front of the club's management and head coach Ruby. Wu Lei did not speak to Xia Ruofei. He only smiled and nodded as a greeting. It could be seen that Wu Lei was working hard in training. He did not deliberately show it because of his boss and manager. In fact, his training attitude had always been very good. Manager Ruby also saw this and was ready to arrange Wu Lei on the big list for the away challenge against the Yellow Submarine Villarreal this weekend. However, in the end, Wu Lei did not follow the team to Villarreal. In the afternoon, under the personal accompaniment of Zhou Leiyun, Xia Ruofei visited the Columbus Monument and the Holy Family Hall. After having dinner with Zhou Leiyun and Jiang Shaochen, he had just returned to the hotel when he received a WeChat message from Wu Lei. "Mr. Xia, I've decided to undergo the operation immediately and have already informed the club of my wishes. I'll have to trouble you with the recovery after the operation." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile and replied, "No problem. Don't worry, if you're lucky, you might be able to make it in time for the home game next weekend." Wu Lei replied, "Yes. Thank you." Xia Ruofei called Zhou Leiyun after he heard that Wu Lei had decided to have the surgery as soon as possible. Wu Lei was a player that Zhou Leiyun had personally contacted and brought in. The club also attached great importance to Wu Lei. So after he made the decision to have surgery, the club reported it to Zhou Leiyun as soon as possible. "I already know about this, Chief Xia," said Zhou Leiyun. "Don't worry, I've already contacted Dr. Havamir. He doesn't have any other surgeries scheduled for him recently. Wu Lei will go for a comprehensive examination tomorrow. If everything goes well, he can even have the operation tomorrow afternoon. Also, Dr. Havamir said that he could perform the surgery for Wu Lei in his surgical clinic in Spain, so that he wouldn't have to go to Germany." "That's great." Xia Ruofei said, "There are still 9 days until the home game next weekend. If everything goes well, he might even have the chance to make his home debut." Zhou Leiyun chuckled and said, "That's all thanks to your miraculous hands." Dr. Havamir's initial assessment is that the patient will need 2 to 3 months for postoperative recovery. Don't forget that. I'm also a shareholder. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I will definitely do my best to help him." The next day, Zhou Leiyun personally accompanied Xia Ruofei and Dong Yun to continue their tour of Barcelona, while Wu Lei headed to Dr. Havamir's surgical clinic with the company of the Spanish club's team doctor and Jiang Shaochen. Barcelona's historical and cultural landscapes were very rich. It would take many days to explore them in depth. Xia Ruofei and the others could only be considered as having a cursory look. And today was finally the opening day of No Kapu. Dong Yun had finally completed her pilgrimage as she had wished. As the chairman of Barcelona's arch-enemy club, Zhou Leiyun accompanied her on a tour of No Kapu Stadium with mixed feelings. In addition to his psychological discomfort, he also needed to be careful to cover it up. Otherwise, if he was photographed by reporters, the newspapers tomorrow would probably be full of news like the Chinese rich boss of the Spanish club visits No Kapu. He would be drowned by the spittle of the Spanish fans. When they returned to the hotel that night, Zhou Leiyun invited Xia Ruofei and the rest to a banquet at the hotel's restaurant. After the meal, he personally sent Xia Ruofei back to his room. Just as Zhou Leiyun was about to leave and go home, Jiang Shaochen called. Zhou Leiyun took a look at the caller ID and quickly picked up the call. He was also very concerned about the situation of Wu Lei's surgery. Shaochen, how is it? Zhou Leiyun asked. Director Zhou, I have good news for you. Wu Lei's operation has just ended. Dr. Havamir said that the operation was very successful. Jiang Shaochen said excitedly. Xia Ruofei's hearing was much better than the average person's. Although Zhou Leiyun did not put it on speaker, he could still hear it very clearly. Without waiting for Zhou Leiyun to speak, Xia Ruofei said, General Manager Zhou, was Wu Lei's surgery a success? That's great. Zhou Leiyun was all smiles as well. What did Dr. Havel say? Xia Ruofei quickly said, General Manager Zhou, turn on the speaker. Turn on the speaker. Zhou Leiyun nodded. He turned on the speaker and placed his phone on the coffee table. Jiang Shaochen's voice was heard from the phone speaker. Dr. Havamir said that he mainly repositioned Wu Lei's collarbone and reconstructed the shoulder ligament. The surgery went very smoothly and even exceeded the expected results. He also said that Wu Lei's body is in great condition and that this operation will not affect his career. That's great. Zhou Leiyun clenched his fists and immediately asked, did the doctor say how long it would take to recover? Jiang Shaochen hesitated for a moment before saying, Dr. Havamir told me that Wu Lei needs to undergo shoulder fixation in the first 2 weeks. He can start receiving physical treatment in the 3rd week, and it will take about 6 to 8 weeks for him to fully recover. Jiang Shaochen did not know about Xia Ruofei's promise to Wu Lei, so he felt that it was not wise for Wu Lei to choose surgery at this time, because the recovery period of 6 to 8 weeks meant that the season was basically over by then. Moreover, Wu Lei had rested for such a long time and he still needed to get back to his form. It could be said that there were not many opportunities left for Wu Lei this season. Zhou Leiyun raised his head and looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, General Manager Zhou, let Wu Lei stay there and observe for a day. Let him come back tomorrow. Leave the rest of the rehabilitation to me. All right. Zhou Leiyun said happily and immediately instructed Jiang Shaochen over the phone, Shaochen. Did you hear what President Xia said just now? I heard it. Jiang Shaochen said. We'll do as President Xia says. Zhou Leiyun said, send Wu Lei back tomorrow. All right. I got it. Jiang Shaochen said. He didn't know what Zhou Leiyun was up to, but the operation was a success, and the team doctor could help Wu Lei with the rehabilitation training, so it wouldn't be a big problem for him to return tomorrow. Xia Ruofei saw that Zhou Leiyun had hung up the phone, so he asked, Director Zhou, are there any Chinese medicine shops in Barcelona? I need to prepare a few medicinal herbs in advance. Of course there are Chinese medicine shops. In fact, as long as there are Chinese people in the world, there are basically Chinese medicine shops. Zhou Leiyun smiled and said, I'll arrange For someone to send you there. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm too lazy to run. I'll make a list of the medicinal herbs I need, so please send someone to buy them for me. Also, we need to buy a set of tools for decocting the medicine. Zhou Leiyun had thought that Xia Ruofei would be worried about the prescription being leaked, so he had asked for someone to send him to a Chinese medicine shop. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to not care about this at all. Zhou Leiyun was stunned for a moment before he immediately said, no problem. Just send me the list and I'll arrange for someone to take care of it. After Zhou Leiyun left, Xia Ruofei immediately listed all the herbs he needed on WeChat and sent them to Zhou Leiyun. Xia Ruofei was a little tired after a day of sightseeing. After Zhou Leiyun left, he quickly took a shower and went to bed early. The next day, all the herbs that Xia Ruofei needed had been sent to his room. At the same time, there was also a set of clay pot, charcoal, and other things. These were all things that Xia Ruofei had requested Zhou Leiyun's subordinates to prepare. If he wanted Wu Lei to recover quickly, he naturally needed to use the spirit heart flower petal solution. As for these herbs, some of them had no effect at all, while some were used to relax the tendons and activate the muscles. How could he achieve the effect of a complete recovery in only a week with these herbs alone? Xia Ruofei used these herbs to make an ointment and added a certain amount of the spirit heart flower petal solution. After Xia Ruofei mixed the ointment evenly, he kept the bowl of ointment in the small refrigerator in the suite. 2508 Rapid Recovery 1. Wu Lei finally returned to the hotel in the afternoon. The club had arranged for an ambulance to take him from Havemeer's surgical clinic to the Central Grand Hotel. Although Harvey Mill did not recommend Wu Lei to be discharged so soon, after all, the facilities in the surgical clinic were more complete. However, Wu Lei's surgery was very successful, and the follow-up rehabilitation training was not complicated. So when Wu Lei asked to be discharged, Dr. Havemeer did not object. He was only responsible for writing the medical advice in detail and handing it over to the Spanish club's team doctor. Under Zhou Leiyun's personal care, the Spanish club adjusted a suite for Wu Lei. Wu Lei's decision to undergo surgery was very quick. His family was still in China and could not make it in time, but the surgery was already completed. So, the club also hired professional care workers to take care of Wu Lei. After Xia Ruofei received the news, he personally carried the first aid kit to Wu Lei's room. Wu Lei's room was quite lively. The Spanish club's team doctor, interpreter, and the nurse the club hired for Wu Lei were all there. Wu Lei, who was lying on the bed, saw Xia Ruofei and quickly raised his hand to greet him. President Xia. Don't move, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you look good. Wu Lei was in a good mood after the operation. He smiled and said, the doctor the club found is very skilled. He said the surgery was perfect and it wouldn't affect his future career. Ha ha ha. The heavens, bless the good. Xia Ruofei laughed. You're the hope of our entire village. With the blessing of hundreds of millions of Chinese fans, how can the operation not be successful? After Wu Lei transferred to La Liga, he was jokingly called the hope of a whole village by the domestic fans, because he was a Chinese player who entered the 5 major leagues again after many years. Wu Lei laughed in embarrassment. Please wait outside for a while. Wu Lei and I have something to discuss. Xia Club, so he naturally did not dare to be negligent. He quickly nodded and said, all right. All right. After they had left, Xia Ruofei put the medical kit aside and said, "I'll help you check first. Then you'll have to untie the equipment first." Wu Lei nodded. No need, no need." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Chinese medicine and Western medicine are different. I'm mainly checking the circulation of qi and blood." After that, Xia Ruofei moved a chair over and sat on Wu Lei's bed. He reached out and felt Wu Lei's pulse. Xia Ruofei released his mentality and quickly understood Wu Lei's physical condition. The operation on the scapular joint was a success. The joint reduction and the recovery of the ligament were both perfect. Other than the operation, Wu Lei had some minor injuries. This was also unavoidable for professional football players, but these injuries did not have much of an impact on him for the time being. After Xia Ruofei finished the examination, he was more confident. The operation was very successful. What Xia Ruofei needed to do now was to speed up the recovery of the wound, which was the most effective healing effect of the spirit heart flower petals. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "The situation is not bad. If there are no accidents, I should be able to recover in 6 or 7 days. Then I'll have to trouble you, President Xia." Wu Lei nodded heavily. "The team will be setting off for Villarreal tomorrow. Are you feeling anxious?" Xia Ruofei chuckled. Wu Lei was a little embarrassed as he smiled and said, "I came here to play football. But next week's home game is Vallecano. It would be perfect if he could play." Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement and said, "It's important to make your home debut. Vallecano's strength is average. If you can play well, it will indeed be better for you to gain a firm foothold in the team. Even if I can resume training, I've just had an operation. I don't think the head coach will put me on the list." Wu Lei said. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Haste makes waste. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's recover from our injuries first." Wu Lei nodded heavily. Xia Ruofei said, "My treatment idea is very simple. While applying the ointment externally, I will promote the circulation of qi and blood through acupuncture. This will speed up the absorption of the medicine and the recovery of the wound. So I'm going to untie your shoulder, but you don't have to worry, I'll be extra careful and won't cause your joint to shift." "I believe you," Wu Lei said. "To be able to develop such an amazing product like the jaded skin cream, your medical skills must be good." Xia Ruofei could tell that Wu Lei was still a little nervous, so he smiled and said, "Of course. Even if it's really dislocated, I can help you recover without the need for surgery. President Xia, please don't scare me anymore," Wu Lei said with a bitter smile. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I'm just joking. I'm just trying to ease my tension." With that, Xia Ruofei reached out and carefully removed the strap on Wu Lei's shoulder, revealing the wound. He took out the ointment that he had prepared from the medicine box, then put on a pair of disposable gloves. The components of the spirit heart flower petals could not come into direct contact with his skin, or they would be absorbed by him. Xia Ruofei applied the ointment on Wu Lei's shoulder evenly. Wu Lei took a deep breath and said in surprise, "President Xia, this ointment feels very cool when applied, and the pain has been reduced by a lot. It's really godly." 2509 Rapid Recovery. 2. Wu Lei had just finished his surgery, and the anesthetic had worn off, so his wound would definitely hurt. As professional athletes, they had to use as little anesthetic and painkiller drugs as possible, so they could only endure the pain. Wu Lei immediately felt the effects as soon as the ointment was applied. The effect was immediate. He had been a little uncertain at first, but now he was confident. After Xia Ruofei finished applying the ointment on Wu Lei, he took off the disposable gloves and threw them into the trash can. Then, he closed the container for the ointment and stood up to put the ointment in the refrigerator. Then he told Wu Lei, change the medicine once a day. With the help of acupuncture, the wound and ligament will heal within a week. I guarantee that you will be able to resume training with the ball. Xia Ruofei had assessed Wu Lei's condition before. He added a good amount of the spirit heart flower petal solution after brewing the ointment to ensure that Wu Lei would recover completely. And this ointment was enough to last for about 6 days. President Xia, I've troubled you so much, Wu Lei said with a touched expression. Xia Ruofei was a shareholder of the club and had a big business in the country. Now that he had to spend so much time to help him recover, he was naturally touched. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "You're now the club's high-quality asset. I'm helping myself by helping you. You don't have to be nervous. As long as you have the right technique and the right acupuncture points, you won't feel any pain. You might feel sore, swollen, or numb, but you won't feel any pain. It's fine even if it hurts. I can take it." Wu Lei grinned. Xia Ruofei nodded. "You managed to finish the Asian Cup with a dislocated shoulder joint. You even wanted to finish more than 10 rounds of La Liga before the surgery. I don't doubt your willpower at all." Wu Lei was embarrassed by Xia Ruofei's compliment and laughed. Xia Ruofei took out a whole set of silver needles from the first aid kit. He opened the bag containing the silver needles and laid it flat on the bedside table. Then, while he was chatting with Wu Lei, he suddenly and quickly inserted the silver needles into the acupuncture points near the shoulder and neck. In the blink of an eye, 9 silver needles were accurately inserted into the acupuncture points, and the ends of the needles were still trembling slightly. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "What do you think? It doesn't hurt, right?" Wu Lei raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "You're done?" Xia Ruofei said, "I'm done. However, the acupuncture has only just begun, and the process will take about 15 minutes. If you feel any discomfort during this time, you must let me know immediately." "All right. I got it." Wu Lei nodded and said. Then, Xia Ruofei used the 9 needles of cloud contact technique to continuously twist the silver needle. At the same time, wisps of genuine qi slowly stimulated the acupuncture points through the silver needle. Wu Lei immediately felt a warm feeling at the spot where the needle was inserted, and this warmth spread from the acupuncture point. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring near his neck and shoulders, which was quite comfortable. Xia Ruofei could perform the 9 cloud contact needles with ease. He had time to chat with Wu Lei while performing the acupuncture. They talked about Wu Lei's performance in the domestic clubs in the past few seasons, and how he had embarked on the path of professional football when he was young. The two of them had a great time. If Xia Ruofei's physician brother Gejun were to see this scene, he would definitely be shocked. The 9 needles of Mayun was very complicated and difficult to perform. Even experienced Chinese physicians needed to be fully focused. Xia Ruofei was able to do it as if it was light and was even able to divert his attention to chat with the patient. It was beyond ordinary knowledge. After the acupuncture session, Xia Ruofei helped Wu Lei to fix the band on his shoulder. He said, "Try not to move for the next 2 to 3 days, and don't eat spicy food. Wu Lei felt that the acupuncture process was too comfortable. Even after Xia Ruofei had withdrawn the needles, he still felt that it was not enough. Okay, President Xia, I'll definitely follow the doctor's advice. Wu Lei smiled and said, your medical skills are amazing. Whether it's the ointment or the acupuncture, they're the best I've ever seen. You've seen many Chinese medicine doctors? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Of course. Which football player doesn't get injured? Wu Lei said, when I was in China, most of the physiotherapists in the team were Chinese medicine practitioners. They also knew how to massage and acupuncture, but they didn't have the effect of the acupuncture you gave me. It's my honor to be praised by Bal Qingwu. Xia Ruofei laughed. President Xia, please don't ridicule me. Wu Lei said with a bitter smile. Ha ha ha. The club has arranged a nurse for you. If you need anything else, Ruofei stood up and said. All right. President Xia, thank you again. Wu Lei said. Xia Ruofei waved his hand as he packed up the silver needles and the first aid kit. You're welcome, but please keep my treatment a secret. I don't like trouble, and I don't want everyone to know about it. I will. Even if my wife asks, I won't tell her. Wu Lei said. Xia Ruofei laughed. That's not necessarily the case. Just don't go around telling everyone. Wu Lei was well known for being good to his wife and children. He seemed to be happy to be a wife slave and was happy all day. It wasn't easy for him to say something that he wouldn't even tell his wife. Xia Ruofei left Wu Lei's room and went to the living room. He told his room. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei would change his medicine and perform acupuncture on him every morning. Then, he would tour Barcelona alone in the afternoon. Dong Yun and the others had already left Barcelona, and Zhou Leyun had arranged for someone to accompany them to tour other cities in Spain. 5 days passed in a flash. Wu Lei had been able to get out of bed 2 days ago. He had spontaneously started some lower body strength training. On the one hand, it was to maintain his condition. On the other hand, he was really on the verge of collapse from lying down. After Xia Ruofei finished the acupuncture for Wu Lei, he said, you can remove the fixation on your shoulder. Just cover the ointment with ordinary gauze. So I can train with the ball? Wu Lei asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that's right. However, don't be too strong at the start. In fact, Wu Lei's injuries had basically recovered, including minor injuries in other parts of his body. However, athletes who had been injured would more or less have some trauma, so they would be particularly careful about the injured parts. If they could not overcome the psychological barrier, they would naturally not dare to play against each other in the game. Many players could not recover to their former state after being seriously injured. Physical functions were one aspect, but psychological factors also accounted for a large proportion. I'll go to the club now. Also, let the team doctor examine me again. Wu Lei said impatiently, then explained, I can only resume training with the permission of the team doctor. Espanyol was already preparing for the home game against Vallecano in 3 days. In La Liga last weekend, Espanyol scored 2-2 thrilling draws with Villarreal and 1 point in the away game. This was already a very satisfactory result for the current Spanish team. They were facing Vallecano on the weekend. The opponent's strength was average, and the Spanish Team was playing on their home ground, so their goal was naturally to win. Wu Lei was also eager to play in this game, so he hoped to join the pre-match preparations as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "No problem. You can go and check it again so that you can be at ease." So, Wu Lei went to the Spanish club with the interpreter. When the team doctor saw Wu Lei, his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He thought that Wu Lei should be recuperating in bed at the moment. How could he be running back to the club so fast? 2510 The Mysterious Power of the East. 1. Wu. How can you get out of bed and move around? The team doctor asked sternly. Dr. Havamir told you that you have to stay in bed for 20 days after the operation. How could you not follow his advice? What if the shoulder joint is dislocated? From the team doctor's point of view, Wu Lei's actions were very irresponsible. After Wu Lei heard the translation, he quickly said, "Dr. Diego, I'm here for a physical examination." He said, "A physical examination?" The team doctor, Diego, asked in confusion. "Yes, I feel that my body is recovering very well, and it doesn't affect my ability to get out of bed. I can even feel no pain in my shoulder." Wu Lei said, "That's why I wanted to come back to check on my recovery." "This is impossible." The team doctor, Diego, shouted, "It's only been 5 or 6 days. The wound hasn't even completely healed yet. How could you not feel any pain?" Diego looked at Wu Lei and said, "Wu, I understand your eagerness to serve the club. However, the recovery of sports injuries requires science. Your surgery was very successful, and Dr. Havamir also said that you'll be able to resume ball training in 6 or 7 weeks. Although the season will be over by then, you'll have a full pre-season training, which will be of great help to your performance next season. If you're in such a hurry now, it might affect the recovery of your injuries instead, and it won't be worth it." Diego also knew that the player in front of him had been personally brought in by the Chinese boss, and that it was of great significance to the club's expansion into the Chinese market. Therefore, he did not say anything too harsh. Instead, he spoke with a heavy heart. It was precisely because he knew how important Wu Lei was that he would never agree to such an unreasonable request. "That since I'm already here, please ask him to check on me. If my recovery is still far from complete, I'll definitely cooperate with the recovery plan. Also, tell him that I'm going back to the club for a check today, with President Xia's permission." And said, "All right then. Since it's Mr. Xia's order, I'll check it for you. However, I hope that after the examination, you can recuperate well according to the doctor's advice. Otherwise, I will suggest that the club arrange for you to live in the youth team dormitory and send someone to supervise you." "No problem," Wu Lei replied with a smile. "No problem." Diego brought Wu Lei to the club's medical room and carefully examined Wu Lei's shoulder. The results of the examination made Diego gasp. Wu Lei's recovery speed was completely beyond his imagination. The surgical wound had completely healed, leaving only a faint scar. The preliminary examination showed that the scapular joint and ligament had basically returned to normal. This result made Diego doubt his life. Was all the sports medicine he had studied for so many years fake? Diego looked as if he had seen a ghost. He checked again, and the results were the same. If it was a joint and ligament examination, it could be due to a problem with the equipment. However, the wound left by the operation had completely healed. This could be seen clearly with the naked eye without the need for A professional. However, Diego still could not believe the result. He felt that the conditions in the club's medical room were limited, after all. So, after applying with the club manager, he took Wu Lei to a local hospital in Barcelona for a more comprehensive examination. Diego felt that this result was too subverted, so he did not dare to tell the club manager. He only said that he would take Wu Lei to the hospital for a follow-up to check on his recovery. The club manager didn't think much about it and readily agreed. After an in-depth examination, such as an MRI scan, Diego finally got the results after a long time. Diego had finally given up and accepted the fact that Wu Lei was infinitely close to a full recovery. Anxiously, please immediately ask Wu how he did it. Could it be that the constitution of the Easterners is different from ours? The interpreter was also a Spaniard, but he had studied in China for many years and was very good at Chinese. It just so happened that the Spanish team had brought in Wu Lei, so he got this well-paid job. In addition to being Wu, translation was only a short-term job. It was impossible for the club to townsmen could not have such treatment. More importantly, Wu Lei had to pass the language barrier on his own in order to better integrate into the team. After all, it was impossible to rely on a communication with his teammates. Moreover, the locker room was a very private place. Unless the head coach arranged tactics, the players were definitely not relationship. In the locker room, the interpreter was well versed in Huaxia. After hearing what Dr. Diego said, he said, with a confused look, "I've lived in Huaxia for 5 years, but I don't feel anything special about the physique of the Easterners. 2511, the mysterious power of the East, too, but Wu recovered in just 6 days. This was the truth. And the results of the examination just now showed that some of the small injuries on his body have healed. He's now as strong as a bull." Diego said excitedly, "He must have a way. This will be a revolutionary innovation for the recovery of sports injuries." As the team doctor, Diego knew Wu Lei's physical condition the best. After all, he was the one who took part in Wu Lei's transfer check-up the entire time. Hence, when he came to the hospital today for a full-body examination, he decided to check on Wu Lei's previous minor injuries as well. They were all contusions or physical injuries. They were not very serious injuries, but they would sometimes hurt faintly and even affect Wu Lei's performance. In the end, after today's examination, except for his shoulder joint, which he was most concerned about, all the minor injuries on Wu Lei's body had healed. It was as if Diego had found a treasure. "Don't be so excited. Don't get too excited," the interpreter quickly said. "I'll ask him right away." Wu Lei saw how excited Dr. Diego was, and how much he was talking about. He didn't know what he was talking about, so he asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Dr. Diego? Is my examination result not too good?" No. Wu, the results show that you're really close to being completely healthy," the interpreter quickly said, in the words of Dr. Diego, "you're as strong as a bull now. So, I can participate in the team's training?" Wu Lei asked in surprise. "I don't know about that, but I don't think it'll be a big problem, judging from Dr. Diego's condition." The interpreter shrugged. "That's great." Wu Lei could not help but wave his fist. When he made the decision to accept the surgery, he actually had the intention to take a gamble. He did not gamble on the success rate of the surgery. The difficulty of the surgery itself was not too high, and the possibility of failure was not high. The only difference was the degree of perfection of the repair. He naturally gambled on whether the promised complete recovery within a week could be realized. This was because it sounded like a fantasy, but Wu Lei believed it for some reason. Now, it seemed that he had made the right bet. "Let's not celebrate yet," the interpreter said. "Dr. Diego is going crazy. He asked me to ask you if you have any secret to your recovery." "How? Can you increase the recovery speed by 6 or 7 times? I accepted the rehabilitation treatment of traditional Chinese medicine." Wu Lei muttered to himself, which included the external application of a pure Chinese medicinal ointment and the cooperation of acupuncture. "However, please tell Dr. Diego that I've already promised the Chinese doctor not to reveal his name and identity. Please. Ask him not to ask for too many details." With Wu Lei for the past few days, and Xia Ruofei had been visiting Wu Lei every day with the medicine box. No one else had come. Who else could this magical Chinese medicine doctor be other than Xia Ruofei? Ruofei well. After all, Xia Ruofei was a popular person on the internet in China. Naturally, he had heard some rumors about Xia Ruofei, including the rumor that Xia Ruofei had personally developed the jade skin cream. Now, it seemed that these rumors were not without reason. Medicine like a few Westerners. When he was in Huaxia, he had even experienced cupping and Chinese massage, but he had never heard of such an immediate effect of Chinese medicine, so he was amazed. In the face of Dr. Diego's anxious eyes, the interpreter translated Wu Lei's words to him. After hearing this, Diego was stunned. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "Chinese medicine is so magical. It's indeed the mysterious power of the East." Although Diego was very tempted, he could not do anything if Wu Lei did not want to say more. He could only make up his mind to look for relevant information on Chinese medicine and do some research. On the way back to the club, Wu Lei asked, "Dr. Diego, can I join the team's joint training now?" The team was preparing for the home game against Vallecano, and Wu Lei was in a very anxious mood. "Of course," said Diego. "Your body is completely fine. As the team doctor, I have the responsibility to report the players' physical conditions to the coaching staff in time. I should be the one to decide whether the players' bodies are suitable for training and competition." Diego had a proud look on his face as he spoke. Wu Lei was overjoyed. "Thank you so much, Dr. Diego." Diego, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, turned his head and blinked at Wu Lei. He said, "You're welcome, this is my job. And I think the Parrot Legion needs new blood. If you can play, I hope you can perform well in the match against Vallecano this weekend. Of course, it would be even better if you score a goal." Parrots was the nickname of the Spanish club, and Diego was naturally a fan of the Spaniards. Otherwise, he would not have become the team's doctor. It was hard to imagine a fan serving as the team's doctor. Definitely. Wu Lei clenched his fist and said. The car first sent Wu Lei back to the hotel, then returned to the club. 2512 The Mysterious Power of the East, 3. As soon as he returned to the club, Diego could not wait to go to the office of the head coach, Ruby. He proposed to let Wu Lei resume the team's training tomorrow. Ruby wondered if Diego had gone crazy today, or if he had drunk too much at noon and was still unconscious. "How long has it been since Wu Lei's surgery?" Diego slammed a stack of examination reports on Ruby's table and said, "I'll tell you responsibly that Wu's body has fully recovered." "How is this possible?" Ruby said in surprise. He did not look at the stack of reports, because he knew that Diego would not joke about such things. Moreover, there was no point in faking it. Wu Lei had only been in surgery for 6 or 7 days. If he had not recovered, he would have exposed himself during training to a top European League team. Even if it was training, the intensity of the confrontation was not small. It was impossible for Wu Lei to complete the training without the recovery of the surgical wound. Wu used traditional Chinese medicine's rehabilitation treatment, and the effect was unexpectedly good, said Diego. It's a pity that the Chinese doctor isn't willing to come forward, otherwise I would strongly recommend the club to hire him for a high salary to specialize in the recovery of sports injuries. So, Ruby said, there's really nothing wrong with Wu's body? Of course. But I'm only responsible for making suggestions. It's your coaching team's business to adopt or not to adopt them, Diego said. He then raised his chin and continued, you know nothing about the mysterious Eastern forces. After saying that, Diego turned around and left Ruby's office with its under a look on his face. He was going to look for some Chinese medicine books to study. Wu Lei did not have to wait for too long. After Diego went to Ruby's office, the club informed Wu Lei that he could participate in the team training tomorrow. Wu Lei was so happy that he almost jumped up. He quickly told Xia Ruofei the good news. There's still one last treatment session, Xia Ruofei said. Since you're going to participate in the training tomorrow, let's do it tonight. Wu Lei now respected Xia Ruofei like a god. He said without hesitation, I'll do as you say. At night, Xia Ruofei went to Wu Lei's room to give him one last treatment and had just finished the ointment. Then, he examined Wu Lei again and found that his initial estimation was very accurate. Wu Lei's body had now fully recovered, and some of the previous internal injuries had also been cured. No problem. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you can go for the team's normal training tomorrow. Don't feel any pressure. You're completely healthy now. That's what Dr. Diego said today. Wu Lei grinned. I'm looking forward to your performance this weekend. Xia Ruofei said, I'll be there this weekend to cheer you on. I still don't know if I can get on the list, Wu Lei said shyly. Then use your performance in training to conquer the manager, Xia Ruofei said. Wu Lei nodded his head heavily. The next day, Wu Lei participated in the team's normal training. Head coach Ruby specially observed him and found that Wu Lei's body seemed to have fully recovered. Some of the big confrontations were also not vague. After 2 days of training, Ruby thought about it carefully and, combined with Wu Lei's performance in training, finally put Wu Lei on the list for the weekend home game against Vallecano. Ruby and Diego did not know that the mysterious power of the East was still in effect in Wu Lei's home debut. 25-13 The power of the East continues to show its might. 1. On Saturday afternoon, the El Prat Stadium of Barcelona, Spain, was almost full. The fans in the traditional blue and white team uniform were singing and dancing in the stands as if they were celebrating a grand festival. It was hard to imagine that a domestic mid-tier Super League team could have such a high attendance rate. Moreover, many of these fans had been supporting the same team for several generations. No matter how the team performed, even if it was relegated, they would not change their determination. In contrast, the domestic football culture still needed to be cultivated. In the changing room, Wu Lei was inexplicably excited. This was his first time on the LA Liga roster since his transfer. Although he was Not in the starting lineup, Ruby had made it clear when he laid out the tactics. If the team was leading, Wu Lei would be replaced at the end of the second half. First, he wanted Wu Lei to feel the rhythm and atmosphere of La Liga. Second, he hoped to use Wu Lei's characteristics to help the team. Once the score fell behind, Vallecano would definitely make a big counterattack. After all, RCD Español was not a strong team. Even if it was an away team, Vallecano wanted to at least win a draw and 1 point, otherwise it would be a complete failure for them. Through this period of understanding, especially his observations during training, Ruby had a relatively accurate grasp of Wu Lei's characteristics. Wu Lei's technique in front of the goal was a little lacking. His ability to dribble the ball to break through and his physical confrontation ability was also slightly worse. However, Wu Lei's strengths were also very obvious, which was his speed, good awareness, and flexible running position. Therefore, Wu Lei was often able to run through the gaps in the game. When he was in the Chinese Super League, Wu Lei got a lot of single-blade balls. It was also because of this that the number of times he missed single-blade balls appeared to be more, and he was even criticized by the fans. However, on the other hand, if it wasn't for Wu Lei's awareness of running, it might have been impossible for anyone else to get so many chances to be solo. In the LA Liga, the opponent's understanding of Wu Lei was almost zero. Some sports media even bluntly stated that the Spanish clubs had signed Wu Lei because of the huge Chinese market behind him. In fact, his ability was not enough to establish himself in La Liga. In this case, it was a good choice to use Wu Lei as a surprise. If the opponent was unprepared and caught off guard, they were likely to be hit from behind by the Spanish team. Wu Lei knew that he was likely to have a chance to play in this game, and his mood could not calm down for a long time. As the manager had to lay out the tactics, the interpreter was allowed to enter the locker room. Although the interpreter kept talking about Ruby's tactical arrangement in Wu Lei's ear, Wu Lei did not really listen to it. His mind was in a half-confused state. This was rare for a 27-year-old player, not to mention that Wu Lei had been training in the Chinese Super League for many years and had even won the best goal scorer in the Chinese Super League. However, when he came to the Spanish club, he seemed to be a newcomer again. Even his mentality was a bit like that of a young player. When the players came out to warm up, the away players were greeted with a sky full of boos, while the Spanish players were greeted with cheers when they walked out of the passage. Wu Lei listened to the singing and cheering of the audience. He felt that it was both real and unreal. Wu Lei could experience this level of cheering once every 2 weeks in China. But this time he was wearing the Spanish team's traditional blue and white uniform. Standing in the LA Liga arena, the feeling was completely different. After the warm-up, the main players re-entered the players' passageway to wait, while the substitutes went straight to the substitutes' bench and sat down. After a while, the players from both sides, led by the referee team, stepped into the court, followed by the song of fair play. Then they played the coin toss and went back to their own half to prepare. With the whistle of the referee, the 23rd round of the Spain Football League First Division against Vallecano officially began. In the capital, thousands of miles away, the match was being broadcasted live in a studio inside the PP Company building. PP Sports had won the exclusive network broadcasting rights for La Liga this season. Originally, the broadcasting rights for La Liga were only one of the big IP for soccer in the entire PP Sports. However, ever since the news of Wu Lei's transfer came out, The exclusive network broadcasting rights for La Liga had become very popular. It could be said that PP Company had made a lot of money. It was also because Wu Lei had transferred in the middle of the season, when the broadcasting rights had already been settled. Otherwise, at the same price, PP companies would definitely not be able to get it, and domestic competitors would definitely try to snatch it at all costs. However, now that the broadcasting rights had been decided, they could only watch as PP Company was envious. If they wanted to fight for it, they could only look at the next season. Originally, due to the time difference between the broadcasts of La Liga and Real Madrid, the broadcast time was not very friendly to the Chinese audience. It was basically 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Unless it was a hardcore fan or a popular game, such as the national derby between Barcelona and Real Madrid, there would not be many netizens watching the live broadcast. However, for today's game, the La Liga officials had adjusted the broadcast time. The game would kick off in the afternoon, local time in Barcelona. In China, it was midnight. Although it was still a little late, it was already a pretty good time to watch the game. For many fans, the poor Chinese fans were used to enduring the time difference to watch the live broadcast of high-level games. 1_22514 The power of the East continues to show its might, Part 1_2 Moreover, once the news of Wu Lei's entry into the squad list was reported, more fans paid attention to the game. PP Company also adjusted the server resources at the last minute. The facts proved that this decision was very correct. The kick-off started at midnight in China, but the live broadcast started at around 10 p.m. For a full 2 hours, the guests and hosts were talking about football. There were also various short videos about Wu Lei, including highlights of his in the Chinese Super League, training scenes in Spain, and even some gossip outside the stadium, such as the group photo of the 3 of them in the restaurant that Xia Ruofei posted on Weibo. As soon as the live broadcast began, the number of people watching the live broadcast continued to increase. By 11 o'clock, it had far exceeded the number of people watching the La Liga live broadcast at the same time. It was even more than the people watching the derby. If the server resources had not been adjusted in advance, it would definitely be stuck now. The judge whistled and the host, Shen Fangjian, immediately said, "Hello, PP Sports viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of the 23rd round of La Liga, Espanyol's home game against Vallecano. Today, we have Jia Tianing, Director Jia, and I, Shen Fangjian, to bring you the commentary." With the whistle of the referee, the game has officially begun. Next, I will introduce the starting lineup of both teams. Later, we will also combine the game and ask Director Jia to analyze the formation and tactics of both teams, while the 2 players were introducing the starting lineup of both teams. The live broadcast camera swept over the substitutes bench. Of course, this was normal for the broadcast. The camera was actually aimed at the head coach, Ruby. However, Ruby was not sitting in his seat at the moment. Instead, he was standing on the sidelines, watching the situation of the game. When the camera was focused on Ruby, it happened to capture Wu Lei, who was sitting on the substitute seat behind him. Shen Fangjian immediately stopped introducing the starting lineup and said with some excitement, "We saw Wu Lei appear on the screen." His eyes were fixed on the field the whole time, and his eyes were full of desire for the game. Shen Fangjian's partner, Jia Tianing, sighed, "How long has it been since we've seen our Chinese players appear in the top league? I'm filled with all sorts of feelings after seeing this scene today." Let's hope Wu Lei has a chance to play in this match, Shen Fangjian said. It would be even better if we could score a goal, Jia Tianing said. Shen Fangjian joked, I don't even dare to hope for it. As long as he can play, I think it's a big victory. I'm already very satisfied that our Chinese players can appear in the LA Liga. Step by step, I believe Wu Lei will be able to stand firm in La Liga. Jia Tianing said seriously, I think if Wu Lei plays, the hope of scoring is not small. First of all, it's determined by his position. He's a striker and the player closest to the opponent's goal. Secondly, Wu Lei's unique characteristics and his excellent running skills determined that he would definitely get a good opportunity. Of course, it depends on the playing time the head coach gives him, the cooperation of his teammates, and Wu Lei's own mentality. As the host, Shen Fangjian needed to control the process of the live broadcast. He couldn't just say whatever came to his mind like Jia Tianing. Shen Fangjian felt that Jia Tianing was exaggerating, but the camera had already cut back to the scene, so he quickly said, let's continue to watch the game. Coach Jia, what kind of tactics do you think Vallecano will use in this game? The two commentators continued to commentate on the match. At this time, the bullet screen of PP Sports live broadcast was about to explode. The netizens were expressing their opinions one after another. This is a bit too much. Don't you know what Wu Lei's level is? These two commentators are also drunk. Just one scene and they can blow the sky out. Those who don't know better would think that Wu Lei has already performed a hat trick. I'm certain that Wu Lei won't be playing in this match. The brother who said that Wu Lei can't play is a little too sure. I think the RCD Espanyol will definitely let him go up symbolically for the Chinese market, but it must be during the garbage time when the game is about to end. Maybe he won't even have time to touch the ball after he goes up and the referee will end the game, ha 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 ha. Alright. Then I'll take back what I just said and change it to this. If Wu Lei can get more than 15 minutes in this game, I'll eat shit on a live broadcast. I'll post this as proof. He's from the dock team, what level can he be? Didn't Wu Lei get a 3-piece set? Single blade, anti-aircraft cannon, hands overhead to express regret. That's a very accurate summary. It's simply a bloodbath. A bunch of netizens were ridiculing him, but there were also many netizens who couldn't stand it and stood up to refute him. Can't you guys just hope for the best? In any case, Wu Lei is the first Chinese player to enter the top league in the past decade, okay? The one who criticized Wu Lei for throwing a solo blade, didn't he think about why he could run away when others couldn't he? This means that his consciousness is stronger than others. They are still defaming their own players at this time. Can't the Chinese fans be more united? No matter which team you were a fan of, now that Wu Lei was overseas, he was representing the Chinese players. Although I don't like the Xinjiang team, I support Wu Lei unconditionally now. Everyone on the internet had their own opinions, and it was very lively. There were also netizens who took Zhang Shizhe, a Chinese player who had transferred to the Bundesliga, as an example. At that time, after Zhang Shizhe transferred to the Bundesliga's Wolfsburg, he had 0 playing time for half a season, but he had participated in a lot of marketing activities outside the game. He was jokingly called a car seller and a water dispenser keeper. Many netizens concluded that Wu Lei's biggest mission in the Spanish team was to look at the water dispenser. Moreover, it also depended on the mood of the head coach. If he did not put Wu Lei on the list, Then Wu Lei would not even have the right to look at the water dispenser. The internet was noisy and the game was still going on. The Spanish team's situation was a little bad. It had been less than half an hour since the game started and they were already behind 0-2. One of the two balls they had lost was a low-level mistake by their defender and the other was a shot, bang whirled wave from the other side. The goalkeeper was powerless. On the sidelines, the manager, Ruby, also frowned and looked at a loss. At the 33rd minute of the game, the team's main winger, Piatti, who was playing in the same position as Wu Lei, twisted his foot when he landed in the process of a snatch. He rolled on the grass in pain, and his screams could be heard by the audience through the broadcast. The team doctor rushed into the field. After a brief examination, he immediately gestured to the technical area for a substitution. Piatti was so seriously injured that he could no longer play. Ruby's face turned even darker. This was really a house that had been leaking and raining overnight. He shouted a few words at the assistant manager with a livid face, and the assistant manager quickly called Wu Lei and Ferreira, who was also a new player, to the sidelines for an emergency warm-up. Piatti was carried out of the field on a stretcher, and the game resumed. At this time, the Espanyol club had one less player to play for the time being. The two substitute forwards were warming up. Ruby did not dare to rashly send them on the field before they had enough points in their warm-up. If one of them was injured, they would definitely lose. Ruby was still hesitating about who to send. The situation on the field was very passive, and Ruby could not hesitate for too long. He quickly made a decision to let the assistant manager go to the fourth official to request for a substitution, while he called Wu Lei and it was already very obvious that Wu Lei was about to go on stage. China's internet was abuzz. Everyone thought that even if Wu Lei had a chance to play, it would only be in the latter half of the second half. They did not expect that there were still more than 10 minutes left in the first half. Because of an accidental injury, Wu Lei's playing time was brought forward so much. This meant that he would have about an hour to play in this game. This works too? This operation is really a bit amazing. It must be the wish of the vast number of Chinese fans that played a role. Although it's a little unkind, I couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of my heart when I saw Piatti fall to the ground. 2_12515 The power of the East continues to show its might, Part 2_1 Soon, Ruby finished his instructions and Wu Lei came to the sidelines to wait for the game. The fourth official next to him held the substitute card in his hand and waited for a dead ball to appear on the field before Wu Lei could be replaced. The Chinese fans who stayed up all night to watch the game suddenly lost their sleepiness and stared at the computer screen in front of them. The broadcast screen was still the game scene, but at the bottom of the screen, Wu Lei could be seen exercising while watching the field. This scene brought tears to the eyes of many old fans. The team doctor, Diego, followed the stretcher and went around most of the field to return to the substitutes bench. Piatti was directly sent to the ambulance. Diego would also follow the ambulance to accompany Piatti to the hospital. The mysterious power of the East. It definitely was. In the PP Sports studio, Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing were also very excited. We saw that our Chinese player, Wu Lei, has been appointed to the role due to an accidental injury, Shen Fengjian said. He was now standing on the sidelines, ready to make his appearance. The Chinese fans have been waiting for this moment for too long. I believe that once Wu Lei makes his appearance, he'll definitely be able to bring a different content to the team's offensive line, Xia Tianing said. Especially his flexible running and keen sense of smell in front of the goal, he would definitely be of help to the team. Although Spain is now 2 goals behind, there's at least an hour left, including injury time. There's definitely enough time. As soon as Xia Tianing's voice fell, a loud cheer suddenly rang out in the hall. It turned out that the Spanish team had made a pass in the opponent's penalty area that was not a big threat. As a result, the opponent's center-back kicked the ball to clear the siege. The football crossed an extremely strange arc and went directly into the goal. The goalkeeper did not react at all and just watched the football enter the goal. 1-2. Espanyol had pulled back 1 point. It was an absolute accident. Not only were the opposing defenders and goalkeeper stunned, but even the Spanish players on the field were also stunned for a moment before they began to celebrate. Wu Lei couldn't help but raise his arms and shout, "Oh! What did we just see?" Shen Fengjian couldn't help but shout excitedly. Wu Lei hasn't played yet, but the situation on the field has changed. An own goal by Vallecano has allowed the Spanish team to close the gap. Now there is only a 1-point difference between the two teams. The situation is very favorable for Wu Lei, Xia Tianing analyzed, after the Spanish team pulled back a point. Their morale must be very high. Moreover, the opponent's own goal is very demoralizing. After Wu Lei comes on, he will definitely get a chance. The fans watching the live broadcast on the internet were even more imaginative. And all kinds of commenters also appeared. Ball King Wu hasn't even appeared yet, but the other side is already scared to death. Ball King Wu is mighty. When the Vallecano players saw the famous Ball King Wu standing on the sidelines, their legs immediately went soft. Ha ha ha. Wu Lei is definitely the lucky star of Espanyol. After the game, the Vallecano players were interviewed and said that when they saw Ball King Wu getting ready to play, they refused. In their hearts, they only wanted to ask Ball King Wu one thing. "Can you introduce me to play in the Chinese Super League?" Pfft. What a godly turnaround. While the fans and commenters on the internet were reveling, Wu Lei finally made his appearance. As Piatti had already left the field, Wu Lei did not need to wait for the player to be replaced. The referee waved and he ran into the field. The 4th official also raised the substitute card. When Wu Lei stepped on the turf, Shen Fengjian said excitedly, "This is a historical moment. I believe that this scene of Wu Lei will be repeatedly mentioned a few years later." This was the return of Chinese players to the 5 major leagues after 10 years. Who said that Wu Lei is looking after the water dispenser? At this moment, the live broadcast cut to the audience's podium. Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun smiling and clapping were captured in the camera and displayed in front of the fans all over the world. We saw that the chairman of Glory World Group and the chairman of the Spanish club, Mr. Zhou Leiyun, also came to watch the game. "I believe Wu Lei must be in the mix," Shen Fengjian said. "After all, other than Wu Lei, this competition can't be considered a particularly important one." Xia Tianing said, "Everyone, pay attention. Next to Mr. Zhou Leiyun is Mr. Xia Ruofei, the overbearing president who is currently very popular on the domestic internet. A few days ago, President Xia and Wu Lei were interacting on Weibo. President Xia even posted a photo of the 3 of them eating together. Today, President Xia came to the stadium to watch the game. It can be seen that their relationship must be very good. I hope that Mr. Zhou and Mr. Xiao's arrival will bring good luck to Wu Lei. Let's take a look at the situation on the field, Shen Fengjian said. Vallecano has the ball now. They've pushed along the right side into Spain's half of the field and are now passing the ball forward. The pass is a little big. Wu Lei is rushing up from the back and has intercepted the ball. Shen Fengjian's voice suddenly raised a few octaves. After Wu Lei intercepted the ball, he directly stepped forward with a big kick and a beautiful man passed the ball. Wu Lei bypassed Vallecano's right midfielder. The other side directly fouled and put Wu Lei down. It's a human pass, but 2516 The Power of the East continues to show its might. Part 2. The referee blew his whistle. Jia Tianning said. And he even showed a yellow card. It was an obvious tactical foul. The other party had already extended his leg to trip Wu Lei while he was passing by. Otherwise, there would be a large open space in front of Wu Lei, so he could have picked up his speed. Shen Fengjian said this was Wu Lei's first touch of the ball. He gave everyone a beautiful tackle, followed by a very elegant ball pass. In the end, he even created a yellow card for the opponent. This series of performances can be said to be very eye-catching. Yes, Jia Tianning said. It could be seen that Wu Lei was very confident. I believe the manager on the sidelines, Ruby, must have seen it, Shen Fengjian said. Piatti was sent to the hospital by an ambulance right after he left the field. His injury is probably not optimistic. Although it's a little unkind to think this way, objectively speaking, Piatti's injury did give Wu Lei an opportunity. With Wu Lei's performance after he came on, I think Wu Lei is very likely to be in the starting lineup in the next game. If Piatti had rested for a while, Wu Lei might have been able to sit firmly in the main position. Jia Tianning said. But we still hope that Piatti is fine. After all, people who really love football don't want to see any player get seriously hurt, even if the player is Wu Lei's rival, Shen Fengjian said with a smile. The two of them continued to talk. Although Shen Fengjian, as a commentator, couldn't speak too much, everyone could feel from his relaxed tone that Piatti's injury had made Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianning very happy. It was just that they couldn't say it out loud. The fans began to discuss one after another. They did not need to suppress their emotions and expressed their joy for Piatti's injury. Did Ball King Wu have the help of the gods? Piatti's injury was too timely. The first game was a substitute, the second game was a main force, and then he scored a lot of goals. Ball King Wu is mighty. Some fans also felt that the two commentators were exaggerating. It was just an ordinary interception and breakthrough, and it was in their own half of the field. Even if they broke through, it wouldn't be much of a threat. Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianning can actually play such a trick. They are really drunk. It just so happened that at this time, Jia Tianning said in the commentary that Wu Lei's style was a bit like Gregman, which made some fans even more unbearable. This is so embarrassing. Could the two of them be a little more objective? Are you comparing Wu Lei to Gregman? No. Extra, Wu Chui Tang is officially established today. Hall Master Shen Fengjian. Vice Hall Head Jia Tianning. I beg the two Hall Masters, please show mercy. What if Ball King Wu goes back to look at the water dispenser again in the next game? The live broadcast room was filled with bullet comments, and the game was still going on. Soon, the first half of the game was coming to an end. Other than that breakthrough, Wu Lei didn't get any good opportunities. Maybe it was because they hadn't gotten used to each other yet, so his teammates rarely passed the ball to Wu Lei. Sometimes, when Wu Lei ran out of an opening, his teammates couldn't pass the ball in time. He remembered Shen Fangjian and Jia Tianing sighing. After listening to their commentary, they felt that it was a crime for the Spanish players not to feed Wu Lei the ball. And a few times when his teammates passed the ball to Wu Lei's feet, he did not hold the ball to attack, but directly transferred the ball with a kick. And then immediately turned around to run for an empty space. However, at this time, the ball would not be sent back to Wu Lei and would start to develop on the other side, so Wu Lei returned to nothing. Again and again. The first half of the game went into injury stoppage time, and Wu Lei finally got a good chance. He received a straight ball from his teammate on the left side of the penalty area. This time, he finally did not move out with a kick. Instead, he took 2 steps and then changed direction to sweep into the penalty area. The Vallecano team's center back quickly leaned over, and Wu Lei's left front, the opponent's right back, also leaned over to help with the defense. Wu Lei was very calm when he took the ball. With a light poke, he passed the ball through the gap between the opponent's right back and center back. The opponent's center guard subconsciously stretched out his foot to intercept, but there was a deviation in his judgment of Wu Lei's speed. As a result, he did not touch the ball, but it just scraped Wu Lei's foot. Wu Lei was tripped by his opponent and lost his balance. He fell forward and fell on the grass. It was a foul in the penalty area. A quick whistle sounded, and the referee, in a good position, did not hesitate to point his finger at the penalty spot. He also showed a yellow card to the center back who had committed the foul. A penalty kick. And it was a yellow point set. The players of the Vallecano team quickly surrounded him to explain, and some even jumped into the water, indicating that Wu Lei had dived. However, the referee was very determined. He motioned for the players to back off while walking into the penalty area, ignoring the pleas of the Vallecano player. In PP Sports' live broadcast room, the 2 leaders of Wu Tang, Shen Fangjian and Jia Tianing, were in high spirits. A penalty. The referee is pointing at the penalty spot. Shen Fangjian said agitatedly. The opposing players are still surrounding the referee. What else is there to explain? It was a very obvious foul, and it was right under the referee's eyes. How could he have escaped punishment? Wu Lei's debut was perfect. Jia Tianing said, he's only been on the field for a dozen minutes so far, but he's managed to create a penalty kick and 2 yellow cards. Spain had really made a big profit by bringing in Wu Lei. He has attracted the huge Chinese market. And Wu Lei's ability is definitely on point. In a small and medium-sized club like RCD Espanyol, he will definitely have no problem getting a main position. The netizens also started to discuss in the bullet screen. This time, there were a lot less sarcastic voices, and the screen was full of Ball King Wu is mighty comments. Although Wu Lei did not have many opportunities to perform, he had deftly broken through the joint of the 2 players in the face of the opponent's backline defense and successfully created a penalty kick and a yellow card. This series of performances could be said to be quite perfect. Even the most demanding fans could not ask for more from Wu Lei at this time. The efforts of the Vallecano players were in vain, and the referee's decision was very decisive. The broadcast also quickly played the slow motion footage, which showed that the other side did not touch the ball. After the football passed, he stretched out his foot and tripped Wu Lei. The referee asked both players out of the penalty area and then stood on the side to let the Spanish players take the penalty kick. To everyone's disappointment, the penalty kick was not initiated by Wu Lei, but by the number 1 penalty scorer, Iglesias. When the panda Iglesias walked to the penalty spot with the football in his arms, Wu Lei was already standing outside the penalty area, ready to rush up and make up the shot at any time. However, Iglesias did not give him a chance to make up for the shot. He was very stable in his penalty kick and instantly turned the score into a 2-2 score. The two teams were back at the same starting line. After the penalty shot, Iglesias even came over to touch Wu Lei's head. The two men walked towards their own half with their arms around each other's shoulders. The fans at the scene were all excited. Many international students were waving Chinese flags and shouting Wu Lei's name as they jumped. Those who did not know better would have thought that it was Wu Lei who had just scored. The first half of the game was over not long after the penalty shot. In the second half, the two sides changed sides and fought again. Neither side was able to score again. After a dull second half, the RCD Spain and Vallecano shook hands and made peace, each getting a point. The Chinese fans had all kinds of comments about the game, and the online media was not stingy with praise for Wu Lei's performance. Wu Lei did not care about the outside world. After he returned to the hotel, the first thing he did was to visit Xia Ruofei and express his gratitude to miracle doctor Xia. Xia Ruofei beckoned Wu Lei to sit down and asked with a smile, "Wu Lei, through this match, where do you think your weakest link is?" 2517 Superstar Cultivation Plan 1. Wu Lei thought for a while and said, "First of all, compared to the Chinese Super League, La Liga's pace is much faster." "I'm not used to it," Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "I can tell. You didn't take the ball much today. You basically just shifted the ball. Although you didn't break through often in the Chinese Super League, you were still very calm when you took the ball and protected it." Wu Lei was a little embarrassed and said, "The other side is coming up too quickly. I'm worried that I'll lose the ball, so it's better to deal with it as soon as possible and then run for the opening. It's not that this way of playing is bad," Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. "Of course, I'm just saying this from the perspective of a fan. You're a professional. I think since you've just joined the team, there might not be any problems with this kind of play. But if you play for a long time, your teammates may not pass the ball to you much, and it will be more difficult for you to get opportunities. After all, you can't always rely on running through gaps or even running out to score a goal. Moreover, if your teammates didn't have confidence in you, even if you had an opening, they might not pass the ball to you. Instead, they might choose a more secure passing route. Also, even if you get the chance to shoot, you also often miss a single blade, right?" Wu Lei scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Actually, the ability to seize opportunities in front of the door, how should I put it? Some people on the internet say that my psychological quality is not good, but I don't admit it. In fact, I'm not too nervous every time there's a single-handed ball. Maybe my basic skills are a little worse, and my left and right feet are unbalanced. I could have used my left foot to shoot directly, but I wanted to adjust to my right foot every time. As a result, the other side would fill in the position as soon as I adjusted, and there would be no shooting angle." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It seems like you're quite objective about yourself. Have you thought about how to solve this?" Wu Lei smiled bitterly and said, the gap is all round. To be honest, I should be a very good striker. In the Chinese Super League, but in La Liga, or in the whole of Europe, a striker like me is relatively ordinary. I may be able to play in a small and medium-sized club like RCD Espanyol, but my competitiveness is limited. After all, I'm 27 years old this year. A lot of things have been set in stone, and the room for improvement is limited. Then let me share my opinion? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Please speak. Wu Lei quickly said. You don't have to be so polite. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I think you have a problem that needs to be solved, and that is your physical resistance. You're too thin now. Your body may be enough in the Chinese Super League, but it's definitely not enough in European football. You can't hold the ball if you can't handle the physical confrontation, and you fall when someone touches you. The more you can't hold the ball, the less confidence you have. That's why, like today's game, you don't have time to think about what's more reasonable when you receive the ball, and you just pass it out. Wu Lei nodded in agreement and said, that's right. That's right. In fact, my first breakthrough in the first half would have passed if I were in the Chinese Super League. The other side didn't even have the chance to make a tactical foul. But today, I was put down by someone, so my confidence was more or less affected in the later games. I'll definitely do more strength training, Wu Lei continued. The coach also said that I'm too weak and need to get stronger. However, the training must also be targeted and scientific. You can't lose your quick-witted advantage while you're still strong after training. That's not worth it. Xia Ruofei said. Yes, the fitness coach will develop a specific training plan. Wu Lei nodded and said. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, I can help you train. It won't conflict with the plan made by your fitness coach, and it won't affect your normal training. It should be able to improve your physical fitness quickly. Are you interested? When Wu Lei heard this, he said almost without thinking, I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. After Xia Ruofei had helped Wu Lei with his rehabilitation, Wu Lei had developed a blind trust in Xia Ruofei. As long as Xia Ruofei asked for it, he would subconsciously believe that there was no problem. So, he agreed almost without thinking. Don't you want to know the details of the training? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. The training that President Xia is doing for me is definitely the most suitable for me. There's no need to ask. Wu Lei said directly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, sure. My training is actually very simple. You just need to follow me and do a movement. It's a bit like yoga, but it only looks like it. In fact, it's completely different. The training that Xia Ruofei wanted to help Wu Lei with was actually the few movements of the little golden man that he had learned from the stone tablet in the spirit map space. This was a set of body cultivation techniques. Xia Ruofei had already started to practice it before he got the Great Tao technique. Xia Ruofei had experienced it himself and knew the magical effect of this body refining technique. The first set of movements was enough to improve Wu Lei's physique. If he trained for a long time, Wu Lei's physical fitness would be stronger than many European players. What was even more valuable was that the body tempering technique of the little golden man improved the body in all aspects. If Wu Lei practiced this, not only would he not lose his body's flexibility, but his speed would also become faster as his physical quality improved. By then, Wu Lei's strength would definitely increase by a large margin. 2518 Superstar Cultivation Plan. 2. In fact, even though Xia Ruofei had obtained the Great Tao formula, he had not given up on the little golden man body tempering technique. Instead, he had always persevered in his cultivation. He had always felt that qi and body tempering complemented each other. It was like walking with two legs. If one of the legs had a problem, he would definitely not be able to walk fast. However, this set of 9 movements was too difficult. After Xia Ruofei had cultivated the great Tao arts, his cultivation had increased a lot. And he had reached the 9th qi realm. However, he could only do 6 of the little golden man's movements in the entire set of body refining techniques. In fact, every time he observed the stone tablet, the little golden man would demonstrate a whole set of 9 movements. However, if one's physical fitness did not meet the cultivation requirements, they would forget those movements completely after watching them. Even if they tried very hard to recall, they would not be able to remember a single thing. And once the physical fitness met the requirements, the essentials of the next set of movements would immediately appear in the mind. It could be said to be quite magical. With Xia Ruofei's current level of practice, it would not be a problem for him to teach Wu Lei the first movement that he had already mastered. Wu Lei, Xia Ruofei continued, if you want to train with me, there are 2 things I must make clear to you. Please speak. Wu Lei quickly said. First of all, the movements I'm teaching you are a secret. You can't tell anyone after you've learned them. Xia Ruofei said seriously. Of course, no problem. Wu Lei said, you should know that I'm a man of my word. Since you specifically reminded me, I'll definitely not reveal this to anyone, including my parents and family. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, there's one more thing. If you cultivate according to my method, it will be very painful. If you can't endure it, you won't be able to complete it. So you have to think about it carefully. That kind of pain is really not a joke. Many tough men may not be able to persist. Wu Lei did not hesitate and said firmly, as long as I can become stronger, I'm willing to endure any pain. Okay. Xia Ruofei said, in that case, let's start now. After you've mastered it, you can train by yourself in the future. I can't wait. Wu Lei said with a smile. Follow my movements. Xia Ruofei said. Then, Xia Ruofei skillfully performed the first set of the golden man's movements that he had already practiced to the point where he was extremely familiar with it. For someone who had already practiced the 6th set of movements, the first set of movements was rather easy to do. Moreover, his current physical strength allowed him to do this set of movements without feeling any pain. In other words, the first set of movements was no longer of any help to Xia Ruofei. Every set of the little golden man's movements looked very strange. Some of the twists were no less than yoga, so on the surface, the 2 were very similar. It was just that the actual content was completely different, and the effects were naturally as different as heaven and earth. Seeing Xia Ruofei's action, Wu Lei immediately followed suit and stood still. As a professional football player, Wu Lei's body was flexible. The movements were not difficult for him. However, he had watched Xia Ruofei's movements and could only imitate 70 to 80% of them. It was impossible for them to be exactly the same. If the little golden man wanted his movements to have the effect of refining his body, he couldn't make the slightest mistake. Even the slightest mistake wouldn't have the slightest effect. Therefore, Wu Lei did not feel anything special when he made that move. Xia Ruofei was too familiar with this movement. He only took a glance at Wu Lei and immediately judged that Wu Lei had deviated at least 6 times. Some of them were due to the angle, while some were not twisted enough. Stay in this position and don't move, Xia Ruofei said. Then, he stood up and walked to Wu Lei's side. He corrected the deviations bit by bit. After every deviation was corrected, he would remind Wu Lei to remember the feeling and keep his movements. Soon, Xia Ruofei corrected the last mistake. It was the angle at which he raised his arm. Before correcting this deviation, Xia Ruofei said, "This is the last part that is not up to standard. After I correct it, you will feel severe pain. But you can rest assured that this movement will not harm your body. You just need to try your best to endure the pain and hold on for as long as you can. The longer you hold on, the better the improvement effect on your body. Do you understand?" Wu Lei nodded slightly nervously. Hence, Xia Ruofei held on to Wu Lei's arm and slowly moved back. After Xia Ruofei corrected the deviation, Wu Lei suddenly felt an intense pain. He groaned in pain. However, he was already mentally prepared, so even if the pain was omnipresent, as if thousands of needles were stabbing his body at the same time, he still endured it and his movements did not change at all. Very good, Xia Ruofei encouraged him, just keep this up. The longer you persist, the better. Wu Lei did not respond to Xia Ruofei's teasing. In order to maintain this position, one had to be fully focused and one could not move one's body at all. Hence, he did not even dare to nod, let alone speak. The pain continued to hit him, and Wu Lei had to clench his teeth and hold on. Even the muscles on his face were twitching. Now, Wu Lei had truly experienced what it meant to pass a second like a year. Now, every second that passed felt as long as a year. It was not an exaggeration at all. As time passed by, Wu Lei's body couldn't help but tremble. Finally, his trembling became more and more intense, and he finally left the state of practice due to the deviation of his movements. Xia Ruofei had been keeping a watch on Wu Lei's time from the beginning. He waited until Wu Lei had exhausted himself and left the cultivation state. He then lay on the ground and panted heavily. He quickly glanced at the countdown on his phone and realized that Wu Lei had only been in the state of the little golden man for a little more than 2 minutes. This number was not too bad, but compared to the first time Xia Ruofei had practiced the body tempering movements of the little golden man, it was much worse. However, this was Wu Lei's first time practicing the little golden man's body tempering movements. The fact that he could last for about 2 minutes already showed how strong his willpower was. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room. If someone walked into Xia Ruofei's room, they would think that Xia Ruofei had humiliated Wu Lei. Xia Ruofei chuckled and pulled Wu Lei up from the ground. How do you feel? It hurts, Wu Lei said without hesitation. President Xia, that feeling was too painful. It was the first time I've ever felt that in my life. Other than the pain? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. When I stopped the action, I felt so comfortable, Wu Lei said. And it's full of strength, as if every cell is cheering, even my bones are a few tails lighter. This is the right feeling, Xia Ruofei said. You can do this practice twice a day, but it must be absolutely accurate. Otherwise, it won't work. I can help you correct it at the beginning, but you have to remember this set of movements as soon as possible. That way, you can continue to practice even when I return to China. Understood? No, Wu Lei said seriously, as long as I can improve my strength, I can endure any pain. Xia Ruofei chuckled and nodded. Your clothes have been stained by your sweat, and the smell can be smelled from 800 miles away. You'd better go and wash up. In fact, what Wu Lei excreted was not only sweat, but also all kinds of impurities accumulated in his body. It was because of these impurities that Wu Lei's physique was greatly strengthened. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Wu Lei finally smelled the unpleasant smell. He quickly said, President Xia, I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes. I want to practice again today. Please give me your advice. 2519 The Heart of the Strong. 1. The Heart of the Strong. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, You can shower here. Aren't you afraid that you'll suffocate others when you go out with this smell? This, Wu Lei said awkwardly. After all, Xia Ruofei was the boss of the club and had helped him so much. He already felt that he owed him a lot of favors. Now that he had made the boss's room stinky and wanted to take a bath here, he was a little hesitant. Xia Ruofei laughed, You're a man, why are you being so shy? Wait a minute, I have some clean clothes here, I'll go get it for you. With that, Xia Ruofei got up and walked into the bedroom. He took out a new set of sportswear and a box of underwear from the interspace. He had put many different types of clothes in the interspace. He did not need to tidy up. When he went out, he could just take whatever he needed from the interspace. Xia Ruofei walked into the living room and stuffed the clothes into Wu Lei's hands. Hurry up and go. All right then. Wu Lei said, Thank you, Director Xia. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, Hurry up. Hurry up. I have to hurry up and ventilate the room. This smell. Wu Lei was even more embarrassed when he heard that. He quickly took the clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Xia Ruofei turned on the ventilation system in the room and opened a few windows at the same time. Then, he sat on a chair by the window, lit a cigarette, and enjoyed the night view of Barcelona as he smoked. By the time Wu Lei came out of the shower, the smell in the room had almost dissipated. His figure was similar to Xia Ruofei's, so Xia Ruofei's clothes were quite suitable for him. As soon as they came out of the bathroom, Wu Lei said, President Xia, my clothes have been sealed in the laundry bag. I'll take them out and throw them away later. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I can still wear it after a shower. Don't waste it. Wu Lei scratched his head and said, I sniffed it myself just now, and I almost vomited. Why is there such a strong smell? I sweat a lot during training, but I don't sweat like this. Xia Ruofei said, This action can expel some impurities from your body. These are things that your body can't purify normally. They've been accumulating in your body. Of course, they don't smell good. Then if I were to learn this move, wouldn't it cost me a lot of clothes? Wu Lei said worriedly. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. What beautiful things are you thinking of? Only the first few times had better effects. How could it be like this every time? Your body doesn't have that many impurities for you to excrete. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wu Lei scratched his head and said, President Xia, I'll go back to my room to rest first and find a few sets of clothes that I don't really wear. I'll come back later and please continue to guide me. Just now, he only felt a piercing pain. It was not until he took a shower in the bathroom that Wu Lei felt the changes in his body. Although there was no change in his body shape, he clearly felt that his body's flexibility and strength had been improved to a certain extent. He had just finished today's match, so he would feel a Sense of fatigue. However, after today's practice, this familiar feeling of fatigue had been swept away. Naturally, Wu Lei knew that the move that Xia Ruofei had taught him was not simple. He had only persisted for about 2 minutes. And there was already such an effect. If he persisted for a long time. Wu Lei felt extremely excited. When he thought of this, he wished he could practice a few more times a day, but Xia Ruofei had advised him to practice twice a day and to persist for as long as possible each time. That was naturally reasonable, so he did not plan to practice more himself. Of course, it was very difficult for him to practice more now. Without Xia Ruofei's correction, he would not be able to do this move without any mistakes. In addition, as a professional athlete, he was also very clear about this principle. It was the same in football training. Blindly adding more training might not necessarily be effective. It was better to plan it according to one's physical condition. Otherwise, not only would it be ineffective, but it might even backfire and cause physical injury. Wu Lei rested in his room for about an hour. Then, he changed into a pair of short-sleeved sports shorts and returned to Xia Ruofei's room. "Mr. Xia, I've already handed your clothes to the hotel staff. They'll send it to your room." After they're done washing it, Wu Lei said as soon as he entered the room. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "It's just a set of clothes. Besides, you've only worn it for a few minutes. What's the matter if you wash it or not?" "You're too serious." Wu Lei had an honest smile on his face and said, "I've already troubled you. Then, if it's possible, shall we start now?" Xia Ruofei nodded. "If you think you're ready, we can start anytime." In fact, practicing this set of movements from the little golden man wouldn't cause any harm to the body, and there wasn't a problem of whether one could bear it or not. The key was that the pain was very difficult to bear if one didn't have great perseverance, especially after practicing it once and immediately repeating it after a short rest. Xia Ruofei's will was strong enough. When he first started to practice, he would feel terrified whenever he thought about the pain he had to go through during the last practice. And if they couldn't bear the pain and broke down mentally, they wouldn't be able to hold on for a long time. Moreover, the more one persisted to the limit, the better the effect. 2520, the heart of the strong, too, therefore, mental preparation was even more important. Without any hesitation, Wu Lei said. "With determination, I've already made preparations. From the day I chose to play football, as long as it can make me stronger, I can take it no matter how much pain it is." "Very good." Xia Ruofei looked at Wu Lei with admiration and said, "You have the heart of a strong man. Even if you don't play football in the future, no matter what you do, as long as you maintain this strong heart, you will definitely succeed." "Thank you for your encouragement, President Xia," Wu Lei said. "Then I'll start?" "Come on." Xia Ruofei nodded. Wu Lei took a deep breath and quickly made the first set of actions for the golden man. Xia Ruofei watched from the side and nodded to himself. He did not demonstrate this time, but Wu Lei's movements were still up to standard. It was even more standard than the last time he did it when Xia Ruofei corrected him. There were fewer mistakes. This meant that he had been trying his best to feel and remember the small deviations that Xia Ruofei had corrected for him. Although there was still a slight deviation, as long as he maintained this momentum, Wu Lei was not far from being able to practice independently. Xia Ruofei didn't say anything. He walked up to Wu Lei and started to correct his actions. 1, 2, When Xia Ruofei corrected the last part of Wu Lei's movement that was not very proper, Wu Lei's body trembled and he could not help but groan. The veins on his forehead popped out, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. However, he had already experienced it once and was mentally prepared for this kind of pain, so his movements this time were more stable than the last time. Even though his whole body was in pain like being pricked by needles, he still maintained this movement steadily. Xia Ruofei walked to the side and sat on the sofa. He looked at Wu Lei, who was gritting his teeth, and praised him in his heart. Just like the first time, after Xia Ruofei corrected Wu Lei's movements, he started the timer on his phone. Wu Lei persevered in great pain. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his teeth were clattering. His eyes were red. Time passed, by second by second. Wu Lei felt that he had been holding on for a century, and even his consciousness was starting to blur, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. At this moment, Xia Ruofei said, "Hold on. Only after experiencing the wind and rain would the rainbow be beautiful. You haven't even lasted half of the time you did last time. Don't relax." Wu Lei could not speak at this moment, but the trembling of his body had obviously reduced. His eyes were wide open, like a fish that lacked oxygen. Although he looked a little miserable, Xia Ruofei could feel the glow on his body. As someone who had also practiced the body refining movements of the little golden man, Xia Ruofei was well aware of how difficult it was to endure such pain. He didn't even teach Ling Qingxue and Song Wei to practice this set of movements. Even though he knew that body and qi cultivation could be carried out at the same time and complement each other, he still didn't plan on teaching them. The only reason was that the training process was too painful. Xia Ruofei could not bear to let his woman go through such pain. In the end, Wu Lei's consciousness was completely blurred. He had reached his limit and could not hold on with willpower. In fact, this limit might have been reached earlier, but he still relied on his rock-solid willpower. He subconsciously controlled his body and held on for a little longer. When Wu Lei fell limply on the carpet, Xia Ruofei pressed the clock on his phone. The time displayed on it was 2 minutes and 35 seconds. This time, Wu Lei lasted more than 20 seconds longer than the last time. In fact, when Xia Ruofei reminded Wu Lei, he was almost at the same time as the last time he practiced. Xia Ruofei saw that he could not hold on any longer, so he said something to stimulate him. He did not expect him to hold on for so long. 20 seconds didn't seem like much, but it wasn't easy for someone who had reached their limit to continue for so long. When a camel reached its limit, even a straw could crush it, let alone Wu Lei, who was alone. Moreover, Wu Lei had never practiced qi refinement before. This was only his second time practicing this body tempering action. Although the results of Wu Lei's persistence were nothing in Xia Ruofei's eyes, he still admired him from the bottom of his heart. He liked this pure, simple player who pursued strength more and more. Wu Lei laid down for a while to rest. Although the pain in Yingying's body had disappeared, he still felt very tired mentally. However, when that energy recovered, he felt that his whole body was very clear, as if he had drunk iced sour plum soup in the hot summer. Wu Lei got up from the ground and bowed deeply to Xia Ruofei. He said sincerely, "President Xia, I can't thank you enough for this. If you ever need my help in the future, I won't even frown." Xia Ruofei laughed and waved his hand. "You're welcome. I know it's not easy to make a living overseas. The reason why I helped you is, on the bigger hand, for the weak Chinese football. On the smaller hand, it's for the sake of the Chinese football. I'm a shareholder of RCD Español, and you're a player under the club. Helping you is helping myself. Wu Lei knew that Xia Ruofei had said this so that he would not feel that he owed him too much. Otherwise, the Spanish team had dozens of players in the first team. Why did he not teach this set of magical moves to everyone? Xia Ruofei continued, besides, you're quite right with me. I hope that you'll continue to work hard. Although you're 27 years old, don't think that you have no room for improvement. People have great potential, but the degree of development is different for everyone. Look at Jingji, he's more than 10 years older than you. But he's still active in the Chinese Super League. Brother Xi is the flag of Chinese football and the role model for every player. Wu Lei nodded. President Xia, you're right. I think that as long as I continue to practice this set of movements, I still have a lot of room for improvement. That's the right way to think. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, maybe you can become a big star like Ronaldo and Messi in the future. Our company might also look for you to be the spokesperson. No matter when, as long as you need it, I'll definitely endorse for free. Wu Lei said without thinking. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I'll remember that. In the future, your endorsement fees might reach millions or even tens of millions of euros. Don't worry about the money. Absolutely not. Wu Lei said. Ha ha ha. All right, it's getting late. You should go back to wash up and rest. You still have to train tomorrow, Xia Ruofei said. Wu Lei expressed his gratitude to Xia Ruofei again. Just as he was about to leave Xia Ruofei's room, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself, wake up earlier tomorrow morning and come to my place. Wu Lei's eyes lit up and he asked, does President Xia want to guide me in my training again? I've practiced it twice. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, are you afraid of the intense pain when you practice this set of movements? I'm a little scared, but I'll say the same thing. As long as I can become stronger, I can endure any pain. Wu Lei said firmly. Xia Ruofei nodded. I want you to train again tomorrow morning. I hope you can master this set of movements as soon as possible so that you can arrange your own time for training. Of course, there's something else tomorrow. You'll know when you come. Anyway, it's good for you. All right. Wu Lei nodded. Then I'll come over at 6:30 tomorrow morning, is that okay? No problem. I don't sleep in, Xia Ruofei said. I understand, President Xia. I'll go back now. See you tomorrow. Wu Lei said happily. See you tomorrow. After Wu Lei returned to his room, Xia Ruofei took out some herbs from the medium. The last time Xia Ruofei helped Wu Lei with his recovery, Zhou Leiyun had sent someone to buy a whole set of medicine decocting tools, so these were all ready-made. Xia Ruofei processed the medicinal materials and began to decoct the medicine seriously. 2521 Reborn 1. Xia Ruofei wanted to make a body tempering soup. When Xia Ruofei first obtained the body tempering soup recipe from the booklet in the stone room, there were two versions. Of course, he didn't intend to brew a complete version of the body tempering soup with the addition of the petals of the spirit heart flower. He only planned to use ordinary medicinal herbs to brew a simplified version of the body tempering soup. After all, Wu Lei was not a martial artist who specialized in body cultivation. He did not need to improve his physical fitness. to such a terrifying level. Furthermore, although Xia Ruofei had accumulated quite a number of spirit heart flower petals, there were too many uses for them. He would not waste them easily. The simplified version of the body tempering soup required ordinary Chinese herbs. Xia Ruofei had a large stock of these Chinese herbs in the spirit map space. They were not particularly expensive. In fact, as long as they could be bought with money, Xia Ruofei did not need to be restricted. He could use them whenever he needed. Although Xia Ruofei had not made the body tempering soup for a while, the Xia was not very helpful to him now. However, his control was much better than before, so he made it very smoothly. Xia Ruofei checked the body tempering soup. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he kept it in the spirit map space. Then, he went to the bathroom to take a shower and went back to his bedroom to sleep. The next day, Xia Ruofei woke up a little earlier. He took out the body tempering soup that he had brewed the night before from the medium and began to heat it on the clay stove. At 6:30, Wu Lei rang the doorbell to Xia Ruofei's room. When Xia Ruofei opened the door, Wu Lei immediately smelled a medicinal fragrance. The misty body tempering soup was different from ordinary Chinese medicine. It did not have a strong medicinal smell. Instead, it had a light fragrance. However, this fragrance was also mixed with a faint medicinal smell, which was very comfortable to smell. Of course, this was all on the surface. In reality, the body tempering soup was not as gentle as it smelled. Its medicinal properties were very strong. Even if it was a simplified version of the body tempering soup without the petals of the spirit heart flower, its medicinal properties were still stronger than the average body tempering medicine. If Wu Lei had not practiced the first set of body tempering movements of the Golden Man, Xia Ruofei would not have made the body tempering soup for him to consume. The reason was simple. He was worried that Wu Lei's body would not be able to take it. In fact, Xia Ruofei suspected that the so-called simplified version of the body tempering soup was the real original formula. The version with the petals of the spirit heart flower should be an improvement on the foundation of the original body tempering soup by the previous owner of the spirit map world, spiritual master Shanhe, after obtaining the spirit heart tree to make the medicinal effect stronger. When Xia Ruofei saw Wu Lei, he immediately smiled and said, "You're just in time. The medicine is just warm now. Hurry up and come in." Wu Lei walked into the room and immediately saw the bowl of body tempering soup that was being heated on the clay stove in the small living room. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and then asked, "President Xia, this is for me?" Xia Ruofei nodded casually and said, "Yup. This is also a medicine to train the body. When combined with the body tempering movement I told you to do yesterday, the effect will be even better. Don't worry, it's all made from Chinese medicine. There won't be any stimulants, so you can take it without worry." Wu Lei could not help but feel touched. Although everyone was born equal, objectively speaking, Xia Ruofei's status was much higher than his. Moreover, the two of them could be said to have never met before, but Xia Ruofei spared no effort to help him become stronger. It was only 6:30 in the morning, but Xia Ruofei had already prepared the medicinal soup for him to take as soon as he arrived. It could be seen how early Xia Ruofei had woken up, and all of this was to help him. Wu Lei's eyes reddened at the thought of this. He was in a foreign country and the competition was much more intense than in China. At this time, his heart was even more fragile. Xia Ruofei had helped him without thinking about how to repay him. He was naturally very touched. This was the difference between sending charcoal in the snow and adding flowers to brocade. Wu Lei looked at the bowl of fragrant medicinal soup in a daze. His voice was a little choked. President Xia, I really don't know how to thank you. Xia Ruofei laughed and waved his hand. Let's not talk about this, we are fellow countrymen. In this foreign country, they should help each other. In addition, you really don't have to be so formal. I seem to be a few months older than you. You can call me Big Brother Xia from now on, and I'll call you Lazy, how about it? All right. Wu Lei nodded and said, Brother Xia, then. I'm going to climb up the social ladder? Xia Ruofei laughed and patted Wu Lei's shoulder. What's there to be concerned about? Everyone is equal, but you and I hit it off, so we call each other brothers. It's that simple. Then, Xia Ruofei removed the bowl from the stove and said, Lazy, I have to make one thing clear to you first, that is, this bowl of medicinal soup is also used to train the body. The effects of the medicine are a little strong, and the pain is even more intense than yesterday's body training. It's up to you to decide if you want to take it or not. I want to drink, Wu Lei said without much thought. Brother Xia, I can take it no matter how much it hurts. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay. Test the temperature. As long as you can bear it, drink it in one gulp. This medicine must be drunk while it's hot. Remember, after you drink, immediately do the set of movements I taught you yesterday. I will correct the deviation for you at the first moment. Only in this way can you absorb the medicine as soon as possible and reduce the pain. Otherwise, your body can't take it and you may faint. Then, not only will it be a waste of effort, but it may also cause harm. 2522 Reborn, 2, I understand. Wu Lei said with a serious face. Then, Wu Lei picked up the bowl of medicine and tested the temperature with his lips. He felt that there was no problem. He raised his head to look at Xia Ruofei and said, Brother Xia, I'll drink it. Drink. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Don't worry. Even if you can't take it, you won't be seriously hurt with me around. But he had to do his best to persevere. I believe that with your willpower, you will definitely be able to do it. Wu Lei nodded heavily. Without any hesitation, he lifted the bowl of medicine and gulped down the entire bowl of body-tempering soup without leaving a single drop. When the body-tempering soup entered Wu Lei's stomach, he suddenly felt as if a pot of charcoal fire had started to burn in his stomach. At this time, he remembered Xia Ruofei's instructions and quickly put down the medicine bowl. He sat on the ground and started the first set of body-refining movements for the little golden man. Xia Ruofei glanced around and realized that Wu Lei's movements were more accurate this time. There were a few missing parts. Xia Ruofei knew that time was of the essence. At this moment, Wu Lei must be suffering from the pain of the body-tempering soup's cleansing. Hence, without a second word, he quickly corrected a few parts of Wu Lei's movements that were not quite up to standard. When Wu Lei got into the correct body refining posture, the pain on his face suddenly reduced a lot. His face was originally red, like he had a high fever, but now it had slowed down a little. Wu Lei felt like he was in a furnace. He felt like he was being roasted by a raging fire. He could no longer feel the pain from the body tempering movement. He was only using his willpower to maintain the movement. Xia Ruofei watched from the side and was slightly worried. However, he couldn't help it this time and could only silently cheer for Wu Lei. Wu Lei gritted his teeth and persevered. The medicinal properties of the body-tempering soup were also being absorbed bit by bit. And the burning sensation was weakening bit by bit. This process lasted for about 10 minutes before Wu Lei finally felt that he had recovered a little. At the same time, he once again felt the pain caused by the body refining movement. The familiar pain made Wu Lei want to cry. Although it was still very painful, it was nothing compared to the burning pain caused by the body-tempering soup. Moreover, the pain from the body tempering movement indicated that the medicinal properties of the body-tempering soup had been mostly absorbed. After 20 minutes, Wu Lei fell to the ground because he couldn't bear the pain of the body refining movement and ended the practice. Because of the body-tempering soup, there was not much time for reference, but there was no doubt that Wu Lei's physical fitness had once again improved by leaps and bounds. Because at this time, Wu Lei's bare skin was covered with a layer of black fat, like impurities that emitted an unpleasant smell. It was even more impurities than the first time he practiced the body refining movement yesterday. Wu Lei also noticed this immediately. In fact, he didn't even need to see these impurities to feel the huge changes in his body. His body still looked a little thin, but there seemed to be endless energy in his body. The majestic power made Wu Lei feel that he could kill a cow with one punch. Of course, Wu Lei didn't know if it was an illusion. But it was a fact that his body and strength had greatly improved. He got up from the ground and said gratefully, "Brother Xia, I owe you more and more favors." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, "Since you call me big brother, you don't have to be so formal. Go and wash up. It's almost 7 o'clock. Now. Don't delay your morning training." "All right." Wu Lei nodded and said he had come prepared today. He was wearing the training shirt he had worn at the domestic club and the Spanish team training uniform he was going to wear in the morning. He had brought it in his bag. Wu Lei didn't stand on ceremony with Xia Ruofei anymore. He grabbed his bag and went into the bathroom. While Wu Lei was taking a shower, Xia Ruofei received a call from Zhou Leiyun. "Chief Zhou." Xia Ruofei answered the call with a smile. "President Xia. Do you have any plans today?" Zhou Leiyun asked. "I'm almost done with my work here. I can accompany you around Barcelona." Dong Yun and her team had already returned to China on Paradise yesterday. As Xia Ruofei did not return with them, only one of them had to take a commercial flight. Similarly, everyone in the group used red packets to draw this unlucky person. What was somewhat dramatic was that Sherwen, who had managed to grab the smallest amount of red packets when she came, was actually the luckiest one this time and became the only person who needed to take a commercial flight back to China. When Xia Ruofei saw the results, he could not help but send 3 laughing emojis in the group. After Paradise returned to China, it would soon carry the second batch of employees who were on vacation in Spain to Barcelona. Xia Ruofei would also return to China with this batch of employees. Hence, Xia Ruofei still had more than a week left in Spain. After hearing Zhou Leiyun's words, Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Director Zhou, I want to go to the club to watch the first team train today. Do you want to come?" "You actually want to watch the training?" Zhou Leiyun asked in surprise. "No problem. The host will do as the guest wishes. I will make the arrangements as you wish." 2523 Reborn, 3, I'm not a guest, you know. Xia Ruofei said half jokingly. Yes, yes, yes. Look at my brain. You're the second largest shareholder of the club. Zhou Leiyun quickly said, then let's go to the Hawk training base today and watch our first team's training. I'll come and pick you up later. All right. Then I'll see you at the hotel. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Wu Lei came out of the shower quickly and said to Xia Ruofei, Brother Xia, I'll go to the club now. Xia Ruofei said, Director Zhou will come and pick me up later. I'll go to the club in the morning to watch your training. Why don't you come with us? Wu Lei shook his head with a smile. I feel like I have endless energy. So I want to run today. It's also a warm-up. The distance from the Grand Central Hotel to the Hawk Sports City was about 5 or 6 kilometers. For any professional football player, such a running distance was naturally no problem. In a top-league team, the average distance a player ran in a game was at least 9 kilometers or 10 kilometers, and the more he ran, the more he could run, the more he could even run 11 or 12 kilometers. However, most people would not choose to run there. Wu Lei usually took the bus, but today he felt that he could not use up all his energy, and he desperately wanted to run to vent it out. In fact, this was the feeling of discomfort after a sudden increase in strength. Xia Ruofei had experienced it before and naturally understood it. He smiled and said, no problem. However, you have to be careful. And do you know the way? Wu Lei showed his phone with a smile and said, there's navigation. No problem. All right. Then you can run. Xia Ruofei said, remember to save some energy. Don't wait until the training starts and you'll be exhausted. Brother Xia, don't worry. I'll make the coaching team look at me in a new light during today's training. Wu Lei said with confidence. After Wu Lei had left, Xia Ruofei had a buffet breakfast at the hotel restaurant. Then, she waited in the lobby on the first floor for a while, before Zhou Leiyun arrived at the hotel. Xia Ruofei sat in Zhou Leiyun's nanny van and the two of them arrived at the Halk training base. The two of them did not let the club's officials accompany them. They only need. The three of them walked from the parking lot to the first team's training ground. In addition to the regular training, the first team would also have an internal match in the morning. As the match had just ended yesterday, the training intensity today was not that high. The main focus was to recover. The match was also to let everyone maintain the feeling of a match. As Zhou Leiyun walked forward, he smiled and asked, President Xia, why did you suddenly want to come and watch the training today? Xia Ruofei looked at Wu Lei, who was training his passing skills, and said with a smile, I've specially trained Wu Lei, so I'm here today too. See how the training is going. Zhou Leiyun was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, it's only been a day, what can? At this point, Zhou Leiyun paused. He could not help but look at Xia Ruofei and said, if it was someone else, it would be impossible to change anything in one day, but you, CEO Xia, that might not be the case. I don't dare to make any promises. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Chief Zhou really thinks highly of me. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. 25-24 Show Off 1. When Xia Ruofei and his team walked to the side of the training ground, the team had just finished a stage of training. The players were all relaxing on the field. Head coach Ruby saw his bosses and quickly walked up to them. We're just here to take a look. Zhou Leiyun smiled and said, you guys go ahead and train. Although they did not win yesterday's game, they tenaciously equalized the score despite being 2 goals behind. Wu Lei even created a penalty kick. Zhou Leiyun was quite satisfied with the result. The most important thing was that Wu Lei's performance yesterday was very eye-catching. The Spanish club also showed its face in front of the domestic fans and raised a wave of reputation, which made Zhou Leiyun very happy. The reason why he had been trying to bring in Wu Lei was, of course, because of Wu Lei's influence among the Chinese fans. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Xia Ruofei said, everyone's training attitude is very serious, and Wu's performance during training is also very good. After a short break, we will have an internal match. Ruofei had a high EQ. He knew what the Chinese boss was concerned about, so he especially praised Wu Lei. Zhou Leiyun nodded. Alright, we'll do as you've arranged. We're just here to see everyone. Coach Ruofei, you don't have to accompany us. Go and organize the training. Alright, please. Do as you please. Ruofei nodded. The players were organized by the assistant manager to do some relaxation exercises in an orderly manner. The staff were collecting the training equipment on the field and the scattered football around, because the team's internal game would be held here in a while. Xia Ruofei looked at the soccer balls piled on the side of the court and couldn't help but feel a little itchy in his feet. He had loved playing soccer in high school and even played 5-man soccer games with his comrades from time to time after he became a soldier. It was just that after he left the army, he had basically not touched the ball. The turf on the Spanish football club's training ground was excellent. Xia Ruofei could not help but walk over and stretch out his foot to pick up a football. Then he tried to start to dribble the ball. Today, Xia Ruofei was dressed in loose, casual clothes. His shoes were New Balance sneakers. Although they were not specialized for football, they were enough for some simple sports. After all, Xia Ruofei had not touched a soccer ball for a long time. His sense of the ball had inevitably declined. Hence, after bouncing 5 or 6 times at the start, the soccer ball fell to the ground due to his control issues. Of course, this was also because he did not deliberately use his mental power to control it. Otherwise, even if he did not know how to play football at all, the football would be stuck to his feet like glue and could not fall off even if he wanted to. However, Xia Ruofei's subtle control of his strength was superb. In addition, he had a certain foundation in football. After a short period of adaptation, he became more and more skilled in dribbling the ball. Every time he did it, it was full of rhythm. After all, Zhou Leiyun was older. At first, when he saw Xia Ruofei running to the side of the court to play football, he thought it was funny. However, when he saw Xia Ruofei's dribbling becoming more and more skilled, he could not help but widen his eyes. Xia Ruofei bounced the ball for 60 to 70 times, but it did not seem like the ball was going to fall. This attracted the attention of the players and the coaching staff. They had already relaxed and were about to start preparing for the group match. Now that they had nothing to do, they could not help but gather around. How many times has President Xia jolted? Zhou Leiyun asked as he looked at Jiang Shaochen, who was mumbling to himself. It's 86. Jiang Shaochen replied quickly and continued counting, 87, 88, 89. He was Xia Ruofei, who had been counting since the start of the game. He didn't think much of it, but he didn't expect the game to continue after so long. Soon, the players and coaching staff also got the exact number. Everyone kept counting loudly at the side. Some were in Spanish, some in Catalan, and some in Portuguese. Of course, Zhou Leiyun and Jiang Shaochen were both in Chinese. In fact, throwing the ball was just a very basic technical movement. It was mainly used to cultivate the player's sense of the ball. Any of the players and coaches present today could easily do it dozens of times. There were even children who specialized in bouncing the ball and could continuously bounce it hundreds or even thousands of times. Therefore, bouncing ball itself wasn't that amazing. However, Xia Ruofei was the owner of the club and was not a professional player. He could not even be considered an amateur player. It was surprising that he could do this. Besides, Xia Ruofei's dribble had a strong rhythm. It seemed to have a special rhythm that made people feel very comfortable. It was definitely not like watching other people who were worried about him. Everyone had a feeling that if Xia Ruofei wanted to, he could continue to dribble the ball until the end of time. 156-157, Xia Ruofei could hear the crowd counting. He had been through a lot. He would not have stage fright in such a situation. On the contrary, he felt a little excited. It was as if he had returned to his high school days when he was playing football. However, the people standing on the sidelines were not the coaches and players of the top league, but his classmates. If there were beautiful girls among them, his sense of achievement would immediately rise by several levels. 25-25, show off, too. Xia Ruofei felt that he was in a good state. He added a few fancy movements in the process of tossing the ball. When the ball spun and fell, Xia Ruofei's feet quickly circled the football twice and then lightly patted under the football. The football suddenly stopped at his feet and did not move an inch. Then, Xia Ruofei kicked the ball up with all his strength. The ball flew up at least 10 meters high, and it was not the kind of ball that went up and down. Xia Ruofei jogged a few steps towards the predicted landing point. At this time, the football also fell quickly. Under the effect of gravity, the football fell faster and faster. Everyone watched as Xia Ruofei lightly touched the bottom of the ball with the tip of his foot. The ball immediately stopped as if it was stuck to Xia Ruofei's toes and did not move at all. From the speed of the whizzing arrow to the moment when it obediently stopped on Xia Ruofei's toes, the change from extreme movement to extreme stillness had a strong visual impact. Even the professional coaches and players couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although the action seemed simple, it was actually a test of the control of the football. Even some professional football players might not be sure to stop the ball well when facing such a fast ball that went straight up and down. Chinese fans often joked that some national football players stopped the ball 10 meters away. In fact, when they encountered some difficult balls, many professional athletes were not sure that they could stop it. Well, Xia Ruofei gently picked up the ball again. Then, before the ball fell to the ground, he bent his body, knocked the arrow, and kicked the bottom half of the ball. The football suddenly flew out at an extremely fast speed, drawing a large arc in the air, and suddenly went into the net. When it fell, the football was still spinning at a high altitude. Xia Ruofei tossed the ball to the side of the field. The distance between the end line and the center line was almost the same. Although the training ground was a small field, he shot directly near the sidelines, and he used an outer instep arc. The trajectory of the football was almost perfect. Finally, it flew into the goal along the corner between the pillar and the crossbar. It could be said that even if the goal was guarded by a goalkeeper, there was nothing he could do in the face of this kind of world wave that went straight into an absolute dead corner. Wow! God, what did I just see? After the players took a deep breath, they couldn't help but wonder if they were born to see. A company boss wearing amazing sneakers, stretching more than a professional footballer, sighed, stepping near the sidelines and sending the ball directly into the goal. If luck was excluded, many people secretly compared the ball to themselves and sadly found that they might not be able to do it. Wu Lei was the first to react. It wasn't because he had a strong mentality. It was because Xia Ruofei's image and position in his heart had been deified. No matter what Xia Ruofei did, he would not be surprised. In his heart, Xia Ruofei was omnipotent. So, Wu Lei was the first to cheer. Then, the players and coaches all reacted and applauded Xia Ruofei's wonderful performance. Zhou Leiyun and Ruby even gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. Mr. Xia, I didn't expect your footwork to be so good. Have you received professional football training before? Ruby came forward and asked. After Xia Ruofei heard Jiang Shaoqin's translation, he smiled and shook his head. I only liked to play football when I was in middle school. I didn't learn it systematically. Ruby couldn't help but say with some regret, I can see that your talent is quite good. If he had received professional football training from a young age, he would have definitely become a star player. Ruby suddenly reacted and smiled in embarrassment. Of course, maybe it's a good thing. If you play football, you won't be so successful. In your career, Ruby recalled that Xia Ruofei was already a shareholder of the club. For a young man to be able to easily invest tens of millions of euros in a football club, his net worth must be in the hundreds of millions, and in euros. In comparison, what was the big deal about becoming a football star? Even a top star like Messi could only earn about a few hundred million euros in his entire career. Xia Ruofei was still so young. When he reached Messi's age, his wealth would definitely not be lower than that. And how many people could be Messi's? Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's not necessarily a good thing for a hobby to become a career. But to be honest, the population of China is there. There are still many talented players. It's just that because of the environment, many talented players did not end up on the path of professional football. Some people started to go downhill early and did not display their talent because of unscientific training or other reasons. Ruby nodded in agreement. In the past, he did not know much about Chinese football. He only knew that it was almost a football desert. When the club decided to bring in Wu Lei, he was a little disapproving, thinking that the commercial significance of the signing might far exceed the competitive level. However, after getting in touch with Wu Lei and watching his training, Ruby's perception of him changed. You've said a lot, Ruby said. I'll suggest that the club visit China more often to investigate. If there are talented young players, they can be recruited into our youth training camp. That's a good idea, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Boss, let us see your footwork again, a young player shouted. After Jiang Shaoqin translated the player's words to Xia Ruofei, he said, Director Xia, this player is called Marc Roca. He is a product of RCD Español's own youth training. He is only 21 years old this year, but he is already the core of the team's midfield and an important point of the backfield. His straight passes are very accurate and can often tear open the opponent's defense. Coach Ruby values this player very much. Xia Ruofei looked at the young player in the number 21 jersey and smiled. If it doesn't affect everyone's training, then I'll kick a few more times. Ruby saw that Xia Ruofei was in high spirits and did not want to dampen his spirits. He immediately said, "This morning's training schedule is a little loose. Mr. Xia, please show us your footwork again." Xia Ruofei nodded. He pondered for a while, then asked Jiang Shaochen to arrange for the staff to move a few human figures to the venue. Everyone could tell that Xia Ruofei was ready to attack the goal with a free kick. However, everyone was still mumbling in their hearts because Xia Ruofei had arranged for the dummies to be placed a little far away. They were almost 30 meters away from the goal. The human wall was also very dense. 2 human walls were formed by 8 dummies, which almost blocked all the shooting routes. This was almost impossible in a real game. There were only 11 people in the team. Besides the goalkeeper, if 8 people were used to form a human wall, there would only be 2 people left. How could they defend? Xia Ruofei easily picked up a ball and walked over. He placed it at a position about 32 or 33 meters away from the goal. The position was relatively straight, almost directly facing the goal. Those who had played before knew that the best distance for a truly threatening free kick must be more than 20 meters. This distance was just right for the force to be released, and there was enough space to make a curve ball. If it was too close, the ball would have already flown out before the arc could be drawn. If it was too far, both the accuracy and speed of the ball would be affected. Furthermore, the goalkeeper would have more time to react, and it would be difficult to pose a threat. Moreover, the position had to be slightly off. It would be bad if the angle was too straight. Xia Ruofei's current position was not only far away, but the angle was also very accurate. It was too difficult to shoot directly. Xia Ruofei stepped on the soccer ball and smiled at Markaloka. "Raka, are you interested in competing with a direct free kick to attack the goal from this position?" 25-26 A world, shaking kick, 1. Markelka was stunned. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to challenge him. His footwork was not bad, but he was not the first free kick player in the team. His strengths were that his defense was good and he had a strong view of the overall situation, so he could play the role of the manager in the middle and backfield. However, he was not best at free kicks. Not to mention, Xia Ruofei's current position was so good that even some free kick experts were not confident. His teammates laughed when they saw that he was stunned. They then cheered for him to not be afraid and to fight bravely. Even the manager, Ruby, said with a smile, "Raka, you're one of the fans' favorite young players. Although Mr. Xia is our boss. As a professional player, how can you cower in the face of a challenge from someone who has never played professional football?" Melando, who was about the same age as him and had also been trained by the Spanish, cheered for Mark. Raka, there's nothing that can stop you. Go and kill the boss, and you'll be the hero. Markelka smiled wryly. He had no choice but to do it. As a result, he could only brace himself and walk over. The players and managers naturally gathered around to watch the fun. Meanwhile, Zhou Leiyun and Jiang Shaochen were cheering for Xia Ruofei. Markelka asked cautiously, "Mr. Xia, how do you want to compete?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm fine with anything. Why don't we make it simple? We'll just shoot at a fixed point and put a dummy at the goal. After all, there must be a goalkeeper guarding the goal in a real game." "No problem. But we can't decide the winner with one goal. We'll each play 10 goals, and the one who scores the most wins. Is that okay?" The reason why Mark Rocca suggested this rule was naturally to eliminate the influence of luck as much as possible. It was impossible for every kick to be so lucky that it would exceed the standard, right? I agree. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, since it's a competition, we should have some stakes. If I lose, I'll invite the entire first team, including the restaurant in Barcelona, for a big meal. The players, coaches, and staff all cheered when they heard that. All right, Markelka replied. If I lose, I will also. He had wanted to treat everyone to a big meal. He was now a first-team star. Although treating the entire team to a big meal would hurt him a little, it was not impossible. However, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted him, saying, if I'm lucky enough to win, you just have to promise me that you'll have at least one assist in the next round of the league tournament. How about it? Magroka hesitated for a moment. In the next round, Espanyol would be challenging Valencia in an away game. They were a traditional strong team in La Liga. Although they might still be a little behind Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid, they were a frequent European player and were much stronger than Espanyol. In addition, the Spaniards were playing away, so it was not easy to score in this situation. However, since he had already said so, he couldn't back down. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. No problem. If I can't do it, I'll treat the entire team to a big meal, 2 meals. Xia Ruofei laughed heartily and high-fived Markelka. They had reached an agreement. The staff went to move a dummy and placed it in front of the goal. This way, the angle of the shot, which was not big to begin with, was even smaller now. If one wanted to directly shoot and hit the goal, they had to bypass the goalkeeper while bypassing the human wall. Moreover, at such a long distance, if the ball was not fast enough, even if it hit the range of the goal, it was very likely to be pounced by the goalkeeper in actual combat. Everyone present was a professional player. It was certainly impossible to use a very low speed to improve the hit rate under the watchful eyes of the public, otherwise it would be a joke. Who's first? Xia Ruofei stood in front of the soccer ball and said, why don't you go first? Sure, said Markelka. Hence, Xia Ruofei took a few steps back, while Mark Rocca stood in front of the football. He first picked up the football, then stepped on the grass near the penalty spot, then squatted down and carefully placed the football on the penalty spot. After he placed it, he felt that it was not good, so he picked it up and adjusted the position. In the process of moving the ball, Magroka had to make several adjustments. However, no one urged him, and no one was making a fuss now. Everyone was watching quietly. After he set up the ball, he started to step back. It was normal for him to back off a long distance, because the penalty spot was too far away from the goal. If he wanted the ball to have enough initial speed, he had to have a long enough running distance. Mark Rocca finally stopped. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the goal in the distance. He looked like Ronaldo. After taking a deep breath, he started to run. Mark Rocca's speed was getting faster and faster. When he came in front of the football, one of his feet was firmly planted in the grass, while the other leg was swinging widely. There was only a bang, and the football was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel, flying in an arc in the direction of the goal. 25-27 A world, shaking kick, 2, this time, Mark Rocca was well prepared. After the football was kicked out, whether it was the initial speed or angle, it was very good. The football quickly bypassed the human wall and spun in the direction of the goal. The speed of the ball was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the ball had arrived in front of the goal and was about to fly into the goal from the dead angle in the upper right corner of the goal. However, everyone heard a bang as the football slammed heavily into the angle between the crossbar and the pillar, and then bounced out. Everyone could not help but let out a huge sigh in unison. Mark Rocca's kick was almost perfect, but his luck was a little bad. The ball did not go in. He was also very depressed. He felt that the ball should have been there as soon as he kicked it, but it was just a little short. It was estimated to be an error of 1 or 2 centimeters. Otherwise, it would have been an absolute dead end. Markelka held his head in regret and sighed. He then nodded at Xia Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, it's your turn." A staff member had already brought another football over. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He casually placed the football in the position where Markelka had served. Then, Xia Ruofei looked up at the goal and took a few steps back. Without any preparation, he strode forward and kicked the ball in the middle. The ball flew up with a whoosh and quickly exceeded the height of the human wall. After crossing the human wall, the football was still rising rapidly. Looking at the movement, it was definitely an anti-aircraft shot. By the time it reached the goal, it would definitely be high in the sky. Just as everyone was sighing in secret and Markelka was rejoicing in his heart, the football had already reached the highest point. Immediately after, its trajectory seemed to go against the law of a parabola, and it suddenly dropped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the football whizzed into the net from the bottom of the crossbar. The training ground was silent for a long time before a burst of applause broke out. "This is the elevator ball." An assistant manager couldn't help but reveal an extremely surprised expression as he muttered. The manager, Ruby, looked at the field and nodded. "Yes, and his mastery of the footwork is quite accurate." Ruby looked at the calm Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression. If Xia Ruofei's kick was not a fluke, then his talent was too scary. However, such a talented person was not a professional player. This was a waste of God's gift. Xia Ruofei's free kick shocked Mark Rocca. He took a while to come back to his senses, and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, good footwork." Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Jiang Shaochen, "Tell him it's his turn to kick." After listening to Jiang Shaochen's translation, Mark Rocca nodded and picked up a football to go to the penalty spot. Xia Ruofei's amazing performance did not make him discouraged. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. This time, Mark Rocca no longer pursued extreme speed and angle. He steadily sent the ball into the goal with one kick. However, the speed of the ball was much slower than Xia Ruofei's earlier kick, and the arc was average. If it were an actual match, the goalkeeper would probably have missed the ball. Markelka's face was a little hot, and he felt like he was cheating. Xia Ruofei didn't care at all. He smiled and clapped at him, then walked to the penalty shot. Just like before, Xia Ruofei did not prepare carefully. He just casually placed the ball with his foot, took a few steps back, and then strode forward to kick again. With a whoosh, the football went into the net. This ball was the same as the previous one. It was extremely fast and had a strange arc. Even the position where it flew into the goal was similar to the previous one. 2-1. Xia Ruofei was still in the lead. The competition continued. The two of them took turns to make free throws. In a short while, both of them had made 9 shots. Under the pressure, Marc Roca did well and scored a total of 6 shots. Although the speed and arc of the ball were barely satisfactory, considering the distance and the difficulty of the human wall placement, the result was quite good. However, compared to Xia Ruofei's results, the 6 free throws were not worth mentioning. The first 9 shots were all sent into the net by Xia Ruofei in the same way, in the same position. It was like a computer's copy and paste, with almost no mistakes. 9-6, the result was already decided. No matter what the result of the last free throw was, Marc Roca had already lost the match. However, he didn't give up on the last free throw, just because he was going to lose. This time, Marc Roca also went all out. After putting down all the psychological burdens, he played beyond his level and kicked the ball into the goal with a beautiful arc. Out of his 10 free kicks, this one was the most beautiful. After the penalty, Markelka could not help but raise his arms and cheer for himself. Xia Ruofei smiled and clapped at Markelka. Good play, Markelka said guiltily, compared to Mr. Xiao's footwork, I'm still far from it. No. In my opinion, you're already very good, Xia Ruofei said. He was not just trying to comfort Marc Roca. After all, the player was still very young. It was already very rare for him to be able to play such a beautiful free kick. Xia Ruofei placed the ball on the penalty spot and started to retreat. Everyone was even somewhat immune to Xia Ruofei's beautiful elevator ball. Although Xia Ruofei's field goal percentage was a frightening 100% and each of his shots interpreted the art of football very well, the first 9 shots were almost exactly the same. No matter how beautiful the goal was, anyone who watched it 9 times in a row would feel aesthetic fatigue. However, everyone soon realized that Xia Ruofei had retreated a little too far this time. During the first few free throws, Xia Ruofei only took 3 to 5 steps back. Then he ran up and made the free throw in one go. But now, Xia Ruofei had already retreated 7 or 8 steps. The distance of the run up was obviously longer than before. Xia Ruofei took a total of 9 steps back. He looked at the goal again, took a deep breath, and started running with small steps. Xia Ruofei's speed was getting faster and faster, and his steps were getting bigger and bigger. By the time he reached the back of the ball, his speed had already increased. When he took his last step, his right leg had already started to swing backward. After a large swing of his leg, Xia Ruofei's body tilted slightly. His right leg was like a whip, heavily hitting the middle part of the football. The football whizzed out like a heavy cannon and went around the right side of the human wall. After avoiding the human wall, the football crossed a very large arc and deviated to the left side of the goal. However, in the process of flying, the football changed direction again. It made another huge arc and just flew past the goalkeeper's dummy, directly drilling into the upper right corner of the goal. If one were to stand directly facing the goal, one would be able to see that the football had crossed a very exaggerated S-shaped arc and finally entered the goal. If this was a real match, the goalkeeper's center of gravity would have been shaken, and there would only be one result, which was to watch the football enter the net. After the penalty kick, the whole court was silent. Even Wu Lei, who had blind trust in Xia Ruofei, could not help but open his mouth in surprise. A scene appeared in everyone's mind. It was the short and strong Robert Carlos, who was wearing a yellow jersey, after a super long run up, and the violent free kick. Xia Ruofei's free kick was a perfect copy of Robert Carlos's S-shaped free kick. It took a while for everyone to come back to their senses. They broke out in applause and praises, and some players couldn't help but whistle. Mabroka was dumbfounded. After a while, he laughed bitterly and said, "Mr. Xia, I admit my defeat." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Since I've won, don't forget your promise. I'll be there to watch the next round of the competition. I will do my best to fulfill my promise," said Markelka. Seriously? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "All right, I've wasted so much of everyone's time. You guys can continue with your training. Wasn't there still an internal match? I'll be your cheerleader." 25-28 If the gods help, 1. Xia Ruofei, Zhou Leiyun and the rest walked to the side of the field, and the team's match officially began. However, after seeing Xia Ruofei's amazing free kick performance, everyone was more or less distracted. When the assistant coaches were grouping, they even read two names wrong. If it was a famous star player who showed such footwork, everyone would praise him, but the shock would not be as great. However, Xia Ruofei had not even played professional football for a day. He was one of the club owners, but his footwork was better than the team's main midfield core. How could he let people live? Ruby accompanied Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun to the side of the field, while Zhou Leiyun said to Xia Ruofei, "CEO Xia, I didn't expect this. Your ball skills are actually so good. Why didn't you play professional football in the beginning?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, with a smile, "I'm just playing for fun, I can't compare to a professional and the football environment in the country. Back then, you should know that not many people were willing to play football as a career." Zhou Leiyun sighed and said, "That's right. Don't look at how the Chinese Super League players are all making a lot of money now. Our country's football talents are actually very lacking." After a series of shady dealings were exposed back then, there were really not many parents willing to send their children to learn to play football. This is equivalent to a generation being cut off. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay, we can wait. Aren't there more and more children playing football these days? Now that the Spanish clubs are becoming more and more famous in the country, they will also drive the development of football. The children who are learning to play football now are the future of Chinese football." Zhou Leiyun nodded. "Our club is also planning to cooperate with our country's youth training. We hope to select some talented seedlings to enter the Spanish ladder team from a young age. They will be trained in accordance with the mature youth training methods in Europe. For the development of Chinese football, it still has to be based on youth training and the league. Now the league seems to be a bit of a false prosperity, but the youth training really has to be done well." Xia Ruofei said, "I think it's a good idea to use Europe's mature youth training system to train a group of football talents for our country. It doesn't matter even if we have to lose some money." "Yep." Zhou Leiyun nodded. The two of them chatted in low voices, and the match on the field finally began, so everyone turned their attention to the field. Today's team competition was not strictly divided according to the main force and substitutes. Basically, the number of main forces and substitutes on both sides was similar. Wu Lei was assigned to the first team wearing the yellow training vest, while their opponents were wearing training jerseys directly without a vest. The match began with the whistle of the assistant coach who was acting as the referee. Ruby and the other coaches also perked up and looked at the field. In addition to keeping the players' game sense, this kind of game was also a good opportunity for the coaches to observe the players' competitive state. After the game started, The fight between the two sides was still quite intense, especially for some fringe players. Many of them had the goal of entering the big list and playing as substitutes first. And whether they could make it into the squad list naturally depended on their condition during training. This kind of match was a very good opportunity to show off. Moreover, the two major shareholders of the club were also present today, so he had to perform well. Wu Lei was still playing on the right side, which he was familiar with. However, he did not have many opportunities to get the ball. Many of his teammates did not trust him very much, and his shortcomings in the last game had been exposed. Sometimes, Wu Lei ran out of a very good gap, but his teammates chose to pass the ball in the other direction. He only played the role of pulling the defensive line. However, Wu Lei didn't slack off just because he didn't have a chance to touch the ball. He still ran with all his might. As long as there was a chance, he would rush to the opening with all his might. Ruby saw this scene from the sidelines and could not help but secretly nod. After a few days of observation, Ruby had a better understanding of Wu Lei's characteristics. The Chinese striker might not have a position in a big team, but he was still valuable in a club like RCD Espanyol. It was not like the mainstream opinion that the transfer was only for commercial purposes. Ruby's only concern was Wu Lei's stamina and ability to fight. In terms of physical fitness, Wu Lei's physical fitness was not bad when he was in the Chinese Super League. However, he came directly to La Liga after playing in the Chinese Super League. The cycle of the two leagues was different. The leagues in Europe were all cross-year, which meant that Wu Lei had played a lot more games than other players. His physical reserves were definitely not as good as other players. Moreover, the pace of La Liga was much faster than that of the middle division, so the physical requirements were naturally higher. Based on Wu Lei's physical data in the team, his current physical fitness was not enough to support the whole game. Needless to say, Wu Lei was the best striker in China. However, because the overall training and management level of Chinese football were not as good as those in Europe, even a striker like Wu Lei's muscle strength was not up to the standard of European professional football clubs. This was very obvious in Wu Lei's first game yesterday. However, no matter what, Wu Lei's game attitude was good, and his awareness was also very good. He spared no effort to run like this, and he would definitely get a good opportunity in the game. As long as his ability to grasp opportunities in front of the goal improved a little, there would be no problem in scoring. 25-29 if the gods help, too. As for physical fitness, it could be slowly trained. He could play in the starting lineup for 60 minutes and be replaced, or he could simply come on as a substitute at the start of the second half. In short, there were many options. Ruby was still very satisfied with the transfer. Compared to Wu Lei's transfer fee and the tactical effect of his team, he was indeed a good deal. The match continued. Finally, Wu Lei got a chance to take the ball. It was a precise, straight ball from Mark Roca in the backfield. However, the gap was not big this time. When Wu Lei got the ball and cut inside, the opposing center-back, Naldo, had already closed in. Naldo was the Spanish team's main center-back. The black center-back did not look very strong, but he was actually very strong. His positioning was also very accurate. He was the iron gate of the Spanish backfield. If it was in the past, Wu Lei would definitely transfer the ball away. When he encountered such a situation, his teammates next to him would have already run and prepared to receive him. However, this time, Wu Lei's choice was beyond everyone's expectations. Wu Lei protected the ball by his side, and then his shoulder leaned toward Naldo's direction. He was actually actively seeking a physical confrontation. Wu Lei's choice was exactly what Naldo wanted. He also leaned over with his shoulder heavily. This was a reasonable collision. Even in an official game, the referee would not call for a foul. Naldo thought that with Wu Lei's small body, he would be sent flying and would not be able to stabilize himself. However, just as their bodies touched, Naldo felt as if he had been hit by a bull. He lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Several players could not help but be stunned when they saw this scene because Naldo's fall posture was too exaggerated, especially when he was fighting against Wu Lei. It was a little too fake to fall like this. Moreover, it was just a shoulder collision, and Wu Lei didn't make any additional movements. Even in an official game, such a confrontation was absolutely in line with the rules. No referee would blow the whistle, and it was impossible to trick a foul. Wu Lei was not dazed. After he knocked Naldo away, he took the opportunity to dribble the ball into the penalty area. Before the second back woke up from his dream and made up for it, he immediately pulled his leg and shot. The football shot straight to the upper left corner of the goal, like a cannonball. Everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes, then heard a clang, and then saw the ball spinning in the net. This shot was very powerful, so the ball was very fast. Moreover, the distance of the shot was so close that even the goalkeeper had almost no reaction. He just subconsciously stretched out his hand and did not make any saving action at all. Wu Lei waved his arms excitedly after the goal. Although it was a goal during training, the confrontation with Naldo made Wu Lei feel an obvious improvement. It could be said that his current body could fully meet the requirements of La Liga matches. If he insisted on practicing that set of body, tempering movements, it would be basically impossible for the defenders in La Liga to eat him alive in the future. What made Wu Lei even happier was that he felt that his improvement was not only in physical strength and other aspects. Just now, from receiving the ball, stopping the ball, breaking through, confrontation, all the way to shooting. Throughout the entire process, he could clearly feel that his body's flexibility and coordination had also improved to varying degrees. When he dribbled the ball at high speed, changed directions, and shot with great force, his control of power was clearly better than before. It was also because of this that he managed to score a beautiful goal. In the past, whenever Wu Lei had an opportunity, his first series of operations would be as fierce as a tiger, and his last shot would be an anti-aircraft cannon shot. There were many reasons for this, including his lack of physical strength and his poor psychological quality. But this time, he had completed it almost perfectly. On one hand, his physical fitness had been improved in all aspects, and on the other hand, his self-confidence had naturally increased a lot. While he had improved, it was no exaggeration to say that, because he had practiced the body, tempering movements of the little golden man, Wu Lei had risen from a second or third-rate striker who could barely stand in the top European leagues to a higher level all of a sudden. Moreover, he still had a lot of room for development in the future. As Wu Lei ran towards the ring, he turned his head to look at the side of the court. He saw Xia Ruofei smiling and clapping. He could not help but cast a grateful look at Xia Ruofei. Head coach Ruby was also a little surprised. He was also a little surprised by Wu Lei's goal, but he did not think too much about it. He just thought that Naldo might not be able to stand firm because of the field. Anyway, he definitely would not have thought that Wu Lei's physical fitness today could already go head-to-head with Naldo. It was simply unimaginable. Only Naldo himself rubbed his painful shoulders. After he stood up, he looked at Wu Lei's back in confusion. He didn't know if he was bewitched. How could he not even be able to withstand Wu Lei's small body? At this time, the assistant manager blew the whistle again to kick off. Naldo shook his head and focused his attention on the game. After the game resumed, Wu Lei's chances of getting the ball gradually increased. Everyone felt that Wu Lei was in good form today. Most importantly, Wu Lei finally dared to take the ball and no longer passed it out immediately after receiving it. With Wu Lei as the receiving point in the front field, their side gradually took the initiative. Although Wu Lei did not succeed every time he took the ball, he had changed a lot compared to before. His awareness was very good and his vision was wider. Even if he did not have a good chance, he could resist the opposing defenders in time and then send the ball to a more threatening position. Naldo deliberately looked for opportunities to fight against Wu Lei a few times, but he did not manage to win. He had almost never succeeded in defending against Wu Lei's head on attacks. Moreover, he felt pain everywhere on his body. He guessed that many places were bruised. Naldo could not help but feel depressed. He could not help but look at Wu Lei, who was still active, and thought to himself, is this guy on steroids today? How could he be so fierce? In the beginning, Naldo thought that it was because it was not an official game, so he was not very excited. However, later on, he obviously had a competitive heart. He also knew that Wu Lei was very fierce today. He tried his best to defend every time, but he still could not get the upper hand, which made him a little depressed. Ruby only allowed Wu Lei to play half of the game, and the half of the match only had 30 minutes to check a player's condition. 30 minutes was enough. Obviously, Wu Lei's state of mind was burning. In addition, Wu Lei had been running up and down from the start of the game, so he could be seen on both offense and defense. Ruby was worried that he would fight too hard during the team competitions, which would cause physical problems or injuries, which would not be worth it. In fact, Wu Lei felt that he was at ease. He was still not satisfied with bringing him off in the first half of the game, even if he scored a goal, assisted a goal, and created a penalty kick in the 30 minutes. This penalty shot was also during his one-on-one fight with Naldo. He used a very fast pace in the penalty area to poke the ball in the instant before Naldo went up to grab the ball. Naldo's up grab directly tripped Wu Lei's leg. Lazy. Good job, Xia Ruofei said to Wu Lei with a smile. Wu Lei smiled shyly and said, "This is just an internal confrontation. The intensity isn't high. I think everyone's giving it their all, but they just can't stop you." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "The improvement is very obvious. Keep it up." Yes, yes. Wu Lei nodded heavily and said, "All right, hurry up and take a shower. Change into dry clothes. Don't catch a cold." Xia Ruofei said, "Director Zhou, and I should leave too." 25:30 Amazing stability. 1. Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun watched half of the match and left after Wu Lei left. On the way back to the hotel, Zhou Leiyun could not help but say, "President Xia, you're really a god. The effect of your special training for Wu Lei is obvious." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I'm just joking. It's only been one night. I'm not a god. That was Wu Lei's own hard work." At most, I was just counseling him. I also felt that he was a little incompetent in yesterday's game, so I talked to him. It seems that the effect was not bad. Zhou Leiyun could not help but feel a little disappointed. He asked, "Ah? There's no special training." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "But Wu Lei's body is a little thin and not as good in confrontation. I will use some methods passed down by our ancestors to help him improve as much as possible. I believe that the training effect will not be worse than those professional physical coaches." Only then did Zhou Leiyun reveal a hint of joy. He said, "I knew it. How could President Xia's methods be so simple? Wu Lei is now the club's precious baby. The height he can reach will determine the height of our club's influence in the country. You must pay more attention to it." Xia Ruofei said, "Don't worry. I'll do my best." At that moment, Xia Ruofei's phone vibrated. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Lu Dong, the boss of Jingbei Group. He signaled to Zhou Leiyun and answered the call. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "President Liu, you're calling me so late at night. Could it be that you want to invite me for a drink? I'm not in the country." "President Xia, thank you so much for this," Lu Dong said. "I'll treat you to a drink after you return to China." Xia Ruofei was stunned and asked, "Boss Lu, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying." Lu Dong said, "Director Xia, don't hide it from me. I've already inquired about it. The reason why my matter in Italy was resolved so quickly was because you entrusted the local Chinese leaders and Chinese society to help. They put in a lot of effort." Then, Lu Dong sighed, "This matter was resolved so quickly, and it has also reduced a lot of losses for Kyokuboku Group. I can't thank you enough for this. President Xia, I'll see you in the future." Xia Ruofei finally understood why Lu Dong had called. It was about the incident in Italy. While Lu Dong was being schemed against in Italy was embroiled in a lawsuit, the stock price of Kyokuboku Group also fell. At the same time, there were also undercurrents within the company. Xia Ruofei heard about this at the opening ceremony of the Paradise Gathering. He called Louis Hai of the Italy Freemasonry and asked him to use the influence of the Freemasonry to urge the Roman police to close the case as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei did not care about this matter after the call. He did not know that Lu Dong's matter had been resolved. "Hi," Xia Ruofei said. "It's this matter. I thought it was a small matter." "Boss Lu, you don't have to be so polite. After I heard about you the other day, I happen to have a few friends in Italy who are doing pretty well, so I tried to call them and tell them. Actually, I'm not sure if they can help, so I didn't tell you," Lu Dong said gratefully. "Director Xia, you're a great man. I, Lu Dong, am convinced. If it were any other person, regardless of whether they could help or not, they would have told the world about it, afraid that I wouldn't appreciate it. You, on the other hand, have done it without a sound. I'm definitely going to make friends with you." "Haven't we been friends for a long time?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yes. Lu Dong hurriedly said, "My mistake. A slip of the tongue. President Xia, we must get together after you return to the country. I have to give you a few drinks." "All right. I'll contact you when I get back." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "If the grade is not high enough, I won't agree to it." "Ha ha ha. That's a deal. When the time comes, we'll have a good gathering at the Peach Blossom Banquet," Lu Dong said. Hey. You really know how to pick a place. Xia Ruofei said, it's a deal then. After he hung up, Xia Ruofei kept his phone in his pocket and smiled at Zhou Leiyun. It's from Kyokuboku Group's president Liu. Zhou Leiyun was sitting right beside Xia Ruofei, so he could clearly hear the contents of their phone call. Zhou Leiyun asked. With a smile, has the issue with him in Italy been resolved? Or did you help me solve it? Xia Ruofei smiled. I've only made a few calls. Actually, I'm not sure if my friend Italy can help, so I didn't tell you about it. It seems like the result is not bad. Zhou Leiyun sighed, it's not easy to do things abroad these days. Don't think that Lu Dong and I have some influence in China, but outside of China, we are of no use. Just like in Spain, money alone was not enough. President Xia, you're the best. You can still do whatever you want in Europe. It's not that exaggerated. I just know a few friends. I can't say that I can call the wind and summon the rain. Xia Ruofei said humbly, it just so happens that they were able to help this time. If we were in another place, I might not be able to use my reputation. 2531 Amazing stability _2 You're too humble. Zhou Leiyun said, we're all aware of Lu Dong's situation this time. If I were in his shoes, I would definitely be at my wit's end as well. The fact that you can help him settle this matter fully proves your ability. Fine. If you say I'm good, then I'll be good. Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Zhou Leiyun vaguely knew that Xia Ruofei's background in China was terrifying. However, he did not expect that Xia Ruofei's influence would still be so strong even after leaving China. He knew about Italy. The Chinese who could speak in the local area must have a club background, and it had to be a big club. Otherwise, many European countries were xenophobic, and ordinary Chinese clubs would not have much influence. Xia Ruofei's phone call was enough to make the Chinese society, which was powerful enough to influence the Italy police, step in. This already explained the problem. However, Xia Ruofei did not intend to talk about this for long and quickly changed the topic. In the evening, Ruby was still working overtime in the manager's office of the RCD Español club. The computer screen in front of him was playing a video. This was the video of this morning's internal team competition. But the staff had already edited it. It was all about Wu Lei. Ruby had watched it many times. Through the edited video, Wu Lei's performance in those 30 minutes could be clearly seen. Ruby briefly summarized that in the 30 minutes of half of the game, Wu Lei had 5 confrontations with Naldo alone, 4 of which ended with Wu Lei's victory. Among the 4 successful confrontations and breakthroughs, one of them had a chance to shoot directly and scored a goal, and the other one had created a penalty kick. The only breakthrough failed. In fact, Wu Lei still had the upper hand in the physical confrontation. Naldo relied on his rich experience. When his body lost its center of gravity and was about to fall to the ground, he still managed to stretch out his foot to poke the ball and completed the defense with difficulty. In addition, Wu Lei also faced other defenders head-on. Except for the physical confrontation, Wu Lei's running position, dribbling, passing the ball, shooting. All his technical movements were full of confidence. Compared to yesterday's game, it was as if he was a different person. Although the pace and intensity of the team's internal games might not be as good as official games, as an experienced manager, Ruby could naturally see that the players had put in 120% of their effort in the first 30 minutes of today's game. Because the club owner was present. They all wanted to perform well in front of the club owner and the manager. Therefore, in the 30 minutes that Wu Lei played, the pace was not slow. The physical confrontations were also very intense. Everyone was fighting for real. Under such circumstances, Wu Lei was undoubtedly the most eye-catching player in the 30-minute game, so much so that Ruby was worried that he would not be able to take it or get injured in an accident, so he did not let him play in the second half. Of course, from another point of view, Wu Lei's performance was perfect enough, so Ruby didn't need to observe him for a longer time. If he had watched Wu Lei's performance on the sidelines during the day, it was an intuitive feeling. Now, he was sitting in front of the big screen computer in the office and watching all of Wu Lei's performances. Ruby was really surprised. The statistics would not lie. Wu Lei's 30-minute running distance, the number of times he touched the ball, the success rate of his passes, the number of breakthroughs and the success rate. The number of shots. Some of the statistics were among the best among all the players who had played. However, even though Ruby was happy, he couldn't understand why Wu Lei's physical resistance had changed so much overnight. Also, if he kept using that playing style, how long could Wu Lei last in an official game? Can you play the entire game? With these questions in mind, Ruby made a decision in his heart. Tomorrow, he would ask the physical coach and the team doctor to do a comprehensive test for Wu Lei to see how his physical strength and physical reserves were. It could be said that Wu Lei's 30-minute performance had convinced the head coach, Ruby. If his physical condition allowed it, Ruby had already decided to put Wu Lei in the starting lineup. If Piatti's injury had forced Ruby to passively put Wu Lei in the starting lineup as one of his options, then the situation was completely different now. Even if Piatti was still healthy, Ruby would still consider letting Wu Lei try to play in the starting lineup. In the field of competitive sports, the rules were actually very simple. Everything was decided by strength. Ruby watched Wu Lei's half-court highlights a few more times, then wrote a few words in his notebook before turning off the video. Ruby immediately opened another video. If Xia Ruofei was here, he would be very surprised that the video was of him tossing the ball on the sidelines and then competing with Mark Rocca for a long-ranged free kick. The club would set up cameras on the sidelines during training to record the training process. When the coaching staff needed it, they could watch these videos at any time to analyze the players' conditions in a more in-depth way. Just as Xia Ruofei was tossing the ball, the camera near the opposite side of the field captured everything. And when he competed with Rocca for a free kick, an assistant manager even moved the camera over and took a shot from several angles. Ruby's main focus was on the free kick part. Basic skills such as bouncing were not much. Of course, from the standard of an amateur football fan, Xia Ruofei's bouncing was undoubtedly very, very good. The video had been edited as well. The shots of Mark Kroc's free throws had been cut out, leaving only Xia Ruofei's free throws. After watching it a few times, Ruby couldn't help but grab the mouse and drag the video into the editing software. Ruby had been an assistant manager and a youth training coach, so a simple video clip was not difficult for him. Ruby edited the video again in a short while. He didn't even wait for the video to be regenerated and watched it directly with the preview function on the editing software. Ruby mainly edited the first 9 free kicks from Xia Ruofei. The original video was shot from several angles, and the process of each free kick was repeated from multiple angles. Ruby edited the scene of every free kick from the same angle and divided the screen into 9 equal sections. Each small window showed different free kicks from the same angle. Ruby moved his eyes closer to the screen and looked at it carefully. His eyes gradually widened, and his face showed a shocked expression. After the editing, Ruby immediately noticed that Xia Ruofei's free kicks were almost identical. From his footwork, the degree of his body's tilt, the flight trajectory of the football, and the position of the football's final goal, it was almost like a copy and paste. Ruby couldn't help but play the pictures from other shooting angles, which were even more obvious after comparison. Ruby leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. It was nothing to kick a free kick like that. If they were lucky, even an amateur player could score. And to kick all 9 balls in, a player with better footwork could do it. But the 9 free kicks were almost exactly the same, which was a little scary. There was only one explanation for such an effect. Xia Ruofei's stability in kicking the ball was extremely strong. His grasp of strength and rotation was stable to an amazing extent. Ruby had a look of disbelief. He could not believe that this was done by a man who had not played professional football for a day. He firmly believed that even free kick masters like Zidane and Beckham, or the Ronaldo who was very good at elevator balls, might not be able to achieve such stability. Ruby sat in his chair in silence, and a crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind. 2532 A crazy suggestion. 1. The next day, at the Espanyol Club. In the office of the club's manager, Jiang Shaochen. Jiang Shaochen's eyes widened as he looked at the first team's head coach, Ruby, and asked, "What did you just say? Can you repeat that?" Ruby looked at the agitated Jiang Shaochen and said calmly, "Mr. Jiang, you heard me right. I hope that the club will do its best to sign a professional contract with Mr. Xia Ruofei before the winter window closes." "Coach Ruby, do you know who Mr. Xia Ruofei is?" Jiang Shaochen was so angry that he laughed. Ruby had clearly thought it through before he came, so he didn't hesitate and said directly, "Mr. Jiang, of course. I know. Mr. Xia is one of the shareholders of our Real Espanyol Club. Why are you making such an absurd request when you already know?" Jiang Shaochen stared at Ruby and said, "Do you think Mr. Xia will sign a professional player contract with the club? How much are you going to give him? How much do you think? The annual salary is enough to move the boss of a company with a net worth of hundreds of millions of euros?" "Mr. Jiang, can you let me finish?" Ruby asked, casually. "All right, speak. You tell me." Jiang Shaochen sat on the chair and looked at Ruby speechlessly. Ruby cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Jiang, of course I know Mr. Xia's identity. I also know that a professional contract has almost no appeal to Mr. Xia." "It's not almost." Jiang Shaochen rudely interrupted Ruby and said, "Not to mention our club, even if Barcelona and Real Madrid were to throw out an olive branch, Mr. Xia would definitely not be moved. Do you know how popular Mr. Xia's company is in China? Do you know how much money he is making every second? Let him sign a professional contract with our club? This is crazy." Ruby looked at Jiang Shaochen quietly and only spoke after he finished, "Mr. Jiang, I know Mr. Xia's selection criteria can't be that low, right?" 9:20 At this point, Jiang Shaochen immediately realized that he had misspoken and quickly said, "I'm not as from a rich family, and I also know that a small temple like the Spanish club can't accommodate a god like Mr. Xia. But the winter transfer window is about to close, and Our non-European Union players have not yet used up their spots. If we give this extra spot to Mr. Xia, then it may bring a completely different change to our club. After all, he's the major shareholder of our club, right? For the club's development, maybe he'll be willing to sign this professional contract? Jiang Shaochen looked into Ruby's eyes and asked, what changes can there be? Good. Even if, as you said, Mr. Xia signed a professional player contract with our club and completed the registration with the Spain Football Association, what does that mean? You can't be so naive to think that Mr. Xia can stay in Spain all the time and step forward when the team needs him, can you? He can't even stay in Spain for a long time. What changes can he bring to the team? Of course I know that, Mr. Jiang, Ruby said. I don't expect Mr. Xia to be the team's regular player. It's just that in some key games to avoid relegation, if Mr. Xia can be a substitute for the team, I'll be very satisfied. I think there's still a possibility. Jiang Shaochen couldn't help but rub his forehead and asked helplessly, Coach Ruby, why did you suddenly want Mr. Xia to become a club player? This idea was too crazy. And I'm puzzled. Didn't Mr. Xia just bump a few balls on the sidelines yesterday and then compete with Raka for a fixed-point free kick? He had not taken any physical fitness tests or comprehensive football tests. He had not even participated in a training class. How could you be so sure of him? The LA Liga's selection criteria can't be that low, right? At this point, Jiang Shaochen immediately realized that he had misspoken and quickly said, I'm not saying that Mr. Xia is not strong. It's just that there's an old saying in China that there are specializations in the field. After all, Mr. Xia is a businessman and has never played professional football before. I think that in terms of football ability alone, he should still have a certain gap with professional football players. Ruby said seriously, Mr. Jiang, I can say with responsibility that Mr. Xia's free kick alone is enough to make any La Liga team willing to sign him. I carefully analyzed the video of Mr. Xia's free kick last night and found that his stability is really high. He kicked such a difficult elevator ball a total of 9 times, and each time he made a perfect free kick, not to mention that what's more rare is that these 9 free kicks, the trajectory of the football, the arc, the position of the goal, and even the time of the football in the air, were almost exactly the same. One time can't explain the problem, but 9 times is enough to explain the problem. I believe that even if Mr. Xia kicks the ball 10 more times, he can still steadily kick the ball in. Teacher Jiang, do you know what this means? Ruby looked at Jiang Shaochen with a fanatical expression. Before Jiang Shaochen could reply, he said, this means that as long as the team creates a free kick within 30 meters of the opponent's goal, there is a high probability of it being converted into a goal. If it was a crucial game, such a goal would mean 3 points. It's even related to the success or failure of staying in the league. 2533 A crazy suggestion, too. After Jiang Shaochen heard this, he gradually calmed down. He was no longer as agitated as when Ruby said that he wanted Xia Ruofei to be assigned player of the club. He touched his chin and pondered. Ruby continued, Mr. Jiang, I don't need Mr. Xia's physical fitness to play the entire game. I don't even need him to form any effective cooperation with the other players. I don't need Mr. Xia to participate in the team's defense. He only needs to take the free kick for the team. That's enough. So, I'm not particularly concerned about how long he can last in the game with his physical fitness. In addition, I've seen his dribbles and free kicks. From the perspective of a professional coach, Mr. Xia's sense of the ball is still very good. After he comes on, he only needs to roughly stand in his position and restrain the opponent in the defense. He doesn't need to really participate in the defense. Then, when the team gets a free kick, he will stand up and take the free kick. It's that simple. After Jiang Shaochen watched the video of Xia Ruofei's free kick that Ruby had spent the whole night editing, he let out a long breath and said, "Coach Ruby, I admit that I'm a little moved by what you said, but this is too crazy." Teacher Jiang, how would you know without trying? Ruby said, "This won't affect Mr. Xia at all." How do you know he won't agree if you don't try? All right. Jiang Shaochen nodded. I'll go ask Mr. Zhou for instructions. After saying that, Jiang Shaochen couldn't help but pat his forehead and say, "I really don't know if my decision is right or wrong. I might be scolded badly by Mr. Zhou. If I lose my job, you have to compensate me for my loss." Ruby revealed a smile and said, "That won't happen, Mr. Jiang. You're Mr. Zhou's right hand man. Even if he doesn't agree with the proposal, he won't fire you. But if it's a success, it'll be a stable point for the team. In a small and medium-sized club like RCD Espanyol, if there was a player who had a high success rate of free kicks, the effect would be very good. In many crucial games, the score difference might only be one goal, and even this one goal could be the key to determining the situation of staying in the league." Jiang Shaochen smiled bitterly. Even if this crazy idea is realized, don't expect Mr. Xia to play for the team many times. He still has a big company in China to manage. It's impossible for him to fly to Spain every 2 or 3 days. I understand. Ruby hurriedly said. All right, you can go back to your work. Jiang Shaochen said, I have to think about how to report this to Mr. Zhou. Mr. Jiang, I'll leave it to you then. Ruby said, then turned around and left Jiang Shaochen's office. Jiang Shaochen hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to report to Zhou Leiyun in person. There were some things that couldn't be explained clearly over the phone, and he wanted to play the highlights Ruby had edited last night for Zhou Leiyun. It was only after he had seen the highlights that he had been tempted. What Jiang Shaochen did not expect was that when he rushed to Zhou Leiyun's manor in the wealthy district of Barcelona, he found that not only was Zhou Leiyun there, but Xia Ruofei was also a guest. Zhou Leiyun saw Jiang Shaochen and said with a smile, Shaochen is here. Is there something you need? Jiang Shaochen looked at Xia Ruofei, who was at the side, and hesitated. Zhou Leiyun could not help but frown. Why are you still hemming and hawing? Don't you know that President Xia is an outsider? What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Director Zhou, maybe Manager Jiang wants to report something about your company's secrets. I think I'd better leave first. Don T. Aren't you slapping my face? Zhou Leiyun quickly said, where would there be so many company secrets? President Xia, you stay here and don't go anywhere. Jiang Shaochen was only in charge of the Spanish club's work and did not participate in other matters of Xingshi Group. How could there be any confidential information that Xia Ruofei could not hear? Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was one of the major shareholders of the club. Strictly speaking, Xia Ruofei had the right to know everything that Jiang Shaochen knew. Zhou Leiyun then looked at Jiang Shaochen with a slight frown and said, "Shaochen, what's wrong with you today?" He was so wishy-washy that he didn't seem like a man. Was there anything in the club that President Xia could not hear? Bullshit. Jiang Shaochen quickly replied, "No. No. Please don't misunderstand." Jiang Shaochen knew that he had to say it today. Otherwise, he would offend Zhou Leiyun and Xia Ruofei as well. However, Xia Ruofei's real body was here, so Jiang Shaochen's prepared excuses were useless. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Director Zhou, Director Xia. The matter I'm reporting is related to Director Xia." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel curious. He smiled and asked, "Related to me? Tell me, what's the matter?" Jiang Shaochen said, "That first team head coach Ruby suggested to me that we could bring in President Xia." What? I don't understand. Zhou Leiyun furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you mean by bringing in President Xia?" "I hope to sign a contract with President Xia and let him become a registered player under the club." Jiang Shaochen made up his mind and said it directly. Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun looked at each other in disbelief. Xia Ruofei asked, "Manager Jiang, what is Coach Ruby thinking?" "This brain hole is too big," Jiang Shaochen quickly explained. "Director Xia, Coach Ruby has taken a fancy to your excellent free kick skills. In addition, he also said that you don't need to stay in Spain for a long time and you don't need to play in every game. It's just that you can go on the field and take a free kick during the key period of some key games." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "This requirement is too low. Just because I sent off a few free kicks yesterday, you decided to sign me? Wasn't this a little too rash? If our club's recruitment standards are so low, then in the future..." "You've misunderstood, President Xia." Jiang Shaochen quickly explained, "Coach Ruby didn't make this decision rashly. He spent almost the entire night analyzing the video highlights of your free kick and even edited a video clip himself. I brought it over." As Jiang Shaochen spoke, he turned on his tablet and played the highlights that Ruby had edited. At the same time, he also played Ruby's analysis of Xia Ruofei's technical characteristics. After reading it, Zhou Leiyun raised his eyebrows and said, "Shaochen, I wouldn't have realized it if you didn't mention it. President Xia's free kicks are almost exactly the same. No wonder Ruby couldn't help it, haha." In fact, Xia Ruofei was secretly impressed by the coach's unique vision. He had deliberately controlled the first 9 free kicks yesterday, so the arcs and angles of the free kicks were so close. However, not everyone could see this. Ruby edited the video of the 9 free throws from the same angle together, and it became very direct. Jiang Shaochen looked at Xia Ruofei nervously and said, "President Xia, the team still has a non-European Union player spot. If you can, Shaochen, you don't have to say any more." Zhou Leiyun waved his hand and interrupted Jiang Shaochen. "What's your status, President Xia? He could play off the field, but how? Could he really go on the field to play professional football? You go back and tell Ruby to stop here. And don't even think about it." Jiang Shaochen had actually been mentally prepared before he came. He knew that the success rate of this matter would not be very high, but when he heard Zhou Leiyun's words, he still could not help but feel disappointed. "I understand, Director Zhou," Jiang Shaochen nodded. He sighed to himself and closed the tablet. He bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun and was ready to leave. Just then, Xia Ruofei suddenly said, "Wait a moment. 2534, Special Inheritance _1 Jiang Shaochen stopped in his tracks and looked at Xia Ruofei with a hopeful expression. After being convinced by Ruby, Jiang Shaochen actually hoped to facilitate this seemingly crazy thing. Zhou Leiyun hurriedly said, "Director Xia, you don't really want to join the club as a player, do you? This is a little degrading. In fact, becoming a professional player was certainly not a drop in value. Many football stars had a large number of fans around the world." However, in Zhou Leiyun's eyes, Xia Ruofei was already a successful entrepreneur with a strong background in the country. With all these factors, it would be a little reverse for Xia Ruofei to become a professional player. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "What's so cheap about that? General Manager Zhou, you should know the one who played in Serie A years ago, right? Ka Zhafei's third son. If Prince can be a professional football player, it's not a big deal for a small boss like me to play professional football. Director Xia, does that mean you agree?" Jiang Shaochen asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "I agree with this in principle, but some details still need to be discussed. After all, I can't train and play with the team all year round." "No problem." Jiang Shaochen hurriedly said, "You can state any conditions you want. Coach Ruby's original intention was to use you as a surprise, not to make you a regular main force or substitute." Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "First of all, I can't be at Barcelona all year round. The number of games I can play in is limited. If the coaching staff wants to put me on the list of matches, they must inform me in advance and get my permission. I have the right to refuse to play. If it were any other professional player, even a big shot like Messi or Crony, it was impossible to make such a request, because it was a matter of reflecting a professional player's attitude in the game. However, even if Xia Ruofei joined a team, he would still be considered an atypical professional player and could not be measured by the standards of a professional player. Of course, no problem. Coach Ruby has the same idea, and the coaching team will definitely respect your personal wishes." Jiang Shaochen said without hesitation. "Second, the registration of players will be handled by the club. I will join the team as a free agent without a signing fee. I don't need a salary either. I will play for the club for free." Xia Ruofei said, "But the contract must also state that I have full rights and the club cannot sell me to another club. Besides, I have the right to terminate the contract at any time." Director Xia, that won't do. Zhou Leiyun quickly said. "Since you're joining the team for free, according to the usual practice, the club must give you an individual signing fee. And since you've signed with the club, how can you not get a salary?" Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "I'm different from the average professional player. It's just for fun. Even if I sign with the club, I can't play a few games a year. Most of the time, I won't even be in Spain. My contribution to the club is limited. I don't want the signing fee and salary. Besides, I'm a shareholder of the club. Isn't this like changing my left pocket to my right pocket? There's no need for that. That's not the same. Even if you have limited playing time, it's possible that every time you play, you can score a goal worth thousands of gold." Zhou Leiyun said seriously, "A player's contribution to the team has never been measured by playing time. At least, it was not measured by this index. And even though you're a shareholder, you only have 20% of the shares. How could he change his left pocket to his right pocket? What should Be there still needs to be there. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. General Manager Zhou, there's no need. I'm not short of money. Besides, you're always fishing and fishing. I'll feel like my hands are burning with this money, so don't fight with me. At this moment, Jiang Shaochen said weakly, Director Xia, Director Zhou, I have a suggestion. Since President Xia insists on not getting paid, and President Zhou feels that we can't let President Xia work for free, then we might as well compromise. As long as President Xia is on the list of contestants, the club will pay him an appearance fee. If President Xia is on the competition, the appearance fee will be raised to another level. If President Xia scored a goal in the game, he would be given a bonus. The bonus could also be divided into tiers. The more important the game was, the higher the bonus. There was also a limit to the bonus if the club achieved various achievements at the end of the season, such as successfully avoiding relegation, entering the European tournament, or entering the King's Cup rounds. If President Xia won some official personal honors, such as the official selection of the best player in a single game, the top 10 goals in a single round, the top 10 goals in a season, and so on, another bonus would be given. In short, he just wanted to use the bonus to replace the salary and list the terms in detail. The reward was a fluctuation, and it was generally given according to the contribution. This way, President Xia wouldn't feel like he was reaping what he had sown, nor would he have to work for the club for free. What do the two of you think of my suggestion? Zhou Leiyin's eyes lit up, and he said, You don't say. But Shaochen, this idea is quite interesting. Shaochen, let's do this. When the time comes, I'll write it in the contract. The various types of bonuses were listed in more detail, and the standards had to be higher. It was formulated by referring to the standards of top star players. After all, President Xia plays with a zero salary, so it would be a bit unreasonable if the bonus is not higher. 2535 Special Inheritance _2 Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. His original intention was to not take a single cent. When the team really needed him, he would play for a match or two. It was a simple matter. However, Zhou Leiyin's actions had complicated the simple matter. However, Xia Ruofei did not reject Zhou Leiyin's good intentions. He just nodded his head helplessly in agreement. Jiang Shaochen said happily, I understand, Director Zhou. After you've set the specific terms, I'll bring it to you and President Xia for a look. Also, there were no problems with the conditions that President Xia had just mentioned. They could all be written in the contract. President Xia, do you have any other requests? Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, That's all I can think of for now. By the way, please tell Manager Ruby that although I'm a shareholder of the club, if he puts me on the list of players for the game, he'll have the final say on whether or not I'll play. Don't worry about my identity. In addition, the manager will be the main player in the game. Even if I sit in the substitutes bench, I will not interfere with his command of the game. All right. All right. Jiang Shaochen quickly replied, I'll tell Coach Ruby. President Xia, thank you again. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'm doing this for the club. We have a chance to qualify for the European tournament this season. I hope my joining will help the team. Jiang Shaochen replied, Definitely. Director Xia, Director Zhou, I'll take my leave first. Xia Ruofei nodded, and Jiang Shaochen would be busy from now on. Xia Ruofei's registration as a player and the drafting of the contract involved a lot of tedious work. However, Jiang Shaoqin's efficiency was still very high. In just 3 days, the Espanyol club's team was very professional and quickly settled the registration. At the same time, they took out the contract that was specially tailored for Xia Ruofei and presented it to Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun. Xia Ruofei's requests were all written in the contract. As for the prize money, as long as Xia Ruofei was on the list, the club would pay him 50,000 euros for each game. If a substitute came on, the appearance fee would become 80,000 euros. If he were to be the starting player, the appearance fee would be increased to 100,000 euros. If Xia Ruofei scored a goal in the game, he would receive a goal bonus of 100,000 euros for each goal, and this was only the base bonus. If he scored a goal that changed the outcome of the game in the derby or the key game, to avoid relegation, there would be an increase of 100,000 euros on the basis of the bonus. The highest increase would be 200%, which was 200,000 euros. In addition, if the team achieved some milestones, Xia Ruofei would also receive corresponding rewards, such as a 100,000 euro bonus for successfully staying in the league, entering the UEFA Europa League qualification tournament would earn him 200,000 euros. Entering the actual UEFA Europa League would earn him an additional 100,000 euros. After entering the actual UEFA Europa League, there would be different milestones such as advancing from the group stage, the top 8, the top 4, until they won the championship. If they did not make any progress, there would be additional rewards. In general, if the team won the next season's UEFA Europa League championship for the first time, Xia Ruofei would receive a milestone bonus of 1 million euros. This did not include the appearance fee and goal bonus during the competition. Of course, the probability of such a thing happening was very, very low. Right now, Spain was still struggling near the relegation line, and the hope of entering the UEFA Europa League qualification tournament next season was very slim. There were also other milestones, such as the top few places in the league, which each set a corresponding level of prize money. If they won the league title, they would receive a grand prize of 10 million euros. In Xia Ruofei's opinion, this was purely to make the contract more rigorous. With Barcelona, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, and the current strength of the RCD Espanyol, the probability of them winning the league title in recent years was infinitely close to zero. In terms of personal achievements, there were also very detailed bonus terms. For example, being selected for the official best lineup for the current round, a prize of 50,000 euros, he was officially selected as the best player on the spot, with a bonus of 50,000 euros. The goal became one of the top 10 official goals of the round with a bonus of 50,000 euros. Selected for the season's best squad, 200,000 euros, the goal was selected for the official top 10 goals of the season, and the prize for each goal was 100,000 euros. And so on. When Xia Ruofei saw the terms of the bonus, he felt a little dizzy. He felt that the bonus was too high. He had originally wanted to play around and help the Spanish team. He had no intention of making money through this. Now, the standard of the bonus was close to the world's top star players. Xia Ruofei asked Zhou Leiyun to lower the bonus, but was firmly rejected. He felt that Xia Ruofei had not collected any signing fees or salary. If the bonus was not higher, it would be an insult to Xia Ruofei, and it would not match his ability. If that was the case, the Spanish club would rather not sign Xia Ruofei. Seeing Zhou Leiyun's firm attitude, Xia Ruofei had no choice but to accept the standard bonus for top players. As for the other contents of the contract, they were the same as what Xia Ruofei had suggested. He had a quick look and signed his name. From that moment on, Xia Ruofei was officially a professional footballer under the Spanish team. Of course, as a professional footballer, he was not professional at all. He did not even participate in the team's daily training and did not stay in Spain most of the time. He would only fly over to help play a few games when the team needed him, and he agreed to it. Xia Ruofei specifically instructed Jiang Shaochen not to hold any press conferences or fan meetings about his joining of Espanyol. He did not even announce his joining of the team on the official website. He had to keep a low profile as much as possible. Of course, even though the official website did not announce it, Xia Ruofei still had to choose a jersey number. This jersey number had to be recorded in advance. The jersey numbers that symbolized the main players in the middle and front field, such as number 7, number 9, number 10, and number 11, already had owners. Wu Lei joined Espanyol at the winter window and wore the number 24 jersey. Xia Ruofei was not particular about the jersey, so he simply asked for the number 25 jersey that was next to Wu Lei's. This made Wu Lei a little embarrassed to tell the other players that they might not know about this extremely strange signing, but Wu Lei was in a favorable position and he already knew about it. Wu Lei felt that it was inappropriate for Xia Ruofei to be ranked behind him even though he had taken the number 24 jersey. He even took the initiative to exchange numbers with Xia Ruofei. Anyway, he liked number 7 the most. When the RCD Espanyol's main center, forward Iglesias, was still on the team, this number would definitely not be his, since he could not get his favorite number 24 and number 25 were no different to him. However, Xia Ruofei refused firmly. Wu Lei's jersey number had been announced a long time ago. The jersey had just been displayed at the joining ceremony not long ago. It had only been a few days since he changed his number. Who knew what the domestic fans would think? Besides, Xia Ruofei had always wanted to keep a low profile. Even though he could not keep a low profile after the competition, and it would definitely cause a wave of discussion, he did not want to attract too much attention before that. However, there was no such thing as an impervious wall in the world. Xia Ruofei had to be registered with the Spanish Football Association to become a player of the Spanish club. Soon, the media found out that the Spanish club had quietly brought in a forward player with the registered name Xia Ruofei. From the name, he looked like a Chinese player. He was only one jersey number different from the Chinese player, Wu Lei, who had joined a few days ago. Naturally, it would cause people to have wild thoughts. Soon, some of the Spain sports media, including the Sports Daily and Marca, reported the matter in their respective newspapers. 2536, Guess Who I Am? 1. RCD Espanyol suspected of bringing in Chinese players again. The mysterious owner of the number 25 jersey, is he a fellow countryman of Wu? Before the winter window closes, the Spaniards sign in again. Many media outlets had reported on this matter. Of course, this news wasn't very big, so it wasn't placed in a very striking position. The report wasn't very long either. It was basically a third or fourth page tofu block. However, after Wu Lei joined La Liga, he also attracted the attention of a large number of Chinese sports media to Spain. Some major media even sent reporters to Barcelona, mainly to collect news about Wu Lei. Whether it was the domestic sports media or the sports reporters stationed in Barcelona, they were used to looking for news about Wu Lei in the local Spain media. As long as it was about Wu Lei, they would translate it. into Chinese, regardless of the size, extract the main points, and then give a more gimmicky title. Basically, one report was enough. Moreover, readers preferred to read such reports. After all, it was a report and evaluation of Wu Lei by a well-known foreign sports media. Therefore, these sports media would have people keeping an eye on the major local sports media in Spain every day in order to find reports about Wu Lei immediately. As a result, the news about the Spanish team's suspected re-introduction of Chinese players quickly entered the sights of the Chinese sports media. The Chinese sports reporters were naturally very excited when they saw this news. Many of them even went on the official website of the Spain Football Association to check it out immediately. The results were completely consistent with the reports of the Spanish media such as the Daily Sports and Marca. The Chinese sports reporters could almost confirm that the name was indeed in Chinese pinyin. The reporters couldn't suppress their excitement. Once this piece of news was confirmed, it would be big news. Although the Spanish team still had a Chinese young player, Zhang Yaojia, it was still a youth team after all. And this number 25, Xia Ruofei, was a real first-tier player, Wu Lei's teammate. However, the name made the reporters very confused. They searched the internet in China, but they did not find a professional player with the pinyin of Xia Ruofei. It wasn't that no one thought of Xia Ruofei, but it didn't make any sense. Many people only had this thought for a moment before they immediately denied it. After all, the names published on the Spain Football Association's website were in pinyin and had no tones. There were countless possibilities for the Chinese characters corresponding to this pinyin, such as Xia Yingfei, Xia Ruofei, Xia Ruo. If the more common surname Xia was excluded, there were people in China with surnames like Xia or Xia. It was just that these rare surnames were relatively rare. The reporters would rather believe that a professional player with the name Xia Ruofei had joined Espanyol than consider the possibility of Xia Ruofei joining. After all, Xia Ruofei was a billionaire and no one had ever heard that he could play football. It was simply a fantasy for him to join the top league and become a first-team player. No matter how brave a sports reporter was, he would not make such a guess. The Spain Football Association's website only published the name and did not have any information such as photos. On the Spanish club's official website, there was no update at all about the signing, and there was no information about number 25 in the player's information. As a result, the Chinese sports reporters went to the press officials of the Spanish clubs to verify it, but the answer they received, without exception, was no comment for the time being. Some reporters who were close to Wu Lei looked for him, hoping to get some inside information from Wu Lei, but Wu Lei was naturally tight-lipped and did not reveal a single word. There must be something wrong with this unusual situation. The mysterious number 25, Xia Ruofei, had joined the club without a press conference, a fan meeting, an official announcement, and no updates on the official website. Even the club's press officer and Wu Lei seemed to have received a gag order and were silent in front of the media. As a result, the Chinese sports reporters were naturally even more interested. They retold the Western media's report and added in their own process of verifying it, writing reports and sending them back to China. Wu Lei's decision to stay abroad had already caused a sensation. Now that the Spanish club was very likely to bring in another Chinese player, the Chinese fans were suddenly excited. Soon, a Guess Who the Mysterious Spanish Number 25 Is event was launched on the internet, and the netizens' imagination started to run wild. Some netizens found the names of all the registered players of the Chinese Football Association and used software to change these names into pinyin. Then, they did an automatic comparison and found that none of the names had the pinyin of Xia Ruofei. This meant that the mysterious new player of RCD Espanyol was not a registered player of the Chinese Football Association at all. However, this was not a big deal. Many professional players went abroad to study and live since they were young. They all became registered players in the country. In recent years, there were many such situations in China. Of course, with the rise of the Chinese Super League's Gold Yuan football, some Chinese players who were on the edge of the foreign league had also exported to sell internally, returning to the domestic league to make a lot of money as overseas returnees. 2537 Guess Who I Am? 2. This Xia Ruofei was not a registered player of the Chinese Football Association, which was also within the expectations of the fans. After all, as long as a domestic player had a little fame and strength, there would be a fan group. The only difference was the size of the group. After the news of this Xia Ruofei was exposed, no one on the internet had heard of this player, which meant that this player was likely to have played abroad since he was a child. In any case, the name had a strong Chinese characteristic. The possibility of him being a Chinese player or a Chinese player was more than 99%. The fans played with their imagination and participated in the Guess Who I Am game with great interest. Many netizens also mentioned Xia Ruofei. After all, his name was exactly the same as Xia Ruofei. Moreover, he had watched the game at the home stadium of RCD Espanyol a few days ago and had a meal with Wu Lei. However, this speculation by a few netizens did not receive the support of the majority of fans. The reason was the same as what was previously said. Xia Ruofei's identity and his identity as a professional player were too different. There were constant discussions and speculations about Xia Ruofei on the domestic internet, but the initiator, Xia Ruofei, was still leisurely living in a hotel in Barcelona, Spain. The second batch of employees from Paradise Corporation, who had come to Spain for a holiday, had arrived in Barcelona 2 days ago. This group of employees was led by Xue Jinshan and they were still staying at the Grand Central Hotel where Xia Ruofei was staying. Xia Ruofei met up with his employees. After touring around with them for half a day, he did not follow the team to explore the famous attractions in Barcelona. He had explored most of the places for the past few days. He also knew that if he followed a large group of people, the employees would not be able to relax and enjoy themselves to the fullest. As such, he decided to just have fun with the people for half a day as a symbol, and left the rest of the staff's schedule to Zhou Leiyin's subordinates to arrange. Anyway, Zhou Leiyin's men would make the necessary arrangements, and Xue Jinshan would be leading the team. Xia Ruofei was more at ease. These few days, the club was busy with Xia Ruofei's registration procedures and other things. Xia Ruofei did not need to show up much. He only took some time to go to the club to take a set of makeup photos and a short dynamic video of him wearing the blue and white number 25 home jersey. In the future, if he really entered the game's squad list, whether he was a starting player or a substitute, he would need to provide the player's makeup photos to the broadcaster, which had to be displayed during the broadcast process. Besides, once Xia Ruofei entered the arena, his identity would no longer be kept a secret. The club's official website would also update his information at the same time, and this photo would be useful. Other than this small matter, Xia Ruofei basically did not need to show his face for other matters. He simply asked Jiang Shaochen to find him some materials on learning Spanish. There were both written and audio materials, and they all started from the beginner level. Xia Ruofei was thinking that if they were really going to compete, they should be able to understand what their teammates were saying, or at least be able to communicate with simple words. Besides, it was not a bad thing to master another language. It was no burden to have more skills. Since he had cultivated his spiritual power, Xia Ruofei's brain was more developed. Hence, he could learn and memorize things much faster than before. Although Spanish was a completely foreign language to Xia Ruofei, he had mastered a large number of common vocabulary in just 2 to 3 days, especially professional vocabulary in the field of football. He had put more emphasis on memorizing it. Besides, he had learned pronunciation and grammar from videos and audio, and his speed was quite fast. Jiang Shaochen, who was in charge of following up on this matter, was shocked by Xia Ruofei's learning speed. He even thought that Xia Ruofei had learned Spanish before and was just joking with him, so he pretended to be a beginner who knew nothing. However, Jiang Shaochen still vividly remembered how clumsy and strenuous Xia Ruofei was when he first got the learning materials and tried to learn the pronunciation of the Western language. If that was an act, then Xia Ruofei's acting was really good. In the end, Jiang Shaochen had no choice but to accept the fact that Xia Ruofei was a language genius. Anyway, it was already surprising enough that a rich boss like Xia Ruofei could cross worlds and play the top professional football. It didn't matter what jaw-dropping skills he had. Jiang Shaochen even suggested that Xia Ruofei learn Catalan. Barcelona, where the Spanish club was located in the Catalan region. The local players in this region must all speak Catalan. However, Xia Ruofei gave it a thought and decided to continue to study Spanish. Catalan and Spanish were like Chinese and dialect. People who could speak Spanish could understand Catalan. People who could speak these two languages could communicate easily. Xia Ruofei felt that there was no need for him to learn another language. Soon, it was Thursday. The team would fly to Valencia, Spain's third largest city, on Friday and challenge the Bat Legion, Valencian, in an away match at 8 p.m. local time on Saturday. Valencia was an old and strong team with a long history. They had won 6 La Spain titles and 8 Kings Cup titles. They had also achieved good results in the European tournament, winning the second place in the UEFA Champions League and the UEFA Europa League. On paper, Espanyol was definitely no match for Valencia, so the possibility of them returning in defeat in the away game was not small. It was also part of their plan to not get many points from the Valencia team. According to the agreement, Xia Ruofei was not required to participate in the competition. However, Ruby considered the fact that Xia Ruofei was in Spain for the next few days. If he needed Xia Ruofei for some matches in the future, he would have to fly all the way from China. As for the match against Valencia, he did not need to travel all the way. Moreover, when they faced Valencia, they would definitely play defensive counterattack. If they counterattacked quickly, the opponent might commit a tactical foul before the counterattack player entered the threat zone to stop the counterattack. At this time, it was very likely to be Xia Ruofei's chance. He was more than 30 meters away and had a terrifyingly stable and accurate free kick technique. What the opposing players thought was outside the threat area might actually be within Xia Ruofei's shooting range. Therefore, after careful consideration, Ruby decided to ask Xia Ruofei's opinion if he could participate in the competition. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and agreed to Ruby's request to include him in the team's list of away league matches. Considering that he might be playing in a game on Saturday night, Xia Ruofei made a special trip to Danny Hark Sports City on Thursday to participate in the team's training. Wu Lei and Xia Ruofei were in the same car. They had arrived at the training ground from the hotel. After the two of them got out of the car, they chatted as they walked to the locker room, where they would change into their training suits and then come to the training ground for today's training. The two of them arrived a little early. After they changed, most of the players had not arrived yet, so they left the locker room first and headed to the training ground not far away. As soon as they stepped out, Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei saw Markelka, who was dressed in casual clothes and had large headphones on, walking over while shaking his head. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved at Mark Roca. Mark Roca took a look and realized that the person beside Wu Lei was Xia Ruofei. He quickly took off his headphones. Hey! Good morning, Roca. Xia Ruofei greeted him in fluent Spanish. Roca's eyes immediately widened. With a look of disbelief, he asked, Mr. Xia, you can speak Spanish? 2538 Far beyond expectations. 1. Mark Roca still remembered that a few days ago, when the two of them were competing in free kicks, they still had to communicate through Jiang Shachen's translation. Xia Ruofei suddenly greeted him in Spanish, and her pronunciation was quite accurate, which made him feel like he was dreaming. Xia Ruofei smiled. I've learned some simple Spanish these few days. I can barely communicate with them. Wu Lei, who was beside him, looked at Xia Ruofei with a hopeless expression and asked, Brother Xia, what are you talking about? He had arrived Spain a few days earlier. Then Xia Ruofei, and had been studying Spanish all this time. Every day, after training and competitions, he would return to the hotel and attend at least 1 to 2 hours of Spanish lessons. However, up until now, Wu Lei had only learned some very simple words and rote memorization of a few football terms. For example, in the conversation between Xia Ruofei and Markelka, he only heard the word, good morning. Besides, Wu Lei knew very well that Xia Ruofei had only started learning Spanish for 3 days, and he had already reached such a level. Xia Ruofei had never played professional football for a day. It was already depressing enough that he was better at free kicks than Xia Ruofei, who had received systematic training since he was young. Now, even his language talent was so much worse than his. How could he live? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's just a simple greeting. Lazy, you have to work hard on your Spanish. If you want to gain a foothold in the team in the future, it's necessary to communicate with your teammates. Wu Lei said gloomily, Brother Xia, it's not that I'm not working hard enough, but you're too outstanding. How did you raise your Western language level from 0 to this level in 3 days? Isn't your language talent a little too scary? Why are you so outstanding in everything you do? Could it be that you saved the Milky Way in your past life? Standing next to you, the sense of defeat is too serious. As long as you work hard enough, you can do it too. Xia Ruofei laughed. Wu Lei was speechless for a while. He thought to himself, I don't see you working so hard. Didn't you just flip through the pages of the Western dictionary and mumble a few words to the video tutorial these few days? A talented person was a talented person. Xia Ruofei looked at Markelka, who was also dumbfounded. He had no idea what they were talking about. Wu was asking me about Western language. Xia Ruofei smiled and explained. Markelka gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up and said, Mr. Xia, you're the most talented speaker I've ever seen, no one else. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. You flatter me. Raka, go and change your clothes. We'll go to the training ground first. Wait. Markelka quickly said. Mr. Xia, I was just about to ask. You're wearing this today because Xia Ruofei's contract with Espanyol had always been kept a secret. Other than the club's management and the head coach, Wu Lei was the only one among the players who knew about it. Although the Spain sports media's reports on the signing caused a wave of heated discussion in China, it did not actually cause any waves in Spain. It was just a few articles in the newspaper. Moreover, the players did not pay much attention to such news, so no one on the team knew that Xia Ruofei had become their special teammate. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You'll know soon. Go change your clothes first. Maybe I'll give you a surprise later. Since Xia Ruofei was going to play in the away game against Valencia, and he had to attend training today, the coaching staff would naturally announce his joining of the team, so everyone would know about it by then. With a dumbfounded look, Markelka nodded and went straight to the locker room. Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei jogged to the training ground to warm up. Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei jogged around the training ground to warm up. After a while, Markelka joined them. Soon, the team members arrived at the training ground one after another. When they saw Xia Ruofei in the training uniform, their expressions were the same as Markelka's, dumbfounded. However, the coaching staff quickly answered everyone's doubts. Before the training officially began, Ruby gathered everyone and said, I have something to announce to everyone. From now on, Mr. Xia will be a member of the team. He will wear the number 25 jersey and fight alongside everyone. As soon as Ruby said this, the Spanish first-team players could not help but be dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. One was a high-level executive in a suit and leather shoes, and the other was a professional player who often sweated and exuded the smell of hormones. How could these two identities be connected? Ruby continued, Of course, Mr. Xia is busy with work. He can't stay on the team all the time, so he will only play for the Spanish club in some key games. In 2 days, Mr. Xia will contribute to the team with his exquisite free kick skills in our away game against Valencia. After Ruby finished speaking, everyone finally came back to their senses and quickly applauded Xia Ruofei's arrival. 2539, far beyond expectations. 2. Mark Raka had the most direct understanding of Xia Ruofei's free kick techniques. He was also the most welcoming of Xia Ruofei's joining, and his hands were almost red from clapping. Of course, there were also some people who gave a perfunctory applause. In fact, they did not think much of it. This included the young players trained by the Spanish, such as Merendo and Puado. They felt that Xia Ruofei was just playing around and was not serious. Puado, in particular, had just been promoted from the youth team and was a fringe player on the first team. Sometimes he could sit in the substitutes bench for dozens of minutes. If he was lucky, he could get a few minutes of playing time in the final stage. If he was unlucky, he could not even get into the substitutes bench and was directly excluded from the big list. Puado's position was a little similar to Wu Lei's. After Wu Lei came, his position was even more marginalized, so he was not very interested in Chinese players. He thought that the Chinese were rich and nouveau riche now, and were actually weak in football. No one, including Wu Lei, was worthy of playing in La Liga. As for Xia Ruofei, it was even More impossible for him to meet the standards of a professional player in the top league. Wasn't he only able to join the team because he was a shareholder of the club and wanted to play? Rich people really knew how to play. Poiduo snorted coldly in his heart. Xia Ruofei naturally did not know the thoughts of the players below. Even if he knew, he would not care. A player like Puado was of a much higher level than him. To put it bluntly, would a person care about what an ant was thinking? Xia Ruofei walked to Ruby's side and pressed his hands down. The applause gradually died down. Xia Ruofei's words shocked everyone. He had to speak in Spanish. He said, on the field and training ground, I'm just an ordinary player and I obey the instructions of the coaching staff. I also hope that everyone will not treat me as a shareholder of the club and give me no special treatment. I'll be the same as everyone else. I think our goal is the same, and that is to win all the way to the European tournament. For that goal, I will also help the team as much as I can. After Xia Ruofei finished, he nodded at Ruby, indicating that he could start the training. Ruby was shocked when he heard Xia Ruofei's words in Spanish. He even wondered if all Chinese people had such a high talent for languages. It was said that Chinese was one of the most complicated languages in the world. For a Chinese to be able to master such a complicated language, it should be easy for them to learn English, French, Spanish, and other languages. Otherwise, how could Xia Ruofei speak Spanish so fluently after not seeing him for a few days? To be honest, Xia Ruofei's impromptu Spanish speech was quite standard in all aspects, including grammar, language habits, and pronunciation, except for the speed. If only Wu could master Spanish so quickly, Ruby thought. When he thought of this, he could not help but look at Wu Lei. Wu Lei could feel Ruby's eyes on him. He could even guess what Ruby was thinking. He could only squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying as a response to Ruby's anticipation. Ruby gestured to the assistant coach to bring everyone to training. He then said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, if you don't mind, I hope to arrange some tests for you first. The coaching team needs to know the details of your body so that we can reasonably arrange the tactics for the game the day after tomorrow and your playing time. Ruby was also worried that Xia Ruofei's physical fitness was not good enough to last for a long time. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Of course, no problem. I've said it before, whether it's training or competition, you're the highest decision maker. I won't interfere. Ruby was secretly relieved. To be honest, he had some contradictions in his heart about bringing in Xia Ruofei. On one hand, he felt that it would be a pity not to bring in such a good killer. On the other hand, he was also a little worried that there would be an old man in the team who would point fingers at the team's command and then dominate the locker room, making a mess of the team. Of course, in the end, Ruby was still reluctant to give up the precise free kick, which was a very important killer weapon for a mid- to low-level team. He still chose to bring in Xia Ruofei. However, he had always been a little apprehensive. He was worried that Xia Ruofei would interfere with the team's command and weaken his prestige. Xia Ruofei's two statements and actions finally put Ruby at ease. He quickly arranged for a physical trainer to take Xia Ruofei to do a series of physical exercises, while he stayed in the training ground to lead the other players to do some tactical exercises, which might be useful against the Valencia team. Ruby also focused on the front field attack, emphasizing the speed of the counterattack. He also put forward specific requirements for the front field players, which was that once Xia Ruofei was on the field, the front field players should try to cooperate and break through as much as possible. In the 30-meter zone, they should deliberately create some fouls from the other side to win free kicks. Generally, in that area, the threat of free kicks was not particularly big, so the opposing players would not pay much attention to their movements. Under normal circumstances, once they could not get the ball, the possibility of a foul was still very high. 25-40 far beyond expectations. 3. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, went to the indoor training ground and easily completed a series of tests according to the fitness coach's requirements. He didn't even sweat much. The fitness coach began to doubt his life. Xia Ruofei's data was a little too perfect. He had once suspected that the testing equipment had malfunctioned. If it had been any other player, the fitness coach would not have hesitated to let them test again. But now, the person standing in front of him was the major shareholder of the club. He wouldn't dare to. Even if he was given a few guts. Was he supposed to tell Xia Ruofei the test just now was due to an error in the instrument and the data was not accurate? Please do it again? Do you still want to work? Xia Ruofei saw the physical trainer's constipated expression and couldn't help but ask, "Coach, is there a problem?" "Arg. No, no. No problem," the fitness coach said quickly. Xia Ruofei looked at the data in the coach's hand and said with a smile, "Don't doubt the authenticity of the data. The machine is definitely not broken. This is the objective data. If you're worried, I can do it again." "No need, no need," the physical coach said quickly. "Mr. Xia, you can go and rest for a while. You can join the team training in a while." "All right." Xia Ruofei was relieved to hear his coach's words. He shrugged and said, "Thank you for your hard work today." "It's not hard. It's not hard," the fitness coach said. After Xia Ruofei left the indoor training ground, the physical trainer busied himself again. Although he did not dare to let Xia Ruofei take the test again, he still could not believe that the data was so close to perfect. So he decided to try it himself to see if there was a problem with the testing equipment. The fitness coach breathlessly finished most of the tests according to Xia Ruofei's order. When he got his data, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. His data was much worse than Xia Ruofei's. As a professional fitness coach, it was embarrassing. However, this also proved that there was no problem with the testing equipment. Xia Ruofei's physical data was objective and true. The physical trainer heaved a sigh of relief. He picked up Xia Ruofei's physical strength data and walked quickly to the training ground. He realized that with Xia Ruofei's current physical condition and strength, he did not have to consider how long he could last in the competition because Xia Ruofei could complete the match. Of course, it was the head coach's decision whether he could be a starter or even play the entire game. Just because he had good physical fitness did not mean that he could be a starter. After all, Xia Ruofei had never played professional football. Besides free kicks, the coaching staff did not know much about other aspects of the situation. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had never cooperated with his teammates. In this case, the possibility of letting him start was very small. However, no matter what, the physical coach felt that he had the obligation to report Xia Ruofei's physical test data to head coach Ruby as soon as possible, so as to provide a basis for his decision. When the fitness coach arrived at the training ground, Xia Ruofei was already in the team training. He did not deliberately make use of his practitioner's ability to perform well. Overall, he could only be considered average. however. Even so, Ruby was very surprised. At least in a short time, Ruby saw that Xia Ruofei could gain a foothold in the Spanish team based on his performance in the joint training and the team confrontation, even without taking into account the free kick factor. This had far exceeded Ruby's expectations. As long as Xia Ruofei was not rendered useless in both offense and defense, Ruby would have more choices in his lineup. There would be more room for maneuver, and the risk of Xia Ruofei's participation would be greatly reduced. Ruby was both surprised and happy. At this time, he saw the fitness coach walking over and asked impatiently, "How is it? How's Mr. Xia's physical performance?" 2541 Expedition 1, this is unbelievable. The fitness coach said excitedly, "Mr. Xia's physical condition is quite good. He can even persist in playing the entire game." Ruby couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked, "Is this true?" "Of course. I swear on God's name," the fitness coach said with confidence. "It's no exaggeration to say that Mr. Xia's physical condition is better than many of the main players on the team. This is his physical data, you can take a look for yourself." Ruby grabbed the physical fitness data sheet from the fitness coach's hand and looked at it eagerly. After scanning through a few key data, Ruby couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This is simply too shocking. If I didn't believe in your professionalism, I would even suspect that you took the wrong data sheet and brought Naldo's physical data." The fitness coach said with some embarrassment, "I also can't believe that the data is real. I even suspect that our testing equipment has malfunctioned, so I tested it again on the equipment just now to confirm that there is no problem with the data. And my physical condition is much worse than Mr. Xia's." Ruby chuckled and said, "I must praise your strictness. It seems like Mr. Xia's overall condition has far exceeded my expectations." Ruby turned his eyes to the training ground, and many thoughts came to his mind. Xia Ruofei's physical fitness was no longer his weakness. Besides his precise free kick, his basic abilities such as ball control, passing, and shooting were all on point. In that case, Ruby would be able to deploy his team easily in the match against Valencia the day after tomorrow. Xia Ruofei easily completed the day's training. In the afternoon, Ruby specially arranged for him to train in corner kicks and free kicks. Of course, there were also some psychological tests in it. Xia Ruofei's performance made Ruby completely relieved. Xushu's free kick was still frighteningly stable. During the corner kick, his control of the drop point was also in place. Xia Ruofei even played a trick and spun the ball directly into the goal during the corner kick. The arc was quite strange. Even the experienced old goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, who was called Brother Octopus by the fans, lost his balance and watched the football spin into the goal. Ruby was both surprised and happy. This was really a 360-degree blind spot. As long as he was within 33 meters of the opponent's goal, Xia Ruofei had the ability to kick the ball into the goal no matter the angle, even in the corner flag area. At that moment, Ruby had made up his mind. As long as Xia Ruofei was on the field, he would be the main player for free kicks, corner kicks, and even penalty kicks. After a day of training, Ruby gathered everyone and announced the team list for the away game against Valencia the day after tomorrow. Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei were selected without a doubt. At the same time, the team's main center, Iglesias, the main goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, the main midfielders, Marc Roca, Darder, and so on were also selected. These were all the main players. It was no surprise that they would be on the main list and even the starting list. Other than that, Metatron, Poiter, and the others were also on the list. This result made Poiter's heart finally relax. He thought that Xia Ruofei's arrival would further reduce his space and that he might not be on the list for the next match. Ruby didn't announce the starting lineup today. He wanted to keep the suspense until tomorrow or the day after. Of course, this was also because he hadn't completely thought about how to arrange the starting lineup. The players who were not included in the squad list would stay in Barcelona for the next 2 days to continue their daily training, while the players on the squad list would fly to Valencia the next day. After they returned to the hotel, Xia Ruofei guided Wu Lei to practice the first set of movements for the Golden Man. After a few days of practice, Wu Lei had basically mastered the essentials of the movements. Sometimes, there would be 1 or 2 small deviations. Xia Ruofei would simply correct them and he would be able to quickly enter the state of practice. Of course, every practice was a hellish experience. Wu Lei gritted his teeth and persevered. In just a few days, his appearance didn't seem to have changed much, but in fact, his physical fitness had improved a lot, and his ability to resist had also increased. As he had to board a plane the next day, Wu Lei left Xia Ruofei's room immediately after he finished his training. He went back to rest early. The next morning, Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei changed into the sportswear of the Spanish club and took the business car sent by the club to the Danny Halk training ground. The two of them met up with their other teammates there and then took the bus to the airport. Espanyol was playing in an away game, and many sports media and fans went to the airport to see them off. Xia Ruofei saw the situation and put on his sunglasses and mask before he got out of the car. In addition to the players on the squad list, the coaching team and staff were also going to Valencia. Everyone was wearing the Spanish team sportswear, so Xia Ruofei did not stand out in the crowd. Although the media managed to capture him, he was wrapped up so tightly that no one could recognize him. 2542 Expedition_2 The team took a business jet. Every time Spain had an away expedition, the club would basically book a business jet to reduce the fatigue of the journey as much as possible. There would not be any disturbance from other passengers on the same plane, and the players could get as much rest as possible. The distance between Barcelona and Valencia was not far. They only flew for slightly more than an hour before the plane began to lower its altitude. After Valencia landed, many home fans went to the airport to pick her up. When the Spanish club players came out, the crowd immediately burst into loud boos, and some people kept provoking her with words. Most of the players on this trip were experienced and knowledgeable old players. They had seen this kind of formation many times, and the boos of the fans had no effect on them at all. As for Wu Lei and Xia Ruofei, Wu Lei could not understand what the fans were saying and was not affected much. As for Xia Ruofei, he was naturally a big-hearted person. This kind of scene could not stir up any waves in his heart. Under the protection of the airport security personnel, the team quickly left the airport, got on the bus arranged by the club's advanced staff, and went straight to the hotel they were staying. Along the way, Xia Ruofei looked out of the car window with interest. Valencia was the third largest city in Spain. It was located in the southeast of Spain and was close to the sea on the east. With its back facing the vast plains, it was evergreen all year round and had a pleasant climate. It was known as the Pearl on the west coast of the Mediterranean Sea and also the Sunshine City of Europe. From the airport to the hotel, Xia Ruofei saw the exotic scenery along the way. He could not help but take pictures with his phone. He could not stop. Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei were assigned to a standard room. The club had initially arranged a single room or even a suite for Xia Ruofei, but Xia Ruofei felt that he was here as a player today, so he did not want to make it special. If Xia Ruofei had come as a shareholder of the club, it would be reasonable for him to stay in any luxurious room. However, now that he was positioning himself as an ordinary player, he could not be given special treatment. Considering that Wu Lei had not mastered Spanish yet, Xia Ruofei asked the staff to put him and Wu Lei in the same room to prevent him from staring at his teammates and not being able to communicate. After they arrived in Valencia and checked into the hotel, Ruby quickly organized the players to go to the rented venue for pre-match training. At the same time, he also arranged for them to check out the Mestalla Stadium, where the game would be held the next day, and so on. The Espanyol club's official television station also sent people to Valencia on the same plane. While the players were training, they had already begun to shoot some highlights. However, after Xia Ruofei's special greeting, the cameras also deliberately avoided him. Soon, it was the next day. Espanyol would be playing against the home team, Valencia, at the Mestalla Stadium today. On the way from the hotel to Mestalla Stadium, Xia Ruofei saw many fans rushing to the stadium. In fact, it was still too early for the fans. There were still a few hours before the game kicked off. However, these fans seemed to be celebrating a festival. Some of them even waved the team's scarves and sang and danced. The atmosphere was quite warm. After Xia Ruofei saw it, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. It wasn't that the moon was rounder in foreign countries, but objectively speaking, the atmosphere of the fans in Europe was really good. When the team bus arrived at the stadium, there were also many reporters waiting there. Xia Ruofei even saw a few Chinese reporters through the window. Xia Ruofei had already put on a disguise. He mixed in with the coaching staff and walked into the court with his teammates. Since Jianjia had decided to remain mysterious, she might as well stay mysterious to the end. In the changing room, Ruby announced the starting list for today's match. The list had just been submitted to the official team, and Ruby had kept the suspense until the last moment. To Wu Lei's slight disappointment, Ruby had put him on the bench list for this game. Xia Ruofei was not in the starting lineup either. Replacing Wu Lei in the starting lineup was Puado, who had been promoted from the youth team this season. When Puado heard his name in the starting lineup, he was stunned for a moment. Before he was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to perform well in the game. When he thought of his speed in the wings and the scene of him running past several players, Puado was so excited that he trembled. He wanted Ruby to see that he was at least one level stronger than Wu Lei, Xia Ruofei. The players went to the field to warm up. Xia Ruofei went straight to the away team's substitutes bench and sat down at the side. He was wearing a club-made coat and pulled up the hat to cover half of his face. He leaned there and took a nap. The coaching staff and staff were also doing their preparations on the bench. They saw Xia Ruofei dozing off on the bench, but no one came out to remind him. Anyway, Xia Ruofei was playing as a substitute, so it didn't matter if he didn't warm up at this time as long as he warmed up before the game. The broadcaster's camera had been filming the entire process from the arrival of the team bus to the warm-up of the stadium. The broadcasting team would edit the material into short tidbits such as the team's arrival and the team's warm-up at the fastest speed and broadcast it on the live broadcast before the start of the game. However, Xia Ruofei had always wrapped himself up tightly. Although the camera caught him a few times, it was just a flash and the people watching the TV could not see who he was. The players returned to the locker room after their warm-up. The head coach had to make tactical arrangements at the end. The substitutes, including Wu Lei, followed them back to the locker room. However, Xia Ruofei did not go back. He leaned on the substitutes' bench and even started to snore. Outside the stadium, a group of Chinese people was slowly moving forward in the crowd. They were the Paradise employees led by Xue Jinshan. Under Zhou Leiyun's arrangement, they had come to Valencia yesterday to visit the famous Spain coastal city. Today, the staff that Zhou Leiyun had sent to accompany them throughout the tour had brought everyone to play for the entire day. When night had just fallen, they had brought them to the Mestalla Stadium. Although it was an away game, it was not a problem for the Spanish club to come forward and ask for a few tickets. After a long queue, Xue Jinshan and the others finally entered the stadium. They slowly walked along with the crowd and finally came to the stands reserved for the visiting team. Many expeditionary fans of the Spanish clubs had also arrived. They hung a huge Tiffany on the side of the stands, with the Spanish team emblem and the picture of the legendary captain, Danny Helk. After Xue Jinshan and the others entered the stands, they immediately took off their jackets and put on the Spanish club's off-field version of the jerseys that they had prepared in advance. The number of these jerseys were all number 24, which was exactly the same as the clothes Wu Lei wore in the game. The staff sent by Zhou Leiyun had also prepared a small national flag for everyone. It was clear that they were only cheering for Wu Lei. Soon, the Spanish fans also noticed this group of Asian people. When they saw the jersey numbers on the backs of Xue Jinshan and the others, as well as the large posters of Wu Lei they were holding, they immediately understood that they were Wu Lei's Chinese compatriots. Many Spanish fans greeted Xue Jinshan and the others and gave them a thumbs up. One could only speak Chinese, and his English was also very poor. On the other side, most of the people spoke Spanish. But there was one common word, and that was Wu Lei's name. Therefore, when Xue Jinshan and the others found that they could not communicate with the Spanish fans around them, they simply shouted Wu Lei's name, which they could also understand. The Spanish fans also shouted Wu Lei's name one after another, as if they were exchanging signals. Wu Lei, who was still warming up on the field, heard his name in the noisy singing of Valencia's fans, and could not help but look at the away team's stands. 2543 Receiving orders in the face of danger. 1. The Spanish fans in blue and white striped shirts in the visiting stands were still very eye-catching. Wu Lei found them at a glance. When Xue Jinshan and the other Spanish fans saw Wu Lei looking up, they could not help but shout even louder and wave the team scarves in their hands. Due to the distance, Wu Lei could not see the faces of the fans clearly. Naturally, he did not know that there was a group of excited Chinese compatriots in the stands. He smiled and waved to the away team's stands, then continued to warm up with his teammates. Xue Jinshan and the others also waved their scarves at Wu Lei excitedly. Their enthusiasm only slowly subsided when Wu Lei continued to warm up. Xue Jinshan sighed, I didn't really watch football in the past, but now that I'm back in the stadium, I realize how attractive football is. With this atmosphere, even the most introverted person would not be able to help but shout along. Isn't it? The competition hadn't even started. I feel like the stands are already boiling. To be able to watch a top Tier League game live, I can brag about it for a year when I go back. The employees of Paradise Corporation were also discussing this matter. After the players finished their warm-up, they returned to the locker room one after another to make their final pre-match preparations. The manager would also clarify the tactics for everyone again. Xia Ruofei did not return to the changing room with them. Instead, he sat on the substitute bench and napped. This was not considered special. The tactics that the coach set up were mainly aimed at the main players. Xia Ruofei was a substitute for this game. Before the substitute came on, the coach would once again make clear how he should play after he went on. Besides, Xia Ruofei had told Ruby in advance that he wanted to reduce his chances of appearing in public before the match, and Ruby had agreed. Beijing, China. In a PP Sports studio, the commentators for the game were still Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing. Due to the time difference, the start time of the game was not very friendly for the Chinese fans. The game only started at 3 a.m. Chinese time. According to past situations, this time was enough to intimidate many fans and make them give up watching the game. Fortunately, it was a Sunday the next day, so most people didn't have to go to work. In addition, Wu Lei's performance in the last game had raised the expectations of many fans, so there were still many fans who stayed up late to watch the game. The data of PP Sports' background showed that the number of people online at the same time was not much less than the last game. It must be known that the Spanish team's last game had started in the afternoon. On the Chinese side, it was about 11 p.m., which was a very suitable time to watch the game. It was not even 1 p.m. After the game, Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing were in the pre-match analysis and commentary segment. Both of them agreed that the Spanish team was much worse than their opponent in terms of strength. In this game, the Spaniards should give up the possession tactics and tighten their defensive line as much as possible. In addition, they should be determined when fighting back and speed up their advance. Like many La Liga teams, Espanyol was used to playing pass, control tactics. They liked to constantly pass the ball in the middle and backfield, hoping to pull the opponent's defensive line and find their flaws. Many of the Spanish players were used to controlling the ball after receiving it. If one or two players did this, the rhythm would be slowed down. After the pre-match analysis, they began to broadcast the images of the team's arrival, as well as the images of the players arriving in the locker room before the Spanish club's television station. Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing's attention was on Wu Lei. Xia Ruofei, who was wearing sunglasses and a mask and walking with the coaching staff, didn't attract their attention. In the away team's locker room, the two noticed the number 25 jersey that was next to Wu Lei's jersey. Because the jersey was hanging next to Wu Lei's jersey and the name Xia Ruofei was also very conspicuous, the two could not help but play the Guess Who I Am game and made a lot of guesses in the live broadcast. However, as the signal in front switched to the scene of the players' passageway, the two men's attention suddenly shifted. In Valencia, Spain, the players from both teams were standing in the players' passageway, ready to enter the field under the guidance of the referee. As for Wu Lei and several other substitutes, they had already taken their seats on the substitutes bench for the away team. Shen Fengjian looked at the screen and said, "We can see that the players on both sides are ready to play. Before the game, we got the starting list of both teams. Wu Lei is still on standby on the substitutes bench for this game. This is really not good news for the fans who stay up late to watch the game. Jia Tianning said, I think Ruby is still a bit conservative. Although Wu Lei hasn't been on the team for long, he showed his full strength in the last game. However, Ruby would rather use the young Puado than let Wu Lei start. I personally think the coach is too conservative. That's right. No matter how you look at it, Wu Lei is more suitable to be the starting player than Puado. Shen Fengjian said, the most important thing is that Wu Lei has the support of the mysterious power of the East. You'll know after watching the last match. After the last game, because Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianning sang praises for Wu Lei almost without any principles, the two were promoted to be the vice leader of Wu Chui Tang on the internet, and they were teased by the fans. Now it seemed that the two of them wanted to continue to carry forward the glorious career of Wu Chui. They still had no intention of keeping a relatively low profile in this game. 25-44 Receiving orders in the face of danger. Too soon, the players from both sides, under the lead of the referee, walked out of the players' passage with the ball boy. The originally enthusiastic atmosphere in the home team stands was instantly ignited at this moment. The cheers and applause instantly increased by several levels. The sudden cheers and applause jolted Xia Ruofei awake. He turned to Wu Lei in a daze and asked, Lazy, who scored? Is it our team or the opponent? Wu Lei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Xia, it was the players who came in just now. The game hasn't even started yet. You're sleeping too soundly, aren't you? Xia Ruofei rubbed his eyes and said, why hasn't the competition started yet? This was too slow. I've already taken a nap, Wu Lei couldn't help but laugh out loud. The tension before the game had disappeared unknowingly. After a while, the players on both sides were in position in their respective half of the field. The referee blew the whistle and the game officially began. Due to the strength of his opponent, Ruby had been standing on the sidelines since the start of the match, nervously watching the situation on the field. He had no intention of returning to his seat. All right. Dear audience and fans of PP Sports. The match officially began with the whistle of the referee. Today's commentary is still from Jia Tianning, Director Jia, and I, Shen Fengjian. Shen Fengjian said with familiarity. Hello, everyone. Jia Tianning also said in cooperation. We've just introduced the starting lineup of the Valencian team. Now, let's take a look at the starting lineup of the visiting Spaniards. Shen Fengjian said, first of all, I have to tell everyone that Wu Lei is still on standby for this game. At the same time, we have to pay attention to the suspected Chinese player, number 25, who has been discussed on the domestic internet for the past few days. He has also appeared on the squad list today. Like Wu Lei, he is also on the bench for this game. Everyone can pay attention to this player. I just observed him. In the few shots given by the broadcast, we did not notice the existence of this mysterious player. After Shen Fengjian briefly explained the situation that everyone was concerned about, he began to introduce the starting lineup of the Spanish team. As we can see, the goalkeeper position is still the number 1 veteran, Diego Lopez, and the center back is the partner of Naldo and Elmosa. They are currently the main force of the Spanish team. The two full backs are separately. Wait. Let's look at this ball first. Shen Fengjian had not even finished introducing the starting lineup when the situation on the field had already changed. Espanyol kicked off the game. After the kick off, the Spaniards' players were used to passing the ball back and fourth in the backfield, looking for opportunities. They were already familiar with such a routine. Even though the Valencian team pressed hard on the entire game, even forcing the defenders to pass the ball back to the goalkeeper, the Spanish team did not panic. The goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, did not nervously make a big kick. Instead, he gently passed the ball to Naldo when the opposing striker pressed up. Naldo looked up and quickly observed, before he passed the ball to Puado. Puado had been holding back for a long time. He wanted to perform well and shut up those who doubted him. Therefore, after receiving Naldo's pass, Puado did not think about it and rushed along the side with a medal, running all the way to the opponent's half of the field. However, Puado had just dribbled the ball past half of the field. In the face of the opponent's fast-paced rush, he still kept his head down and dribbled the ball forward, trying to use his personal ability to break through. However, he had clearly overestimated his personal ability. The opponent's defender did not take any of his feints. With a clean tackle and a save, he simply intercepted the ball from under his feet. He quickly got up and passed the ball out with a straight pass. The Valencian team's offensive and defensive switch was very fast. After a successful interception, they quickly pressed forward. This was in sharp contrast to the Spanish team's slow pace. The Spanish players in the middle and front field had been following Puado's to run and receive the ball. However, Puado's low-level mistake led to the loss of the ball, and everyone had not had time to return to their defensive positions. It was quite dangerous for the ball to be suddenly intercepted during an attack. The Valencian team quickly formed a situation of more players than players in the front field. They did not hesitate. After the two passes from the triangle, the football had already advanced to the front of the Spanish penalty area. From the moment Puado's lost the ball, he had been desperately chasing back in the hope of making up for it. While Valencia's front field players were stunned at the front of the penalty area, Puado was already in position to defend. He saw that Valencia's players seemed to be ready to kick him, so he did not even think about it and shoveled from the side. However, what Puado didn't expect was that the other side played a fake shot and a real hook, easily bypassing his defense and directly breaking in. As soon as the opposing player entered the penalty area, the Spanish players were even more afraid to make any moves, for fear of giving the other side a chance to dive to cheat the penalty kick. However, at this moment, the Valencia team's striker, Rodrigo, did not hesitate to shoot at an angle. With a swish, the football stuck to the inner side of the pillar and flew directly into the goal. The scene immediately burst into a huge wave of noise. 25:45 Receiving orders in the face of danger. 3. Ruby angrily threw the bottle of mineral water in his hand to the ground. The fourth official of the game immediately came over and said in a serious tone, "Mr. Ruby, please mind your behavior. Otherwise, I don't mind suggesting to the chief judge to punish you." Ruby spread his hands and shrugged. "All right. Thanks for the reminder." He simply stopped standing on the sidelines to direct, but returned directly to his seat. He looked a little complicated and helpless. He had anticipated many situations before the game, including the lightning-fast loss of the ball at the start of the game. But this was the worst-case scenario, and it really happened. Puado had failed to live up to his trust. He clearly had a good line to pass the ball, but he only knew to dribble the ball forward and break through in a moment of passion. He did not think about passing the ball at all. Now that the Spaniards were one goal behind, they had no choice but to attack. On the other hand, Valencia, who was stronger than the Espanyol, could wait for the enemy to exhaust her and counterattack. It could be said that the situation was quite unfavorable for Spain. Puerto's responsibility for this ball cannot be shirked. Shen Fongjian said, he's too clingy. If it was Wu Lei, the ball would have been passed long ago. Jia Tianning still did not forget to mention Wu Lei, as long as you control the passing force. There was a lot of space on the left side. The Espanyol's left midfielder was already quickly plugging in, but Puerto chose a path to the black, which eventually led to the goal concede. On the internet, the bullet screen was also almost full of comments. Puerto, you idiot. You can play in La Liga with this level of skill? I don't think he'll even be able to play the ball even if he gets to the second division. Although the Spanish are behind, why am I so happy? Humph. As long as I don't play Wu Lei, I'll be a fan of RCD Espanyol's opponent. This is the bitter consequence of ignoring the power of the East. Ruby. You should be more careful. Ruby naturally did not know that the Chinese fans thousands of miles away were reveling. He sat in his seat for less than 2 minutes before he could not help but stand up and walk to the sidelines again. He began to loudly direct the game. The early loss of the ball caused the thoughts of the Spanish players to be a little inconsistent. Some wanted to stabilize the defense first, while others hoped to be able to attack and equalize the score as soon as possible. This kind of disunity led to a bit of disunity in the middle and front field, which made it more difficult to pass the ball. For a time, Spain's situation became precarious. The ball could not cross the half of the field at all. Often, there would be mistakes when passing the ball and the other side would intercept the ball. The players were all exhausted from running around and trying all sorts of ways to suppress Valencia's offense. Spain's situation was getting worse and worse, and Valencia was in complete control of the rhythm of the game. If it were not for the old goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, who blocked the attack, the 0-1 score would not have been maintained for long before the other team's lead would have been extended. However, 35 minutes into the first half of the game, a goal concede occurred. Again. The problem was still with Puerto's pass. He passed the ball from the bottom, but the ball was headed out of the penalty area by Valencia's players first. The second penalty kick was also snatched by Valencia's players, and they launched a quick counterattack again. The opponent quickly pushed along Spain's right flank, but Puerto did not return to his defensive position for a long time, causing a large open space to appear on the right flank. The Valencian team easily broke through to the edge of the penalty area. The player who dribbled the ball directly passed the ball at a 45-degree angle. Rodrigo jumped high in the penalty area and headed a theoretical dead angle, sending the ball into the Spanish goal again. Rodriguez split open twice. Ruby finally could not take it anymore. He had originally wanted to make a substitution during the halftime interval, but he felt that he could not wait a second longer. Ruby immediately asked his assistant coach to inform Wu Lei and Xia Ruofei to get up and warm up. Wu Lei was excited. He quickly put on his training vest and went to the side of the field to warm up with Xia Ruofei. The camera also captured this scene, but because of the angle, the camera only captured a part of the warm-up area, and everyone could only see the back of the warming-up players. We can see that Wu Lei has already stood up to warm up. Jia Tianning said excitedly, it seems like Ruby is very dissatisfied with Puerto's performance. He didn't even wait for the halftime break before he made a substitution. I also noticed that the mysterious number 25 player warmed up with Wu Lei. Shen Fangjian said, "It's a pity we can't see his face. Otherwise, the question that the fans have been discussing during this time would be revealed. Don't be in a hurry. If he's really replaced in a while, the broadcast will definitely give a close-up. Then, the answer to who this mysterious number 25 is will be revealed," Jia Tianing said. Looking back at the game, Puado obviously saw Wu Lei warming up. He felt a little bad. If he was in the starting lineup and was replaced after 30 minutes, he would definitely not be able to accept it. It was even more embarrassing than not being in the starting lineup. The anxiousness in his heart was reflected in his actions, and that was his movements would be a little big. It was the same for Puado. He was anxious to perform for Ruby. But the more he wanted to perform, the worse he did. Soon, he lost his balance. In a scramble, he tackled the ball from the side and back, which gave him a yellow card. Ruby was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. He could not wait for the assistant manager to go to the fourth official to request for a substitution, while he personally went to the warm-up area and used the little time before the dead ball to clarify their task once again to the two players. Soon, Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei changed into their jerseys, put on their leg guards, and followed the fourth official to the side of the field. 25:46 Stunned and boiling. 1. The director immediately cut the scene to the first half. After all, it was very rare to make a substitution 30 minutes into the first half, and to change two players at once. There were only 3 substitutions in a game. Unless there were special circumstances such as accidental injuries, the manager would generally choose to make a change in the second half. Furthermore, the use of substitutions was also very cautious and would not use up the substitutions early. Because in that case, once someone was injured in the later games and could not persist in the game, and the team no longer had any substitution spots, they could only face a passive situation of fewer players against more players. Ruby was also desperate. In fact, the 2 substitutions were both adjustments. Wu Lei replaced Puado's position and was the right wing during the attack. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, replaced the right midfielder, Granello, who had yet to recover from his old injury. It was already a bit difficult for Granello to play in this game. He was clearly affected by his injury during the game and did not dare to make any moves. Ruby took into account that Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei were fellow countrymen, and they might be able to communicate more smoothly on the side. He was also worried that Granello's injury would worsen if he forced himself to play. In the pre-match plan, Ruby was originally prepared to let Granello play half of the game. He could understand that Granello had been brought off about 10 minutes in advance. Therefore, when a dead ball appeared on the field and the manager signaled for a substitution, Granello glanced at the substitution card on the sidelines and jogged down the field. This way, Xia Ruofei could go on the field directly. Next, when Wu Lei replaced Puado looked unhappy. He did not care that the team was still 2 goals behind. He mumbled as he slowly walked toward the center line. Ruby was so anxious that he kept waving his hands to signal Puado to come down from the sidelines. However, Puado pretended not to see anything and walked to the center line with his head down. He did not high-five Wu Lei and just walked past him as if he was air. Ruby glared at Puado, but Puado didn't dare to meet Ruby's eyes. He lowered his head and went straight to the substitute seat and sat down. Then, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. As Wu Lei's Spanish was Not good. Xia Ruofei had another task after he came on. He had to convey the latest tactical arrangements of head coach Ruby to everyone and clarify everyone's positions again. After all, they had changed 2 players. If he did not make it clear, everyone's positions, including the arrangement of marking during defense, and so on, would be easy to make mistakes. Xia Ruofei used the Spain language to convey the manager's instructions to everyone. He did not know that the scene he had just played had been faithfully recorded by the camera. It was better overseas as not many people knew him. Meanwhile, the internet in China was in an uproar at that moment. When changing players, the broadcast would usually give a close-up shot. As Granello was the closest to the stage, the broadcast only gave Granello a close-up shot before Xia Ruofei entered the stage. However, the camera still managed to capture a close-up of Xia Ruofei. At this time, he was communicating the coach's instructions to his teammates in Spanish. In the away team stands, as Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei were waiting on the sidelines, Xue Jinshan couldn't help but mutter, "Why do I feel like that person looks a little like President Xia?" The scene was very noisy, and an employee of Paradise Corporation didn't hear what Xue Jinshan was saying, so he asked, casually, "Factory manager Xue, what did you say?" Xue Jinshan took another look at Xia Ruofei and said loudly, "I mean, the person who's about to go on stage looks a little like CEO Xia." The away team stands were further away from the center line. Even people with good eyesight couldn't see what the people on the sidelines looked like. At most, they could only see a general idea. After the employee heard Xue Jinshan's words, he laughed and said, "Factory manager Xue, how is that possible? Aren't you overthinking this?" "Ha ha ha," the other employees asked what the two were talking about, and the employee next to Xue Jinshan, Feng Lijun, repeated Xue Jinshan's words to everyone. Everyone could not help but laugh. At this moment, the broadcast cut to a close-up of Xia Ruofei. The big screen in the stadium also showed the close-up. Xue Jinshan jumped up from his seat and pointed at the big screen. "Guys, look. Look. It's really President Xia." "Ah?" When Feng Lijun and the others saw the scene on the big screen, they were all dumbfounded, as if they were clay sculptures. The scene was particularly abrupt in the stands where the visiting fans were singing and dancing. How did President Xia become a player? Xue Jinshan couldn't believe his eyes. However, after asking the staff from Glory World Corporation who was in charge of receiving them, they finally confirmed that Xia Ruofei had really signed a contract with the Spanish club and became a professional player. Xue Jinshan and the others were dumbstruck. At this moment, the internet in China was in an uproar. When Xia Ruofei's close-up appeared, PP Sports commentator Shen Fangjian said, "Let's see the new player, number 25. This mysterious player has finally revealed his true colors today. It is clear that he is a player from the East. Combined with his very Chinese-styled name, we can confirm that he is Chinese. He is another Chinese player that the Spanish club has brought in after Wu Lei." 2547, stunned and boiling, too, Jia Tianning's mouth was wide open, and he only came back to his senses after Shen Fangjian finished his words. Unlike Shen Fangjian, Jia Tianning liked to surf the internet. He would post on Weibo almost every day, so Jia Tianning had long heard of Xia Ruofei's name, who would appear on the hot search from time to make his presence known. Jia Tianning also knew Xia Ruofei's deeds like the back of his hand. So, when the close-up shot swept over, Jia Tianning recognized it at a glance. I can't believe my eyes. Jia Tianning said, I didn't expect Xia Ruofei to really be Xia Ruofei. The name Xia Ruofei was mentioned the most by the Chinese fans in the past 2 days. Everyone was guessing his name. Considering the naming habits of the Chinese, as well as other factors such as ping ping, many Chinese fans pronounced the name Xia Ruofei in the pinyin. So, Jia Tianning's words sounded like, Xia Ruofei is really Xia Ruofei. Shen Fangjian was a little puzzled. Jia Tianning's words were a little nonsensical. If this were the national television sports channel, such obvious nonsensical words would be enough to cause a broadcast accident. However, PP Sports was an online broadcasting platform, so they were not that strict on this aspect. Shen Fangjian glanced at his partner and asked, What do you mean, Danning? Of course, it's Xia Ruofei. You don't understand what I mean. Jia Tianning said, the Xia Ruofei I'm talking about is. Forget it, look at the comments. At this moment, on PP Sports' live stream interface, a large number of bullet comments had suddenly exploded and filled the entire screen. The live stream was basically no longer visible. The netizens expressed their shock one after another, and the commenters also worked through the night to collect the golden sentences in everyone's comments and make up all kinds of jokes. My eyes are blinded. I actually saw Xia Ruofei in La Liga? Tell me, I'm not dreaming. Shen Fangjian is really out of date. He doesn't know our famous President Xia. Jia Tianning sure keeps up with the trend. I heard his voice change just now, haha. This is really too unexpected. Everyone has been guessing the real identity of the 25th for a few days, but no one dared to think that it was President Xia. I remember when this news first came out, a guy posted that Xia Ruofei could very well be Xia Ruofei, but almost no one supported this view. On the contrary, many people went to his post and mocked him. I admit, I dissed this old man 2 days ago. I'm really ashamed. That post must have over 60,000 comments. We, who have laughed at him, owe him an apology. President Xia, I just want to ask, is there anything you don't know? To be able to formulate an epic, making product like the jaded skin cream, he had never flown a plane before, but he was able to land successfully. He's never been a professional player for a day, but he's able to enter La Liga in one go and be replaced early. In the 30-minute mark, President Xia, you'd better quickly withdraw your sacred art. You won't have any friends if you snatch other people's rice bowls. Is there anything he can't do? I'm asking you if you're convinced. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. The netizens were discussing happily and even forgot to pay attention to the game itself. Wu Lei, who was originally the focus of everyone's attention, appeared calm on the stage. There was no one talking about him in the bullet comments. If Wu Lei knew about this, it was hard to tell if he would be happy or disappointed. It was probably because he was happy. To be honest, the high level of attention from domestic fans and netizens still brought a lot of pressure to Wu Lei. It was already very difficult to adapt to La Liga, and there were countless Chinese fans staring at him from behind. Wu Lei often felt like there was a dagger at his back. Now that Xia Ruofei had attracted the attention of the naturally hot topic, no one was concerned about Wu Lei. On the grandstand, after Xue Jinshan and the others recovered from their shock, they also began to discuss excitedly. Xue Jinshan even took out his phone and called Dong Yun. One must know that it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning in China, One could only imagine how furious Dong Yun was after being woken up by the phone. She sat up from the bed in a daze and took the phone to look at the caller ID. Then, she saw the time on the phone. She gritted her teeth and swiped the screen to answer the call. Shui Jinshan. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, tell me why. You called me at 4 in the morning. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when we get back to China. Dong Yun shouted angrily. Shui Jinshan covered the microphone and said loudly, President Dong. Quickly turn on the television. PP Sports live broadcast of the LA Liga match, the away game where the Spaniards challenge Valencia. Hurry up. Shui Jinshan, have you gone crazy from your vacation? Dong Yun said unhappily. I'm not a fan of the Spaniards in the middle of the night. No. You woke me up so early in the morning just to let me watch the live broadcast? Dong Yun was a die-hard fan of Barcelona. She did not have a good impression of Barcelona's arch-enemy, the Spaniards. Even though she had received a warm welcome from Zhou Leiyun in Spain not long ago, it only made her less hostile towards the Spanish clubs. It was simply impossible for her to stay up late to watch the live broadcast of the Spaniards' football games. You'll know when you turn on the TV. Shui Jinshan kept them in suspense. It's best to replay it, about 35 minutes into the first half, starting from when the Spanish team is ready to make a substitution. What the hell? Dong Yun couldn't help but say, can't you be clearer? Shui Jinshan, why is it so noisy over there? Are you guys watching the game live? Ha ha ha. You're right, we were indeed at the scene. Shui Jinshan said with a smile. And then? The broadcast camera captured your image? Dong Yun gritted her teeth and asked, you woke me up so early in the morning. Just to let me see you two on TV? Am I such a shallow person? Shui Jinshan said, anyway, I've already informed you. It's up to you to decide whether you want to see it or not. I'm not going to talk to you anymore, we want to watch the game. With that, Shui Jinshan hung up the phone. Dong Yun was so angry that she almost threw her phone out. She threw her phone on the bedside table and lay down heavily. But when she woke up, she was no longer sleepy. After staring at the ceiling for 2 minutes, she suddenly sat up. Dong Yun muttered to herself while looking for the remote control, I'd like to see what's so amazing that I have to watch the live broadcast. She turned on the smart TV, found the PP Sports app, and quickly found the game of Español. After entering the live broadcast, Dong Yun remembered Shui Jinshan's words. She used the remote control to play some playback, starting from when the Spanish team was about to switch players. Soon, Dong Yun saw the close-up of Xia Ruofei's appearance. When Dong Yun saw that Xia Ruofei was wearing the Spanish team's number 25 battle uniform, her mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Dong Yun felt that she was still dreaming. She pinched her thigh hard and screamed in pain. I'm not dreaming. President Xia is really playing in La Liga. Dong Yun nodded in her head, but at the same time, she felt a strong sense of illusion. Dong Yun only came back to her senses after a long while. As she adjusted the progress to live broadcast, she took her phone and searched through her address book. It's better to be happy together than to be happy alone. Since I'm awake, let's not sleep anymore, Dong Yun muttered to herself. After saying that, Dong Yun pressed the dial button. 25-48 first goal in La Liga _1 The higher-ups of the Peach Blossom Company sat in front of the television with a dumbfounded expression. There were also fans among the employees of the Peach Blossom Company who stayed up late to watch the game. When they saw Xia Ruofei, they were completely stunned at first. When they came back to their senses, their first reaction was similar to Dong Yun's. They hurriedly picked up their phones and called their friends. Who cared what time it was at this time? Soon, the work WeChat groups of Peach Blossom Company became more and more lively. At this time, it was still dark outside the window, the darkest time before dawn. The internet in China was also bustling with activity. The number of posts on Weibo, Tieba, and forums was rising. And the traffic was rising rapidly. The curve was very steep, and it soon even exceeded the traffic during the prime time at night. Xia Ruofei's Weibo was flooded with a large number of netizens. They all left comments under Xia Ruofei's latest post, which was the one where he took a photo with Wu Lei. The number of comments went from 10,000 to 100,000 in just a few minutes. The topic Xia Ruofei logging into La Liga instantly rushed to the top of the hot search without any suspense. At this time, at the Mestalla Stadium in Valencian City, Spain, the situation on the field was a bit tense. After Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei came on, the situation of Spain did not improve significantly. The players also knew about Xia Ruofei's amazing free kick skills. However, with the Spanish team being pressed by the opponent's high post, it was difficult for the midfield to organize an effective attack. It was difficult to even break into the opponent's 30-meter zone, so how could they create a free kick? Besides, it was Xia Ruofei's first time playing in La Liga, and he had no professional football experience before. So, even if he was the boss, the players did not dare to pass the ball to him easily. After all, Xia Ruofei's performance in training was only average. However, the pace of the game was much faster than the training. If the opponent intercepted the ball and quickly counterattacked, the defense might be compromised again. They were already behind 0-2. If they conceded another goal, they would really be unable to play the game. As for Wu Lei, he was cruising in the front field and had almost no chance to touch the ball. As the game time went by, the score was still 0-2, and the manager, Ruby, did not have a good solution. He only had 3 cards in his hand, and he had already played 2 just now. Xia Ruofei also realized that the situation was not good for Espanyol. There were less than 5 minutes left until the end of the regular time of the first half. Including the injury time, there were only 5 minutes at most. If Espanyol could not recover a ball before the end of the half, they would be very passive in the second half. Xia Ruofei felt that it was time to make some changes. He ran forward slowly and waved at Wu Lei at the same time. Wu Lei quickly ran over and shouted, "Brother Xia. Lazy, we can't continue like this." Xia Ruofei said, "In the next few minutes, you must retreat to receive the ball and then try to play in the front field. If you can't find a suitable point to pass the ball, pass it to me. I will appear in the most comfortable position for you to pass the ball." In the past, Wu Lei's characteristic was to cruise around the offside line and constantly attack the gaps in the opponent's defensive line. To put it bluntly, he was a bit of an opportunist. Before going on the field, Ruby had also arranged it this way. He had asked him to pay attention to flexible running positions in the front field. Even if he could not run out of an opportunity to go solo, he could at least pull the opponent's defensive line. Ruby arranged tactics according to Wu Lei's characteristics. It was not wrong at first, but now the Spanish team's attack could not develop into the 30-meter area of the opponent. Wu Lei could only futilely attack the gaps back and forth. But to no avail. Xia Ruofei knew very well that Wu Lei's physical confrontation was no longer the same as before. Not only was his confrontation much stronger, but his physical coordination had also improved. This could obviously improve his ability to dribble and protect the ball. Therefore, in the absence of an opportunity, it was the best choice to withdraw and receive the ball. Although Xia Ruofei's suggestion was different from head coach Ruby's, Wu Lei did not hesitate at all. He nodded and said, "I understand." Take a gamble. Try to score a goal before the end of the half," Xia Ruofei said. After the two of them finished their discussion, they returned to their respective positions. Before Xia Ruofei's tactics could work, the Spanish team really got a chance. After getting the ball in the backfield, Marc Roca kicked the ball and passed it diagonally to the right side. The full-back, Rosales, quickly plugged in from the side and caught Valencia off guard. It was one of the few opportunities for Spain to attack near the opponent's penalty area. Rosales dribbled the ball down to the end line and did not hesitate to raise his leg to pass. A curved ball from the inside of his foot was sent near the near post. Wu Lei, who had already started, rushed over and pushed the ball without stopping. However, the opposing defender, Garay, also arrived in time and blocked the ball with his body. After Wu Lei missed the opportunity, he held his head in his hands in frustration. However, there was no dead ball at this time. After Garay blocked the ball, the Valencia team was not far away from the siege. Valencia's captain, Parejo, judged the landing point in advance and waited for the ball in place. At this moment, a blue figure suddenly rushed out from behind Parejo and jumped high in the direction of the football. He intercepted the ball with his chest in advance. 25-49 first goal in La Liga, 2, Parejo only felt a blur in front of his eyes. He only saw the number 25 on the other side's back. He did not even have time to pull the other side to make a tactical foul. The other side had already moved the ball forward and was out of his control. The one who rushed up to intercept the ball was Xia Ruofei. He had been lying in ambush in this area for a long time. He saw that the ball was high and floating, and although the captain of the other team, Parejo, was more accurate in his judgment of the landing point, he had the opportunity to intercept the ball. With his own jump, Xia Ruofei made a decision in an instant. His timing was perfect and he intercepted the ball cleanly. Ruby's eyes widened. He didn't even dare to blink as he stared at the situation on the field. Xia Ruofei's timing was perfect. Valencia had just resolved one of the Espanyol's attacks, and their players were dispersing. Since they were switching between offense and defense, it was Parejo's turn to counterattack after he received the ball, so the other Valencia players were running away quickly. However, the ball was intercepted, which meant that they had to change from an offensive formation to a defensive formation all of a sudden. It was easy to have loopholes in the change. If they could seize this loophole, it was very likely that they could create a good scoring opportunity. Ruby's only worry was that Xia Ruofei lacked experience and did not know what to do after stealing the ball. However, Ruby was overthinking. No one, including the Spanish players, knew that Xia Ruofei had strong spiritual power. So, when it came to the breadth of mind, no player in the world could compare to Xia Ruofei. Because with Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, it was not as simple as having eyes on the back of one's head. It could be said that there were no blind angles at all. Therefore, after he intercepted the ball, he did not even look up. With a sweep of his spiritual power, he knew the situation on the field and the positions of the players on both sides like the back of his hand. Xia Ruofei immediately found the best way to deal with the ball. When Xia Ruofei intercepted the ball, Wu Lei, who had finished holding his head in frustration in the penalty area, was jogging back and had just passed the last defender of the opponent team. Wu Lei's awareness was indeed strong. When Xia Ruofei intercepted the ball, he almost subconsciously continued to accelerate towards the center circle. Then, he made a huge arc, a classic horse, hoof reverse run, and inserted himself into the opponent's penalty area. This required the team members to have a good understanding of each other, because Wu Lei was active near the offside line. If they hesitated, he would be in an offside position. Although Xia Ruofei had never cooperated with Wu Lei before, his spiritual power allowed him to see the situation on the field clearly. Just as Wu Lei was about to pass the last defender on the other side, Xia Ruofei passed the ball over the head. This pass was also very skillful. It made a beautiful arc, and the height was just right. It could ensure that the opponent's defensive player could not head the ball, and it could also ensure that the drop point was very accurate, just a few steps in front of Wu Lei. A single blade again. Unlike the previous times, when there were interference from the opposing players not far away, there was no defender around Wu Lei this time. The full backs of Valencia raised their hands in unison, to signal that Wu Lei was offside, but the assistant referee was unmoved, and the main referee did not say anything. There was no one around to interfere, and the ball was passed just right, so Wu Lei did not need to adjust at all. He ran 2 steps after the ball, lifted his right foot, and shot directly. He deliberately played a rolling ball, and the football went straight to the lower left corner of the goal at a very fast speed. Valencia's 1.9-meter tall goalkeeper, Neto, could not react in time. Yu definitely could not stop the ball with his speed. Neto only made a symbolic side dive, and his eyes followed the trajectory of the ball. At this moment, he could only pray that Wu Lei missed. But this time, Wu Lei did not disappoint the Chinese fans, who were on tenterhooks. The shot was powerful and the football was fast. It went straight to the dead end of the goal. Neto did not even touch the ball and just watched the football fly into his goal. Neto was so angry that he slammed his fist on the grass. He could not lose his temper at his teammates, because the ball was mostly to the number 10 captain, Parejo. It was his ball that was intercepted, which led to the RCD Español's beautiful offensive cooperation. The moment Wu Lei's goal was scored, Ruby, who had been maintaining a motionless posture on the sidelines, jumped up and kept waving his fists in the air, celebrating the goal with passion. The home fans of Valencia let out a huge sigh at that moment, while the Spanish fans in the away stands cheered loudly, shaking the entire stands. Xue Jinshan and the others also became the most popular people in the stands. Many Spanish fans ran over to shake their hands, hug them, and constantly gave them thumbs up. Xue Jinshan asked the staff of Glory World Corporation, what did they say? The employee was also very excited. He shouted in a hoarse voice, they are all saying that our Chinese players are awesome. This shot came entirely from the cooperation of 2 Chinese players, including the chairman of their Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei. Xue Jinshan and the others suddenly felt a sense of pride. All the work groups of the Paradise Corporation were in an uproar as everyone was enthusiastically discussing the ball just now. The chairman's passing is so cool. A beautiful arc. Tears. I can vaguely see Xiaobei's elegance. That was a beautiful goal. Two Chinese players broke the defense of Valencia. All the major online platforms in Huaxia also welcomed a wave of traffic. All the posts related to football, Xia Ruofei's Tieba, and forums were filled with a large number of posts. Even Peach Blossom Company's official Weibo account gained some popularity and gained a lot of fans. Beijing, PP Sports Studio. Xinfangjian and Jia Tianing of Wuchui Hall were even crazily speaking. When Xia Ruofei quickly passed the ball after he intercepted the ball, Xinfangjian shouted, "A direct pass." We saw that Wu Lei had already started moving ahead of time, and that was a huge opening. The pass was beautiful. It was a beautiful arc. The ball landed accurately at Wu Lei's feet. He did not hesitate to shoot. The ball went in. The ball went in. The ball is in. The entire process only took a few seconds, but Xinfangjian's mouth was like a machine gun. He spoke very quickly, and when Wu Lei finally scored the goal, his voice was already hoarse from shouting. After calming down, Xinfangjian said, "We want to congratulate Wu Lei. After creating a penalty kick in the previous round, he had taken a big step forward in this round. He scored his first goal in La Liga, which was also the first goal for a Chinese player in La Liga. This moment will be recorded in history." Jia Tianing said, "We noticed that the one who helped Wu Lei was Xia Ruofei, who is also from China. The pass was too beautiful. Whether it was the timing of the pass, the speed of the ball, the height, or the drop point, it was almost perfect. Wu Lei's position when he receives the ball is quite comfortable. All he needs to do is to raise his leg and shoot." Valencia's players are surrounding the referee to complain. Xinfangjian said, "They're probably complaining that Wu Lei was offside. But from the perspective of our broadcast, there's no problem with this goal. It's definitely not an offside." Jia Tianing said, "When Xia Ruofei passed the ball, there was a Valencia defender at the far end who was behind." Xinfangjian said, "If it was an offside, the referee should have reminded us in the video." There's no response now, which means let's watch the replay. Xia Ruofei intercepted the ball beautifully. He stopped the ball with his chest and chased after it for 2 steps. He did not look up at all and directly raised his leg to pass the ball. This was the moment when Xia Ruofei passed the ball. Through the frozen image, we could see that Wu Lei was at least half a body's length behind the last defender of the opponent team. This is a good shot. As soon as Xinfangjian finished speaking, the scene had already cut back to the court. The main referee simply asked the video assistant referee through the headset and immediately pointed his finger to the center circle. "The goal is valid. 25-50 super long, range hanging shot, 1, in the stands, in front of the television, in front of the computer screens." Countless Spanish and Chinese fans finally felt relieved. Even louder cheers rang out in the away team stands. Wu Lei rushed towards Xia Ruofei as soon as he scored the goal. He pointed at Xia Ruofei with a bright smile. This gesture was very obvious. On one hand, it meant that most of the credit for the goal was Xia Ruofei's. On the other hand, it was to express his gratitude. Xia Ruofei laughed and ran over to hug Wu Lei. He ruffled Wu Lei's hair and said loudly, "Lazy, that was a beautiful shot." Soon, the other players of Espanyol rushed up and surrounded Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei. After the referee confirmed that the goal was valid, the Spanish players had already walked back to their own half of the field with their arms around each other. On the substitutes bench, Puado was still complaining to another substitute a moment ago, saying that Chinese football was weak, that Chinese players were not capable, but because of the boss, they got a lot of playing time and that it was unfair to everyone. However, the next moment, the two Chinese players on the field completed a beautiful cooperation and scored a goal. There was no other Spanish player involved in the ball from the beginning to the end. Xia Ruofei successfully intercepted it and then sent out a beautiful assist. Finally, Wu Lei completed the final blow. Puader's eyes instantly widened, as if his neck was being clutched. He couldn't say a single word, his face alternating between red and white. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Compared to the two Chinese players who were substituted, Puado's performance in the first 30 minutes was simply a pile of stinky shit. The players on the substitutes bench were also celebrating happily. As for Xia Ruofei, Wu Lei, and the other players on the field, they did not notice the ashen-faced Puado in the corner of the substitutes bench. As the team was still one goal behind, the Spanish players quickly returned to their own half and urged the Valencia players to kick off quickly. On the other hand, Valencia's players were dilly-dallying. As long as the referee did not rush them, they would try to delay. After all, there were only 2 to 3 minutes left in the first half of the game and the score was 2-1, with the home team still leading by 1 goal. Although it was a little unpleasant to be scored by the opponent at the end of the first half, it was better than being scored 2 times in a row, right? Generally speaking, the team's morale was the highest right after a goal. If they were not careful in their defense, it was likely that the opponent would continue to work hard and score more goals in one go. If he returned to the locker room with a score of 2-2, he would be in deep trouble. By the time the Valencian team kicked off again, the regular time for the first half of the game was about to enter the last minute. The fourth official was already standing on the sidelines with the go-in card. As long as the time jumped to 45 minutes, the fourth official would raise the card. The Spanish players did not give up just because they were running out of time. As soon as Valencia kicked off, the entire team immediately rushed forward and surrounded her. Valencia was also a strong team with a long history. When faced with the Espanyol's pursuit for the high post, they did not panic but passed the ball back and forth in the middle of the backfield in an orderly manner. Valencia's goal was very clear. They did not plan to take the initiative to attack with little time left in the first half. They just wanted to drag the time out until the end. Like Xia Ruofei and Iglesias, Wu Lei was also crazily pressing forward. Needless to say, the effect of the players in the middle and front field launching a rush at the same time in unison was really good. The Valencian team's pass was getting closer and closer to their goal, and was finally blocked by the Spanish team. They were a little unwilling to send a big kick to the front field, so they chose to return the pass to the goalkeeper. At that moment, Wu Lei was almost in front of him, but Valencia's defender was a little hasty, so his strength was slightly reduced. Wu Lei's flexibility was fully displayed at this time. The moment the other side passed the ball, he had quickly changed direction and changed to chasing after the ball. The Valencian goalkeeper, Neto, reacted quickly. When he saw that the pass was too small, he quickly abandoned the goal and went out. Both Wu Lei and Neto were trying their best to chase after the football. In the end, because the football was rolling in the direction of the goal, Neto arrived in front of the ball a little earlier. He did not hesitate to make a long kick, trying to drive the ball to the front field. At this time, Wu Lei had already caught up, and he subconsciously extended his foot to block it. Wu Lei's foot touched the ball, and the football changed direction. It did not fly toward the RCD Espanols' half of the field, but to the right flank. Xia Ruofei was in that area. Normally, it would be hard for the players to react to such a change in direction ball, but Xia Ruofei's reaction was much faster than the other players. A Valencia defender should have been closer to the ball, but he was stunned for a moment. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, regained his senses almost instantly and chased after the ball with big steps. Xia Ruofei intercepted the ball before Valencia's defenders could. He did not make any adjustments or even lift his head. He kicked the middle part of the ball, and the ball flew in a high and floating arc towards Valencia's goal. 25-51, super long, range hanging shot, 2, this was a drop shot. A long, distance lob over 40 meters away. Neto had just abandoned the goal to attack and was still on the edge of the penalty area. He did not have time to return to the front of the goal. At this time, Xia Ruofei actually made a drop shot. Neto felt all the hair on his body stand up. He desperately ran in the direction of the goal with all his strength, but he saw the football go over his head. It was futile for him to reach out. The height difference was far too great. Neto symbolically jumped high. He did not expect to have teammates on the goal line waiting to clear the siege. Neto just wanted to change the flying trajectory of the football even if his fingertips touched the football a little. However, he did not touch the ball at all. Neto's tall body fell heavily on the grass, his head still turning along with the football's trajectory, his eyes full of despair. In Neto's eyes, the football seemed to have slowed down, or rather, the flow of time in the entire world seemed to have slowed down. He watched the football approach the goal bit by bit. Bang! Bang! The football slammed heavily into the lower edge of the crossbar. However, it did not bounce into the goal. Instead, it landed on the goal line and then bounced toward the small penalty area. At this moment, Neto felt that the flow of time had returned to normal. He also subconsciously used his hands and feet to rush in the direction of the football. Finally, with a strong push of his legs, he pounced over and pressed the football under his body. These few short seconds felt like a long time to Neto. He panted heavily and pressed the football tightly under his body, not moving. On one hand, Neto was feeling scared. At this moment, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. On the other hand, he also wanted to use this opportunity to buy as much time as possible within the scope of the rules. The moment Xia Ruofei closed the door, the entire court quieted down. Everyone stared at the ball that was spinning at high speed. When the ball hit the bottom of the goal, it bounced off the goal line and was caught by the inner support. Valencia's fans heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling like they had just survived a disaster. The Spanish fans in the visiting stands let out a huge sigh. Beijing PP Sports Studio. This pass is too small. Wu Lei was trying his best to catch up. Good luck, Wu Lei. Shen Fengjian shouted excitedly, Aya. The opposing goalkeeper, Neto, got the ball out of the encirclement first. Wait. Wu Lei touched the ball, and now the ball bounced near the sidelines. Xia Ruofei. He had grabbed the second landing point. He directly fired a drop shot. The goalkeeper did not touch the football. Aya. The beam. It's such a pity, it's such a pity. Jia Tianning couldn't help but sigh if that goal had gone in just now, he would definitely have been selected for the best goal of the round. Let's watch the slow motion replay. Shen Fengjian said, a moment ago, Xia Ruofei was still in the front field fighting with Wu Lei and Iglesias for the high post. After Neto rescued him, he had already rushed to the sidelines. I have to say that Xia Ruofei's judgment of the landing point was too accurate. That was a beautiful shot. To be honest, this position was a little off, but Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to choose to shoot from the side. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Jia Tianing said, Xia Ruofei's shot was perfect in all other aspects, except that it didn't bring a goal. From this, it could be seen that Xia Ruofei's footwork was very good. Some netizens are questioning Xia Ruofei's qualifications to compete. I think this is the best response for Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei went on stage, he only touched the ball twice. This time, it hit the lower edge of the scale again. Shen Fengjian said, we can see the whole picture from the tip of the iceberg. We can be sure that Xia Ruofei's footwork is not inferior to those big star players. Thousands of miles away in the capital city's PP Sports studio, the two commentators were still passionately discussing the goal. Xia Ruofei, who had missed the goal, did not seem too upset. He just waved his hand casually and started to walk back. Neto lay on the ground for a while, before he slowly stood up at the referee's urging. Before the kick-off, he carefully placed the ball on the line of the small penalty area and then slowly backed away. His speed was like a snail, and he dawdled for a while. In the end, when Neto kicked the goal ball out, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half of the game. The players walked off the field. The Valencia players looked serious as they thought about how their performance at the start of the game was like a dream. They had already led by 2 goals, and everyone thought that it would not be a problem to score 3 points. They did not expect the game to turn out like this in the last 10 minutes or so, and they were almost equalized by Espanyol. The Spanish players walked off the field, talking and laughing. Most of them were talking about Xia Ruofei's shot, and their words were filled with regret. Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei walked side by side to the changing room. Wu Lei covered his mouth and said, Brother Xia, that ball just now was such a pity. I'm a little unlucky. Now, a lot of players paid attention to covering their mouths when they spoke on the field. This was not because they had just finished eating garlic, but because they covered their mouths with their hands after being caught by the broadcast camera so that the lip-reading experts hired by the TV stations would not read what they had just said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, It's okay. Let's do another lob in the second half. The kind that is even further away than this. Wu Lei knew that he did not have many chances like what he had just done, but he did not refute Xia Ruofei. Instead, he nodded his head heavily. At this time, he could not say anything to give up. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel regretful, nor did he lose confidence. He had already done his best with the lob shot just now. That was the only way to get the football past the tall goalkeeper, Neto. He could even roughly judge that the football would hit the crossbar at the moment of the shot, but whether it would enter the goal or bounce out after the rebound would really depend on luck. In other words, if it were any other player, the result of this drop shot could not be better. Since it was destined that they would not be able to score a goal, what was there to regret? During the 15-minute break, head coach Ruby kept cheering for the players. He even praised the cooperation between Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei. When They were arranging the tactics for the second half. Ruby and Xia Ruofei had agreed to let Wu Lei try to withdraw and receive the ball. In addition, Ruby emphasized that everyone should try to create free kick opportunities in the front field, because Xia Ruofei's free kick technique had not been fully utilized yet. The halftime interval soon ended, and the players from both teams returned to the field at the referee's urging. Both teams did not make any substitution adjustments and still had the same lineup at the end of the first half. Espanyol kicked off in the second half. The referee blew the whistle and the center forward, Iglesia, who was stepping on the football, nudged the ball towards Wu Lei and then ran to the front field. Valencia's players quickly spread out their formation and pressed forward to take a break. Their manager stressed that they had to maintain the force of the press and not let the Spanish team organize an effective attack. Wu Lei did not stop the ball. Instead, he passed the ball diagonally behind him. The ball flew accurately towards Xia Ruofei on his right. After Xia Ruofei stopped the ball, he took a step forward and passed the center line. At that moment, a player from Valencia quickly approached from the side. Xia Ruofei did not need his teammates' reminders. It was as if he had eyes on his back. He gently nudged the ball to the side and used his body to separate the ball from the player. Then, Xia Ruofei changed his rhythm and sped up to dribble the ball forward, leaving the Valencia player in the dust. At this moment, Xia Ruofei raised his head and saw that the goalkeeper Neto was standing a little forward. He said in his heart, "Damn. This is looking down on my shooting skills. What could be tolerated?" Even though the ball had just crossed the center line, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and immediately swung his leg over. With a bang, the football was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel, flying quickly in the direction of the Valencia team's goal.